Chen Chen, let's break our contract. As an F-rank demon hunter, you are no longer worthy of the person I have become. Looking at his girlfriend Gu Qingming, who stood before him with a haughty air, hailed by the entire school as a golden girl, Chen Chen felt nothing but a wave of nausea. She had no idea that her S-rank talent, which she was so proud of, was only hers because he had given up his own chance to become a god during the trial of gods. What was even more ridiculous was that she had just hooked up with a wealthy young heir, and was now forcing him to break their oath contract. Once the oath contract was voluntarily dissolved, Chen Chen would not only lose all his spiritual power but also half of his remaining lifespan. Fine, I will break it. Chen Chen did not hesitate for a second, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he severed the connection between them. Watching Chen Chen's face turn pale as paper in an instant, a flash of contempt flickered in Gu Qingming's eyes. Chen Chen, accept your fate. We are destined to be people from different worlds. Accept my fate? Chen Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a cold laugh. If he hadn't found that legendary twin contract stone under a stone tablet in the Abyss Ruins, which could ignore ranks and allow twin spirit weapons to evolve infinitely, he might have truly felt hopeless. At that very moment, a deafening roar of shock suddenly erupted from the Awakening Plaza not far away. The most beautiful twin campus beauties of Demon City Academy, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi, had defied human history by awakening at the same time. It was just a pity that it was the lowest G-rank talent. The whole crowd jeered as the twin beauties fell from their pedestals and became the laughingstock of the school. But in Chen Chen's eyes, this was the perfect prey sent by fate. Gu Qingming, did you think you could step all over me just by stripping away my spiritual power? Chen Chen gripped the scorching contract stone in his pocket, his gaze cutting through the surging crowd to lock onto the two desperate twin sisters on the awakening platform. The hunting time has only just begun. Madu Spirit Martial Academy, Awakening Plaza. A cold, mechanical broadcast echoed across the plaza, confirming the sensational results that had just been announced. Shen Yuyan, Awakened Talent, G-rank Spirit Martial Firewood Stick. Shen Yuxi, Awakened Talent, G-rank Spirit Martial Tattered Cloak. In front of the testing crystal, the Academy's recognized most beautiful twin school beauties stood hand in hand, their slender frames trembling slightly. The older sister, Shen Yuyan, had silver hair and wore black stockings, exuding elegance and cold beauty. The younger sister, Shen Yuxi, had black hair and wore white stockings, appearing gentle and sweet. No one expected that the highly anticipated sister act would awaken the lowest grade G rank, something that hadn't been seen in Madu for over a century. The entire Awakening Plaza erupted in an uproar. Firewood Stick and a tattered cloak? They are worse than common gear. With such trash talents, surely no demon hunter will ever want to form a contract with them. What a shame for these stunningly beautiful sisters. They will likely end up as tools for political marriage, serving as concubines for high-level demon hunters. Among the tens of thousands of students below the stage, some felt pity, while others gloated. Only Chen Chen, who had just risked his lifespan to sever his contract and was still pale-faced, laughed out loud quite inappropriately. Ha 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 ha. Found them, twin spirit marshals. I have finally found them. The young man was named Chen Chen. He had transmigrated to Blue Star 2.5 years ago, and he had been waiting for this very day. In this world plagued by demonic seeds, women awaken upon adulthood as spirit marshals who transform into divine weapons, while men awaken as demon hunters who contract with spirit marshals to fight the seeds. The surrounding students looked at Chen Chen's wild laughter with varied expressions. Isn't that our Academy's civilian god of war, Chen Chen? Why is he laughing so happily when the Shen sisters have fallen? He is probably just projecting his own misery. That incident with Gu Qingming earlier hit him too hard. Chen Chen is really pitiful. He was dumped by his ex-girlfriend and forced to break the vow contract. Not only did he lose all his spirit power, but he also lost half his lifespan. No choice. Gu Qingming dumped him, and immediately contracted with an SS rank high-level demon hunter. As an F rank, Chen Chen is just a cautionary tale. The former Chen Chen had been famous in Madu Spirit Martial Academy. Although he was only an F-rank demon hunter, he relied on his ultimate skills and unique understanding to sign a vow contract with Gu Qingming, also an F-rank spirit marshal. Their dual F-rank combo was incredibly synchronized, overpowering dual D ranks and charging from bronze to gold rank within 2 years. However, just when everyone thought they would become a legendary pair, Gu Qingming's talent suddenly underwent a secondary awakening. She went from F-rank directly to S-rank on Blue Star. The probability of secondary awakening is extremely low. A secondary awakening that jumps 6 ranks consecutively is unprecedented. This should have been a good thing, meaning their combined strength would leap forward qualitatively. But it was precisely from that moment on that everything changed. S-rank talents are rare in Madu Spirit Martial Academy, destined for greatness. No matter how good Chen Chen's skills were, he remained an F-rank demon hunter with a locked potential. Rumors flew, with everyone saying Chen Chen was holding Gu Qingying back. But no one knew that Gu Qingying's secondary awakening was entirely because of Chen Chen. That day, the two triggered a hidden passage in the Abyss Ruins and entered the Trial of the Gods. The 20-person exploration team was wiped out. Only they survived, drawing out the blessing of the goddess of love, Aphrodite. One of you may receive a secondary awakening. If both hearts are in sync, and you make the same choice, the blessing will take effect. Faced with this once-in-a-millennium opportunity from the gods, neither hesitated. Chen Chen said, "Her." Gu Qingying said, "Me." Aphrodite wore an intriguing smile, and a holy light descended. In an instant, Gu Qingying completed her awakening, her talent skyrocketing from F rank to a staggering S rank. At the same time, Chen Chen saw a cryptic message behind the ruined stone tablet. The blessing of the gods was actually Aphrodite's final trial. The so-called same choice did not mean picking the same person, but choosing each other simultaneously. If they could do that, the blessing would evolve into the true blessing of the goddess of love, granting both of them SSS rank talents. Chen Chen, this is great! My talent has really awakened. Gu Qingying felt the surging spirit power within her, her face filled with ecstasy. Yeah. Chen Chen nodded silently and swallowed the secret of the stone tablet's hidden message. What's done is done. He feared that if Gu Qingying knew the truth, she would feel guilty and remorseful. In his view, the grade of talent didn't matter as long as they made it out of the ruins alive. That was the best blessing from the gods. As it turned out, that was just his wishful thinking. After awakening to S rank, the initial Gu Qingying would still diligently wear nurse, maid, flight attendant, black stockings, and fishnet outfits to thank him. But over time, she soon revealed her true nature. She incited uninformed students to use moral kidnapping against him, threatened instructors using her S-rank talent, and even hooked up with an S-rank high-level demon hunter from a wealthy family, securing her next partner in advance. Chen Chen knew very clearly that if he dragged this out, he would surely die by Gu Qingying's schemes. With no other choice, he had to pay the price of losing all his spirit power and half his lifespan to voluntarily sever the deep contract with Gu Qingying. Sincerity led to a crushing defeat. Looking back, his attempt to hide the truth for her sake now seemed utterly ridiculous. Now, Gu Qingying was at the height of her power, backed by the resources of a major family, and had become the recognized top dog at Madu Spirit Martial Academy. Chen Chen's current situation was like throwing an egg against a rock. He did not expose the truth of the ruins. Public opinion is always controlled by the strong. Speaking out now not only lead to no one believing him, but would result in him being slandered and labeled a liar. But Chen Chen would never let this heartless woman off. He was waiting for the perfect moment to make Gu Qingying pay the price. Back in the Abyss Ruins, Chen Chen had not returned empty-handed. Beneath the stone tablet, he had found a twin contract stone. This item could contract twin spirit martials simultaneously and grant them growth powers. However, the conditions were extremely harsh. They had to be twin sisters who awakened their talents at the same time. The probability of human awakening was only 1%. And in Blue Star's 5,000-year history, it was impossible for a second awakener to appear among multiples. Twin spirit martials simply did not exist, and in his hands, this stone had always been a useless object. Until this moment, when the sisters Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi fell from grace on the awakening stage. Chen Chen pushed through the mocking crowd and strode toward the desperate sisters. Gu Qingying, now, it is my turn. The awakening ceremony is over. Now the free binding begins. The mentor loudly read out the terms of the binding. Temporary binding. Unleashes up to 60% of a spirit weapon's power. Can be broken at any time with a 24-hour cooldown. Vow binding. Unleashes 80% of power. Whoever initiates the dissolution must sacrifice all spiritual power and half their lifespan. Eternal binding. Unleashes 100% of power. Lives are bound together, destined to live and die as one. Since beginners have low compatibility, I suggest everyone use the temporary binding. Be cautious with the vow binding, and do not even consider the eternal binding. Out of tens of thousands of students, only a few hundred awakeners remained, while the rest were automatically dropped from the academy. No sooner had the mentor finished speaking than demon hunters swarmed around Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi. They had all claimed that G-rank spirit weapons were worthless, yet when the binding phase actually arrived, these men were fighting tooth and nail to get to them. Seeing this, Chen was not in a hurry and just waited quietly on the side. Yuyan, I am D rank. I do not mind your rank. Let us do a temporary binding. Yushi, I am C rank. Bind with me on the condition that you become my girlfriend. I am A rank. A temporary binding is fine, but you must obey all my orders and call me master. Don't listen to them. They are just lusting after your looks and will dump you as soon as they are done. I am the only one who genuinely wants to be with you both. Even with only G-rank spirit weapons, these stunningly beautiful sisters drove the newly awakened hunters into a frenzy, focusing entirely on a free ride and leaving all the other girls who had awakened spirit weapons standing on the sidelines. Anyone who wants a temporary binding, get lost. The elder sister, Shen Yuyan, said with a cold gaze as she scanned the crowd. We sisters only accept vow bindings. As soon as she said this, the jostling crowd immediately backed off. They might be lustful, but no one was truly stupid. Entering a vow binding with a G-rank spirit weapon was tantamount to ruining one's own future. Moreover, beauties like the Shen sisters would sooner or later be forcibly taken as concubines by high-level hunters from major families, so who would dare to bind themselves to them? They would likely end up just like Chen Chen, losing all their spiritual power and most of their lifespan. With a single sentence, Shen Yuyan scared everyone away, and even those who had just been full of feigned sincerity slipped away completely. Sister, is there even any point for us to continue our training? Shen Yushi asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her face full of frustration. Yushi, the awakening probability is only 1%. We have already beaten 99% of the people. But we are both stuck with the bottom tier G-rank talent? It is so ironic. Didn't the academy used to have someone named Chen Chen? Shen Yuyan remembered the legendary commoner warrior. Even though he was only an F-rank hunter, he still managed to carve out a path for himself through sheer effort. Sister, don't mention him. Shen Yushi's eyes dimmed further. He was impressive back then, but his ending was just too miserable. What? No one is willing to bind with you? A few girls walked over with their newly bound hunters, because the two sisters had hogged all the spotlight earlier. They had long since become targets of jealousy. What's the difference between a G-rank spirit weapon and the junk in a scrapyard? And to show up as the grand finale? Didn't you see the dean's face turn green? How embarrassing. By the way, aren't twins supposed to only have one awakening? What's up with these two freaks? Tsk. No wonder they look identical but have different hair colors. Could it be that one egg was fertilized by two different sets of sperm? How wild. They were actually seeded by two different men. You all? Shen Yushi trembled with rage, gripping her skirt tightly. Slap. Shen Yuyan was not one to be trifled with. She struck the girl who was spreading rumors hard across the face, leaving 5 clear bloody marks. Clean up your mouth. Shen Yuyan, how dare you hit me? The girl held her face in a fit of rage. Your Shen family is just a third-rate clan. Do you know who my father is? With that, she raised her arm and backhanded a fierce slap toward her. Sister! The timid Shen Yushi gritted her teeth and rushed forward to shield her sister. However, the slap never landed. The girl's arm, swinging through the air, was suddenly caught firmly by a solid hand, unable to move a muscle. What is the matter? You are so old now. Has your mother still not had the heart to tell you who your father is? A tall figure had stood before the two sisters at some unknown moment. Chen Chen? You pathetic, dumped loser, stay out of this. The girl glared at Chen Chen, her voice sharp with malice. Chen Chen said nothing, responding only with a sharp, piercing look. Even though he had lost all his spiritual power and plummeted from a gold tier 3 to a bronze tier 1, his combat experience was more than enough to deal with this group of freshmen. What's more, he didn't even need to make a move right now. What is going on here? Fighting is strictly prohibited during the bonding period. An instructor in a hunter's robe strode over quickly. It's nothing, teacher. We were just messing around. Knowing she was in the wrong, the girl quickly waved her hand. Chen Chen also complied and let go. Disputes are inevitable during free bonding, but physical altercations are absolutely forbidden. Seeing that the two sides had settled it, the instructor turned and walked away. Conflicts during the mutual selection process after awakening were the norm. Chen Chen, Shen Yuyan, you two just wait. The girl threw down a harsh threat, cursing as she left with the hunter she had just bonded with. Chen Chen looked toward the Shen sisters and joked, "Freshmen these days are so polite, wanting to treat me to a fruit slap the moment we meet." Peeved, Shen Yuxi couldn't help but laugh. If Chen Chen hadn't stepped in, that slap would definitely have landed on her face. "Thank you, Senior Chen Chen," Shen Yuxi said with a pure, sincere smile. Shen Yuyan didn't say anything, but her cold gaze softened slightly. The sisters looked identical, but their personalities were complete opposites. The older sister, Shen Yuyan, was elegant and icy, while the younger sister Shen Yuxi was gentle and cute. In terms of looks, they outclassed Gu Qingming by 10 miles. And they were twins on top of that. Why did you help us? Shen Yuyan asked. I am here to bond. Chen Chen didn't mince words and went straight to the point. You saw it just now. Yuxi and I are both G-tier spirit weapons. Are you sure you want to enter a vow bond with us? Shen Yuyan was surprised. She had always admired Chen Chen's talent for matching B-tier hunters with his F-tier aptitude, but his ending had been tragic. No, not a vow bond. Chen Chen waved his hand. I'm sorry, but I said it before. We sisters only accept vow bonds. Shen Yuyan's gaze turned cold instantly. So this guy was just like all the other men, only after their bodies. Chen Chen didn't back down, his eyes fixed on the sisters. My meaning is an eternal bond. An eternal bond? Shen Yuxi shuddered. Are you kidding me? Shen Yuyan stared intensely into Chen Chen's eyes but couldn't find a trace of hesitation. I know your current situation well, and you both know what I've been through. Vows can be broken. If you want to change your fate, why not make a bigger gamble? Hand your future over to me, and let's take control ourselves. Chen Chen's tone was firm. As long as he bonded with the twin spirit weapons and activated their growth potential, he had absolute confidence in turning the tables. Meeting these sisters now was the best opportunity. If it hadn't been for Gu Qingming's betrayal, even with the twin binding stone in his hands, he never would have sought out anyone else. Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi exchanged glances. They knew full well that if their spiritual power remained stagnant, they would eventually become bargaining chips for family-arranged marriages controlled by others for the rest of their lives. Chen Chen might be their only turning point. But a hunter can only bond with one spirit weapon, and there were two of them. So, who do you choose? Shen Yuyan asked. Chen Chen's gaze moved between the cool-headed Shen Yuyan and the sweet Shen Yuxi. The surrounding hunters could have cracked their teeth from grinding them in envy. Damn it! Is this kid actually being picky? Meeting his gaze, Shen Yuyan frowned slightly, while Shen Yuxi looked bashful. Throughout the entire Spirit Academy, there wasn't another man as gutsy as Chen Chen. They both wanted to stay, but were unwilling to be parted from each other. But there was only one Chen Chen, and he couldn't be split in two. Chen Chen looked at the two of them, his tone calm yet unquestionable. I choose both of you. Children make choices. Adults take them all. What? Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi widened their eyes, wondering if they had misheard. Chen Chen, you must be joking, right? You are a demon hunter. How could you possibly form a contract with both of us sisters? Chen Chen's words shocked everyone present. In the world of Blue Star, it has been an immutable law for ages that a demon hunter can only contract with one spirit weapon at a time. Could it be that he wants to contract with both sisters, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi, all by himself? I have my own ways. Chen Chen's tone was firm, not like he was joking at all. Yuxi, you don't want to be separated from your sister, do you? Yuyan, you couldn't bear to leave your sister behind either, right? Then why don't we all strive for it together? Shen Yuxi said, my sister and I have been together since we were little, so of course I don't want to be separated. If possible, I want to be with my sister for the rest of our lives. Shen Yuyan replied, that is impossible. There is no demon hunter who can contract with two spirit weapons simultaneously. Believe me, I have a way to contract with both of you at once. All I need is your consent. Chen Chen said sincerely. After all, he was the man who possessed the twin contract stone. That would be wonderful. To be able to contract with Senior Chen Chen and still stay with my sister, of course I'm willing. Shen Yuxi was so happy she was dancing with joy. Fine, I want to see how you intend to contract with both of us. But I advise you not to pull any pranks on me and Yuxi. Shen Yuyan, on the other hand, was holding on to a let's just give it a try mindset. Seeing that both sisters had agreed to the contract with Chen Chen, the surrounding demon hunters cast looks of envy. Those were the school's twin beauties that everyone was dying to contract with. If they could have just one of them, they would likely wake up laughing in their sleep. And Chen Chen actually managed to land both of them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Contracting two spirit weapons at once? That's total nonsense. Even among king-level SSS tier demon hunters, I've never heard of one being able to contract two spirit weapons. Ha! If Chen Chen succeeds, I will livestream myself running naked around the academy 3 times. Ignoring the crowd, Chen Chen took Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi by their hands, and the three of them formed a small circle. One hand was soft and warm. The other was cool, like skin made of jade. Chen Chen retrieved the twin contract stone from his spatial ring. Instantly, a holy light enveloped all three of them. Their consciousness shifted to a sea of stars and clouds. In the sea of clouds, all the stars were in pairs. They represented every demon hunter and spirit weapon that had formed an eternal contract over thousands of years. Eternal contract initiation in progress. Your lives will be permanently bound within this starry sky, sharing life and death. This cannot be undone by any means. Do you agree or refuse? Chen Chen said, I agree. The moment Chen Chen made his choice, a dazzling new star suddenly lit up in the sea of stars. The sea of contracts? How is this possible? Shen Yuyan stared at the scene before her, finding it hard to believe. This is something that only appears during the process of forming an eternal contract. Seeing this sea of clouds meant that Chen Chen's contract ceremony was already successful. He actually did it. I agree too. Before Shen Yuyan could regain her composure, her younger sister Shen Yushi had already eagerly agreed. In the starry sky, another star lit up right next to the one that represented Chen Chen. I consent. Since things had come to this, Shen Yuyan certainly wouldn't back down now. In the sea of shining stars, at the center of all the twin stars, a three-body star emerged, brighter than any other. Chen Chen, Shen Yuyan, and Shen Yushi, your eternal contract has been successfully formed. When the holy light faded, Chen Chen was back at the awakening square, holding a fire poker with a tattered cloak draped over his back. Fire poker, G tier. Fire attribute attack plus 10%. Fire attribute resistance plus 10%. Tattered cloak, G tier. Defense plus 10%. Elemental attack plus 10%. Around him, other demon hunters who had successfully formed contracts were holding powerful, glowing spirit weapons. Chen Chen alone, despite having contracted 2 spirit weapons, appeared dull and glowless. My goodness, Brother Chen actually succeeded. This is unscientific. How could anyone possibly contract 2 spirit weapons at the same time? Are there not enough unscientific things happening today? Shen Yuyan and Shen Yushi are twins. It is fundamentally impossible for them to awaken their talents simultaneously. Could it be that twin spirit weapons awakened together can also be contracted at the same time? How did Chen Chen know that? A person wielding 2 spirit weapons? Isn't that a bit too overpowered? Heaf-tee. Just some G-tier spirit weapons, so what if he has 10 of them? I'm just envious that Chen Chen managed to get both Shen Yuyan and Shen Yushi. With the eternal contract a success, Chen Chen became the first demon hunter on Blue Star to contract 2 spirit weapons. Meanwhile, the system lying dormant within Chen Chen finally began to wake up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of growth. The system is activating. Activation successful. Twin cultivation system loaded. This system can inject the user's lifespan into talents, combat skills, and items for life evolution. Host: Chen Chen. Gender: male. Age: 20 years old. Remaining lifespan: 41 years. Killing magic seeds allows you to absorb 1% of the opponent's lifespan. Killing an awakened one who harbors murderous intent towards the host will grant you 100% of their lifespan, with additional bonuses based on their spiritual level. Talent: F tier, wild. Spiritual level: bronze stage 1. Combat skills: none. Twin cultivation system? Chen Chen never expected that after transmigrating for 2 long years he would finally activate a system. Being able to absorb lifespan, as expected of a system brother. With this, Chen Chen would no longer need to worry about that little bit of lost lifespan. In fact, as long as Chen Chen keeps absorbing the lifespans of magic seeds and awakened ones, he might even achieve eternal life. Life evolution? Chen Chen didn't quite understand the main function of this system yet. So, Chen Chen opened the system panel and started to inject his lifespan into his talent. Let's test the effect first. Wild, F tier, movement speed plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%. Injecting lifespan into the talent Wild, F tier, 10 years. The spiritual meridians in your body are constantly absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, gradually clearing up. 20 years. Your spiritual meridians are growing stronger, gradually shedding their original shell. 30 years. A wisp of spiritual light rises, your meridians are just a step away from transformation. 38 years. The power of crimson wraps around your entire body, and your F-tier talent Wild has awakened into E-tier raging. Remaining lifespan: 3 years. Raging, E-tier. Physical lifesteal plus 5%, attack speed plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%. After consuming 38 years of lifespan, Chen Chen's F-tier talent had secondary awakened to E-tier. Compared to F-tier Wild, E-tier Raging not only had increased base stats but also added physical lifesteal. It was like adding wings to a tiger. For these past years, no matter how hard Chen Chen worked, he was always limited by his talent. Chen Chen clenched his fists, his eyes burning like a lion that had broken out of its cage. E-tier is just the beginning. As long as he has enough lifespan, he can keep awakening indefinitely. Postscript. Ranking G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 S. Level classification. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, transcendent, king. Even though they are just 2 lackluster G-rank spirit weapons, why do I feel like Brother Chen is terrifyingly strong right now? Can you blame him? He has the beauty and youth of the Magic City's most beautiful twin campus belles all to himself. How could he not be strong? Damn it. If I had known I could contract both Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi at the same time, I would have gone all out too. Heh, easy to say. Do you have any idea what it means for Chen Chen to have forged an eternal contract with the Shen sisters? Does it mean Chen Chen has forged an eternal contract with the Shen sisters? If the Shen family interferes, an oath contract would at most cost you another 20 years of your life. But with an eternal contract, given Chen Chen's current strength and background, he'll likely wish he were dead. Just wait and see. The Brother Chen you all envy right now will soon become a nightmare that everyone avoids. Beauties are but a curse, just pink skulls in the end. Why even bother? Chen Chen was naturally well aware of the current predicament of the Shen sisters. With their G-rank talent and aptitude, the Shen family would never be willing to spend resources to cultivate them. Coupled with their looks, the family would surely use their marriages to trade for something of more value. This is the fundamental reason why no spirit hunter dared to enter an oath contract with Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi, let alone an eternal contract. So what Chen Chen is doing now, while it looks cool to everyone else, is actually a path to self-destruction. Chen Chen, don't worry. Since we've already forged an eternal contract, our lives and deaths are now bound together. The fire poker in Chen Chen's hand made a sound. Shen Yuyan is reserved by nature. But once she sets her mind on something, no one can shake her. Even if the Shen family tries to put you under house arrest or control you, my sister and I will do everything we can to save you. If we can't get you out, we will die together. Yeah, Yuxi will always stand with my sister and Brother Chen. No matter what happens, the 3 of us will work hard together and face it together. The slightly tattered cloak behind Chen Chen fluttered gently. Thanks. Just 2 words. As they escaped Chen Chen's lips, they carried a sense of profound relief. Ever since he was backstabbed by Gu Qingming, it had been a long time since Chen Chen felt what it was like to be trusted. He clenched his fists silently. It was the firm choice of Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi that gave him endless motivation. At this moment, Chen Chen made up his mind. Since the sisters chose to bet their future on him, he would make sure they won spectacularly. After all, from the moment the eternal contract was signed, the fates of the 3 of them were completely intertwined. Release! Chen Chen released his spirit power, and Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi immediately transformed back into their human forms. After class, come find me at the Maple Woods Inn. Let's strike while the iron is hot and work on our synergy. Maple Woods? Is that the Maple Woods Inn from that poem about parking the carriage to admire the maple trees? Wait, isn't that where bad students go? Shen Yuxi's face turned red. It was as if saying those words felt unspeakable. Shen Yuyan immediately questioned him. Isn't that place just for hookups? Why meet there? Because the rent in that area is cheap. Ever since his falling out with Gu Qingming, there had been constant gossip about Chen Chen at the academy. Chen Chen had simply moved out of the academy dorms to enjoy some peace and quiet. After class, Chen Chen had been waiting at the agreed-upon location for a long time. But it wasn't the Maple Woods Inn. It was the back gate of the academy. The Liu family is one of the 4 major families of the Magic City, and their influence is far greater than that of the Shen family. Shen Yuyan and Chen Chen had just offended Liu Tingting, and she was likely preparing a nasty surprise for Chen Chen at this very moment. So, Chen Chen had just thrown out a random meeting place to everyone. The Maple Woods Inn was purely a decoy. He and the sisters had already secretly agreed on a new location. During the time after class, Chen Chen went back and spent all his money at the exchange to buy martial arts techniques. After breaking his oath contract with Gu Qingming, he lost all his spirit power, and the martial arts he had learned had also crumbled into dust. Now he could only afford 3 F-rank martial arts to make do for the time being. Sprint, F-rank, wraps your legs in the power of the wind, increasing movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Wind hole, F-rank, Forms a wind vortex on your palm that creates a suction effect. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Charge strike, F rank. Charges for 1 second, gathering spirit power into your spirit weapon to deal 200% burst damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. These 3 techniques aren't very strong, but the life deduction feature of the twin cultivation system allows me to inject lifespan into them. As long as I have enough lifespan, these techniques can all be upgraded. An F-rank martial arts technique costs 200,000. After buying these, Chen Chen was penniless. Next, he needed to find a way to obtain spirit crystals and more lifespan. Chen Chen, where are you guys? It was well past the agreed time, yet Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi were nowhere to be seen. Chen Chen sent them a message, but the sisters didn't respond. Crap. Did something go wrong? Chen Chen had a bad feeling. It was already 9:00 p.m., and classes at the Spirit Weapon Academy finished at 7:40 p.m. Logically, with 80 minutes having passed, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi should have arrived long ago. Why is there no sign of them? Chen Chen immediately entered the star-filled cloud sea he experienced during the contract. With the eternal contract binding their lives, he could sense their directions through the stars in the sea. But it was only the direction. He couldn't pinpoint their exact location. Huh? Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi aren't together? What is going on? The star sea showed that the 2 sisters were far apart. Chen Chen found it strange. Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi were always inseparable, so why could he sense them in 2 different directions now? And Chen Chen could feel that Shen Yuyan's position was constantly changing, just like his, moving towards Shen Yuxi's location. Meanwhile, Shen Yuxi's position had remained static. Could it be that something happened to the younger sister, Shen Yuxi? Guided by the starry sky and cloud sea, Chen Chen arrived in a dim alley. This is the path one must take from the Demon Capital Spirit Martial Academy to the Maple Lake Hotel. Long before Chen Chen arrived, the coordinates of Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi had already converged right here. At this moment, the positions of all 3 have reached the same point. Chen Chen, Yuyan, Yuxi, can you still answer me? What on earth happened? The sisters still didn't reply. Chen Chen had prepared for the worst. If his guess was correct, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi were likely captured or controlled by someone. The reason Shen Yuyan's position was moving just now was probably because they were being transported. Now, there is a high probability that the sisters have been brought to the same place. Chen Chen was extremely cautious, because based on the information he had, the mastermind behind this was likely right here. This stray dog Chen Chen, who was discarded like trash, actually dares to stand up for Shen Yuyan in front of me. Today, I will let him know the consequences of offending me, Liu Tingting. Just as Chen Chen was searching the surroundings for the Shen sisters, he happened to see Liu Tingting walking toward him from the other end of the alley with over a dozen awakened ones. He quickly hid in an abandoned warehouse. Damn it, who is so bold as to upset our young miss? Isn't this just asking for death? Listen up, boys. Once the target appears, break the man's leg directly and drag the women into the warehouse nearby. We'll take turns having our way with them. I heard they're a pair of twin school beauties. My God, this is going to be good. Young miss, as long as you cover for us if anything goes wrong, we'll do anything. This group had hair dyed in all sorts of colors, with studs all over their ears, noses, and lips, looking like the 6 paths of pain. They didn't look like good people at all. The situation was now very clear. Even a fool could figure it out. The mastermind who captured Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi was none other than Liu Tingting. But what Chen Chen found strange was that he had clearly fooled Liu Tingting with a diversion. So why were Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi still captured? Good. Once we catch the 3 of them, break one of Chen Chen's legs first. Then, take turns and, right in front of him, give Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi a good time so they can experience what it means to be in despair. Liu Tingting looked mocking, holding a camera, impatient to watch the upcoming show. Chen Chen never expected that he was actually part of this crazy woman Liu Tingting's twisted plan. And this plot, he felt it was all too familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Since the mastermind was Liu Tingting, Chen Chen already had a plan in mind. Most of the people behind her were awakened ones at the peak of the Bronze Realm. Now that Chen Chen had lost all his spiritual power and martial arts skills, he was naturally no match for them. There was only one way to save Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi from Liu Tingting: catch her when she was alone. Capture the leader first to deal with the rest. Only then would Chen Chen have the leverage to negotiate. At this moment, Chen Chen was fully focused, staring intently at Liu Tingting's every move. He only had one chance. If he failed, the scenario Liu Tingting just described might actually happen. You all go hide in the surroundings. Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi want to go to the Maple Lake to find Chen Chen, so they will definitely pass through here. Once the target appears, I will notify you immediately. Just go for them then. Liu Tingting and the awakened ones behind her parted ways. I won't be involved in what happens next. I'll be standing on the rooftop of this building, finding a good angle to record your performance properly. Although the Liu family is one of the 4 great families in the demon capital, Liu Tingting didn't dare to commit such filthy acts against the Shen sisters openly. It wasn't because she was afraid of the Shen family, but mainly because both Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi were students of the demon capital Spirit Martial Academy. If the matter were exposed, Liu Tingting would likely be expelled from the academy, and she wouldn't be able to answer to the elders of her family. After parting ways with the awakened ones, Liu Tingting was walking step by step toward the warehouse where Chen Chen was hiding. She must be planning to go up the stairs of the abandoned warehouse to the rooftop to photograph the sisters being humiliated. Now was the perfect moment for Chen Chen to make his move on Liu Tingting. But at that exact moment, Chen Chen hesitated. He didn't understand. If Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi had already been caught by Liu Tingting's men, why was she still setting up an ambush here? And judging by what Liu Tingting said earlier, she must have known that this alley was the only way from the academy to the hotel. So she wanted to intercept the sisters who were going to meet him. Everything seemed to be sending Chen Chen a message. That is, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi were not in Liu Tingting's hands. Suddenly, just as Chen Chen was deep in thought, a piercing scream echoed in the dim alley. It was Liu Tingting who had tripped over a trap on the ground and fallen hard. Another string of pig-slaughtering screams followed. Only then did Chen Chen realize that the spot where Liu Tingting fell was covered with countless rusted iron nails. Liu Tingting was pierced all over by the nails, immediately bleeding profusely and screaming with a distorted face. What's going on? Isn't that Miss Tingting? Why is she screaming? She must have just tripped. Are young misses so pampered these days? The awakened ones, not understanding the situation, rushed out from their hiding spots after hearing the screams. But because the lighting in the alley was too dim, they didn't see the traps in the corner or the iron nails on the floor. Whoosh! However, the fun had just begun. Directly above Liu Tingting, a bucket filled with an unknown liquid suddenly fell from the rooftop. Bang! A splash of bright red liquid exploded all over Liu Tingting. Even the awakened ones who were rushing over got splattered. The whole alley was filled with the smell of blood, enough to make one gag. Even Chen Chen, hiding in the warehouse, found the smell pungent. Who on earth dares to play tricks on me? Covered in the viscous blood, Liu Tingting shrieked hysterically, looking absolutely wretched. But it wasn't over yet. She suddenly found a note wrapped in tape inside the wooden bucket. It read, "This isn't just ordinary blood. It's blood from an HIV patient, young miss. Good luck. IV is a virus on Blue Star with a 100% mortality rate transmitted via blood with a 10-year incubation period." On the back of the note, there was even a happy smiley face drawn. Absolutely cold-blooded. The successive events completely shattered Liu Tingting's mental defenses. Other than screaming madly, she was completely incapable of any other action. Heh! Bullseye! Chen Chen noticed that on the rooftop across from the warehouse, Shen Yuxi was cheering as she watched everything in the alley. Her sister, Shen Yuyan, was standing coldly by her side. Wasn't it agreed that we'd meet up with Chen Chen? Why did you come here to pull a prank by yourself? Who told this bitch to dare and threaten my senior Chen Chen? I have to teach her a good lesson. Shen Yuxi tugged on her sister Shen Yuyan's arm, pleading with her face. Sister, you can't tell senior Chen Chen about this, okay? In front of him, I'm a good girl. Is that really blood from an HIV-positive person in there? Shen Yuyan asked Shen Yushi, who was beside her, looking incredibly excited. She knew her sister's personality all too well. To outsiders, she appeared to be a gentle and adorable good girl. But in reality, she was a cunning little devil. After realizing her sister was no longer by her side, Shen Yuyan knew her prank was about to begin, so she chased after her immediately. But she was still a step too late. It is just fake blood. I don't have the time to go around collecting that much blood from infected people. Shen Yushi stared with wide, bell-like eyes at Liu Tingting, who had been driven to madness in the alley, her smile growing even more exhilarated. The effect Shen Yushi wanted was not for Liu Tingting to actually contract the virus, but to force her into the terror of believing she might be infected. Compared to physical pain, Shen Yushi preferred to relish the pain deep within others' hearts. This feeling left her increasingly fascinated. Let's go, your senior Chen Chen is still waiting for you. Shen Yuyan pulled her sister to leave quickly. It would be troublesome if they were discovered here. Let's go. After admiring her masterpiece, Shen Yushi walked away with brisk, cheerful steps. Before leaving, Shen Yuyan glanced at the warehouse across the way and her eyes met Chen Chen's. Since Chen Chen could locate the sisters through the direction of the starry cloud sea, naturally, Shen Yuyan also knew he was nearby. Only Shen Yushi, immersed in her own prank, was unaware that Chen Chen had already witnessed her handiwork. Phew. Chen Chen let out a long sigh. He had assumed that Liu Tingting had sent someone to kidnap the sisters. He never dreamed it was actually Shen Yushi who had cornered Liu Tingting here all by herself. The sweet, soft, and adorable-looking Shen Yushi was, at heart, a yandere little devil. Such a contrast was something Chen Chen really hadn't expected. This little performance was enough to keep Liu Tingting in serious trouble. At the very least, she would need a leave of absence for more than half a year. And it is not even certain she will ever fully recover. Chen Chen chuckled while shaking his head. It seems these Shen sisters are not as simple as he had imagined. Both Shen Yuyan and Shen Yushi are tough characters. The alley was in total chaos now, so Chen Chen returned the way he came toward the back gate of the academy, leaving Liu Tingting there to wail and howl alone. Senior Chen Chen, sorry to have kept you waiting? Shen Yushi seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood, waving her little hand enthusiastically from far away. Not at all, I just arrived as well. Chen Chen responded with a polite smile, pretending he knew nothing. Since Shen Yushi wanted to hide her true personality from outsiders, he would grant her that wish. However, Chen Chen wasn't lying. He had rushed back from the alley, so he truly had just arrived. Didn't you say we needed to coordinate and warm up in advance? Let's just start right away. Shen Yuyan got straight to the point. As she spoke, she gave Chen Chen a meaningful look. Shen Yuyan was curious. Chen Chen had clearly discovered her sister's secret, so why was he acting as if nothing had happened? Don't rush, let's go to my place first. I will show you guys. A big treasure? Chen Chen raised his eyebrows, looking mysterious. Really? Then let's hurry. But we haven't known each other long? Isn't it a bit awkward to see Senior Chen Chen's treasure the moment we meet? Shen Yushi was excited, seemingly interested in everything about Chen Chen. Oomph. Chen Chen, I advise you that your treasure better not be something weird, otherwise I will snip it off right away. Shen Yuyan's face darkened as she made a scissor gesture, sending a shiver down Chen Chen's spine. Chen Chen's real home was in an old apartment building, where things were in complete disarray. Did your place get robbed? Why are you so calm? Shen Yuyan teased him, though she didn't seem repulsed. You get used to it. Chen Chen smiled awkwardly. Senior Chen Chen, hurry, 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 where's your treasure? Shen Yushi was getting impatient, her little devil's curiosity growing stronger. Coming right up. Chen Chen then led the sisters to the bathroom door. Hiding it in the bathroom? What kind of hobby is that? Shen Yuyan couldn't help but make a snide remark. Chen Chen didn't reply and simply opened the bathroom door. Inside the narrow stall, a smooth, circular mirror surface began to twist and spin, and a space vortex glowing with bronze light appeared. This was the ruin portal, and it was exactly the treasure Chen Chen had mentioned. After ruins descend onto Earth, ruin portals refresh randomly across the planet. In the sky, underground, in the ocean, in the forest, or perhaps in a cramped bathroom. They could appear at any time in any place. Step through this portal and you enter a different world filled with demonic beings. The glow of the space vortex indicates the rank of the ruin. Bronze color means it is a bronze rank ruin, accessible only to awakeners of the bronze realm or below. Ordinary people can enter too, but who would dare enter a world full of demons without any spiritual power? When such hidden portals are discovered, they are usually reported to the Magic City Security Bureau or the Demon Hunter Association in exchange for a reward. However, Chen Chen did not intend to do that. This portal appeared last night. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Since we need to train and coordinate, why not just conduct a live combat exercise? Senior Chen Chen, do you mean we are going to train inside the ruin? Shen Yushi stared with ethereal eyes, finding it hard to believe. The three of us? You must be joking. Even the usually composed Shen Yuyan felt this was impossible. Ruins are extremely dangerous places. Usually, it takes an exploration team of at least 20 people to dare enter one. The sisters had only just awakened their talents, and although Chen Chen had rich combat experience, his spiritual power was still at the initial bronze tier 1. The three of them going into the ruin to explore was just courting death. I am not joking. Chen Chen looked serious. Stop messing around. We should report this portal and trade it for some magic crystals to boost our spiritual power, Shen Yuyan advised. After all, based on their current strength, they were simply not qualified to explore a ruin. I don't have the time to mess around. Chen Chen completely ignored her advice. He then went ahead and entered the space vortex himself. He had very little lifespan left. There was no time to dally, he had to start hunting demons immediately. Cool. Shen Yuxi didn't give it a second thought and followed closely behind. Seeing that the two had already vanished, Shen Yuyan, with a slightly furrowed brow, had no choice but to follow them in. Since she had signed an eternal contract with Chen Chen, if he died in the ruin, the lives of her and her sister would vanish as well. Now, no one had any way back. They had to join Chen Chen in this gamble. After entering the space vortex, a stretch of endless, brilliant white daylight appeared before them. Under the dazzling light, one could see nothing, but it was not blinding. When the light faded, Chen Chen, Shen Yuyan, and Shen Yuxi had appeared in a dimly lit mineshaft. Flickering candle flames hung on the damp, dark walls, casting the shadows of the three of them. It should be a goblin mine. Based on the surrounding environment, Chen Chen was the first to determine which magic creatures might appear in these ruins. Goblins are extremely vile and cunning little demons. Although they aren't very strong in combat, female awakeners had better not get caught by them. Otherwise, they will become breeding machines for the goblins, living a life of perpetual abuse and childbirth until they die. Since you know so much, why did you decide to barge in here on your own? Shen Yuyan's face showed slight anger. She was still furious at Chen Chen's recklessness. Even for bronze-level ruins, you need an exploration team of at least 20 people. It's best to have a combination of tanks, attackers, damage dealers, and healers. We have nothing. Isn't this just asking for death? Yuyan, that's just stuff from the Lingwu Academy textbooks. Besides, you're a fire poker and Yuxi is a tattered cloak. Like you just said, we have nothing. Why would a team with actual proper configurations want to team up with us? With just one sentence, Chen Chen left Shen Yuyan speechless. Indeed, if they were to form a team, no one would be willing to enter the ruins with them. Just follow me. Since I brought you in, I am certain I can bring you and Yuxi out alive. Chen Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity as he smiled confidently. Trust me, I will protect you both. I may be a gambler, but I only play hands I know I can win. Although Shen Yuyan didn't know where Chen Chen's confidence came from, she had no other choice but to trust him now. Let's go inside and take a look. Chen Chen took the lead and began walking into the depths of the mine. All ruin portals are random, so awakeners have to rely on their own exploration. Although goblins are the most likely magic creatures to appear in a mine ruin, every portal leads to an unknown parallel world after all. Even Chen Chen couldn't be 100% sure. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the sound of iron picks striking rock emerged from the dim space ahead. Several goblin miners were busy digging. It really is goblins. Upon discovering that the magic creatures in the mine were goblins, Shen Yuyan's expression turned very complicated. Goblins are short, have green skin all over, and have no hair. They have a pair of huge pointed ears, blood-red eyes, and a look of evil greed. Shen Yuyan was thankful that this was a goblin den. Because goblins are characterized by agility and cunning, their frontal combat power is not strong compared to other magic creatures. They are even a bit weak. But at the same time, Shen Yuyan was also terrified. As Chen Chen said, goblins are extremely vile creatures. Once human females are captured by these things, life would be worse than death. Don't worry, you don't have to fear being used as breeding machines by the goblins because they are extremely cruel to male humans. We have an eternal contract. If I die, you die too. Chen Chen seemed to notice the worry in Shen Yuyan's eyes and tried to comfort her with a smile. Shen Yuyan's face darkened. If you don't know how to talk, just don't talk. After Chen Chen's reassurance, she felt even worse. Get ready to move. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes, focusing his attention. Goblin Miner. Rarity. G. Spiritual power rank. Bronze tier 1. Description. The lowest level of goblin laborers. Remaining lifespan. 100 years. Right. Get ready to move. Get ready to move. Shen Yuxi was rolling up her sleeves, eager to try. This was her first battle with Chen Chen, so she had to put on a good performance. Shen Yuyan remained as cautious as ever. Chen Chen, do you have a plan? Nope, we'll just go right in. Chen Chen replied confidently. He didn't take these mere bronze tier 1 magic creatures seriously at all. Lingwu fusion. After saying that, Chen Chen gripped the small hands of Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi. The two women's bodies erupted with dazzling light, wrapping around Chen Chen like a magical girl transformation. In an instant, a sturdy, pitch-black fire poker appeared in Chen Chen's hand, while a dark green, tattered cape hung from his shoulders. There were 8 goblin miners in the mining area ahead. Without waiting for Shen Yuyan or Shen Yuxi to react, Chen Chen charged in alone. Quick! Run! It's an awakener! Wait, it looks like he's alone? What is he holding? It has no luster at all. It doesn't look like a Lingwu. Gaga. Must be some ordinary person who stumbled into the ruins. Brothers, kill him. Seeing that Chen Chen was alone and didn't have a Lingwu in his hand, the goblins, who were originally planning to flee, instead shouldered their mining picks and prepared to fight back. To be mistaken for an ordinary human by magic creatures, how embarrassing. Chen Chen felt a bit helpless. These damn goblins were underestimating him way too much. Chen Chen, are we really going to confront these guys head-on? There are 8 of them, and they are all bronze tier 1 magic creatures. Seeing the ferocious-looking magic creatures, Shen Yuyan felt worried. Although goblins don't have strong combat power, Chen Chen and they were only bronze tier 1 awakeners. In terms of numbers, they were at a disadvantage. However, Shen Yuyan hadn't accounted for Chen Chen's real strength. He was the man once known as the Commoner War God. Ha! With Sprint activated, wind gathered under Chen Chen's feet, and his speed soared. Sprint, F grade. Envelop your legs in the power of the gale, increasing movement speed by 15% for 10 seconds. CD, 120 seconds. Relying on the movement speed bonus from his Berserk talent and the sprint skill, Chen Chen appeared in front of the goblin miners in an instant. Ha! Without waiting for them to react, Chen Chen swung the fire poker and struck. The shaft whistled through the air, emitting a sharp piercing sound. Bam! A muffled sound. Chen Chen hit the head of a goblin miner directly, knocking it unconscious on the spot. Immediately after, Chen Chen stabbed its throat with the fire poker to ensure it was finished off. Although the goblin miners were short and looked like humans with dwarfism, they were still magic creatures with awakened spiritual power. Their bronze tier 1 spiritual power meant their combat strength was 5 times that of a normal human. Since Shen Yuyan was only a G-grade Lingwu, one blow wouldn't kill them, which is why Chen Chen had to follow up with extra attacks. After the goblin miner fell, a white phantom floated out from its body, as if its soul had left its shell. Then, the soul converged into a ball of fluorescent light and entered Chen Chen's body. Congratulations to the host for killing a goblin miner. Gained 1 year of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 4 years. The goblin miner had a 100-year lifespan, and killing a magic creature grants 1% of its lifespan, so Chen Chen immediately gained 1 year. Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi had no reaction to this phenomenon. Chen Chen could basically conclude that the souls of creatures he hunted were only visible to him. This guy is fast. He doesn't seem like an ordinary human. Humans are so cunning, he's hiding his true strength. Only trash needs to hide. It's just a low-level Lingwu, don't be afraid. Everyone, attack together and kill him. Kill the monster hunter and let the Lingwu bear our children. Gaga. It's been so long since we tasted human females. A series of shrill shrieks rang out, and the goblins excitedly swung their pickaxes surrounding Chen Chen. Chen Chen first used a sweep to repel the goblins in front, then bent down and knocked another one unconscious with a strike. Even with a headshot, it took 3 more strikes from Chen Chen before the goblin finally went down. This showed just how tenacious these creatures were after awakening spiritual power. Of course, human awakeners are the same. After awakening spiritual power, all biological attributes and skills are enhanced. Congratulations to the host for killing a goblin miner. Gained 1 year of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 5 years. In just one exchange, Chen Chen had single-handedly taken down 2 magic creatures. Even though the others quickly closed in, Chen Chen used the fire poker to maneuver, fighting and retreating as needed. Chen Chen's footwork was perfectly steady. He easily took down 7 magic creatures all by himself. This was the true strength of the Commoner War God. Seeing the last goblin miner trying to sneak away in the chaos, Chen Chen used the Palm Vortex skill. Palm Vortex, F grade. Create a wind vortex on the palm to generate suction. CD, 20 seconds. A powerful blast of wind pulled the goblin right in front of him, and it was quickly beaten to death by Chen Chen. Goblins are extremely cunning. If one escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Remaining lifespan, 11 years. Seeing his lifespan steadily increasing in the system, Chen Chen was very satisfied. Now that his remaining lifespan had reached double digits, Chen Chen decided to try injecting it into his martial skills. Injecting lifespan into Charge Strike. Start by leveling up his attack skills. With just 1 year, you have already practiced it to perfection. 2 years, your Charge Strike has reached its peak. 5 years, Charge Strike has successfully evolved. Remaining lifespan, 6 years. Charge Strike, F grade, FD grade. Charge for 1 second, gathering spiritual power into the Lingwu, dealing 200%, 250% burst damage. Added effect. Each additional second of charging deals an extra 50% damage, up to a maximum of 5 seconds. CD. 20 seconds. The evolved charge strike not only does 50% more damage than the F-grade version, but also adds a longer charge time. A maximum of 5 seconds of charging can deal 500% damage. Although it requires standing still to charge for 5 seconds, a great skill for surprise attacks. Injecting lifespan into martial skills, as Chen Chen expected, led to much faster evolution than injecting into talents. The F-grade talent took 38 years to level up, while the F-grade martial skill only cost 5 years to break through. After all, talents are immutable innate attributes, whereas martial skills are skills that can be learned later. With 6 years of lifespan left, Chen Chen decided to upgrade another martial skill, injecting lifespan into sprint. 2 years, you've practiced day and night, and finally gained some insight into sprint. 5 years, your sprint has reached the stage of great success. Warning, warning. Current remaining lifespan is only 1 year, unable to continue injection. It also took 5 years of lifespan, and it was also an F-grade martial skill, yet sprint didn't evolve directly like charge strike did. Furthermore, the evolutionary process provided by the system was completely different. It seems that the sprint skill isn't as compatible with Chen Chen as charge strike is. It probably requires more lifespan to upgrade. Within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Chen Chen had hunted down 8 goblin miners without sustaining a single injury. With only bronze tier 1 combat power and 2 G-grade spirit weapons, Chen Chen is likely the only student in the entire Spirit Weapon Academy capable of such a feat. Out of the 8 demonic beasts, Chen Chen only managed to extract 1 demonic crystal. After all, goblin miners are very low-level demonic beasts, so the drop rate for demonic crystals is quite low. Demonic crystals are used to increase the spiritual energy levels of awakened ones, and they look like glass shards the size of a fingernail. Furthermore, demonic crystals can only exist within ruins. Once they leave the ruins, they automatically dissipate. Inside the ruins, they cannot even be transferred to others. They are bound the moment they are extracted, and can only be absorbed by the demon hunter and their contracted spirit weapon. Only demonic crystal stones obtained from defeating ruin bosses or found in treasure chests upon clearing a ruin can be taken outside for trading. Senior Chen Chen, you are amazing. I barely even saw them, and you wiped them all out. The monsters at the entrance of the ruins are generally quite weak. If you couldn't even handle these, there is no way we would make it out of here alive. Shen Yuyan paused, then changed her tone and added, "You should absorb this demonic crystal first. Your strength is truly impressive, the strongest I have ever seen among those at the same level. Only when your realm improves do we have a chance to get out alive." Ahem. But you must not get arrogant. The exploration has only just begun, and the real tough battles are ahead. Goblins are extremely cunning creatures, so you must never underestimate them. Chen Chen had expected Shen Yuyan to throw cold water on him, so he was surprised that she actually gave him a rare compliment. Because Shen Yuyan knew very well that her and her sister's G-grade spirit weapons hadn't played much of a role. Chen Chen had relied entirely on his own personal strength to take down all the demonic beasts. Oh, I didn't expect Yuyan would actually praise someone. I am a sharp-tongued woman, so don't get used to it. This is the only time. Chen Chen didn't stand on ceremony with the sisters and immediately absorbed the demonic crystal dropped by the beast. Shen Yuyan was right. Right now, only by increasing Chen Chen's realm could they possibly leave the ruins. Moreover, there are different ways for awakened ones to grow stronger. Demon hunters increase their spiritual energy realm by absorbing demonic crystals and practicing martial arts. Spirit weapons, on the other hand, rely on demonic crystals for enhancement, enchanting, forging, and tempering. At this stage, using the demonic crystal to boost Chen Chen's spiritual energy realm provides the most benefit. As the spiritual energy from the crystal flowed into his bloodline, Chen Chen could clearly feel a warmth spreading throughout his entire body. However, to advance to Bronze Tier 2, he would need to absorb at least 10 demonic crystals. After absorbing the crystal, Chen Chen continued to head deeper into the mines. Soon, traces of more demonic beasts appeared. In a wide-open area, they discovered over 30 goblins. And, in addition to the goblin miners, there were 2 goblin foremen. Goblin foremen. Rarity. F. Spiritual Energy Realm. Bronze Tier 2. Description. Large goblin, skilled in using an iron whip for mid-range attacks. Remaining lifespan. 200 years. Get back to work, all of you. No slacking off. The goblin foremen were twice the size of the miners, wearing hard helmets and brandishing iron whips. Any goblin miner that didn't listen would be whipped until their skin was torn and bloody. There were even 2 elderly or frail goblins who were near death from the beating. What do we do now? Shen Yuyan posed the soul-searching question again. The situation in the ruins was exactly as she had anticipated. The deeper they went, the stronger the monsters became. This area was clearly not something they could just barge into. Pick them off one by one. Chen Chen briefly analyzed their combat power. Despite his rich experience, it was certainly impossible to take on so many goblins alone. Not to mention the 2 bronze tier 2 goblin foremen among them. The corridor space is limited, which will prevent us from being surrounded by the goblins. Chen Chen retreated into the narrow corridor and detached from his fusion with Shen Yuxi. Yuxi, it's your job to lure these guys over. Be very careful. Understood. Senior Chen Chen, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Chen Chen's plan was simple. Use Shen Yuxi as bait to lure the goblins into the corridor to finish them off. No matter how many monsters there were, they wouldn't be able to maneuver in this narrow space. In particular, the iron whips held by the goblin foremen would be useless if they couldn't swing them. Goblins are very cunning monsters. Will this really work? Shen Yuyan was afraid that the goblins wouldn't fall for it. Yuyan, goblins do have high intelligence, but I bet they are even more greedy. Even if they see it's a trap, they will definitely chase after her. Chen Chen had absolute confidence in this point. Given how beautiful Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi are, who wouldn't be dazzled? Let alone goblins with nothing but lewdness on their minds. Fine then, but you have to let me go. Shen Yuyan was still uneasy about her younger sister, and worried that the playful Shen Yuxi might mess things up, so she wanted to take on the task herself. No, you need to coordinate with me to take down these monsters. Chen Chen gripped the fire poker. Although Shen Yuyan only had a G-grade spirit weapon, it was better than nothing. It's okay, sister, I can do it. Shen Yuxi nodded firmly to reassure her sister. Good luck. Chen Chen gave a slight smile, and couldn't help but ruffle Shen Yuxi's soft, long hair. The raven black hair was smooth and soft, carrying a unique, youthful scent that was hard to let go of. Especially paired with Shen Yuxi's sunny and healing smile, just seeing her innocent look made one's mood improve automatically. Who would have thought that such a soft and cute girl was actually a mischievous little devil? After Shen Yuxi left, Chen Chen set an ambush at the crossroads of the corridor. Watching his sister leave, Chen Chen could clearly feel the fire poker in his hand trembling slightly. The elder sister, Shen Yuyan, was deeply worried about her sister's safety. Chen Chen, however, wasn't worried at all. He had witnessed Shen Yuxi's methods when dealing with Liu Tingting. What seemed like a simple prank was actually carefully planned with impeccable logic. Liu Tingting falling for it wasn't luck, it was an inevitability. Damn it, I'm exhausted. These guys are clearly stronger than us, yet they just stand there in the back and don't do any work. It's our bad luck, being born as the lowest ranked goblins. If we can just get our hands on a human female, we can evolve. The moment those human hunter spirit weapons appear, that's when we change our fate. Damn, I wish I could get one. If I could evolve into a foreman, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life. I've waited 3 years just for an opportunity. I want to prove something. Not that I'm great, but I want to tell everyone that I must reclaim what I've lost. I have my own principles, and I don't want to be trampled on for the rest of my life. A few grimy goblin miners were grumbling as they chipped away at the ore. Dig faster. Don't stop. Are you all daydreaming? Even if a human woman appeared, do you think it would be your turn? The burly goblin foreman walked over, his iron whip dragging along the ground and making a crisp scratching sound. The goblin miners shivered in fear and immediately stopped whispering to each other. Suddenly, a girl's soft, delicate voice broke the busyness of the area. I'm lost. Could you please tell me where the exit is? Every goblin miner dropped their pickaxe and looked toward the corridor entrance in unison. Speak of the devil. Raven black hair paired with white, over-the-knee socks. She was a cute, soft-looking, and pitiful human girl. It's here! The chance to change my fate is here. Such a beautiful human woman. Wouldn't I be able to advance several tiers in a row? I saw her first. Don't you dare fight me for her. Ga 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 ga. Upon seeing Shen Yuxi, the goblins acted like rabid dogs seeing a meat bun. Drooling, they rushed toward her regardless of anything else. Ah? Goblins? Help! Someone help me! Shen Yuxi's face turned pale with fear, and she turned and fled frantically, sobbing. Her acting was flawless. The moment she turned her back, a playful, mocking smirk appeared on her lips. So fun! This is just too much fun. Eat. Get out of the way, you losers. This human girl is mine. A bulky goblin overseer brandished an iron whip, knocking down the goblin miners ahead of him and charging to the very front. The narrow tunnel descended into chaos. The goblins, blinded by lust, threw all caution to the wind and scrambled after her in a frenzy. Before Chen Chen could even strike, the goblins had already mauled several of their own in the mad dash. Help! I hate goblins! Someone save me! Shen Yuxi was still putting on a convincing performance. The goblins chasing frantically behind her had no idea that the expression on her face was actually more excited than their own. Senior Chen Chen, they're all coming. Goblins are so terrifying, I'm so scared. Shen Yuxi quickly reached the spot where Chen Chen was lying in ambush, her expression instantly shifting to one of panic and distress. With tears in her eyes, she dove straight into Chen Chen's arms. Hold me. Boo-hoo. It's okay. Big sister and I are both here. Chen Chen patted Shen Yuxi's forehead to comfort her, then pulled a sharp dagger from his space ring and pressed it into her hand. Space rings were unique artifacts found in ruins. They could be opened once one awakened their spiritual power. The higher the quality of the ring, the greater its internal capacity. The main goblin force will be here soon. I'll take care of knocking them out and you finish them off. Shen Yuxi's spiritual weapon was currently of little use, so it was better for her to end the fusion state and fight alongside him. Huh? Me? You want me to finish them off? But senior, I'm a little scared. Oh no. Shen Yuxi clutched the dagger with trembling hands, her eyes squeezed shut in feigned cowardice. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought she was truly terrified. Shen Yuyan watched her sister's clumsy acting, feeling quite speechless. If she wasn't currently in her spiritual weapon form, she would have definitely rolled her eyes at Shen Yuxi. You can do it, Yuxi! Chen Chen played along perfectly with Shen Yuxi's performance, striking a pose to engage the goblins while offering her an encouraging look. Okay, Mama. Shen Yuxi nodded awkwardly, as if she had just summoned the courage to make a firm decision. Then, she handed the dagger Chen Chen had given her back to him. Senior Chen Chen, you should take the dagger back. I prefer using this instead. Turning around, Shen Yuxi pulled a steel blade from her own space ring. Wait, what? Chen Chen was utterly stunned. Chang Wei, didn't you say you didn't know martial arts? At the same time, the large group of goblins was about to reach the battlefield. Power Strike. Chen Chen immediately began charging his martial skill. Power Strike, Grade E. Charge for 1 second to channel spiritual power into your weapon for 250% explosive damage. Each additional second of charging adds 50% damage, up to a maximum of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. As the spiritual power flowed into his spirit weapon, the poker in Chen Chen's hand began to radiate an imposing aura. Gahahaha. You cute little girl, run. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, you're in for some real trouble. The goblin overseer leading the pack saw Shen Yuxi standing still and thought he was about to succeed. However, the moment it poked its head out, it was met with a full 5-second charge blow from Chen Chen's poker. Boom! The goblin overseer's head shattered like a smashed watermelon, exploding instantly. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. That single strike dealt 500% damage. Congratulations to the host for slaying the goblin overseer. Gained 2 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 3 years. The iron helmet atop the goblin's head provided no protection at all, and it was killed instantly by Chen Chen's strike. After all, it was a fully charged power strike. Even a bronze tier 2 monster wouldn't survive such a blow to the head. Once the leading goblin overseer was killed, the goblins behind it swarmed in. Rumble. Chen Chen immediately pulled a preset mechanism, causing the tunnel entrance to be blocked by collapsing rubble. This maneuver successfully split the swarming goblins in two, leaving them unable to coordinate. He hadn't been idling while Shen Yuxi went to lure the goblins, he had been preparing his ambush strategy. This scheme left Shen Yuyan feeling genuinely impressed. Chen Chen wasn't just powerful in combat, his mind was also top tier. The goblins that had rushed in were the lowest level miners, numbering about 15. Moreover, many of them had been injured by the overseer's chains and trampled by their companions during the chase. So many were already battered before Chen Chen even made a move. Chen Chen and Shen Yuxi then began their coordinated attack. He used the poker to knock the monsters unconscious, while Shen Yuxi finished them off from a safe distance. Given the situation, charging up wasn't feasible, and finishing them off one by one was a waste of time, so it was better to delegate that task to Shen Yuxi. Besides, Chen Chen was doing this to test a specific mechanic of the twin cultivation system. Thwack! Chen Chen swung his weapon horizontally, immediately knocking one of the goblins out. He had even calculated the trajectory so that the goblin landed right in front of Shen Yuxi. Ah, What do I do? Yuxi can't do this. Even as she acted the part of the frightened girl, every strike of her steel blade was lethal. And she didn't just hack at them, she stabbed directly into their hearts like a seasoned street fighter. Even after they were clearly dead, she continued to stab them repeatedly. This gruesome behavior made Chen Chen swallow hard, a chill running down his spine. From the corner of his eye, he could even see the smile about to bloom on Shen Yuxi's lips. Congratulations to the host for slaying a goblin miner. Gained 1 year of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for slaying a goblin miner. Gained 1 year of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for slaying a goblin miner. Gained 1 year of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 17 years. Later, there were even moments when Shen Yuxi would rush in to slaughter a lively goblin miner before Chen Chen could even knock it out. The monster's blood stained Shen Yuxi's cheeks red, and even her pure white stockings were splattered with crimson. Even after all the monsters were dead, Shen Yuxi seemed to still want more. Chen Chen's experiment yielded results. Even the souls of monsters slain by Shen Yuxi entered his body. Since Shen Yuxi was Chen Chen's eternal bond spirit weapon, in essence, they were one and the same. Yuxi, great job! Chen Chen gave Shen Yuxi a thumbs up. Who wouldn't love a fierce, decisive little devil like her? It's all thanks to Senior Chen Chen's encouragement that I was finally brave enough to take this step. Wink. Shen Yuxi responded with a shy expression. Back in front of Chen Chen, she was once again the cute and soft-hearted little fangirl. After finishing off the monsters, the two began to loot the battlefield. Luck was on their side, and Chen Chen managed to extract 2 mana crystals from the goblin overseer's remains. Yuxi, look out! But just as Chen Chen was beaming with joy, an accident occurred. Just as Shen Yuxi was looting the corpse, a goblin miner hiding in the shadows suddenly lunged out, hurling his pickaxe fiercely at the back of her head. Yuxi! Luckily, Chen Chen reacted in time, tackling Shen Yuxi to the ground at the critical moment. Even so, the flying pickaxe still managed to shear off a few strands of Shen Yuxi's hair. If he had been any slower, Shen Yuxi definitely would have had her skull cracked open by the goblin. While tackling Shen Yuxi, Chen Chen didn't stay idle. He threw the fire poker in his hand, piercing straight through the goblin's throat. The goblin, pinned to the wall by its throat, wasn't dead yet, so Shen Yuyan immediately deactivated her spirit weapon form and delivered the finishing blow. Congratulations to the host for slaying a goblin miner. You have gained 1 year of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 18 years. Are you... Shen Yuyan turned back around, intending to check on her sister and Chen Chen, but she froze at the sight before her. She never expected to see Chen Chen lying on top of her sister Shen Yuxi, with their lips locked and their eyes staring right into each other's. The system is currently pairing with the host's spirit weapon. Connection successful. Shen Yuxi. Gender: female. Age: 18 years old. Remaining lifespan: 91 years. Talent: G rank, tattered cloak. Spirit power level: Bronze Tier 1. Enchantment: none. Tempering: none. Runes: none. Chen Chen was stunned for a moment. He never imagined he would accidentally establish a connection with Shen Yuxi. Through the system interface, he could even clearly view all of her information. Moreover, Chen Chen discovered that Shen Yuxi's lifespan and his own were now linked. Slurp. The host is draining the lifespan of the spirit weapon Shen Yuxi. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 20, 30, 50. The numbers on the system interface jumped continuously, and in just a few seconds, Chen Chen had taken 50 years of lifespan from Shen Yuxi. Chen Chen needed to increase his strength, so he decided to borrow 50 years from the younger sister for now. Remaining lifespan: 68 years. Shen Yuxi's remaining lifespan: 41 years. Senior Chen Chen. At this moment, Shen Yuxi still didn't know her lifespan had been taken by Chen Chen, and she was blushing furiously. And Chen Chen was amazed to discover that, after the connection, Shen Yuxi could also perform life evolution, injecting lifespan into Tattered Cloak. Day 1. Shen Yuxi's spirit veins are in a pseudo-awakened state. Tattered Cloak is not her true talent at all. Day 3. After merely absorbing a hint of the world's spirit energy, Shen Yuxi undergoes a transformation, and her true talent has successfully awakened. Tattered Cloak, G rank, evolves to Black Robe, F rank, defense plus 20%, and when attacked, inflicts 20% of the damage back onto the enemy as dark type damage. 3, 3 days. Chen Chen couldn't even believe his own eyes. He thought taking 3 years to awaken a talent was already terrifying, but Shen Yuxi did it in just 3 days. This meant Shen Yuxi had always been naturally gifted. The tattered cloak was just an illusion. A golden dragon trapped in a pool will eventually soar when the wind and rain arrive. A confident smile tugged at the corners of Chen Chen's mouth. He continued to use life evolution, wanting to see the limits of Shen Yuxi's talent. Senior Chen Chen. Seeing Chen Chen smile, Shen Yuxi's heart began to race like a deer in a forest. Especially after her talent awakened, Shen Yuxi could feel the surging spirit energy within her veins rising steadily. However, Shen Yuxi didn't know her talent had awakened. She attributed all these feelings to Chen Chen's kiss. This feeling, is it too cool or what? Senior is so bad. But I like it so much. Year 1. Shen Yuxi's internal spirit veins grow like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Year 5. As the dark night approaches, Shen Yuxi's spirit veins transform once more. Awakening successful. Black robe. F rank evolves to night cloak. E rank. Defense increases from 20% to 30%. And when attacked, inflicts 30% of the damage back to the enemy as dark type damage. New effect. All stats are doubled at night. In 5 years, Shen Yuxi's talent had awakened again, reaching the same level as Chen Chen's. Keep going. Year 10. The dark energy within Shen Yuxi gradually strengthens. Year 18. Shen Yuxi's spirit veins become restless. The dark energy is on the verge of awakening again. Year 36. Darkness shrouds everything. Shen Yuxi's spirit weapon awakens once more. Shen Yuxi's remaining lifespan. 5 years. Night Cloak, E rank, evolves to Night Veil, D rank. Defense increases from 30% to 40%, and when attacked, inflicts 40% of the damage back to the enemy as dark type damage. All stats are doubled at night. 3 awakenings only took 36 years? Chen Chen was a bit intimidated by Shen Yuxi's potential. He had to keep in mind that he only awakened once, and it took him over 30 years to reach only E rank. Is the gap between people really this vast? Hey, had you two kissed enough? Shen Yuyan, seeing how unrestrained Chen Chen was, couldn't stand it any longer. Although her sister hadn't shown any obvious resistance, and she wasn't a person with outdated or futile thoughts. In this place, and at this time, it was definitely crossing the line. Ahem. Chen Chen coughed tactically and quickly helped Shen Yuxi up from the ground. Sorry about that. The situation was so dangerous just now that I didn't know my own strength. It's alright, Senior Chen Chen. Let's just consider Yuxi's first kiss a reward for saving my life. Standing up, Shen Yuxi quickly ran to her sister's side, shyly making excuses for Chen Chen while implicitly revealing that it had been her first kiss. Sister Yuxi's kiss was very sweet. Chen Chen smiled knowingly. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. Hearing Chen Chen's praise, Shen Yuxi blushed from her neck all the way to her ears, shyly burying her face against her sister's chest. After clearing the battlefield, Chen Chen not only extracted 5 magic crystals but also obtained a martial arts manual. Read, Grade G. When successfully extracting magic crystals from a monster corpse, there is a 5% chance to obtain 1 additional crystal. Cooldown. 1 second. Not bad luck, it even dropped a martial arts manual, though it is a pity the grade is so low. Shen Yuyan tossed the manual to Chen Chen on the side, looking somewhat regretful. Still, finding items on the bodies of monsters is always a good thing. Having something is better than nothing. Greed. This martial art is actually quite good. After Chen Chen got his hands on it, he didn't hesitate at all and practiced it immediately. Being able to trigger extra rewards while clearing the battlefield was exactly the skill Chen Chen needed right now. A 5% chance to get 1 extra magic crystal. That means you have to successfully extract 20 times just to get 1 more, not counting the times you fail. What is the point of this? It is just a waste of spiritual energy. Shen Yuyan rolled her eyes at Chen Chen. A mere grade G martial art is just a useless chicken rib. Hey, luck is hard to say. What if I am the chosen one and get extra rewards every time? A gambler is always a gambler. Shen Yuyan shook her head, not believing a word of Chen Chen's nonsense. However, the greed martial art really does seem like a waste. The spiritual energy consumed is not low, and the benefits are almost 0. Besides, it only triggers when you successfully extract a magic crystal. You have to know that not every monster has a crystal, which makes the probability even lower. But Chen Chen can use life deduction to upgrade the skill. A grade G greed might be useless, but that might change soon. Having absorbed all 5 crystals at once, Chen Chen could already feel the spiritual energy in his body getting closer to the bronze second order. Boom! With a deafening roar. The boulder Chen Chen used to block the tunnel was broken through by the goblin miners behind it. Chen Chen, maybe we should retreat first, Shen Yuyan warned. The number of goblins behind was about the same as the ones they had just eliminated. But this time, Chen Chen did not have the chance to ambush the bronze second order goblin foreman. Shen Yuyan was worried about danger, so she proposed a tactical retreat. Huh? Wasn't she wearing white stockings just now? How did they suddenly turn into black ones? The white stockings are over here, this is another one. They look exactly the same. They must be twins. Hey, this is too good to be true. If we take them down, the new Goblin King will be me. Seeing Shen Yuyan, the goblins' expressions became even more lewd, their eyes glowing with a dark red light as they rushed forward frantically. Chen Chen, it will be too late if we don't leave now. Didn't you say you only take bets you are guaranteed to win? Shen Yuyan quickly grabbed her sister Shen Yuxi's hand and shouted for Chen Chen to go. In this situation, if they hesitated for one more second, they would be forced into a desperate fight. Yeah. Chen Chen nodded and stepped directly in front of the sisters. Fusion. In an instant, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi's bodies turned into orbs of light, wrapping around Chen Chen's entire body. This time, although Chen Chen was still holding his fire poker, the tattered cape on his back was gone. In its place was a set of black armor covering his entire body. Knight armor is forged from black meteor iron and is incredibly hard. It has no flashy appearance, but possesses a quiet and deep texture. At this moment, Chen Chen looked like a great general clad in the night, filled with a fierce aura. What is going on? Yuxi, you... Shen Yuyan was completely shocked by the scene before her. The previously useless tattered cape had now transformed into knight armor? I do not know what is going on either. Yuxi just felt a warm current nourishing my spiritual meridians when I was kissing Senior Chen Chen earlier. Shen Yuxi recalled the scene when she was kissing Chen Chen. Maybe that was when my latent talent suddenly awakened. However, Chen Chen seemed to have known all of this from the start. Now, it is a guaranteed win. Chen Chen gave a faint smile and charged directly at the goblins, holding his fire poker. How is this possible? This hunter can actually use 2 pieces of spirit equipment by himself? This defies logic. This kid is quite the ladies' man. I am so jealous. Have humans evolved to this extent already? Don't be afraid. The spiritual energy he is emitting is not strong. He is just a bronze first order hunter. He is alone. Surely we don't have to be afraid of him? Take him down and take his spirit equipment. The oncoming goblins did not show any signs of fear. The two sides clashed directly. As the spiritual energy erupted from Chen Chen, the dark energy emitted by knight armor wrapped around his entire body. Ah, it hurts! Now, every time Chen Chen is attacked, a fleeting black flame appears on the attacker, causing 80% dark attribute backlash damage. The time in the ruins is synchronized with Blue Star. It is 9:30 p.m. According to the time definition, 6:00 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. is night, and 6:00 a.m. to 6:00 p.m. is day. It is currently nighttime, so all attributes of the knight armor are doubled. With 80% extra elemental damage, it only takes 2 hits to finish off a goblin miner. There is no need for Chen Chen to lift a finger. His combat effectiveness had reached a whole new level. What is this black flame? He clearly did nothing, so why are we taking damage? Damn it. We cannot break the defense of this black armor. Quick! Run! We are no match for this guy. Under the goblins' attacks, not only was Chen Chen unharmed, they lost half their lives themselves. The backlash of black flames has a 1-second delay. Some of the more ruthless goblins attacked twice in a row and died on the spot. The goblin miners had no heart left for the fight and began dropping their weapons to flee. In fact, Chen Chen had left the opening on purpose. He just wanted to test the backlash damage of the knight armor. With the grade D knight armor, Chen Chen was now like a glitch in the system. If it were monsters with lower intelligence, they might even keep attacking Chen Chen until they were consumed by their own backlash from the black flames. Void Hand. Chen Chen opened his palm and a gust of wind appeared, pulling the fleeing goblins right back. Trying to run? That is absolutely impossible. Congratulations, host. You have killed the goblin foreman and gained 2 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 86 years. With the bronze rank 2 goblin foreman defeated, it took Chen Chen less than 5 minutes to wipe out all the remaining goblins. Facing magic beasts of the same combat power, the previous Chen Chen would have needed to rely on sneak attacks and hit-and-run tactics. But at this moment, he had been reborn. It was an absolute crush. Additionally, Chen Chen had gained 86 years of lifespan, meaning he could elevate his strength by several more tiers. However, Chen Chen was not in a hurry to perform the life deduction. Since he could borrow 50 years of lifespan from Shen Yuxi, he could surely borrow another 50 from Shen Yuyan. He might as well upgrade Shen Yuyan's talent too. This fire poker of hers needed an upgrade. Yuxi, what level has your talent awakened to now? This black armor is just too strong. After the battle ended, Shen Yuyan immediately returned to human form. She stroked the spirit weapon her sister had turned into, her eyes full of joy. Seeing her sister grow stronger, Shen Yuyan was even happier than if her own talent had awakened. This, I am not sure either. We will know the exact level after we get back to the academy and test it. Honestly, Shen Yuxi was just as confused about her talent level. D-grade. Chen Chen hit the nail on the head, resolving Shen Yuyan's confusion. D-grade. That means Yuxi's talent level awakened 3 times in a row. My god, that is incredible. Yuxi, you are amazing. Shen Yuyan's expression became increasingly excited. With a D-grade spirit weapon paired with Chen Chen's techniques, it seemed they really had a chance to clear the ruins. It is all thanks to Senior Chen Chen. Although Shen Yuxi could not be certain, a woman's intuition told her that this awakening was no accident. It was definitely closely linked to Chen Chen. I just happened to link with Yuxi's spirit veins. The reason for the triple awakening is entirely due to Yuxi's own natural intelligence. Chen Chen spoke the truth. It cost him 38 years of life just for one awakening when he advanced from F grade to E grade. Yet Shen Yuxi only spent 36 years to awaken 3 times from G grade to D grade. Shen Yuxi was truly gifted, far surpassing even Chen Chen. Hey, Yuxi was just being polite. Are you really trying to take the credit? Shen Yuyan's face darkened. She did not believe for a second that Chen Chen had awakened her sister's talent. Believe what you want. Chen Chen simply gave a meaningful smile, leaving it for Shen Yuyan to figure out herself. Eesk. Of course I do not believe it. A secondary awakening is rare for a chosen one, but Yuxi's talent awakened 3 times, except for Gu Qing. At first, Shen Yuyan had been dismissive of Chen Chen, but when the name Gu Qingning almost slipped out, she realized something was off. Gu Qingning and Shen Yuxi had one thing in common. They were both Chen Chen's contracted spirit weapons. For such a miraculous event to happen around the same person, then it was very likely that this person himself was something even greater than a miracle. In an instant, Shen Yuyan's earlier confidence was shattered. Looking into Chen Chen's unfathomable eyes, she felt a magic power drawing her to believe he was truly the one who could create miracles. For example, Chen Chen could contract 2 spirit weapons simultaneously. The 3 stars in the starry sea were already a miracle unique in this world. Chen Chen, then, Can I also awaken? Shen Yuyan's expression was full of longing. Just now, while killing those goblins, Shen Yuyan's fire poker hadn't played much of a role. It was entirely due to Chen Chen's skills and the super strong attributes provided by Shen Yuxi. I also want to be the sharp blade in your hand. I don't want to hold you back. Yuyan, whether you can awaken a talent, I am not sure, but we could try. Before Chen Chen could finish, Shen Yuyan's delicate lips blocked his mouth. Chen Chen was slightly stunned. He never expected Shen Yuyan, known as the Ice Beauty of the Academy, to be so proactive. She was simply too eager to improve. Yuyan. The maiden's warmth came rushing at him, and in Chen Chen's eyes, he saw nothing but Shen Yuyan's shy yet stubborn expression. It was a flavor completely different from Shen Yuxi's. Shen Yuyan's kiss was as sweet and cool as a snowy Sunday, soft and lingering. System is pairing with the host's spirit weapon. Connection successful! Shen Yuyan. Gender. Female. Age, 18 years old. Remaining lifespan, 91. Talent, G grade, fire poker. Spiritual realm, bronze rank 1. Chen Chen, is this working? Shen Yuyan furrowed her delicate brows. There was no system in her body, so at this moment she could only feel the awkwardness and heart-pounding sensation of her first intimate contact with the opposite sex. That doesn't seem to work, let me try this. Chen Chen took the initiative. Slurp. The breath of joy was being constantly stirred. Host is absorbing the lifespan of spirit weapon Shen Yuyan. 10, 20, 30, 50. Host's remaining lifespan, 106 years. Shen Yuyan's remaining lifespan, 41 years. After a series of actions, Chen Chen had directly borrowed 50 years of life from Shen Yuyan. Anyway, Chen Chen's lifespan is shared with his spirit weapons, so he could just switch back later. If they couldn't clear the ruins, It wouldn't matter how much lifespan he had. Shen Yuyan let out a soft moan. She could clearly feel that something inside her was being drained by Chen Chen. After borrowing the lifespan, Chen Chen had to get down to business. Injecting lifespan into the fire poker. 3 years passed. Time flew by. But there was no sign of awakening in Shen Yuyan's spirit veins. 5 years, the spirit veins in her body remained dormant. 10 years, Shen Yuyan's spirit veins began to wither, becoming even weaker than before. System prompt. Shen Yuyan's spirit veins are abnormal. Continuing the deduction may be risky. Yuyan, I am sorry. Your spirit veins don't seem to be able to awaken. If I continue, you might lose the ability to even manifest your G-grade spirit weapon. Chen Chen was in a difficult spot. He felt that at this crossroads of fate, he should let Shen Yuyan make the decision herself. Although Shen Yuyan did not know exactly what was happening, she could clearly feel that her spirit veins had suffered severe damage. Chen Chen did not expect things to develop in this direction. After all, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi were twin spirit weapons, and he had assumed that this talent awakening would go as smoothly as Shen Yuxi's. Yet, he never imagined that something like this would happen. If this continues, there is a high possibility that Shen Yuyan will become an ordinary person. Yuyan. Actually, the ways to strengthen a spirit weapon aren't limited to awakening talents. There are also enhancement, forging, runes, and gem tempering. Chen Chen hoped that Shen Yuyan wouldn't feel too much pressure regarding her choice. No matter what talent level your spirit weapon is, I will treat you equally in the future. I guarantee you will receive the same resources as Yuxi. Shen Yuyan looked directly into Chen Chen's eyes, and her shy expression gradually became firm. Even with the best resources, a grade G spirit weapon's attributes are simply not in the same league as others. She understood Chen Chen's intentions. But precisely because of that, this was a step Shen Yuyan had to take a gamble on. Continue. Shen Yuyan's gaze was sharp. She had already made up her mind. Alright then. Chen Chen nodded. Since this was Shen Yuyan's own choice, he could only give it his all. Continuing to infuse life force into the fire poker. 20 years. All efforts were like a stone dropped into the ocean without even a ripple. 40 years. Perhaps this is Shen Yuyan's destiny, one that cannot be changed. Warning. Warning. Shen Yuxi has only 1 year of remaining life force, cannot continue the simulation. In the face of Shen Yuyan's talent, life force was like skipping stones on water. No matter how much was infused, there was no response. In desperation, Chen Chen had no choice but to pour his own life force into Shen Yuyan to continue the simulation. 50 years, Shen Yuyan's spirit veins seemed to have died. 80 years? The fire poker, grade G, can no longer manifest, and the spirit veins in Shen Yuyan's body have regressed to their pre-awakened state. 100 years, unawakened spirit veins are of no use, no matter how long they are cultivated. How could it come to this? The unfortunate had happened. Shen Yuyan could no longer feel the spiritual power in her veins. She had turned back into an ordinary person. It seems that life force simulation is not always a 100% advancement. Many unknown risks remain. Chen Chen reached out to stroke Shen Yuyan's despair-filled expression. This was something beyond his control, and he could only use this to soothe her. Chen, help me. You can create miracles, can't you? Please, I beg you. Just then, a crystalline tear slid down Shen Yuyan's warm cheek and landed on the web between Chen Chen's thumb and index finger. Chen Chen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the usually cold and arrogant Shen Yuyan to shed tears at this moment. This woman could show such a vulnerable side as well. Okay. Chen Chen nodded, cupping Shen Yuyan's tear-streaked face in his hands. The tears slid into his mouth, carrying a salty taste that blended completely with the girl's fragrance. He hoped to change the course of the simulation through their resonance. 101 years. Shen Yuyan's spirit veins were awakened by a single crystalline drop. 130 years. Spirit veins awakened, restored to the fire poker, grade G. 150 years. A holy light descended. Heaven rewards the diligent. Shen Yuyan's spirit veins finally awakened into a silver spear, grade F. Host's remaining life force, 26 years. Shen Yuyan's remaining life force, 1 year. After going through thousands of trials and dangers, Shen Yuyan's talent had finally awakened successfully. Silver spear, grade F. Attacks deal 20% additional light attribute damage and 20% true damage. Chen, that's great. We did it. Shen Yuyan wrapped her arms around Chen Chen's neck, and as their lips parted, she planted a light kiss on his cheek. Somewhere along the way, Shen Yuyan's way of addressing Chen Chen had shifted from his full name to a single simple syllable. From strangers at the beginning, they had gradually built a unique bond. Yeah, We did it. Chen Chen also noticed Shen Yunyan's wording. She said we succeeded, not I succeeded. Especially that last fleeting kiss. Its significance was perhaps even greater than the deep kisses before. After all, the previous kisses were driven by Shen Yunyan's desire for strength. But that seemingly casual touch was her genuine outpouring of affection. Although it took 150 years for Shen Yunyan's talent to break through, Chen Chen didn't feel a hint of regret. Life force is the kind of thing he can just harvest from demon seeds later. Oomph. Sister is too cunning, hogging Senior Chen Chen for so long. I told you all along, this is all thanks to Senior Chen Chen's hard work. Shen Yuxi seemed a bit jealous, but her words were full of blessings for her sister's breakthrough. At this moment, the goal of Chen Chen, Shen Yuyan, and Shen Yuxi was the same: to keep growing stronger through their mutual efforts. Congratulations to the host. Rapport with the spirit weapon has reached 10%, unlocking additional attributes for the spirit weapon. Shen Yuyan. 10% rapport unlocks angel wings. When attacks hit an enemy, you gain 1 stack of Stairway to Divinity, lasting for 5 seconds. Each stack increases attack speed by 1%, stacking up to 100 times. Stairway to Divinity cannot be cleared. Shen Yuxi. 10% rapport unlocks Fallen Angel Wings. When hit by an enemy attack, you gain 1 stack of Abyss Corruption lasting for 5 seconds. Each stack increases rebound damage by 1%, stacking up to 100 times. Abyss Corruption cannot be cleared. Upon entering the fusion state, a pair of angel wings bloomed behind Chen Chen. The angel wings were as holy as radiance, while the fallen angel wings were like the deep night. A faint mist swirled around his body, as if it were the incarnation of chaos, flickering in and out of sight. Host possesses both angel wings and fallen angel wings, unlocking the spirit weapon transformation feature and gaining hidden attributes. Once Stairway to Divinity reaches 100 stacks, consuming 10 stacks summons a Sword of Celestial Wheels, dealing 100% true damage and ignoring all blocks. Once Abyss Corruption reaches 100 stacks, you can consume all stacks to trigger the Reaper's Domain, dealing damage equal to the total damage previously received. Spirit Weapon Transformation. The host's spirit weapon can choose the appearance of any awakening stage. This only affects appearance and does not affect actual attributes. This effect has no effect on demon seeds. Chen Chen held the Divine Silver Spear, clad in night dark armor with intertwined black and white angel wings behind him. The twin campus bells, once labeled as useless, were now completely transformed, leaving everyone in awe. Chen Chen's eyes alternated between the remnants of light and darkness, his gaze like a rainbow. He couldn't wait to test out the new abilities of Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi. However, before testing his new abilities, Chen Chen had to clean up the battlefield first. This was where the value of greed truly manifested. But that would only happen after it evolved. Injecting lifespan into the martial art greed. This martial art suits you perfectly, as if it were custom made. It has successfully evolved after just 3 days. 1 year. The greater your desires, the closer you get to the threshold of evolving your martial art. 5 years. After facing your own desires, greed has evolved once more. 15 years. The vortex of greed never stops. You find your character beginning to change and gradually realize how terrifying this martial art truly is. 25 years. You are deep within the heart of the vortex. Greed has evolved successfully. Greed. G rank to F rank to E rank to D rank. When successfully extracting a magic crystal from a demon corpse, there is a 5%, 15%, 30%, or 50% chance to obtain 1 additional magic crystal. Cooldown. 1 second. Host's remaining lifespan. 1 year. After 3 evolutions, the success rate of greed had significantly increased. Moreover, the process of life deduction was real. The system had simply skipped over the details. After greed reached D rank, Chen Chen could clearly feel his own desires swelling rapidly. Perhaps, as the system said, this might be a dangerous martial art. But Chen Chen couldn't care about that now. Increasing the acquisition rate of magic crystals was a critical attribute. After using greed on the goblin corpses on the ground, Chen Chen collected 8 magic crystals. That was exactly 3 more than last time, which was no small improvement for Chen Chen. Yuyan, I told you, given my luck, the probability of getting extra rewards was bound to be high. Chen Chen held the crystals in his hand and showed them off to Shen Yuyan. They are just magic crystals bought with your lifespan. I'm not jealous at all. Shen Yuyan naturally didn't know that Chen Chen's martial art had evolved, assuming he had just gotten lucky. After absorbing the magic crystals, the spiritual energy inside Chen Chen surged out instantly. It was as if a materialized dragon was coiling and rising up. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the second stage of the bronze rank. At this moment, Chen Chen's power had made a qualitative leap, and he had stepped into the next stage. With his lifespan and magic crystal spent, Chen Chen decided to venture deeper into the ruins. He fluttered the black and white wings on his back, lifting his body slightly off the ground and flying slowly through the passage. At first, Chen Chen, not yet used to the angel wings, looked just like a fledgling bird learning to fly from its nest. He stumbled along the way, meeting the giggles of Shen Yuxi and the mockery of Shen Yuyan. However, Chen Chen's adaptability was incredibly strong. As he became more skilled at controlling the wings, his flying speed increased more and more. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the goblin's next stronghold. Attention! There is a monster hunter intruder. Drop what you are doing and prepare to fight. Only one monster hunter? He must be an outer perimeter warrior who finished off his companions, right? This time, facing more and stronger goblins than before, Chen Chen didn't choose any strategy. Instead, he appeared directly in front of the monsters. According to the fundamental characteristics of the ruins, the deeper one explores, the stronger the overall strength of the monsters becomes. The number of goblins in this stronghold far exceeded what they had just encountered. First, there were hundreds of goblin miners plus 5 bronze second stage goblin overseers. Especially in the center of the crowd, there appeared 2 goblins capable of controlling magical elements. Such a powerful lineup far exceeded what a monster hunter of the same rank could withstand. To kill these monsters, at least a well-coordinated exploration team would be required. Flame Goblin, Frost Goblin. Rarity, F. Spiritual Realm, Bronze 3rd Stage. Description: Goblin mages capable of using elemental attacks. Remaining lifespan, 300 years. Although their bodies were the same size as the lowest level goblin miners, even shorter than the bronze 2nd stage overseers, their skin color was vastly different. The Flame Goblin was crimson red, while the Frost Goblin was sky blue. The 2 goblin mages immediately commanded the monsters to swarm toward Chen Chen. Clearly, their rank was higher than that of the goblin overseers. Yet, facing the numerous monsters, Chen Chen didn't seem troubled at all. He even took the initiative to land in the middle of the goblin miners' encirclement, standing without dodging or hiding from their attacks. With a fancy pair of wings on his back, I thought he was some hotshot, but he's just an idiot. He must have been scared out of his wits by his companion's death. He's completely given up. Heh, the guy dies and that's it, but we get to sacrifice the girl. The monsters took Chen Chen for a sitting duck, swarming him and launching frenzied attacks. As long as they killed the hunter, they could do whatever they wanted to the spirit weapon that had left its fusion state. That thought made the goblins go wild. Boom, 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 boom. With every strike of the pickaxe, the backlash damage from Shen Yuxi's black flames manifested instantly. Now that Chen Chen had evolved to the bronze 2nd stage, an 80% dark attribute backlash was enough to instantly kill a low-level goblin miner. And every time he was hit by an enemy, Chen Chen would stack 1 layer of the Abyss Corruption effect, adding an extra 1% to the backlash damage. Congratulations to the host for killing a goblin miner, gaining 1 year of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing a goblin miner, gaining 1 year of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing a goblin miner, gaining 1 year of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 101 years. Before he had even swung his silver spear once, the hundreds of goblins that had surrounded him had all collapsed. He harvested a massive wave of soul lifespan. Damn human. What on earth did you do to our companions? The 2 goblin mages were stunned by what they saw, gathering their magical energy to fight to the death. They knew clearly that with an enemy as strong as Chen Chen, there was no escaping. A desperate fight was the only option. Fireball! Ice Spike. A fireball the size of a fist and a sharp ice spike hurtled toward Chen Chen. Chen Chen crossed his angel wings in front of him to block. Even the martial arts released by bronze 3rd stage goblins were easily neutralized. After all, it was night, and Shen Yuxi's knight armor could provide 80% defense. But the 2 goblin mages who launched the attack weren't so lucky. The goblin miners' previous attacks had already stacked the Abyss Corruption to the maximum. At this moment, the backlash damage from Shen Yuxi reached 180%. Although the Flame Goblin and Frost Goblin were bronze 3rd stage mages, their specialty was high long-range damage, and their health and defense were inferior even to bronze 2nd stage overseers. In an instant, they were engulfed by the black flames. Congratulations to the host for killing a flame goblin, gaining 3 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing a frost goblin, gaining 3 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 107 years. The endless supply of lifespan kept strengthening Chen Chen's abilities. As the exploration of the ruins continued, although the monsters became increasingly strong, he handled them with more and more ease. Before Chen Chen even made a move, there were only 5 bronze tier 2 goblin overseers left in the mine. Death Domain. Now that his abyss corruption had fully stacked, Chen Chen unleashed the ultimate skill of the fallen angel wings. A massive necromantic magic circle appeared with Chen Chen at its center. An aura of death, permeated with dense black mist, surged outward to form a giant abyssal maw, swallowing the remaining 5 goblins. What on earth is this? Hell. This must be hell. It is too terrifying. Someone save us. The goblins were so terrified by the scene before them that they lost their wits even before being attacked. The oppressive pressure from that hellish mist was lethal even for the monsters. However, to their utter shock, the death domain caused them no harm, and the dark circle under their feet simply faded away. No damage? Yuxi, what is going on? Shen Yuyan was confused. Such a powerful dark skill should not have been ineffective. I do not know. Maybe it is a crowd control skill. Shen Yuxi was unsure as well, and she guessed while watching the goblins who were too paralyzed by the death domain to move. After all, neither sister had a system, so they had to explore the effects of their innate skills step by step. Chen Chen, however, could see the detailed capabilities through the system interface. It is quite simple. The death domain calculates its attack power based on the damage the user has received. Although Chen Chen had stacked 100 layers of abyss corruption, the goblins had not dealt him any damage. Therefore, the damage value of the death domain was 0. He knew it would do no damage, but used the death domain anyway just to test its range and visual effect. The death domain covers a diameter of about 10 meters, and once abyss corruption is fully stacked, it will be a devastating finishing move. However, the cost is just as massive. Chen Chen had now completely exhausted his spiritual energy. Fortunately, the 5 goblin overseers were completely intimidated by the death domain, standing frozen in place and letting Chen Chen slaughter them at will. Congratulations to the host for killing a goblin overseer. Obtain 2 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing a goblin overseer. Obtain 2 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing a goblin overseer. Obtain 2 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 117 years. As all the goblins in the mine died, a spatial vortex immediately appeared in the center. This meant the ruins had reached their end, and awakeners could return to Blue Star through the portal. So soon. That is boring. There was not even a boss, and Yuxi had not finished playing yet. With the ruins cleared, the sisters transformed back into their human forms. Logically speaking, the longer a ruin portal exists, the stronger the monsters inside become. Did Chen not say he found this portal yesterday? That proves the monster civilization inside has not developed for long, so the monsters are naturally weak. Shen Yuyan analyzed rationally. Along with the portal, 3 treasure chests appeared. This was a reward from the gods for clearing the ruins, granted to all awakeners. The chests usually contained magic crystals that could be taken out and traded, and if you were lucky, other items might appear. Shen Yuxi impatiently opened her chest, but it only contained 2 magic crystals. It was the same for Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan. Their chests also only held 2 magic crystals. The rewards from the chests are closely tied to the difficulty of the ruins. After all, there was not even a boss monster in the goblin mine, and the highest level monster was only bronze tier 3. Such a reward was reasonable. Next, they just needed to clean up the battlefield before leaving. Wait, Nobi, move! Chen Chen interrupted Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi. Cleaning up the battlefield is better left to me, as I am favored by the goddess of luck. Do you think you can rely on blind luck every time? Although Shen Yuyan scoffed at Chen Chen's greed skill, she stopped working along with her sister. Although the probability was low, every extra crystal counted. Besides, Chen Chen's character and luck were indeed very good. However, Chen Chen did not immediately start extracting crystals from the monster corpses because he still had 117 years of life left and could upgrade his greed skill. Injecting life force into greed. 10 years. Your desires inflate rapidly like a balloon. 33 years. Amidst endless desire, greed has successfully evolved. 40 years. Your desires are uncontained and starting to spiral out of control. 62 years. Desire is becoming uncontrollable. Greed has evolved again. Greed. D tier to C tier to B tier. When successfully extracting a magic crystal from a monster corpse, there is a 50% to 80% to 100% chance to obtain an additional crystal. New. There is a 5% to 10% chance to obtain double the crystals. After evolving to C tier, greed no longer only grants one additional magic crystal. There is also a chance to double the total. After evolving to B tier, the probability of doubling also increases. 80 years. You are shocked to discover that greed is actually damaging your body. 100 years. You begin to advise yourself to stop training greed, but your inner desire tells you that the bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. 108 years. Desire transcends the control of logic. Greed undergoes mutation and evolves twice in succession, awakening as the pot of avarice. Greed, B tier, to greed, a tier, to pot of avarice, tier. When successfully extracting a magic crystal from a monster corpse, there is a 100% chance to obtain an additional 1 to 2 to 3 crystals. There is a 10% to 20% to 30% chance to double the crystals. New. When obtaining an item in the ruins, you can summon the pot of avarice and consume lifespan to double the quantity or upgrade the item. CD. 1 second. Host's remaining lifespan, 9 years. Tier. Chen Chen did not expect his greed skill to evolve so successfully. It only took 108 years to reach this tier. Just as the system simulation stated, this martial skill was practically tailor-made for him. What is the concept of S tier? On Blue Star, an S tier martial skill costs an average of 1 billion, equivalent to 100,000 tradable magic crystals. And for a resource type skill like the Pot of Avarice, the value could be even higher. As the greed martial art advances, the spiritual energy consumption keeps climbing. It took Chen Chen a full 8 hours to finish clearing the battlefield. Every time the Jar of Greed is used, it takes a while to recover his spiritual energy. This resulted in Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi having nothing to do on the side, falling asleep. Chen Chen thoughtfully built them a campfire. The soft girls were curled up together, draped in Chen Chen's coat, looking absolutely adorable. Fortunately, Chen Chen's hard work throughout the night was worth it. With the aid of the Jar of Greed, he obtained 224 magic crystals. Normally, 100 goblin miners, 5 goblin overseers, and 2 goblin mages would yield about 40 magic crystals. Chen Chen's profits were boosted by 5 times. Take a single common goblin miner for example. Extracting a magic crystal grants 1, and the Jar of Greed provides a bonus of 3. If the 30% chance of doubling triggers, that's 8 magic crystals total. It's equivalent to hunting a bronze rank 8 magic creature. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the bronze rank 3 spiritual level. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the bronze rank 4 spiritual level. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the bronze rank 5 spiritual level. After absorbing 24 magic crystals, Chen Chen's spiritual level jumped up 3 ranks in a row. As the realm continues to improve, the magic crystals required for breakthroughs will also keep rising. Although there weren't many magic creatures in the goblin mine, Chen Chen hunted them all himself, and with the profit boost from the Jar of Greed, his spiritual power grew rapidly. In addition to the magic crystals, Chen Chen also obtained a tier 1 antidote pill from a frost goblin. The moment the item dropped, a ceramic jar wrapped in mist appeared before Chen Chen. The jar was inlaid with various precious gemstones, looking ancient and mysterious. Its surface was carved with complex alchemical patterns, and when combined, they formed a laughing, twisted human face that was quite chilling. Master, I only need to consume 2 years of your life to upgrade or double the item you just obtained. Come on, let me serve you. The twisted face on the Jar of Greed spoke. Sure. Chen Chen nodded without hesitation. 2 years of life might be precious to others, but for Chen Chen, who can absorb the lifespans of magic creatures, it means nothing. Generous master, then let us begin. Ha ha ha. The smile on the Jar of Greed became even more sinister. The mist surrounding it gradually enveloped Chen Chen and drained a portion of his soul. Host lifespan reduced by 2 years. Host remaining lifespan, 7 years. After taking Chen Chen's lifespan, the Jar of Greed swallowed the tier 1 antidote pill. The alchemical array on its surface began to emit a strange light, and the jar worked rapidly, emitting steam. After a long while, the Jar of Greed spat out a tier 2 antidote pill. The value of a tier 2 pill is several times that of a tier 1 pill, which is far more profitable than just doubling the quantity. Master, your luck is truly good. Do you want to continue? Next time you might get 2 tier 2 antidote pills, or perhaps even 1 tier 3 pill. Can I continue? Chen Chen was overjoyed. Of course, but the second time will cost 20 years of your life. In that case, let's do it next time. Since Chen Chen had no more lifespan to pay, he had to let the jar of greed go. Yet, faced with the jar's demand for 10 times the lifespan, Chen Chen felt no worry, only expectation. This jar of greed really is a good thing. Perhaps even Chen Chen didn't realize it himself. At that instant, the corners of his mouth curled into the same smile as the jar of greed. Having cleared the battlefield, it was time to leave the ruins. Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi were still fast asleep, huddled together in each other's arms. Let's go. Chen Chen called out softly, trying to wake the sisters. Sensing the outside stimulus, the sisters' delicate bodies trembled slightly, and they huddled even closer to each other. If he called a few more times, they would wake up. But as the words reached his lips, Chen Chen changed his mind. The gentle and beautiful picture before him made him unable to bear breaking it. Chen Chen walked up to them, gently picked them up, and walked into the space portal. After returning to the blue star, the ruined portal behind him dissipated instantly, as if it had never existed. Chen Chen put the two girls on his bed, took a comfortable hot shower, and lay down on the sofa in the living room. The soft sensation made sleepiness flood his brain. Having not closed his eyes for a day and a night, Chen Chen immediately drifted off to dreamland. He didn't know how long he had slept. When he regained consciousness, he stretched lazily, feeling enveloped by a rich aroma. "Senior Chen Chen, you're finally awake." Before he could react, Shen Yuxi, wearing pink bunny pajamas, leaped onto him with a mountain-crushing impact. My god! Although Shen Yuxi's body was soft, because she was too excited and jumped a bit too high, Chen Chen felt as if he had been hit in the face by a train. Yuxi, stop fooling around. You aren't a child anymore. Soon, a stern voice came from the side. Chen Chen struggled to open his eyes. She was wearing green dinosaur pajamas and cooking in the kitchen. Shen Yuxi's leap forcibly awakened Chen Chen's consciousness. He smelled it. The rich aroma in the room was stewed pig trotters. Senior Chen Chen, are you surprised or shocked? Shen Yuxi was still lying on Chen Chen's chest, blinking her bright eyes. Her smile was as warm and healing as ever. Just now, I think I saw my great-grandmother. Chen Chen touched Shen Yuxi's forehead helplessly. He wanted to get angry, but seeing her innocent expression, she was like a daughter to him. Suddenly, he wanted to do it again. Chen, time to eat. At the same time, Shen Yuyan walked out with steaming hot food. The green dinosaur pajamas added a touch of playfulness to her cold and elegant appearance. Yuxi, get down now. You're 18. Do you still think you're a 3-year-old child? Do you know how heavy you are? Shen Yuyan scolded her sister first, then looked at Chen Chen with some embarrassment. Are you okay? I'm fine. Yuyan, let me help you with the dishes. Chen Chen quickly got up, washed his face in the bathroom, and rushed to the kitchen to help. While entering the kitchen, he even snuck a taste. The taste was surprisingly good, creating a sharp contrast with Shen Yuyan's appearance. My god, which school beauty, cold as frost, cooks with the taste of a mother? What? Afraid I poisoned it? Shen Yuyan caught Chen Chen stealing a bite as she came in to grab some bowls. Not afraid of that. If you poison me to death, you won't survive either. Chen Chen replied with a dark joke. What if it were a laxative? If it were a laxative, it wouldn't be from you. Why? Shen Yuyan was confused. Because that sounds more like Yuxi's personality. Chen Chen recalled Shen Yuxi's previous pranks. They were quite bold and amusing. Speaking of her sister Shen Yuxi, Shen Yuan's expression became solemn. Our parents divorced when Yuxi and I were 2 years old. I went with mom, and Yuxi went with dad. Yuxi, she loved playing mountain-crushing games with dad since she was small. Later, dad passed away in an accident, and she had to come back to live with mom. We were 8 years old then, and our living environment changed drastically. Plus, having stayed with dad for so long, Yuxi didn't understand etiquette and naturally wasn't liked by the family elders, so she was often bullied. Back then, Yuxi wasn't close to me, and even though I really wanted to help her, she resisted. Perhaps it was from that time on that another personality began to appear in Yuxi. Whenever young Yuxi was bullied, that little devil personality would step out to protect her. However, Yuxi never changed the habit of mountain crushing. When she meets someone she is close to, she likes to use that way to wake them up. Her emotions might be unstable, so please be patient with her. That little demon personality might just be a protective mechanism within Yuxi's consciousness. Actually, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with Yuxi. I find her this way quite interesting, to be honest. Chen Chen gave a faint smile, patted Shen Yuyan on the forehead, and said, As for Yuyan, it must have been exhausting taking care of a Yuxi like this for so many years, but it will be much easier from now on, because I'm here. Feeling Chen Chen's warm palm, Shen Yuyan was slightly stunned. Anyone who heard what she just said would have had their attention focused entirely on her sister, Shen Yuxi. But Chen Chen's reaction was completely unexpected. Instead of feeling sympathy or pity for her sister Yuxi, he felt sorry for her own hard work and effort all these years. In that moment, Shen Yuyan finally understood why her sister Yuxi was so close to Chen Chen, even closer than she was to her. She also understood why Chen Chen didn't call out Yuxi's pranks, but instead pretended he didn't know anything. Because from the very beginning, Chen Chen never thought Shen Yuxi was abnormal. It was Chen Chen who accepted Yuxi despite her multiple personalities, which is why her sister treated him like family. Chen Chen, I want to eat that sausage. While eating, Shen Yuxi pointed at the plate in front of Chen Chen and said coquettishly, "Go ahead and eat it then." Chen Chen didn't get the hint and went on eating the food Shen Yuyan had prepared. It was simply delicious. "Chen Chen, Yuxi wants you to feed me." Shen Yuxi pouted, clearly unhappy. Unable to do anything about her, Chen Chen picked up a slice of sausage and fed it to her. "Chen Chen, can Yuxi still play that game with you later?" He. Shen Yuxi showed a happy expression while eating the food Chen Chen fed her. After getting a lecture from her sister, she seemed to have started reflecting on her actions. "Of course you can. I actually wanted to chat with my great-grandmother a bit more anyway," Chen Chen replied with a smile. "But honestly, Shen Yuxi's heavy impact attack really does hurt." Blah. After receiving Chen Chen's confirmation, Shen Yuxi immediately changed her expression and stuck her tongue out at Shen Yuyan. Reflecting was out of the question. She was just using Chen Chen's words to show off in front of Shen Yuyan. Shen Yuyan said nothing, just looked at Chen Chen with pity. As Shen Yuxi's sister, she naturally knew the power of that move. Shen Yuyan was fully in favor of Chen Chen getting closer to her sister, because that way, she wouldn't be the one getting crushed anymore. "Where did you get those clothes?" Chen Chen looked at the sister's cartoon pajamas. He didn't recall having those in his house. The news that Yuxi and I awakened G-rank spirit weapons has spread throughout the family these past 2 days. The Shen family is probably looking for marriage prospects for us everywhere, Shen Yuyan explained with a helpless sigh. "So, Yuxi and I decided to stay here for a while to lie low. We bought these pajamas at a street stall downstairs. What, do you not like them?" "No, they're great. Really great." Chen Chen nodded. Given the looks of Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi, even wearing floral cotton jackets would look like a fashion show. However, the place he rented was a bit small. If Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi moved in, wouldn't he have to sleep on the sofa every day? "What? You don't want us here?" Shen Yuyan seemed to notice Chen Chen's hesitation. "No, not at all." How could Chen Chen not want them? At the very least, after Shen Yuyan moved in, he would never have to eat takeout again. And since they were bound by an eternal contract, their lives were linked forever. Having the sisters under his watch would help avoid many accidents, and he would feel more at ease himself. The meal Shen Yuyan cooked allowed Chen Chen to have a satisfying feast. He hadn't had such delicious food in a long time. After the meal, the three of them returned to the academy. Chen Chen slept until noon. Other students had already started training under their instructors, and they had only just arrived. At this moment, many students and teachers were gathered at the academy gate, seemingly expecting something. This scene caught Chen Chen by surprise. He thought the news of the trio's talent awakening had leaked. It wasn't until a familiar figure appeared that Chen Chen realized what was going on. It turned out that the top student of the Magic City Spirit Martial Academy was back. Gu Qingning, with her long green hair, exquisite makeup, and an air of arrogance, radiated an intimidating aura. Possessing an S-rank spirit weapon, the Azure Serpent Underworld Sword, Gu Qingning's influence and popularity in the entire academy had reached its peak. Beside Gu Qingning was a man with long hair and glasses, looking somewhat refined. "It's Sister Qingning. She's finally back at the academy." "I heard the Demon Hunter squad. Qingning isn't cleared a platinum rank relic this time." "My god, do you realize what that means? Sister Qingning is the pride of our academy and our role model." "Is that man next to her the one known as the Hell Baron, Hua Jianli?" "He's so handsome. His face is even more refined than a woman's. Even without an S-rank talent, I'd still marry a pretty boy like him." "Eh? Isn't that Chen Chen?" "And the sisters Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi, they're here too." Perhaps it was bad luck, but Chen Chen happened to return to the academy at the same time as Gu Qingning. This is going to be a good show. If I were Chen Chen, I'd take the Shen sisters and walk the other way. Don't embarrass yourself here. Sister Qingning is an S-rank spirit weapon with SS-rank talent. A perfect match. What the hell are Chen Chen, Shen Yuyan, and Shen Yuxi doing? F paired with G? A hopeless combination? But I'll say this. Tell me, among all these people, who are you the most envious of? Ha ha ha, it has to be brother Chen. In terms of looks, Shen Yunyan and Shen Yuxi could crush Gu Qingming individually, let alone the double happiness he has. I heard Chen Chen skipped all his morning classes. Did that kid have such a good time that he only just showed up? At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, Chen Chen and his ex-lover Gu Qingming met again. Both sides had their contract partners with them. Standing face to face, the tension was palpable. Chen, long time no see. I heard you've been doing well lately. Contracting 2 spirit weapons at once, you've created a legend in Magic City. Gu Qingming initiated the confrontation. Her gaze was filled with 3 parts mockery, 3 parts spite, and 3 parts sarcasm. Chen Chen simply yawned, didn't bother paying any attention to her, and walked straight past Gu Qingming. Chen, congratulations, really? Who would have thought that a little dog like you, whom I discarded, would still find a matching leash? It's truly eye-opening. Gu Qingming stopped Chen Chen, who was about to leave. She had no intention of letting him off so easily. She glanced at Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi behind Chen Chen. Although she was also considered a school beauty at the Lingwu Academy, she had to admit that there were levels even among school beauties. When it came to looks, figure, charm, and aura, she couldn't compare to either Shen Yuyan or Shen Yuxi, not to mention the 2 of them combined. But on Blue Star, just being pretty is useless. Powerful talent is the hallmark of the strong. Gu Qingming decided to attack from that angle. Yuyan and Yuxi are truly beautiful, but what a pity. G-rank Lingwu. If only you were S-rank like me. Oh haha, I almost forgot. If you hadn't awakened G-rank Lingwu, you wouldn't be following a loser like Chen Chen. Facing Gu Qingming's aggressive provocation, Shen Yuyan merely gave a faint smile. I've long heard that you're an expert in sarcasm, and seeing it for myself is quite something. Breaking your vows, immediately forcing Chen Chen to terminate the contract after your second awakening, and then climbing the social ladder to latch onto an S-rank demon hunter. You really are a role model for our demon capital Lingwu Academy. Everyone should learn from you on how to be so shameless. Having her intentions exposed, Gu Qingming turned furious. Hey, Yuyan, don't go spitting blood. Everyone knows Chen Chen terminated the contract voluntarily. Is that so? You had a blade at his throat? Do you think he had a choice? Yuyan, we need evidence for everything. I represent the face of the demon capital Lingwu Academy, so I suggest you watch your mouth. Since when did someone as indecent as you get to represent the face of our academy? Indecent? What did you say, you useless vase? Do you want to die right here? Exposing your true colors already? I thought you were better at putting on an act. Didn't think you'd break down this quickly. The 2 women's argument grew more intense, and it looked like they were about to come to blows. Chen Chen was already prepared to pull Shen Yuyan away. Although their talents had awakened, they were still at a disadvantage compared to Gu Qingming. A direct confrontation would definitely leave them at a loss. Now is not the time to have a falling out with Gu Qingming. In front of others, Shen Yuxi remained tucked behind Chen Chen the whole time, looking like a weak, harmless little rabbit. What is all this gathering for? Clear off. This is the demon capital Lingwu Academy, not a place for you spoiled kids to throw tantrums. Just as Shen Yuyan and Gu Qingming stood on the brink of conflict, an old man in a black robe suddenly descended. The Vice Dean is here. If we don't leave, we'll lose academic credits. Seeing Vice Dean Lei Ling arrive, the students who were watching the commotion scattered immediately. Gu Qingming hurried over to Vice Dean Lei, ready to twist the facts. Vice Dean Lei, you heard it just now. Without a shred of evidence, Shen Yuyan insulted my character. I represent the face of our entire academy. She is incredibly bold. Yes, I did hear that. Lei Ling nodded, then added with profound meaning. However, I heard it from the very beginning. At these words, Gu Qingming's face turned pale. She, who had just been so arrogant, had no choice but to back down resentfully. Thank you for the assist, old Lei, Chen Chen said with gratitude. He and Vice Dean Lei were actually no strangers to each other. 6 months ago, Lei Ling wasn't a Vice Dean. He was the head of the demon capital Lingwu Academy. Although Chen Chen's talent wasn't high, he was diligent and often offered unique insights. He always managed to surprise Lei Ling. Some of his suggestions were even incorporated into the academy's teaching curriculum. Back when Chen Chen was in his prime, Lei Ling had provided him with plenty of help and convenience. The two were like teacher and friend. Chen Chen, I feel guilty for what happened back then, but you must believe that I had my own difficulties. Don't worry, as long as you're in the academy, I can still keep you safe. Lei Ling recalled when Chen Chen was forced to terminate the contract. The academy had put a lot of pressure on him. Even as the dean, some things were not his alone to decide. That was the decision of the Academy Council, and there was nothing he could do. Thanks. About my situation with Gu Qingming, I've never blamed you, old Lei. I was the one who dragged you into this, Chen Chen said sincerely. Some things, even if Lei Ling didn't say them, he understood. The man standing next to Gu Qingming, who appeared to be a frail scholar and not much of a talker, was actually the young master of the Jinhai Hua family. Unlike the demon capital, Jinhai didn't have 4 major families competing for power. The Hua family stood alone at the top. Hua Jianli was backed by the leading family of Jinhai. As he colluded with Gu Qingming at the time, Chen Chen could imagine how much pressure Lei Ling had been under as dean. It was shortly after that incident that Lei Ling voluntarily stepped down to become the vice dean. Old Lei, I have always remembered your kindness and guidance. I won't let your efforts and sacrifices go to waste. I will make sure they take root and grow strong, Chen Chen said solemnly. He knew that Lei Ling's resignation, much like his own, had been forced. Chen Chen swore to himself, "Old man, I will surely take back everything you lost." Lei Ling nodded, and with a tone of advice said, "Living well is more important than anything else. In this life, nothing is more precious than life itself." With that, Lei Ling turned and vanished before everyone's eyes. This was the power of a transcendental demon hunter. Only one step away from the Peking realm. Chen Chen understood what Lei Ling meant. He didn't want Chen Chen to keep fighting Gu Qingming, especially since Gu Qingming was now beyond even what Lei Ling could handle. How could the solitary, unsupported Chen Chen possibly win? But as Chen Chen looked at Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi beside him, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. "Yuyan, just now? Don't bother with the thanks. That's so corny. I love standing up to bullies. If you don't call me next time something like this happens, you're treating me like an outsider." Shen Yuyan cut off Chen Chen before he could finish his thanks. He wasn't alone anymore. "Yuyan, Yuxi, let's go." Gu Qingming wouldn't dare touch them inside the academy, so Chen Chen swaggered off with the 2 sisters. From start to finish, Chen Chen didn't even spare Gu Qingming a second glance. This infuriated her. Seeing Chen Chen getting along so well with the Shen sisters, Gu Qingming grew angrier by the second. If she didn't get another jab in, she felt like her skin was crawling. She'd probably be up all night, waking up in a cold sweat. Chen Chen wouldn't engage, no fun there. Shen Yuyan was a tough nut. Couldn't win that argument. So then, she would just take it out on the younger sister who looked so harmless. Gu Qingming followed behind them, grabbed Shen Yuxi, and whispered smugly in her ear, "Your senior Chen used to play with me often. Not to brag, but your technique might not be as good as mine." Meanwhile, Gu Qingming was gazing in the direction Chen Chen had left, as if she were brewing some kind of conspiracy. Hua Jianli, standing beside her, had not said a word from beginning to end, nor did he make any move to express his stance. It was as if none of this had anything to do with him. Arriving at the academy's training grounds, Chen Chen seemed somewhat distracted. After all, he had awakened 2 years ago, and training now with these students who had just awakened their talents truly felt like a waste of his time. Because the Spirit Martial Academy was not divided by grade, but by rank. There were no first, second, or third years. There were only bronze, silver, gold, and platinum classes. One successfully graduates after 5 years of study, or when their own realm reaches diamond rank from platinum. However, reaching the diamond realm within 5 years is extremely difficult. In addition to having superb talent, one also needs powerful background support. Currently, the only person in the entire Magic City Spirit Martial Academy likely to achieve this feat is Gu Qingming. After forming a vow contract with Hua Jianli, she obtained vast resources from the Hua family, and her current spiritual power realm has reached the 9th stage of the gold rank. Her strength is truly terrifying. Yet, at this moment, Chen Chen was still in the bronze class, attending lessons with students who had just awakened. In the combat class, the techniques demonstrated by the instructor even incorporated some of Chen Chen's core ideas. Chen Chen had added some free combat techniques from Earth into the students' curriculum. On Earth, no one awakens spiritual power, so close quarters combat focuses more on technique. This made Chen Chen's ideas receive full support from Lei Ling at the time. It was precisely because of these combat techniques that the Magic City Spirit Martial Academy became famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom overnight. However, Chen Chen was very low-key at the time, and Lei Ling was highly efficient in reforming the curriculum, so no one knew that the term free combat had originated from Chen Chen. Everyone assumed it was just because Chen Chen had a strong learning ability and worked hard, allowing him to master it quickly. In fact, even the content the instructor taught was conceived by Chen Chen. For this past week, Chen Chen had basically been slacking off during class. But in private, he had provided special tutoring to Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi. Beyond just free combat, Chen Chen also integrated Chinese martial arts into his private coaching. During this period, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yushi's close combat capabilities improved significantly. Although combat ability is the main curriculum for monster hunters, spirit martial artists must also have a grasp of it. After all, in the ruins, monster hunters and spirit martial artists are not always in a merged state. Sometimes, fighting in cooperation with each other yields higher efficiency. During this time, besides training the sisters in melee, Chen Chen experimented with the spirit martial transformation function unlocked by the system. Shen Yuyan. Talent. F rank Silver Spear. Transformation. G rank Firewood Stick. Shen Yushi. Talent. D rank Night Kai. Transformation. G rank Tattered Cape. To prevent the secret of the sisters' talent awakening from being discovered, Chen Chen chose the most rudimentary forms for both Shen Yuyan and Shen Yushi. After the transformation, to outsiders, Chen Chen's spirit martial weapon still looked like a lackluster G-rank item. Even when looking in a mirror, it appeared the same. However, through Chen Chen's own eyes, he could clearly see the pitch-black armor and the silvery gleam radiating cold light. This feature was so user-friendly. With it, Chen Chen didn't have to worry too much about the sisters' talents being exposed prematurely. Hey Chen Chen, don't think that just because you awakened 2 years before us, you can just sit there and act high and mighty. If you don't want to learn, you can get out. The training room. Seeing Chen Chen resting on the sidelines, several male students clamored loudly in front of the instructor. But this was just a catalyst. The main reason they targeted Chen Chen was because he had snatched up Shen Yuyan and Shen Yushi using the Eternal Contract. In their hearts, they believed that the Shen sisters would never actually enter into a permanent contract. As long as all the monster hunters stood in a united front, the sisters would have to settle for second best and choose to sign temporary contracts with them. That way, they could enjoy the company of the twin campus beauties for free. Everyone had a tacit understanding at the time, just waiting for the sisters to concede. Who knew that a dark horse would suddenly emerge? Chen Chen actually used an eternal contract to secure both women. Student Chen Chen, please fix your attitude. The female instructor, with her well-defined muscles resembling a gym-on Barbie, reminded him kindly. Teacher, my attitude is already very proper. Chen Chen shrugged helplessly. The main issue was that the theoretical drills were too boring, and he needed some real combat to make things interesting. Consequently, Chen Chen pointed at the students who had just been clamoring. How about you all come at me together and see if my attitude is proper or not? Ha 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 ha, sure. Bring it on together, who's afraid of whom? Chen Chen, don't think you're anything special just because you awakened a few years earlier than us. Originally, we could all take turns enjoying the temporary contracts. You just had to break the balance and harm everyone's interests. Don't blame us for being ruthless later. People like this really need to be taught a lesson. Chen Chen instantly challenged 10 pairs of awakened ones. Although they all knew Chen Chen had some skill, they naturally weren't afraid of ganging up 20 on 1. As for Shen Yuyan and Shen Yushi, they didn't even consider them a threat. Teacher, we want to hold a real combat drill. You don't have any objections, do you? As long as both parties agree, the instructor has no right to interfere, but she still kindly warned Chen Chen. Chen Chen, are you sure you want 1 pair to take on 10? You don't need to be in such a rush to prove yourself. You can challenge them 1 by 1. If you run out of energy, you can stop. No one can force you to do combat training. Thanks for the concern, instructor. As a return, I'll help you train these freshmen. Chen Chen smiled confidently. It seems they won't be convinced until he cranks up the intensity for them. Alright then, this is your own choice, so I have no right to interfere. But given the disparity in strength, I hope everyone stops when it's enough and doesn't destroy the harmony. Afterward, the instructor led everyone into a massive octagon cage. Chen Chen entered first with Shen Yuyan and Shen Yushi, and the opposition they were to face consisted of 10 pairs of men and women. Chen, I'll take on 5 with Yushi, and you handle the remaining 10. Shen Yuyan's expression was serious as she made the arrangements. This battle looked like a combat drill, but in reality, it was a private grudge between the two sides. Shen Yuyan knew very well that the boys were aiming for Chen Chen, while the girls were aiming for her and her sister. So, even if Shen Yuyan hadn't made this distribution, the outcome would have been the same. Huh? We have to fight 5? Yushi... We can't beat them. Shen Yushi tugged on Chen Chen's sleeve and said timidly, surface. And saw reality. Don't worry, Yuxi. We just want to teach the arrogant Chen Chen a lesson. You can just stand aside, we won't hurt you. That's right. Sticking with a guy like Chen Chen will only make your already miserable fate even more hopeless. I think it's time you faced reality. Just because he has a little bit of talent, he thinks he can take on Qingming, he's practically begging for death. If you don't want to get caught in the crossfire, you'd better stay away from Chen Chen. As for the eternal contract, let's just pretend it never existed. Following Chen Chen, his opponents also entered the arena one after another. Everyone entering the octagonal cage had a spiritual energy detector worn around their neck. As soon as an awakened uses their spiritual energy, the detector lights up with a bright glare and releases an electric shock. To ensure fairness, the use of spiritual energy is strictly prohibited during combat training. Although everyone is a newly awakened student, their spiritual energy levels are not on the same playing field due to differences in background and cultivation resources. First off, the Academy distributes magic crystals based on academic credits, which reflect a student's overall performance. Students with good backgrounds can have their families provide all the magic crystals they need, allowing them to far surpass others in terms of spiritual energy. However, while magic crystals can be taken out of ruins for trade, unlike magic essence, there is a daily limit to how much a user can absorb. Whether they are demon hunters or spirit warriors, an awakened at the bronze rank can only absorb a maximum of 10 magic crystals per day. That number might not seem like much, but it's actually quite significant. The reason Chen Chen obtained hundreds of magic crystals in one go when challenging a ruin is that he was the only one there. If those had to be split among 10 groups of awakened, the individual earnings would be negligible. Furthermore, the appearance of ruin portals is completely random. Chen Chen just happened to find a ruin portal at home by chance. When there are no ruins to explore, he has no choice but to slack off at the academy. Meanwhile, awakened from wealthy backgrounds have a constant, stable supply of magic crystals to absorb every single day. Some from large families can even explore ruins just like Chen Chen, even right after they've awakened. They can spend a fortune to assemble an exploration team, where every other member fights solely to support them. But even then, the returns surely wouldn't be as high as Chen Chen's solo run. That's because inside a ruin, magic essence cannot be taken out, and only the one who lands the killing blow can extract it from the monster's corpse. It cannot be traded. Support or tank type awakened usually rely on teammates letting them take the final hit, or by getting a larger share of the magic crystals from the loot chests to balance things out. Therefore, the requirements for carrying someone through a level are extremely demanding. Monster life bars aren't displayed, so even if everyone follows orders, there's no guarantee the employer will be the one to land the finishing blow every time. There's even the risk of being ambushed by a sentient monster pretending to be wounded, which could cost you your life. The boy leading the provocation against Chen Chen is named Wu Kai. His parents aren't from a major family, but they are well-known merchants in the Magic City. He has 10 magic crystals to absorb every day, and his current spiritual energy has already reached the Bronze Tier 3. Wealthy students like Wu Kai naturally have a bunch of sycophants around them. Who knows, maybe if he's in a good mood one day, he'll toss one of them a magic crystal. Chen Chen, how's your eyesight? Before the practical training began, Wu Kai asked with a hint of provocation. You're gonna say you're about to knock my teeth out, right? If I say my eyesight is good, you'll say that makes it easier for me to find them on the floor. If I say it's bad, you'll say you'll help me look for them. Chen Chen predicted his every move and replied with a smile. What era are these trash talk lines from? Can't you come up with something fresh? Then you come up with something fresh? Wu Kai looked displeased at being called out. I'm not the type to flap my gums before fighting. I prefer to speak after I've knocked my opponent down and have my foot on their head. Do you even have what it takes? Everyone get him. Whoever lands a punch on Chen Chen's face, I'll give them a magic crystal directly. Wu Kai shouted out. Greed makes men brave. Upon hearing there was a magic crystal reward, the group swarmed him as if they'd been pumped with adrenaline. Even a few girls, wanting the magic crystal, joined the boys' ranks. Facing his aggressive opponents, Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. Your footwork is an absolute mess. None of you have any decent form. The moment they took their first step, Chen Chen knew the battle was already decided. Every one of their attacks was laid bare before him. At the start, Chen Chen didn't even attack. He danced around them with butterfly steps, using pendulum head movements to dodge every blow. His movements were agile and impossible to predict. These students who had just awakened their powers couldn't even touch a hair on his head. This guy, even the instructor outside the cage, was captivated by Chen Chen's footwork. She felt that Chen Chen's footwork was even more fluid than what she had been teaching. She asked herself if she were in the cage, facing an onslaught of a dozen people. If she only dodged without attacking, she wouldn't be able to move as effortlessly as Chen Chen. On the other side, Shen Yuyan, having mastered Wing Chun's inch punch under Chen Chen's careful instruction, was already cutting a path through the crowd. Shen Yuyan's calm and introverted nature made her perfectly suited for such reactive martial arts. She faced 3 girls, and in just one encounter, she had them beaten black and blue. The inch force of Wing Chun may look subtle, but it actually contains hidden power, making it incredibly destructive. The girls had never seen such strange techniques, and for a moment they were panicked and had no idea how to respond. Although Chen Chen had Lei Ling incorporate freestyle fighting into the combat classes, he still held a secret back, just like a cat that keeps a trick up its sleeve when teaching a tiger. And that was traditional Chinese martial arts. They might look like showy, flowery movements to the untrained eye, but anyone with a deep understanding of martial arts knows Chinese martial arts are techniques meant for killing. How could students who only knew a little freestyle fighting ever be a match for Shen Yuyan? It was completely an overwhelming mismatch. Shen Yuxi, on the other hand, who had been evenly matched against Shen Yuyan during their training, didn't seem quite as adapted to real combat. Facing the same 3 girls, she was being pushed back step by step. Before long, she was cornered in the edge of the octagonal cage. Chen Chen, stop running. If you have the guts, face us properly. Come on, hit me, you coward! Seeing Chen Chen only dodging and hiding, Wu Kai assumed he didn't dare to fight back at all. He had no idea what it actually meant to face an assault from 14 people and remain completely unscathed while only defending and not attacking. Ignorance is fearless. Chen Chen had never seen such a request before. After dodging an opponent's attack, he threw a backhand punch that landed square on the person's face. Thud. With a dull sound, the person passed out instantly. Chen Chen's fighting style focuses on speed, precision, and lethality. There are no wasted movements. Every strike is a killing blow. It's so nice to be young, falling asleep the moment your head hits the ground, Chen Chen said mockingly. He had even held back a little strength with that last punch. Otherwise, the guy would have at least suffered a concussion. How despicable. You didn't fight back earlier just to make us lower our guard, right? Brothers, all together now. Wu Kai failed to realize the severity of the situation, thinking he still had the upper hand and trying to overwhelm Chen Chen with sheer numbers. But they were simply on different levels of ability, and Chen Chen continued to knock them down one by one. After a few rounds, half of them were already lying on the ground. Put the girls in front and have the boys attack from the back. Wu Kai noticed that none of the girls were lying on the ground yet, so he had a sudden idea to use 4 girls as shields. He planned to exploit Chen Chen's reluctance to hurt women to strike back at him. Oof. But to Wu Kai's shock, Chen Chen was just as good at handling women. He knocked out the boys one punch at a time. As for the girls, Chen Chen would grab them by the waist and add a couple of knee strikes as a bonus. The girls in front were so delighted that they were rolling their eyes on the ground. I'm not used to hitting women, but if you try to use that against me, I don't mind getting used to it. Chen Chen looked at his opponents with contempt. He could be a gentleman, or a brute who destroys flowers without mercy. Brother Chen, we were wrong. We're no match for you. We surrender. The remaining few gave up and surrendered. This was just a practical drill, and according to Academy rules, you cannot continue attacking once an opponent has surrendered. Chen Chen, so what if you're strong? You still can't lay a finger on me. Seeing Chen Chen stop, Wu Kai smugly taunted him. Let me tell you, you're only a king in this octagon. Fighting techniques are useless. If we were outside and unleashed our spiritual power, I'd beat the crap out of you. Hearing this, Chen Chen didn't let him get away with it. He lunged forward with a punch to the face, making the guy's head spin. Then, he followed up with a series of flying knees to Wu Kai's stomach. Peef! As a burst of gas escaped from Wu Kai's rear, some yellowish liquid began to seep through his pants. He had lost control of his bladder. You'd better make sure you're empty before you say things like that. With that, Chen Chen held his nose and turned away. Such ruthless tactics scared the remaining boys until their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. When someone says they will beat the crap out of you, it might be a joke. But this guy, Chen Chen, was likely telling the truth. Chen Chen, the opponent has surrendered. Why are you still attacking? Although Chen Chen's actions were satisfying, as an academy mentor, she had to stop such behavior. Huh? Didn't only those junior students surrender? This guy surrendered too? I didn't hear it. I only heard him saying he'd beat the crap out of me. Chen Chen shrugged and looked innocently at the terrified boys. Did you hear him say he surrendered? No, we didn't. The boys shook their heads repeatedly, claiming they hadn't heard a thing. With their testimony, Chen Chen technically hadn't violated academy rules. Alright then. Don't let it happen again. The female mentor had been on Chen Chen's side all along, so with other students backing him up, she didn't say anything further. We surrender too. Meanwhile, the girls surrounding Shen Yuyan also announced their surrender. In the entire octagon, only the fight involving Shen Yuxi was still ongoing. She was surrounded by several girls and was struggling to fend them off just to protect herself. Shen Yuyan wanted to help, but Chen Chen stopped her. Go, Yuxi. Your senior is watching, so give it your all. He knew that Shen Yuxi wasn't using her real skills yet, and hoped that his cheering would wake up the little devil personality inside her. Senior Chen Chen is watching me fight? In an instant, a smile appeared on Shen Yuxi's lips that shouldn't have been there. The three girls surrounding her thought they were seeing things, because in everyone's eyes, Shen Yuxi was just a cute girl. Teacher, you should focus. Don't get distracted. Seeing that Shen Yuxi had switched personalities, Chen Chen immediately warned the mentor outside the ring. Shen Yuxi's attacks were anything but light. The female mentor also felt a sudden surge of murderous intent. Unlike Chen Chen's ruthlessness, what Shen Yuxi emitted was the aura of slaughter, rampant and insane. Shen Yuxi seemed like a completely different person. She blocked a fist with her elbow, turned, and slammed her elbow into the opponent's temple. The girl's expression was still showing the pain from her fist hitting bone, unaware that Shen Yuxi's killing move was closing in on her vital point. The human Olikranon is incredibly lethal. Chen Chen had set up different training programs for Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi based on their personalities. Shen Yuyan was learning Wing Chun, which is more defensive, and Shen Yuxi was learning Muay Thai, known for its extremely fierce offensive style. Pause. Seeing this, the female mentor outside pressed the red crystal ball. In an instant, gravity in the entire octagon increased several times over. Shen Yuxi's attack was instantly neutralized. Although her elbow bone grazed the girl's forehead, the gravity rendered it powerless. This red gravity button was installed specifically to prevent accidents. Even when Wu Kai was getting beaten up by Chen Chen, the mentor hadn't pressed it. As a mentor, she knew clearly that although Chen Chen hit hard, he always had control over where he struck. He basically wouldn't cause death or permanent disability. But Shen Yuxi was different. If she had pressed the button just a fraction of a second later, there might have been a corpse in that octagon. Everyone stop. The practical drill is over. Gravity in the octagon returned to normal. The pause button only controlled the effect for a brief moment. To prevent Shen Yuxi from making a mistake, the mentor quickly ended the heart-stopping drill. Phew! The mentor sighed in relief, shaken. Only then did she realize how important Chen Chen's earlier warning had been. The truly dangerous person in this drill wasn't Chen Chen, but the seemingly weak and helpless Shen Yuxi. Teacher, why did you stop the drill? We were just about to secure an absolute victory. You can't play favorites. After the drill was forcibly terminated, the three girls were, on the contrary, quite unhappy. In their eyes, Shen Yuxi was the weak link between Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan. They were just a moment away from teaching her a harsh lesson. Starting from today, no one is allowed to conduct practical combat drills with Chen Chen or Shen Yuxi. The female instructor did not respond to the girls' protests, but simply announced the decision as a matter of fact. This is for your own good. With that, the instructor ended the combat class, dismissed everyone for free time, and called the class monitor to notify the infirmary to take away the unconscious student for treatment. After a small interlude, life at the academy returned to calm for Chen Chen. Senior Chen Chen, I am so bored. When can we go explore ruins again? Let's wait a little longer. Chen Chen was also troubled by this very issue. Although he had been scouting for leads on bronze rank ruins these past few days, there had been no news at all. Generally speaking, once ruins are discovered, they are handed over to the City Security Bureau or the Demon Hunter Association for management. And the lowest level bronze ruins are mostly transferred to the various academies in the Magic City for newly awakened students to train in. The first ruin exploration for the Magic City Spirit Martial Academy doesn't take place until 1 month after the freshmen awaken. And for safety's sake, the chosen ruins are always the ones that have just recently appeared. They are much like the ruin that appeared in Chen Chen's bathroom. They don't even have a boss monster. For the first exploration, an entire class often explores just one set of ruins. The number of monsters in the ruins doesn't even exceed the number of awakened students. As a veteran, Chen Chen had already experienced that kind of scene long ago. Only after the students adapt to the intensity levels of the ruins slowly increase, but it's still a case of too many monks and too little gruel. After all, the academy's main task is teaching, and everything is based on the students' safety. Therefore, Chen Chen had absolutely no expectations for the ruin explorations organized by the academy. The problem now is that Chen Chen does not have any resources regarding bronze ruins on hand. Actually, there is another way, and that is to search for ruin portals in the wild. In uninhabited areas, ruin portals aren't discovered by humans as early, so the resources are relatively more abundant. However, doing so would also multiply the risks. Because with portals in the wild, you cannot determine how long the monster civilization has been developing, so you cannot confirm the intensity of the ruins. A seemingly ordinary bronze ruin could contain mobs that are bronze stage 7 or 8, or even a silver stage boss. For Chen Chen to go explore one alone would be pure suicide. The reason he dared to enter the ruin in his own bathroom was that he knew the time limit for that ruin's appearance. Everything was under Chen Chen's control. Although he was a gambler, he only played games he was sure to win. More importantly, the longer a ruin stays open, the higher the probability of it becoming an abyss ruin. The intensity of an abyss ruin is often several times higher than its current rank. Just like the Trial of Gods that Chen Chen and Gu Qingming encountered, that was an abyss ruin. Out of 20 awakened individuals, only the 2 of them made it out alive. And that was considered lucky. Generally, when encountering an abyss ruin, if the team composition isn't strong, it's essentially a death sentence. You don't even get a chance to escape, let alone clear it. Generally, people only go to challenge ruins in the wild once they have reached the 7th rank or higher themselves and have teamed up with equally strong partners. However, besides the instability of the ruins, there are also human factors. Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi are far too eye-catching, and the wild areas of Blue Star are lawless zones where nobody's personal safety is guaranteed. If Chen Chen took these 2 show-offs into the wild to search for ruins, he might be targeted by several groups before even finding a portal. Therefore, going into the wild to look for ruin portals is a very unwise choice. Brother Chen, the movement technique you used just now, could you teach it to me as well? Just as Chen Chen was feeling troubled, a male classmate walked up to him. After awakening their talents, all students are randomly assigned to small classes of 60. Why should I teach you? Chen Chen asked indifferently. The other person had an earnest expression and didn't seem like he was looking for trouble. However, ever since Chen Chen formed a contract with Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi, most of the gazes he received had been full of hostility. Faced with this kind of goodwill, Chen Chen was actually more guarded than usual. Moreover, Chen Chen felt this guy looked somewhat familiar. Like he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't put his finger on it for a moment. If you teach me the movement technique, how about I take you to explore some ruins? The boy grinned and pointed to his face, saying, Brother Chen, do you really not remember me? When I was 16, you even praised me for having extraordinary talent and said I would definitely be an excellent demon hunter in the future. I was encouraged by you, Brother Chen, which is why I entered the Magic City Spirit Martial Academy. I never expected to be in the same class as my idol. I'm so lucky. Chen Chen frowned. I praised you? He brainstormed for a bit, but he still couldn't recall who the person was. After all, he didn't know how many times he had said such pleasantries in the past. However, the sense of familiarity the boy gave him was genuine. Perhaps they really had crossed paths before. I am Ma Fei's younger brother, Ma Zhen. Seeing that Chen Chen still had no impression, the other person had to introduce himself. Oh. Chen Chen had a sudden realization and finally remembered. Ma Fei. He was a good friend of his from his time in the Golden Class. But that kid had already turned 23 and graduated half a year ago. Plus, after Chen Chen had that incident with Gu Qingming, his own life was a mess, and contact between the two had dwindled. Chen Chen recalled carefully and remembered that, when he visited Ma Fei's house before, he had indeed complimented his younger brother. Ma Zhen, you've grown up so much. Chen Chen patted Ma Zhen's shoulder, sighing at how time flies. The little kid from back then is now in my class. That's different. Brother Chen only fell because you met the wrong people, but us brothers are destined to be here. I always believe that you won't stay in this class for long, and one day you'll rise to greatness and take back everything you once had. Ma Zhen's smile was bright and full of youthful spirit. It made Chen Chen drift into a daze. When he first transmigrated here, he was just like him. But now, he felt nothing but the exhaustion of time. Thanks. Chen Chen was truly happy to meet his good friend's younger brother. By the way, Ma Zhen, what was that about you taking me to explore some ruins? Chenji, isn't it just fate that brought us together? Ma Zhen said with an excited look on his face. After my brother graduated, he joined the Hunter Association, right? He managed to become a regional captain, and now someone has reported a bronze rank ruin in his jurisdiction. Since I just awakened my talent, my brother was thinking of me and quietly intercepted the news. These bronze ruins are in the northern suburbs of the Magic City, and no one knows how long they have been there. My brother spent a huge sum of money to hire a bronze tier 9 exploration team just to watch over me. Anyway, it takes the same amount of effort to bring one person as it does two, so let's go together, Chen Ji. Ma Jian became more and more excited as he spoke. He truly regarded Chen Chen as his idol. How lucky it would be to enter a ruin and explore with his own idol. And who knows, maybe in the future he could team up with Chen Chen to take on challenges? Just thinking about it made him thrilled. However, after hearing Ma Jian's story, Chen Chen felt a bit troubled. You have to realize that intercepting information about ruins is a major taboo in the Hunter Association. If the news were to leak, at best, Ma Fei would lose his position as a regional captain. At worst, he would be expelled from the association entirely. Moreover, Ma Fei paid a small fortune to hire that team specifically for his brother. It probably wouldn't be right for him to tag along and take a share. Did you discuss this with your brother beforehand? Chen Chen decided it was better to confirm. We already talked about it. My brother said he felt guilty that he couldn't help you with the incident involving Gu Qingning. Now that you've contracted a spirit weapon and are starting over, he's very happy and said if there's anything he can do to help, just say the word. Ma Jian said with a smile. My brother also said you shouldn't be shy about it. At most, all the findings from the ruins can go to me, and you can just take a share of the magic crystals. Alright then. Since Ma Fei has already thought it through so thoroughly, it would seem a bit pretentious if I refused. Unable to refuse such kindness, Chen Chen decisively agreed. After all, he was in urgent need of draining life essence from magic seeds. Once he could raise his own realm and boost his talents, martial arts, and compatibility level, with Chen Chen's strength, exploring unknown bronze ruins on his own wouldn't be impossible in the future. Yay! Finally, I can... Upon learning that they could explore ruins again, Shen Yuxi danced with joy. But just as the words left her lips, her older sister Shen Yuyan covered her mouth. The fact that Chen Chen had reached bronze tier 5 and that the sisters had awakened their talents was still a secret. If this got out, Shen Yuyan worried that Gu Qingming would defy the pressure from Vice Dean Lei and take action against them. And that wasn't just fear-mongering. Gu Qingming was the one who forced Lei Ling out of the dean's position back then, so she certainly had the power to ignore her now. It was just that she didn't want to burn bridges completely. Although he had the system's illusion function to keep him from being easily exposed, it was always better to be cautious. What is this? Ma Jian glanced at the sisters somewhat strangely. Never mind them, I'll teach you some footwork myself. Chen Chen quickly changed the subject. In return, Chen Chen put his heart into it, teaching Ma Jian many things he couldn't have learned from his instructors. Chen Ji, what you just taught me is even better than what the instructors taught us. Ma Jian's expression became increasingly shocked. He firmly believed that as long as he learned by Chen Chen's side, he would definitely become a powerful hunter. Not wanting to waste Chen Chen's teaching, Ma Jian even called over his contracted partner to study as well. She was a very shy and introverted girl named Li Zihan. Her personality was much like Ma Jian's, her face carrying the innocence of someone just stepping into the world of hunters, full of curiosity about everything unknown. This footwork is amazing. If we had met Chen Ji earlier, we would have been melee experts by now. Just like Ma Jian, Li Zihan was mesmerized by what Chen Chen was teaching. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. No wonder Ma Jian and Li Zihan were able to contract successfully. Ma Jian even whispered to Chen Chen that they weren't just a couple, but had a soul bond. In Blue Star Society, it takes considerable courage to commit to a soul bond. Perfect. A perfect match. Chen Chen patted Ma Jian on the shoulder, cautioning him like a senior. The girl is treating you with sincerity. Don't let her down. Of course, Chen Ji, Zihan and I are truly in love. Chen Chen sincerely wished Ma Jian and Li Zihan well, hoping that this new couple who had just awakened their talents could go far together, without any hint of betrayal. Besides, Ma Jian and Li Zihan were both C-rank talent awakeners. With such compatibility, they would definitely achieve great things in the future. After class, just as Chen Chen and Ma Jian were on their way to the bronze ruins, Ma Fei called. Hey Chen, long time no see. Sorry I haven't been in touch for so long, don't mind it. It's fine. I haven't reached out to you either. Haha, I know. With that whole situation between you and Yu Qingming blowing up, you had no time to contact me. But when I didn't reach out, it wasn't because of anything. It's just that after graduation, things at the Hunter Association have been so busy, I really had no time. Congratulations. I heard from that kid Ma Jian that you've become a regional captain? That kid really can't keep his mouth shut. Ugh! These regional captain positions are just grueling work on the front lines. Ma Fei paused, then suddenly changed his tone and said, But, Chen, to be honest with you, I've recently taken on a big mission. If it goes well, I have a chance to move into the higher echelons of the association. Then I'll offer my early congratulations, Brother Ma. Don't forget to put in a good word for me when you do. That's a given, ha 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 ha. Also, wishing you success in exploring the ruins. My brother is still young and hasn't seen much of the world, so please keep an eye on him for me while you're in there. Of course. Alright, I need to organize the team to enter the ruins on my end, so I'll hang up now. Once you all get back, I'll throw a victory banquet for you and Ma Zhen. Haha, I'll pay for that one. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen felt deep emotions. It had only been half a year, but Ma Fei seemed to have shed his academic persona and turned into a big shot, thriving in the Hunter Association. Truly, one should look at people with new eyes after even a few days apart. Eat. In the northern suburbs of the Demon City, Chen Chen and his party met up with the exploration squad hired by Ma Fei at a high price at a tavern. You guys are finally here. We've been waiting so long we were starting to wither. Rising to greet them was a burly man with a thick beard, the captain of the exploration squad, Luo Ji. The entire 10-person exploration squad was already fully armed and waiting. Their spiritual energy levels were all around the 9th stage of the bronze rank, and Captain Luo Ji had even reached the peak of bronze, just one step away from the silver rank. The squad was well equipped, acting as a mercenary team specializing in leveling up other people. On Blue Star, many awakened ones intentionally cap their spiritual energy at the highest level of a certain rank, then leverage the rank restrictions of ruins to help others improve. By doing this, they rake in massive amounts of wealth to exchange for the resources they need for their own advancement. Such awakened are known as professional mercenaries. In reality, these professional mercenaries are often the lowest tier of awakened. With mediocre talent and background, they can only serve others to make up for the supplies needed to break through their own bottlenecks. Awakened from big families, however, don't have to worry about this. Even without exploring ruins, they have a constant supply of magic crystals every day, and the martial arts they practice are all of high grade. Sorry for the delay. Chen Chen scratched his head in embarrassment, then boldly draped his arm over Luo Ji's shoulder. Brother Luo, meeting like this is fate. Since it's already this late, why don't we have a few drinks? This round is on me. Ma Zhen also thought it was a great suggestion. Let's have the victory party early. Luo Ji was stunned for a long moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Sure, I couldn't ask for better. Usually, when employers show up and find them drinking, they are bound to be displeased. After all, drinking on the job is a major taboo for professional mercenaries. But Chen Chen and Ma Zhen did the exact opposite, inviting them for a drink without a hint of bossy airs. Soon, they were all getting along famously, talking about everything. Luo Ji and his teammates talked tipsily about all sorts of bizarre clients. The young master who needed to be carried while walking in the ruins, the wealthy lady who would faint at the sight of demonic blood, and even a little pervert who wanted Luo Ji's wife to spend the night with him. His wife had been right there the whole time. She was a sexy woman with wavy hair named Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi wasn't exactly a beauty, but her figure was absolutely stunning. Even in her light iron plate armor, her full bust and rounded hips were impossible to hide and truly eye-catching, making even Chen Chen take an extra look. His sister-in-law has an incredible figure, I must say. After saying this, Chen Chen toasted both Luo Ji and Zhao Yi. His gaze was devoid of any lewd intentions. It was open and natural. God gave us a pair of clear eyes, and we should use them to appreciate beautiful things. As long as it's within a reasonable limit, there's no need to feel shy or awkward. Thanks for the compliment. Zhao Yi smiled slightly and clinked her glass with Chen Chen. A proper compliment can even make someone feel happy and confident. Damn it, those little brats think just because they threw some stinky money at us, they can treat us like beasts of burden. Screw them! Luo Ji vented his dissatisfaction while clinking glasses with Chen Chen. Sigh, we're just unlucky, born with only E-grade talent. If I had C-grade talent or higher, I would have already reached the gold rank, damn it. Oh, by the way, little brother, what's your talent rank? Me? Chen Chen said somewhat awkwardly. F grade. Grade? Even lower than mine. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Luo Ji was incredulous. Because in his experience, those who could afford to hire mercenaries were usually wealthy, gifted young masters from big families. No one's money grows on trees. Even if a family is powerful, they won't waste resources cultivating an awakened with no value. Take the Shen family, for instance. They aren't one of the 4 great families of Demon City, but they have a bit of a name. If Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi had decent awakening talents, they would have been groomed with heavy investment long ago and wouldn't need to ride on Ma Zhen's coattails. Brother Luo, I'm just here to make up the numbers. Chen Chen pointed to Ma Zhen standing aside. He is your actual boss. C-grade talent. On Blue Star, the probability of awakening an E-grade talent is over 50%, which is considered average. F-grade is 10%, D-grade is 30%, which together already covers 90% of the population. Awakening a C-grade talent means having already surpassed 90% of other awakened, and 9% of humanity. So, undoubtedly, C-graders like Ma Zhen and Li Zihan possess high-tier talents. Oh, I see, no worries, it's all the same to us. As long as you pay, I do the job. Ha 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 ha. When Luoji heard that Chen Chen was only an F-grade demon hunter, he sympathized with him immediately, and even started planning his future career. Little brother, listen to me. Once you hit the 9th stage of bronze, stop there. Join me as a mercenary. And when there's work, I'll save a spot for you. Thanks a lot. Chen Chen smiled lightly and didn't refuse. Well, more friends, more paths. While Chen Chen was chatting happily with Luoji, Shen Yuxi kept clutching his hem, hiding behind him and staying silent, seemingly very uncomfortable in this environment. The tavern was a place where all sorts of people mingled. The air was thick with the smell of cheap alcohol, and people were shouting loudly at every moment. Such clamor was naturally torture for the little rabbit version of Shen Yuxi. On the other hand, Shen Yunan had already infiltrated the enemy lines, drinking heartily with a group of professional mercenaries. No one goes home sober tonight. If Chen Chen remembered correctly, this was already Shen Yuyan's 8th cup. Mind you, the cups used in the tavern were like small buckets. With Chen Chen's alcohol tolerance, he could manage at most 3. Any more, and he'd be throwing up. He never expected Shen Yuyan to have such a capability. Beneath her cold and reserved exterior, she had such a free-spirited and heroic side. Maybe it was the alcohol, but Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a flutter of emotion for the sisters that went beyond simple camaraderie. He looked at the boisterous Shen Yuyan, then back at the timid and shy Shen Yuxi. One was stunning enough to make him want to dance with her, while the other was so adorable he wanted to tuck her into his pocket. Perhaps influenced by the alcohol, restless emotions began to stir within Chen Chen's blood. To be honest, the sisters Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi had really given him too many surprises. Back when Shen Yuxi played her trump card, Chen Chen had thought this harmless little thing had been captured by someone. Only later did he realize, oh boy, Shen Yuxi had delivered a soul-crushing blow to the other side. He'd been at the academy for so long and hadn't seen Liu Tingting. Who knows which sanatorium she's still in. He didn't even know if she was recovering from internal or external injuries, or if her mental state was normal or not. The impression Shen Yuyan gave Chen Chen wasn't as sudden as her sister's, but she was full of contradictions. She was clearly a cold and beautiful girl, yet her username was Flowers Blooming in Wealth. She was clearly a high-cold goddess, but her cooking was better than any housewife's. Her words could be sharp and biting, but her heart was soft and delicate. A thought suddenly crossed Chen Chen's mind. On Blue Star, due to the close cooperative relationship between demon hunters and spiritual warriors, they almost always end up as lovers or a married couple. Pure friendship? Let's just say it exists, but it's rare. If he were to develop into a relationship or marriage with one of them in the future, should he choose Shen Yuyan or Shen Yuxi? If Chen Chen chose one of them, it would surely be a lifelong torment for the other. The celebration is over, and the night has fallen. But the exploration team didn't slow down, heading straight for the entrance of the ruins. In truth, Chen Chen had a hidden agenda when he invited Luoji and the others out for drinks. Because Shen Yuxi's Night Wraith attribute doubles at night. After all, these ruins are a random alien world, and nobody knows exactly what's waiting inside. Naturally, Chen Chen couldn't rely solely on Luoji and his crew. Even though everyone was slightly tipsy, the moment they saw the ruins, the team members immediately snapped into character. They are professionals at leveling people up, and they are professionals at drinking too. A bit of alcohol wouldn't hinder their combat in the slightest. For these battle-hardened mercenaries, having a drink before entering the ruins actually helps them perform better. The portal isn't exactly well hidden. It's located right in a farmer's wine cellar. This cellar hasn't been touched in over a dozen years. We just stumbled upon it by accident. The farmer leading the way explained. Nobody goes into a cellar like this, so he couldn't be sure when the ruins were actually generated. But one thing is certain, the ruins haven't been here for more than 20 years. Let's go. Time to head inside. Luoji looked grim, taking the lead with the air of a battlefield veteran. Upon entering the ruins, the exploration team immediately formed their ranks and went into combat readiness. Chen Chen and his group were safely shielded in the center, enjoying their role as the big spenders. What met their eyes was an endless expanse of sand dunes. Under the moonlight, the silver glow seemed draped in a thin veil, shimmering with subtle ripples. The soft sensation under their feet still held the lingering heat of the day's scorching sun. Ha ha ha, you have to admit, our timing with those drinks was actually perfect. Luoji gave Chen Chen a thumbs up. No one expected the ruins to be a desert world. In this environment, even if they had entered in the afternoon, they wouldn't have escaped the fate of being roasted by the sun. Chen Chen's seemingly impulsive decision had accidentally saved the entire exploration team from a world of trouble. Senior Chen Chen, the desert at night is so beautiful. Shen Yuxi gazed up at the clear, transparent sky above. The stars in the desert seemed brighter than anywhere else, as if they were within reach, yet impossibly far away. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting fine grains of sand. Desolate and silent. It's beautiful, sure, but the hidden danger is even deadlier. Chen Chen warned everyone not to get too excited just yet. In these vast dunes, magical beasts could appear at any moment. And the desert environment is extremely harsh. While the night is much better without the intense heat, the magical beasts that survive here are typically incredibly resilient. Hey brother, don't be so nervous. Trust us. We professionals. Luoji patted Chen Chen's shoulder, gesturing for him to relax. With that, everyone in the exploration team entered fusion mode, equipping their spirit weapons and heading deeper into the desert. Chen Chen and Ma Zhan also entered fusion mode. This helps reduce the number of targets for the magical beasts, especially for Chen Chen, since he shares an eternal bond with Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi. The lives of the three are tied together. If one dies, they all perish, so it's even more important for them to be in fusion mode. Sigh. I never thought such beautiful girls would have G-rank spirit weapons. What a waste, such a shame. Luoji looked at the dim, lusterless poker and tattered cloak Chen Chen had equipped, unable to hide his pity. Perhaps it's just a twist of fate. Chen Chen gave a faint smile. The twin spirit weapon system has a transformation feature. Since Chen Chen set the initial appearance, no matter what Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi's weapons actually look like, everyone else sees only the poker and the tattered cloak. They couldn't see the angel wings on Chen Chen's back either. Only Chen Chen, the sisters, and the magical beasts in the ruins can see the true forms. The group moved forward cautiously, and before long, they spotted a bonfire beneath a sand dune. From a distance, it looked like several fish heads roasting something to eat. They had slender limbs, and their entire bodies were just fish heads. Why would there be fishmen in the desert? The experienced Luoji recognized the species at a glance. There weren't many of them, just a dozen or so. But this struck Luoji as very strange. Amphibious fishmen usually appear in swamps or wetlands. How could they survive in a desert? Desert fishman. Rarity. E. Spirit power rank. Bronze tier 5. Description. A type of fishman living in the desert that can breathe freely within sand grains and can even travel through dunes as if they were oceans. They are assassin-type magical beasts that excel in sneak attacks. Remaining lifespan, 500 years. The first wave of beasts is already bronze tier 5. Indicating that the intensity of these ruins is not low. They are desert fishmen. They can burrow into the sand to sneak, so watch out for ambushes. Chen Chen warned them immediately after checking the beast's attributes through the system. Meanwhile, Zhou Guang, responsible for ranged attacks, had already drawn his bowstring. His spirit weapon is the Silver Moon Bow. After firing an arrow, it automatically generates 2 split arrows. Although they only deal 30% of the main arrow's damage, they automatically track the enemy. 3 arrows landed towards the fishmen, but they seemed extremely alert. The moment the arrows fell, they dove into the sand dunes and vanished. Brother, have you seen these kinds of beasts before? Luoji was stunned to see Chen Chen perfectly describe the creature's traits. After all, even for seasoned professionals like them, this was their first time seeing such unscientific magical beasts. There is a detailed description of desert fishmen in Magical Beast Encyclopedia at the Academy Library. Chen Chen explained casually. Although ruined civilization has existed on Blue Star for thousands of years, and books contain many records of magical beasts, it's hard to find documentation on such bizarre creatures like the desert fishmen. However, Chen Chen's words made Ma Zhan feel like he had learned a great deal. Is this the difference? Zihan, it looks like I need to study late into the night and read more of the Beast Encyclopedia so I can catch up to Brother Chen? Yeah, let's work hard too. The two of them looked at Chen Chen with even more admiration. Get into defensive formation immediately. After learning about the characteristics of the desert fishmen, Luoji didn't choose to keep attacking, but instead ordered the exploration team to tighten their formation and defend while leaning on each other. The attacked fishmen had all burrowed into the dunes, and were now swimming toward them through the sand. Defensive stance. Captain Luoji's spirit weapon is a massive steel shield. Once he entered his defensive stance, a honeycomb-shaped protective barrier formed instantly, wrapping around him and the Chen Chen and Ma Zhen behind him. Don't worry, with me here, these beasts won't be able to lay a finger on you. Luoji is a peak bronze tier monster hunter, and the steel shield in his hand is essentially his soul partner, also reaching peak bronze rank. His defensive barrier is specifically designed to protect the employer. As a professional mercenary team, feeding beasts to the client is important, but the most crucial thing is protecting the client's safety. That will always come first. With Luoji's protective barrier up, Chen Chen and Ma Zhen felt very secure. It was proof enough of the professionalism of Luoji's team. As Luoji protected his boss, the four hunters outside had already taken their defensive stances. They were Zhou Guang the archer, Liu Xing the physician, Zhao Wu the lancer, and Niu Dali the dual blade wielder. Chen Chen could barely recall their names, but Shen Yuyan was quite familiar with these guys. Zhou Guang is hot-headed, Liu Xing looks honest but is actually calculating, Zhao Wu is stingy but loyal, and Niu Dali is a total sycophant, Shen Yuyan whispered in Chen Chen's ear. Shen Yuyan said into Chen Chen's ear. Not just their names, but Shen Yuyan knew their personalities like the back of her hand. My god, you're that good, Yuyan? Just after one round of drinks, you've completely dissected their personalities? Then what did you think I was drinking with these guys for? Well, I thought you just loved to drink. Shen Yuyan. Yuyan, since there's nothing for us to do right now, and you're so good at this, why don't you dissect me? What kind of person am I? Chen Chen was very curious. In Shen Yuyan's eyes, what kind of person was he? A lecherous gambling addict. Pifti, haha! Shen Yushi almost burst out laughing. No way, that evaluation is a bit biased, don't you think? Chen Chen expressed his disagreement. Don't bother explaining. Do you think I didn't understand what Gu Qingying said to Yushi? Chen, you've got quite a wild side. Chen Chen was speechless for a moment. However, he didn't know that in Shen Yuyan's heart, he was actually a person who was meticulous and decisive in action. He certainly had his fair share of bad habits, but that actually added to his charisma. The term charisma rarely crossed Shen Yuyan's mind, as in her view, men all over the world were the same. It was only in some of Chen Chen's subtle details that she felt he was different. Just as Chen Chen was chatting with the sisters, the murlocs that had burrowed into the sand dunes launched a surprise attack. They leaped out from the sand under their feet, their fishbone knives stabbing directly at the hunters' chests. Such a ghost-like, unpredictable assault would have caught even the most experienced hunters off guard. But Luoji's exploration team had already prepared for it. Warned by Chen Chen, Liu Xing the physician pressed his ears against the sand dunes, detecting the murlocs' locations through the tremors beneath the surface. Then, the moment the murlocs broke through the sand, they immediately launched a counterattack. Once an ambush is anticipated, it becomes nothing more than waiting in line to get killed. The murlocs were caught completely off guard and suffered heavy blows the moment they emerged. Niu Dali, the dual blade wielder, tried to hack off the demon's limbs, preparing to feed the boss by serving them up. But unfortunately, even without their limbs, the murlocs could still submerge themselves into the gravel the moment they touched the dunes. The endless desert at their feet was like a vast ocean to the murlocs. Once they touched the sand, they could vanish in an instant. Even after losing their limbs, the murlocs could still leap out of the dunes and attack with the sharp teeth of their fish heads. After a few exchanges, although the exploration team consisted of bronze tier 9 hunters, they failed to capture a single demon. Instead, they were ambushed by the murlocs and repeatedly injured. After all, the exploration team's mission wasn't to kill the murlocs, but to capture them alive. Yet in the desert, the murlocs were like loaches in a field, making it impossible for everyone to get a grip on them. These guys aren't fit to be served to the boss, kill them directly. Seeing that continuing like this wouldn't work, Luoji had no choice but to order his team members to finish the murlocs off. Feeding the boss is insider jargon for hired guns. It refers to the mercenaries incapacitating a demon and bringing it to their employer so the employer can get the kill and extract the magic crystal. After all, according to the ruin rules, magic crystals cannot be taken out of the ruins, nor can they be transferred to others. They can only be extracted by the person who dealt the killing blow. The team members, now acting under orders, held back no longer, and the dozen or so murlocs were quickly killed. After all, they were a well-equipped team of bronze tier 9 hunters. Without restrictions, killing demons of this level was quite simple. These were all bronze tier 5 demons. What a waste. Seeing that the first wave of demons had been wiped out, Luoji called off their defensive formation. The ground was littered with Murloc corpses, but Chen Chen and Ma Zhen couldn't extract anything. For the mercenaries, it was as if they had wasted their time. However, it wasn't a total loss. Sorry, these demons are just too cunning. The team has taken too much damage, and if we drag this out, it might affect the subsequent exploration. Zhao Wu the Lancer skewered a Murloc and walked over to Chen Chen and Ma Zhen. We only caught one live one. Which one of you is going to deal the killing blow? Let Ma Zhen do it. Chen Chen stepped back decisively. After all, Ma Zhen was the boss of the mercenaries, he was just tagging along. Then I won't be polite. Ma Zhen struck the top of the Murloc's head with a punch. His spirit weapon, Li Zihan, was a pair of gauntlets. Although the Murloc's chest had been pierced by Zhao Wu's spear and it was covered in wounds and unable to move, even so, Ma Zhen, who only had bronze tier 2 spirit power, still had to throw 4 or 5 punches before the Murloc finally died. The battle had left the exploration team with varying degrees of injury, so they had to rest on the spot and wait for Liu Xing the physician to restore everyone to full health before setting off again. However, Ma Zhen's luck was amazing. Even though he only killed 1 demon, he successfully extracted 5 magic crystals. Not bad. Little Ma, this move of yours increased our harvest tenfold. Amazing. Definitely not a loss this time, ha ha ha. Good feeding doesn't mean as much as a boss's good luck. Ma Zhen's explosive luck injected new energy into the exploration team, which had gotten off to a bad start. After a short break, the group set off again. As the exploration team moved deeper, they encountered 3 more waves of desert Murlocs. The numbers grew with each wave, but they were mostly killed by the exploration team. Ma Zhen and Chen Chen only got 5 kills each. Ma Zhen's luck wasn't as good this time. Out of 5 Murlocs, he didn't extract a single thing. Chen Chen's situation was completely different. Congratulations to the host for killing a desert Murloc, gaining 5 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing a desert Murloc, gaining 5 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing a desert Murloc, gaining 5 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 32 years. First, from the 5 Murlocs, Chen Chen had collected a whopping 25 years of lifespan. Although he didn't get any magic crystals during extraction, he did receive an F-grade martial skill. Wall passing technique, E-grade. Enter a spiritual state for 3 seconds, during which you can ignore collisions with conventional objects. Cooldown, 20 seconds. The moment Chen Chen acquired the item, the Pot of Greed, shrouded in mist, reappeared. Master, the alchemical cost for the wall passing technique is 5 years of lifespan. Are you willing to pay? I am willing. Lifespan, 5 years. Host's remaining lifespan, 27 years. Generous master, I am very happy to serve you. As the smile on the Pot of Greed grew increasingly wanton, the alchemy formation surrounding it began to emit an eerie glow. Congratulations, master. You have triggered a double alchemy effect. After a flash of lightning and a rumble of thunder, the Pot of Greed spat out 2 wall-walking manuals. Master, shall we continue? Stand down. Chen Chen, naturally, did not have 10 times the lifespan to keep refining, so he had to reluctantly stop. However, the double reward was already more than enough to satisfy him. The appearance and disappearance of the Pot of Greed were effects of Chen Chen's martial skill, completely invisible to others around him. Lucky me. A martial skill dropped. Chen Chen immediately learned 1 copy of the wall-walking manual and handed the other to Ma Zhen. Xiao Ma, I think this skill suits you better. Take it. After all, this ruin was prepared by Ma Fei for Ma Zhen. Aside from repaying the kindness, Chen Chen truly thought highly of the kid. An E-rank martial skill is worth about 50 magic crystals on the market. That is by no means a small sum. Brother Chen, I can't accept this. Ma Zhen refused Chen Chen's good intentions. Although the exploration team was inefficient at feeding them kills, he couldn't just take Chen Chen's spoils because of that. Otherwise, it would defeat the whole purpose of inviting Chen Chen to the ruins. That went against Ma Zhen's original intentions, so he absolutely couldn't do it. I said take it, so take it. Worst case scenario, you can just give me more magic beasts later. After Chen Chen proposed this, he forcefully shoved the manual into Ma Zhen's arms. Well, alright then. Ma Zhen accepted the skill with a grateful expression. In his heart, he had long regarded Chen Chen as a mentor, and seeing Chen Chen's sincerity, he found it hard to decline again. I am truly sorry. Seeing the two of them pushing the loot back and forth, Luo Ji felt a bit embarrassed himself. We've got a good connection. If the upcoming magic beasts are still those damn loaches, we'll guide you through these ruins for free, without taking any reward. Brother Luo, how could we let you do that? Ma Zhen felt even more guilty. The ruins appear randomly. No one can help it if these desert fishmen are impossible to farm. Luo Ji and his team had already tried their best, so it wasn't their fault, just bad luck for everyone. It's fine. Being able to make friends like you makes this trip worth it. Luo Ji was a man of character. He seemed to value relationships far more than profit. The group exchanged smiles, each understanding the other's heart. A gentleman's friendship is as pure as water. Communication between men requires no extra words. A single look is enough. Perhaps fate finally favored them, as the exploration team's nightmare finally came to an end. In a desolate, abandoned palace, they encountered new magic beasts. Damn! Finally, not those cursed fishmen. Luo Ji couldn't help but curse. Under the moonlight, a group of mummies wrapped in bandages were wandering through the ruins. In the center of the palace sat a golden coffin, floating strangely in mid-air. This must be the final stage of the ruins. Chen Chen realized at a glance that the magic beast sleeping in the coffin was likely the ruins' boss. Mummy. Rarity. F. Spirit Realm. Bronze Stage 7. Description: a magic beast that moves slowly but possesses extremely high defense. Its bandages are incredibly resilient, making it difficult to break free once entangled. However, as it entangles opponents, the bandages wrapping its own body decrease, significantly lowering its defense. Remaining lifespan: 2,000 years. These corpses are just a bunch of Bronze Stage 7 mummies, crowd control defense-type beasts. Nothing special. Although Chen Chen said this out loud, he was already overjoyed on the inside. This Bronze Stage 7 magic beast actually has a 2,000-year lifespan. It seems a beast's lifespan isn't entirely dependent on its power level, it's related to the species as well. This mummy was practically tailor-made for Chen Chen. With that kind of lifespan, who wouldn't be tempted? It was just a pity that Chen Chen didn't want to reveal his true strength, so he couldn't enter the fray himself. Listen up, brothers, don't get near the coffin. Deal with the surrounding mobs first. Seeing that the area was filled with slow-moving mummies, Luo Ji personally joined the battle. According to his experience, getting close to the coffin would likely wake the boss beast, so they had to keep their distance from the floating sarcophagus. The immediate priority was to clear out these mummies. After being disgusted by the fishmen for so long, they could finally feed the boss properly. Though mummies were thick-skinned and had vitality and defense far beyond other beasts of the same level, they were just dim-witted. They moved like wooden practice dummies. You just had to be careful not to get entangled in their bandages. Every time a mummy was attacked, its bandages would diminish. This is why their defense was so high. The bandages absorbed most of the incoming damage. Though it took a bit more effort, they were still easier to deal with than those cunning fishmen. With the team's coordination, one weakened corpse after another was tossed before Chen Chen and Ma Zhen. Their bandages were entirely gone, and some even had their limbs severed, rendering them completely immobile. This was textbook feeding. It really wasn't that Luo Ji and his crew were incompetent. It was just that those fishmen were too hard to catch. Brother Chen, it's your turn. Ma Zhen, having just received the martial skill from Chen Chen, had promised more kills to him, and he wouldn't break his word. Alright. Seeing mummies with 2,000 years of lifespan, Chen Chen's eyes practically turned green with greed. Congratulations, host, for killing a mummy. Obtained 20 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for killing a mummy. Obtained 20 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for killing a mummy. Obtained 20 years of lifespan. Watching his lifespan tick upward, Chen Chen couldn't hide the smile spreading across his face. There were about 100 mummies around the abandoned palace. To make up for their previous mistakes, Luo Ji's team showed immense professionalism, wasting not a single beast and feeding them all to Chen Chen and Ma Zhen. However, mummies were very sturdy beasts, so even after working through most of the night, the team had only managed to kill about 80 of them. That's it. Let's retreat first. All our supply pills are gone. Left with no choice, Luo Ji announced the retreat. The group found a sand dune and decided to rest for a while. Fortunately, the mummy beasts were not only slow but also low in intelligence, so they didn't follow. It was already past 4 a.m. The dark of night was coming to an end. A golden halo was already appearing on the desert horizon. The sun was about to rise. Brother Luo, I suggest you all just kill the mummies behind us directly. Chen Chen looked toward the desert horizon and said with a solemn expression, everyone has run out of supplies and pills. If we keep moving this slowly, we might drag this out until daylight. Once the sun rises, things will get troublesome. Little brother, you make a good point. Luo Ji also agreed with Chen Chen's plan. After all, if they waited until sunrise to fight the boss, the difficulty would double. In the desert, once the temperature rises, it becomes fatal. Little Ma, what do you think? Before implementing the plan, however, Luo Ji still sought Ma Zhen's opinion. After all, he was the real boss, paying the bills. I listened to Brother Chen on everything. Ma Zhen had no objections. He had just extracted over 50 magic crystals from the bodies of more than 30 mummies, which was a decent haul. As for Chen Chen, it goes without saying. From 50 mummies, he gained 1,000 years of lifespan and over 280 magic crystals. However, to avoid suspicion from others, Chen Chen lied and claimed he only extracted about 80. The magic crystals didn't really matter. It was the 1,000 years of lifespan that truly satisfied Chen Chen. The rewards from this ruin exploration were truly immense. While the exploration team was recovering their stamina, Chen Chen was using life deduction to strengthen himself. Although the exploration of the ruins had been very smooth, the smoother things went, the more one needed to stay vigilant. This 1,000-year lifespan was crucial, and Chen Chen had to make good use of it. Injecting lifespan into the Berserk talent, E rank, 10 years. Your spirit meridian is growing, but the pace is extremely slow, 50 years. Your spirit meridian finally shows a slight movement, 120 years. Surrounded by spirit light, your spirit meridian is not far from metamorphosis, 300 years. Hard work pays off. Through your continuous efforts, the talent has finally awakened. The process of life deduction was about what Chen Chen expected. The higher the rank of the talent, the more lifespan it required. Cases like Shen Yuxi, who awakened from G rank to D rank in just a few decades, were merely an exception. Berserk, E rank, upgraded to Blood Awakening, D rank. Physical lifesteal increased from 5% to 5%, attack speed from 30% to 40%, movement speed from 30% to 40%. New effect. Attacks cause a bleeding effect on the enemy for 10 seconds, each stack dealing 5% damage, stacking up to 10 times. Remaining lifespan, 727 years. It took a full 300 years just to awaken from an E rank talent level to D rank. The next stage would definitely require more, and it was highly likely that 700 years wouldn't be enough. Therefore, Chen Chen gave up on further improving his own talent and allocated his lifespan to combat skills, which were easier to advance. Lifespan 882 years. Dash. F rank to E rank to D rank to C rank. Wraps your legs in wind energy, increasing movement speed by 30% to 50% to 70% to 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown 120 seconds. Lifespan 54 years. Palm Vortex. F rank to E rank to D rank to C rank. Forms a wind vortex in your palm, causing suction. New. Upon hitting an enemy, deals 50% to 100% to 150% damage, and inflicts 10% to 20% to 30% armor penetration for 5 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Lifespan 80 years. Charge Strike. E rank to D rank to C rank. Charge for 1 second, focusing spiritual energy into your spirit weapon, dealing 250% to 300% to 350% burst damage. Each additional second of charging deals an extra 50% to 60% to 70% damage, up to 5 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Lifespan 101 years. Wall Phase. E rank to D rank to C rank. Enter a spirit state for 3 to 4 to 5 seconds, ignoring collisions with standard units during the duration. New. Passing through a living being, while in spirit form, deals 100% to 200% attack damage. Cooldown 20 seconds. Remaining lifespan 3110 years. Having consumed 417 years of his life, Chen Chen upgraded all his learned combat skills to C rank. Although his overall strength had made a qualitative leap, Chen Chen felt a bit regretful that none of his skills had soared to S rank like greed. It seems the success rate of skill advancement is closely related to one's compatibility with the technique. As for the magic crystals he gathered, Chen Chen distributed 200 of them equally between Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi. Congratulations, your spirit weapons Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi have broken through to Bronze Stage 1. Congratulations, your spirit weapons Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi have broken through to Bronze Stage 2. Congratulations, your spirit weapons Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi have broken through to Bronze Stage 3. Although the D-rank Night Blade had much stronger attributes than the F-rank Silver Spear, Chen Chen had promised them that he would never favor one over the other with resources, and he would never break his word. On Luo Ji's side, the exploration team finished clearing out the remaining mummies after resting for half an hour. Now, only the coffin floating in mid-air remained in the entire ruin. Xiao Wu, Dali, you two go ahead and check it out. Luo Ji ordered the two to take the lead, approaching the coffin's position. The archer Zhou Guang and the healer Liu Xing provided support from the rear, while Luo Ji himself stayed by Chen Chen and Ma Zhen's side, ready to provide protection at any time. Even though this was the final phase of the entire ruin, Luo Ji and his team did not let their guard down, always placing the safety of Chen Chen and Ma Zhen first. That was the professional conduct of a skilled mercenary team. Click! As Zhao Wu and New Dali drew closer, the coffin floating in midair suddenly opened. Huh? How is this possible? There is actually nothing inside? To everyone's total surprise, the coffin not only lacked the sleeping boss, but it was completely empty. There was nothing at all. Following that, a space vortex appeared, signifying a successful clearance. Golden treasure chests dropped at everyone's feet. We cleared it. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Although it was hard to believe, the chests and the space vortex had appeared, so the ruins were undoubtedly cleared. However, Chen Chen felt something was off and remained on high alert. He took a steamed bun out of his space ring and threw it directly into the space vortex not far away. Upon contacting the space vortex, the bun wasn't sucked in. Instead, it bounced right back out. Clearly, this portal was a fake. The real ruin boss must still be hiding somewhere nearby and had not been defeated. Eesk. I thought this coffin would hold some fierce big boss. I didn't expect to clear the ruins so confusingly. Sigh. Missed out on a boss reward. What a pity. Damn it. These ruins are really weird. It was hard enough catching those murlocs earlier, and now the final boss is a false alarm. With that, Luo Ji and his group prepared to open the chests in front of them. Wait, something is abnormal. I think everyone should be cautious. Watch out for traps. Chen Chen's warning came just a moment too late. Before he could finish his sentence, the others had already opened the treasure chests in front of them. Empty? Damn it! What the hell is going on? Why is the completion chest in this ruin empty too? I get that there's no boss, but no loot chest either? If there's nothing in it, why have a chest at all? Is this ruin messing with us? However, the trap Chen Chen had anticipated never triggered. Instead, after Luo Ji, Ma Zhen, and the others opened the chests, they found them completely empty. Just like the coffin floating in midair, there was nothing inside. This infuriated Luo Ji and his team, and they began cursing loudly at thin air. Because of the little murloc, their efficiency in feeding it resources had been low, causing Ma Zhen and Chen Chen to waste a lot. If there was no boss or completion chest to show for it, they would have a hard time answering to their employer, and they would likely lose most of their commission. After all, the gains for both Ma Zhen and Chen Chen were very limited. Even though Chen Chen had acquired a massive amount of longevity and magic crystals, on the surface, he had obtained even less than Ma Zhen. Don't worry, the boss you're looking for will appear soon enough. Chen Chen shrugged helplessly. At this moment, only the 3 chests in front of him remained unopened. Although Chen Chen didn't know exactly what was happening yet, he already knew that the entire exploration team, except for himself, had fallen for the demon's trick. Huh? Luo Ji looked completely bewildered, not realizing the danger looming over them at all. Just as the group was wondering what Chen Chen meant, that fake portal began to shift. Crack! 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 Fissures began to appear around the portal, making a sound like glass being shattered by a heavy object. Want to defeat me? Try defeating yourselves first. A sinister voice rang out immediately after. From every crack produced by the portal, a clone identical to one of the team members emerged. Luo Ji, the shield guard, Zhou Guang, the archer, Liu Xing, the healer, Zhao Wu, the lancer, Yu Dali, the dual blade master, and the sponsor Ma Zhen. Even all their spirit weapons were replicated one by one. At this moment, Chen Chen finally saw the true form of that fake portal. Duplication mirror. Rarity B. Spiritual level Silver rank 5. Description: a mirror with cloning abilities. As long as you open its treasure chest, your genetic sequence will be copied. Remaining lifespan, 15,000 years. Since Chen Chen had not opened any chest, there was no clone of him among them. There's just no guarding against this. Luo Ji slapped his forehead in regret. He never imagined the spatial vortex leading to Blue Star was fake, nor did he expect the enemy to be the entire ruins boss. Although the boss they were obsessed with had appeared, it was clear the entire team had fallen into the demon's trap and was in a very passive position. Good news, there's still one person among us who wasn't affected. Bad news, that person is me. Ha 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 ha. At this point, Chen Chen made a self-deprecating joke to lighten the mood. Because in everyone's eyes, the weakest person in the team was definitely Chen Chen, who had low levels, poor talent, and carried 2 G-rank spirit weapons. In that light, it was useless for the boss to even copy Chen Chen. But in fact, it was lucky that Chen Chen had seen through the demon's trap. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The current Chen Chen is not weak at all. He is even stronger than any other member of the exploration team. Bro, that's a pretty cold joke. Luo Ji rallied everyone to prepare for battle. Things have come to this. There is no use crying over spilled milk. They're just some clones. What's there to be afraid of? That's right, nobody knows us better than we know ourselves. The healer, Liu Xing, had a sudden realization and seemed to find a way to defeat the boss. Inspired by Liu Xing, Luo Ji immediately commanded the exploration team to begin the fight. First, Luo Ji had the archer Zhou Guang distract the clone of Luo Ji. Once Zhou Guang's arrow rain technique was launched, the clone shield guard entered a defensive stance, shielding the other clones from ranged attacks. Meanwhile, Luo Ji used his taunt ability, forcing the clone dual blade master and the clone lancer to attack him. After drawing the entire front line of the clone camp, Niu Dali and Zhao Wu immediately cut in and took out the backline clone archer and clone healer. Without the backline range damage and healing, the remaining clones were spent forces. They were easily finished off by the 5-on-3. As for the clone Ma Zhen, honestly, Chen Chen didn't even catch it. He didn't know when it had been taken out by one of the team's area effect attacks. It seems the strength of the clones is directly proportional to the genetic sequence copied. Ma Zhen's current strength is indeed not on the same level as the professional mercenaries. After dealing with all the clones, the group began unleashing frantic attacks on the boss. Want to defeat me? Try defeating yourselves first. But after only losing 1/3 of its health, the duplication mirror shattered again. All the clones were summoned once more from the spatial rifts. Damn it, is this boss ever going to end? Captain, what do we do now? What else can we do? Just follow the same plan again. Helplessly, Luo Ji and the others had to give up on attacking the boss and continue fighting the clones. Although these clones were foolish, compared to the first round, the exploration team's movements were much slower. After all, they were consuming a massive amount of physical and spiritual energy. Such a situation was normal. After killing all the clones, everyone was exhausted. Since their recovery pills had been eaten earlier, the team's condition could not be restored. Attack quickly! Otherwise, this cursed boss is going to summon the clones again. Even though they had very little spiritual energy left, they still used it to attack the boss. If they didn't attack now, all their previous efforts would be for nothing. Even with the grim situation, Luo Ji and his team had to push forward. Thanks to the team's efforts, the health of the duplication mirror was finally down to its last third. But to their despair, those damned clones appeared once again. Want to defeat me? Try defeating yourselves first. Are you kidding me? Again? Damn, we really can't take much more of this. I shouldn't have picked up that crate. We wouldn't be in such a mess if I hadn't. It's too late for that now. Just keep fighting. This should be the last wave of clones. Once we get through this, we'll have cleared the ruins. Seeing the clones reappear, the exploration team fell into a panic. At this point, their spiritual energy was completely depleted. They had no way to use any more martial skills. Under these circumstances, the healer Liu Xing could no longer provide any support to the team. He even disengaged from his spirit weapon fusion, and the two of them pulled crossbows from their spatial rings to assist the fight from the rear. Without spiritual energy, no matter how good their battle plan was, they couldn't execute it. The exploration team was in terrible shape, beaten back by the fully energized clones without any way to retaliate. Facing this situation, Ma Zhen and Chen Chen, who had been watching from the back, could only worry helplessly, unable to do anything. Because the first half of the ruin exploration hadn't gone very smoothly, Ma Zhen and Li Zihan were only at the second-tier bronze level. They wanted to help, but they lacked the strength. Charging in recklessly would only be a burden to Luo Ji and the others. It would be nothing but a hindrance. Chen Chen stayed back and observed without intervening. Even though the system has a spirit weapon camouflage feature, others only saw a fire poker and a tattered cloak instead of the knight blade and silver spear. But once he entered combat, the truth would surely be revealed. Fortunately, the exploration team led by Luo Ji was incredibly resilient. While constantly kiting the clones, Luo Ji seized a rare opportunity the moment he recovered a sliver of energy, and together with Niu Dali and Zhao Wu, they took down the clone healer once again. Without healing and supplies, the combat effectiveness of the clones diminished greatly. Nice! Well done, brothers. Victory is right in front of us. Having taken out the most troublesome healer, Luo Ji and the others saw a glimmer of hope for victory. However, to kill the backline of the clones, the exploration team had paid a heavy price. Not only were the members covered in wounds, but the wife of the healer Liu Xing was struck in the chest by an arrow from a clone archer while in her human form, leaving her life in critical condition. Damn it. My spiritual energy is all gone. Watching his wife's vitals fade away, Liu Xing, a healer himself, was powerless to help. Honey, stay with me. Just hold on a little longer, my power will be back soon. I can save you. Don't close your eyes, think about our child. He's turning 18 soon, he can awaken his talent and become a great demon hunter. I beg you, please don't die, I'm begging you. At that moment, Liu Xing didn't even have enough spiritual energy to stop his wife's bleeding. He could only watch helplessly as she slipped away from him. What a tragedy it is for a healer to be unable to save his own beloved. With a member of the team fallen, a deathly silence fell over the group. Even Ma Zhen, who had been watching from the rear, clenched his fists tightly. If only he were stronger, he could have stepped up to contribute instead of just watching his teammates die before his eyes. Facing this scene, Chen Chen remained completely composed. As a former demon hunter who had reached the gold rank, he had experienced scenes like this countless times. This is the fate of low-level hired guns like Luo Ji. Leading and protecting a patron means the risks for the entire team are multiplied. But for those without backgrounds or exceptional talent, becoming a professional hired gun seems to be their only option. Very few ordinary people manage to rise beyond this stage. Arga. Heartbroken, Liu Xing dropped his crossbow, drew a long blade from his ring, and roared as he charged toward the clones. At that moment, the entire team's anger was ignited, and they launched a reckless, suicidal assault. No plans, no strategies, just a pure trade of lives. This style of combat was reckless and irrational, and resulted in heavy casualties. But it was effective. Luo Ji and the others defeated all the clones at the cost of half their lives. Unfortunately, Liu Xing, who had charged to the front, had fought the monsters with an ordinary weapon after losing his spirit weapon. The moment all the clones were killed, he collapsed into a pool of blood, relieved of his burden. Quick! Concentrate fire! We must seize this chance to finish off the boss. Otherwise, everyone here will die. With no time to mourn their fallen comrade, Luo Ji immediately ordered everyone to attack the boss while it was vulnerable. Let's go, Ma Zhen, we're joining in. Chen Chen, worried that the energy-depleted team wouldn't have enough damage, grabbed Ma Zhen and charged forward. Working together, everyone gave it their all to attack the replication mirror. Power strike. Chen Chen saw his opening and struck, his fully charged silver spear piercing straight through the boss's mirror surface. A C-rank power strike, when fully charged, can deal up to 700% damage. The burst damage is incredible. Congratulations to the host for slaying the boss, Replication Mirror. You have gained 150 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 460 years. Thanks to everyone's combined effort, Chen Chen managed to land the killing blow on the boss. In the chaos, no one noticed, and no one cared. After all the resources dropped by the boss were magic crystals and items that could be taken out of the ruins. There was no need to fight over the kill credit or ownership. The shards of the replication mirror shattered and scattered across the ground. Each one reflected the blood-stained faces of the team members. As the boss's life faded, the fragmented mirror pieces emitted a dazzling fluorescent glow, transforming into a large pile of magic crystals. There were over 100 of them. In addition, there was a martial skill manual encased in a golden beam of light, along with various materials. For a boss like the replication mirror that combined strength and mechanics, the loot after defeat was always very rich. Yet, facing the rewards covering the ground, the exploration team didn't show the slightest smile. Take it. Luo Ji picked up the magic crystals with a blank expression and placed them all in front of Ma Zhen. According to the rules of the trade, magic crystals that cannot be traded within the ruins belong to the patron, while all tradable crystals belong to the hired team. However, because the Little Murloc's feeding mission had failed, Luo Ji gave all the boss's magic crystals to Ma Zhen to compensate for the patron's losses. As for the other resources, he distributed them among the remaining team members. No. That's against the rules. I can't take this. Ma Zhen naturally didn't want to accept Luo Ji's offer, especially since the team had suffered casualties. Let these 100 magic crystals be a condolence fund for brother Liu Xing. Luo Ji froze for a moment. He looked at Ma Zhen, then back at his grieving teammates. On behalf of Liu Xing's family, we thank you. Luo Ji and all the members of the exploration team bowed to Ma Zhen, their eyes filled with gratitude. Low-level hired guns were always seen as expendable, and it was Ma Zhen's gesture that made them feel a touch of warmth. With the boss replica being completely defeated by the scouting team, the true relic portal finally appeared before everyone. Appearing at the same time was the golden clearance treasure chest. The relic is quite difficult, so there must be a good amount of magic crystals inside. 20 magic crystals. I am a little better than you. I got 22. Damn, why does this chest always target me? Why did I only get 18? It is a matter of character. Who told you to be so stingy usually? With the relic cleared, everyone ended their fusion state and opened the chests in front of them. The clearance chests are calculated based on the number of people, so there were 3 at Chen Chen's feet. Among everyone, Chen Chen was the only one who did not end his fusion with his spirit weapon, nor did he open his chests. What is wrong? Brother, is this your first time seeing such a scene? Scared? Seeing Chen Chen frozen in place, Luoji walked slowly toward him to offer some comfort. Walking behind Luoji was his spirit weapon, Zhao Yi. Yeah. Chen Chen nodded, appearing to be thinking about something. We are all the lowest level awakeners. Dying in a relic is a perfectly normal thing. Even though it was his own teammate who died, Luoji spoke in a gentle tone to comfort the dazed Chen Chen. Despite his rough appearance, Luoji had a delicate heart. It is no wonder he could become the captain of the whole scouting team. Luoji placed a hand on Chen Chen's shoulder and shifted his tone. Even if it were you or me who died, it would still be normal. Before he could finish, a dagger gleaming with cold light thrust directly toward Chen Chen's chest. Clang! The sharp blade hit Shen Yuxi's Night Kai, instantly emitting a crisp sound. Luoji's pupils constricted. He looked at the dagger in his hand in disbelief. Why couldn't it even pierce the ordinary hoodie Chen Chen was wearing? At this moment, Chen Chen was covered in the pitch-black Night Kai, holding a silver spear, with wings symbolizing light and darkness standing by behind him. It was just that due to the system's spirit weapon illusion function, in the eyes of other awakeners, Chen Chen only had a tattered cloak and a fire poker. Whoosh! Luoji's sneak attack not only failed but was met with a backlash of Shen Yuxi's black flames. At the same time, Chen Chen swung the silver spear upward. It struck accurately at Zhao Yi, who was beside Luoji. Ha ha ha, you brat. Who taught you to use a staff like that? There is no spearhead, yet you are still trying to poke people? As a spirit weapon at the peak of the bronze rank, Zhao Yi knew her abdomen had been struck by Chen Chen's fire poker, but she didn't care at all and said mockingly, "Is that so? Who said you can't kill someone without a spearhead?" Chen Chen smiled faintly. Then he gave Zhao Yi a look, signaling her to look at her own abdomen. Huh? Zhao Yi followed Chen Chen's gaze, but unfortunately, her ample bosom blocked her view. She couldn't see her abdomen at all. In the end, it was the flowing blood that made Zhao Yi feel a strange warmth, and she reached out to touch it. How is this possible? Only now did Zhao Yi realize something was wrong. Her abdomen had indeed been pierced by the fire poker in Chen Chen's hand. Because her view was blocked, she still couldn't figure out how Chen Chen, a bronze tier 1 demon hunter, managed to pierce her body with a G-rank fire poker. She was, after all, a spirit weapon at the peak of the bronze rank. Even in human form, her biological strength was extremely high. Although Zhao Yi and Luoji were both bronze peak awakeners, and Shen Yuan was only a bronze tier 3 F-rank spirit weapon. However, the scouting team had just gone through a bloody battle with the boss, exhausting their spiritual power and leaving them drained. Such a result had long been in Chen Chen's expectations. Seeing Zhao Yi heavily wounded by Chen Chen, the scouting team immediately entered their fusion states and surrounded him. You guys really have no shame, choosing to act under these circumstances. Chen Chen pulled the spear out of Zhao Yi's body and immediately retreated, keeping his distance from the group. The scouting team's supplies were depleted, and their physician, Liu Xing, had died in the battle with the boss. Now that Zhao Yi had been pierced, combined with the bleeding effect of Chen Chen's D-rank talent, Blood Awakening, she wouldn't last long without treatment. Moreover, while retreating, Chen Chen had also snatched the bewildered Ma Zhen as his hostage. All this was thanks to the arrogance of the scouting team. They never considered Chen Chen a qualified opponent, but rather played with him like a fool. However, when you think the other person looks like a little cutie, then you should be careful, because you might actually be the little cutie yourself. Yay! Sister, I won! I knew these guys were nothing but trouble. They really did make a move, Shen Yuxi said triumphantly. Fine. These guys, they hid their true colors too well. Shen Yuyan's tone was helpless. She hadn't expected Luoji and the others to actually attack them. I lost, Chen. You have to wash Yuxi's feet for a month. What the heck? Why do I have to wash Yuxi's feet just because you lost? Chen Chen was confused. Because we bet on whoever wins, you would wash their feet, Shen Yuyan said seriously. as if there was nothing wrong with that logic. Did you even ask for my opinion? You weren't there when we placed the bet, so we couldn't ask. Besides, such a good thing falling into your lap, you're secretly happy about it, don't deny it. That has nothing to do with whether I'm happy or not. You used me for a bet, you have to ask for my consent. That's the bare minimum of respect between people. Chen Chen argued reasonably. Although he had long wanted to squeeze Shen Yuxi's little feet in white silk, a bet is a bet. Brother Chen, what is going on here? Ma Zhen looked at Chen Chen in confusion. He didn't understand why things had suddenly turned out like this. Everyone was good friends living and dying together just moments ago. Why did it suddenly become like this? You'd better ask them what they want. Chen Chen didn't answer Ma Zhen, but looked at Luo Ji and the others opposite. Ma Zhen, acting as Chen Chen's hostage, questioned Luo Ji opposite. Brother Luo, what exactly happened? Why are you and your wife attacking Brother Chen? Can't we just sit down and talk it out? If it's a matter of interest, I can give you all the resources I have. Please stop fighting, okay? The naive Ma Zhen still thought the conflict between Chen Chen and Luo Ji was just about profit. Chen Chen, not bad. You've been playing the pig to eat the tiger all along. We underestimated you. Luo Ji looked at the blood hole in Zhao Yi's abdomen. This obviously wasn't something bronze tier 1 spiritual power and a G-rank spirit weapon could cause. At this moment, he realized Chen Chen's true strength was far from what the intel suggested. However, Zhao Yi wasn't even his wife, just a temporary spirit weapon partner. If she died, she died. There was nothing to grieve over. As for Chen Chen, even though he had been outplayed, Luo Ji didn't appear panicked. After all, to enter this bronze relic, Chen Chen's spiritual rank could at most be at the bronze peak. Luo Ji had a professional team on his side. Although they lacked a physician, it was enough to handle Chen Chen alone. Chen Chen, when did you see through our flaws? Seeing that things were exposed, Luo Ji stopped pretending. Chen Chen smiled. Your flaws are so many that I couldn't even list them all in a short time. Desert ruins. Our plan was flawless. There is no way a greenhorn like you could have seen through it. Luo Ji still could not believe that Chen Chen had figured out their scheme, and he looked at his teammates with suspicion. Who on earth leaked the news? Boss Luo, why are you looking at me? I have been with you for so many years. How could I possibly betray you? We are all working for that person. If we leaked the news, would not that be digging our own graves? That is right, Boss Luo. Our priority now is to capture this brat Chen Chen. If he makes it out alive, none of us will survive. The members of the exploration team immediately swore their loyalty to Luo Ji. They had neither reason nor motive to turn against him. As for Ma Zhen, he had been kept in the dark from the very beginning. Wait. Could it be that kid Ma Fei? A thought struck Luo Ji, and he pinned the source of the leak on Ma Fei. He assumed that something had been revealed during the phone call between Ma Fei and Chen Chen. Chen Chen remained silent, letting Luo Ji guess wildly. Brother Chen? What does this have to do with my brother? Seeing Luo Ji mention his brother, Ma Zhen became even more confused. It is quite simple. Gu Qingming wanted me dead, so she conspired with your brother to lure me into these ruins to finish me off. After all, taking action at the academy or in the city would likely trigger an investigation by Vice Dean Lei or the Security Bureau. And so, Ma Fei recruited Luo Ji's team, along with you who knew nothing about it. In fact, Chen Chen had seen through the tricks of Ma Fei and Luo Ji's group long ago. The only thing he was unsure about was whether Ma Zhen knew the truth. But as it turns out, Ma Zhen truly knew nothing. He was just being used by Ma Fei. Chen Chen had been on his guard ever since Ma Zhen first approached him. Sometimes, the kinder an approach seems, the more vigilant you should be. Ma Zhen really did view Chen Chen as an idol, and the people behind him exploited that to lure Chen Chen into the trap. He did have a good relationship with Ma Fei when he was in the gold class. But how could someone who avoided you in your darkest hour possibly offer a helping hand now? Ma Fei had mentioned on the phone that he had a big job lately, and that finishing it would likely lead to a promotion to the upper echelons of the Demon Hunter Association. Chen Chen had already guessed what this big job was. It was him. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and Chen Chen understood that well. The reason he dared to follow Luo Ji and his team into the ruins was to play along with their game and take them all out. After all, killing a magic seed only grants 1% of its lifespan, but killing an awakened one who harbors murderous intent toward you allows you to absorb 100% of their life force, plus a bonus based on their spiritual energy level. So from start to finish, Chen Chen played the role of the weakling, not revealing an ounce of killing intent. The most elite hunters often appear in the form of prey. Since they had delivered their lifespan right to his doorstep, he had no reason to refuse. Chen Chen had actually been waiting for Luo Ji and the others to make their move. He did not expect them to be so greedy as to covet his 3 reward chests as well. They had dragged it out until the very end before deciding to strike. Impossible. This is impossible. My brother is definitely not that kind of person. Before coming to the ruins, he even warned me to learn more from you. The amount of information was too much, and the naive Ma Zhen could not process it all at once. Chen Chen patted Ma Zhen on the shoulder and smiled. Look how naive you are. You still do not understand what is happening. Using you as bait, how could I not fall for it? Chen Chen's words made Ma Zhen shudder. Even though he did not want to believe it, the truth was right before his eyes. He was just a pawn for his brother to climb the ladder of power. Ma Zhen, Chen Chen is right. We and your brother, Ma Fei, are all working for the Hua family. Seeing that Chen Chen had already guessed everything, Luo Ji decided to lay his cards on the table. The Hua family is the #1 family in Jinghai. As a student, you should know how much weight that carries. If we fail, you, me, and your brother, we all die. Chen Chen, do not think that, because you have captured Ma Zhen, we will not dare to do anything to you. Let me tell you the truth. Even if Ma Zhen dies here today, we are still going to finish you off. Luo Ji wanted to use Ma Fei as leverage to make Ma Zhen understand the severity of the situation. He saw that, although Chen Chen was clever and decisive, he valued Ma Zhen highly. If he could turn Ma Zhen against Chen Chen, it might be enough to deal a heavy blow. Actually, I had seen through the trap during the boss phase long ago. I deliberately waited until you were all about to fall into it before giving a warning, just to let the Ruins boss drain your team's strength. Chen Chen was intentionally provoking Luo Ji and his team, forcing them to take the initiative so he could counter their moves. I did not expect the boss to be so effective, taking out Liu Xing, your most annoying healer, for me. Otherwise, it would not have been your and Zhao Yi's turn to sneak attack me. Once the boss died, I had to take out Liu Xing to kill your team's sustainability. Chen Chen was not making this up. If Liu Xing were still alive, he would definitely have taken the initiative. As soon as their dead teammate was mentioned, Luo Ji and the others could no longer sit still. Get him! Catch that brat! Luo Ji guarded the ruins portal himself to prevent Chen Chen from escaping. Then he ordered Niu Dali and Zhao Wu to flank him, preparing to capture Chen Chen alive. Meanwhile, the archer Zhou Guang drew his bow to its limit, ready to cut off Chen Chen's movement at any moment. Facing the encirclement of the exploration squad, Chen Chen remained calm and composed. Luo Ji, making his move now, played exactly into Chen Chen's hands. First, the exploration squad's spirit power had not yet recovered. Each of them could release, at most, 1 more martial skill. Second, it is 5:50 now. In 10 minutes, the time will be defined as daytime. By then, the double attribute bonus from Shen Yuxi's Night Kai will be gone. Therefore, Chen Chen must end this quickly. It would be best to take everyone out within 10 minutes. Kid, stop struggling. It's your bad luck to run into professional bandits like us. You should pray that the relic boss kills us all. Otherwise, you don't stand a chance of surviving. The twin blade wielder Niu Dali and the spearman Zhao Wu closed in from both sides. The two were the dedicated assault warriors of the exploration squad, both at the 9th rank of the bronze stage. If they were at full power, Chen Chen certainly couldn't take them on alone. But under these circumstances, Chen Chen didn't even put them in his eyes. Blazing Fire Slash. Continuous Piercing Strike. Niu Dali and Zhao Wu simultaneously unleashed their signature martial skills, using the bit of spirit power they had just recovered. Flames enveloped the twin blades in Niu Dali's hands, accompanied by a wave of searing heat, full of aggressive momentum. Zhao Wu danced his spear into a blur of blossoms, the cold light biting and sharp. Their positioning and coordination were impeccable, leaving Chen Chen no room to maneuver. In the eyes of Niu Dali and Zhao Wu, the moment they unleashed their skills from those positions, Chen Chen was already a dead man. Whoosh! However, to their complete shock, the seemingly tattered cape behind Chen Chen suddenly flapped, instantly kicking up a powerful gust of wind. A strange magic seemed to radiate from the G-grade spirit weapon cloak. Chen Chen shoved Ma Zhen aside and launched himself into the air from where he stood. Like a kunpeng soaring through the sky, he shot straight into the clouds. The reason Niu Dali and Zhao Wu thought their attack left no opening and that Chen Chen had nowhere to hide was because they never imagined this guy could actually fly. My god. Is this G-grade spirit weapon seriously this broken? This ragged cape has a flight function and moves this fast. Is this really just a G-grade spirit weapon? Niu Dali and Zhao Wu stood frozen on the ground, staring at Chen Chen as he soared into the sky. They never in their wildest dreams imagined Chen Chen would dodge their pincer attack in such a way. There was no helping it. Under the system's spirit weapon illusion, they couldn't see the wings flapping behind Chen Chen at all. If those angelic wings representing light and the fallen angel wings representing darkness had been visible to everyone, they might have understood why Chen Chen could fly into the sky in an instant. At that point, perhaps Luo Ji and his crew would have worshipped Chen Chen as a god, not daring to oppose him at all. The awakened Zhao Yi, who held murderous intent toward you, has been killed by you. The host has gained her base lifespan of 52 years, plus a 100% bonus based on her spirit power rank, for an additional 52 years of life. Remaining lifespan of host, 564 years. As Chen Chen flew into the heavens, Zhao Yi, whom he had previously pierced through the abdomen, died, granting Chen Chen another 99 years of life. This level of life extraction was quite good. After all, killing the boss replica mirror only yielded 150 years. One could only say that this was all thanks to the boss. Otherwise, Chen Chen wouldn't have found it so easy to kill an awakened at the peak of the bronze stage. Don't be fooled by the illusion before you. Chen Chen must have used some flying martial skill. That tattered cape is nothing but a distraction. Luo Ji felt no sorrow for Zhao Yi's death, calmly analyzing Chen Chen's abilities instead. He remained convinced that the fire poker and the tattered cape in Chen Chen's hands were just G-grade spirit weapons. Zhou Guang, shoot him for me. Although Chen Chen had flown to a great height, he was now exposed in the field of vision of the archer, Zhou Guang. Arrow rain. Zhou Guang, who had long since drawn his bowstring to the max, did not hesitate and immediately fired a magical arrow. The rapidly flying arrow glowed as it neared Chen Chen, exploding instantly into a rain of arrows that blanketed the sky above him. Facing the sky full of arrows, Chen Chen could have easily flown away using his angel wings. However, he did not dodge. For Chen Chen, possessing the angel wings gave him absolute control of the air. And the only one in Luo Ji's exploration squad capable of ranged attacks against him was Zhou Guang. So Chen Chen's goal was clear. With the medic Liu Xing dead, his primary target for elimination was the archer Zhou Guang. Chen Chen shielded himself with his angel and fallen angel wings, preparing to take the arrow rain head-on. I guessed it. Chen Chen's flying martial skill can only hover. It can't fly freely. He's a sitting duck up there. Ha 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 ha. Luo Ji burst into wild laughter. He felt his gamble had paid off. After all, true flight abilities were extremely rare. Even if they existed, they would have to be A-grade or higher. And anything below A-grade is generally a pseudo-flight skill. It can only help a demon hunter lift off into the sky, but not allow them to soar freely. Kid, you're underestimating me way too much, trying to block my arrow rain with a ragged cape. You're just asking for death. Zhou Guang wore a look of disdain. In his eyes, what stood before Chen Chen were not black and white angel wings, but just a tattered, crumbling cape. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, the rain of arrows savagely pierced Chen Chen's body. The angel wings and fallen angel wings were special attributes unlocked after reaching a certain level of synchronization, and their existence was also part of Chen Chen's body. With every arrow that pierced the wings, Chen Chen could feel a bone-chilling pain. Zhou Guang and his silver moon bow were both 9th rank bronze awakened items. The power of this arrow rain was clearly visible. Although Chen Chen dodged his vital points, his wings and body were still riddled like a hedgehog as he slowly fell from the sky. Ha ha ha. Brother Luo, that kid is dead. Seeing all his arrows hit, Zhou Guang couldn't help but laugh wildly. But the moment Luo Ji looked over, black backlash flames began to ignite on Zhou Guang's body. Every attack resulted in a backlash. In other words, every arrow of Zhou Guang's that hit Chen Chen caused him to suffer a wave of black flame backlash. Chen Chen was now riddled like a hedgehog. Consequently, a second later, Zhou Guang was instantly ignited into a ball of fire. Furthermore, every time Chen Chen was attacked, he stacked a layer of abyss corruption, adding an extra 1% to the backlash damage. Ah, what is this? Someone help me! The exploding black flames constantly consumed Zhou Guang's body, causing him to let out a series of tragic, piercing screams. It felt as if he were suffering some sort of hellish torture. It was bone-chilling. Zhou Guang. Though he didn't know exactly what had happened, Luo Ji was the one with the most to say about this scene. Because when he had first launched a sneak attack on Chen Chen, he had already suffered a backlash from those black flames once. That bone-deep pain was a memory still fresh in Luo Ji's mind even now. A charred mark remained on his chest, and as the black flames relentlessly lashed back at Zhou Guang, that mark seemed to ache in sympathy. Once the black flames vanished, Zhou Guang and the silver moon bow in his hands had both been reduced to scorched earth. The awakened Zhou Guang, who harbored killing intent toward you, has been killed by you. You have gained his base lifespan of 62 years, plus an additional 55 years due to a 90% bonus based on his spiritual realm. The awakened Mao Shuitong, who harbored killing intent toward you, has been killed by you. You have gained his base lifespan of 66 years, plus an additional 59 years due to a 90% bonus based on his spiritual realm. Your remaining lifespan is 806 years. Through the backlash damage of Night Kai, Chen Chen had once again successfully killed the archer Zhou Guang and his spirit weapon. This kind of dense, multi-hit attack was practically gift-wrapping kills for Chen Chen. Chen Chen had just been hit by 105 arrows in total, and Shen Yuxi caused 80% backlash damage to Zhou Guang for every single hit. The base damage alone reached a staggering 8400%, and that didn't even account for the effect of 100 layers of abyssal corruption. Damage reflection. It's damage reflection. It wasn't until Zhou Guang died that Luo Ji belatedly understood the mechanism of Night Kai. Xiao Wu, Dali, aim for where Chen Chen lands and finish him off. Try to kill him in one shot, don't use continuous attacks. Luo Ji immediately devised a counter-strategy. At that moment, Chen Chen, having been struck by the rain of arrows, was still falling through the air. Yu Dali and Zhao Wu were already waiting at the landing spot, prepared to kill him instantly. But Boss Luo, didn't we receive orders to capture Chen Chen alive? Shouldn't we have some fun with those twin campus beauties first before killing him? Yeah, we've all seen Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi. Those little faces, those figures, they're so delicate. It would be such a waste to just kill them. Clearly, Yu Dali and Zhao Wu were already aware that Chen Chen had formed an eternal contract with the sisters. If Chen Chen died, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi would die too. That would be such a damn shame. What time do you think it is? You're still thinking about that? This guy Chen Chen isn't as simple as we imagined. If we hold back now, we're all going to die. Luo Ji roared, nearly at the top of his lungs. Having watched Zhou Guang die right before his eyes, Luo Ji understood the terror of Chen Chen. If Zhao Yi's death could be explained by her having been severely injured while fighting the boss earlier, Zhou Guang was completely different. As an archer and a backline damage dealer, he might have used up all his spiritual energy, but he hadn't taken much damage. Yet the black flames had instantly swallowed Zhou Guang and his spirit weapon, which was proof enough of Chen Chen's true strength. The exploration team had already lost more than half its members, and Luo Ji's spirit weapon was destroyed. The only ones with any combat capability left were Yu Dali and Zhao Wu. And yet these two old fools were still dreaming about the campus beauties. They really were stubborn to the point of insanity. Boss Luo, have you been scared out of your mind? Chen Chen is half dead and incapacitated now. He'll probably hit the ground and die on his own without us needing to lift a finger. Besides, didn't we put that slow-acting aphrodisiac in their drinks? It would be a waste not to make good use of it. This kid Chen Chen has some tricks up his sleeve, sure, but he only had a chance to get a few kills because the boss had already worn us down. Otherwise, this brat would be no match for us. Watching Chen Chen continue his descent, Yu Dali and Zhao Wu were already imagining their fun time with the beauties. As for Luo Ji's earnest advice, they weren't listening to a word of it. The two of them looked just like goblins, their faces filled with lecherous smiles. It was only then that Chen Chen realized that he and Shen Yuyan had been drugged with rosemary pills in their drinks. It was a slow-acting aphrodisiac, colorless, odorless, and impossible to detect. Only after circulating their spiritual energy would the victims feel anything amiss. No wonder Chen Chen had felt his blood churning. He had been drugged at the tavern. Sometimes, you really should listen to your captain. Chen Chen, who had appeared to have lost consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he looked at Yu Dali and Zhao Wu. Death God Realm. In an instant, the angelic wings on Chen Chen's back were eroded by dark energy, transforming into the wings of a fallen angel. As the pair of jet black wings unfurled, a massive necromantic magic circle appeared. A deathly aura, thick with swirling black mist, surged outward. Two abyssal maws lunged out from the necromantic circle, swallowing Yu Dali and Zhao Wu. Compared to the Death God Realm Chen Chen released in the Goblin Mine last time, these abyssal maws carried the full weight of the damage Chen Chen had received from the arrow rain. Ah, this. What is this? A devil. It's a devil. Ah. As Zhao Wu and Yu Dali screamed in agony, they were forced to witness the most terrifying scene of their entire lives. The necromantic circle was like a vast, dark ocean. The abyssal maws were the sharks beneath the surface, and Yu Dali and Zhao Wu were like small boats adrift in that black sea, with no way to escape the endless danger surrounding them. The awakened Yu Dali, who harbored killing intent toward you, has been killed by you. You have gained his base lifespan of 39 years, plus an additional 35 years due to a 90% bonus based on his spiritual realm. The awakened Zhang Fangfang, who harbored killing intent toward you, has been killed by you. You have gained her base lifespan of 72 years, plus an additional 65 years due to a 90% bonus based on her spiritual realm. The awakened Zhao Wu, who harbored killing intent toward you, has been killed by you. You have gained his base lifespan of 59 years, plus an additional 53 years due to a 90% bonus based on his spiritual realm. The awakened Zhang Changchang, who harbored killing intent toward you, has been killed by you. You have gained his base lifespan of 80 years, plus an additional 64 years due to an 80% bonus based on his spiritual realm. Your remaining lifespan is 1273 years. Must say that arrow rain actually packs quite a punch. Chen Chen landed steadily and pulled the arrows out of his body. Having taken the full force of a bronze 9th tier demon hunter's arrow rain, it would have been a rough situation for Chen Chen's physique if not for the fact that Shen Yuxi provides double defense attributes at night. Mu Dali and Zhao Wu, needless to say, were wiped out along with their spirit weapons. Chen Chen, who on earth are you? At this very moment, Luoji was the only one left in his exploration team. He slumped to the ground, completely lacking the courage to put up a fight. Chen Chen gripped his silver spear and began walking slowly toward Luoji. You don't need to know who I am, because I don't like to chatter with a corpse. Ha! Just as Chen Chen passed a wall, Luoji, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly flashed a mocking smile. Phase shift! Chen Chen immediately entered a spiritual state, ignoring physical collisions. With a sidestep, he phased into the wall beside him without any warning. Inside the wall, a flash of cold light struck, and the silver spear in Chen Chen's hand pierced straight through Ma Zhen's chest. Brother Chen. At that moment, Ma Zhen had also entered his spiritual state, preparing to pass through the wall to ambush Chen Chen. It turned out that Luo Ji hadn't given up on killing Chen Chen. Instead, he had colluded with Ma Zhen to set up an ambush. But Luo Ji never imagined that Chen Chen had actually sensed Ma Zhen's presence the moment he dropped down, only pretending to be unaware. While the spiritual state allows one to ignore physical objects, when both sides are in the spiritual state, they can attack each other. Chen Chen took advantage of this to strike first and take Ma Zhen out before he could even make a move. Ma Zhen couldn't have guessed that, although Chen Chen had taught him the phase shift skill, he had kept an ace up his sleeve. Chen Chen's own skill had even advanced to C rank. You want to use the skill I taught you to kill me? Isn't that a bit too naive? The silver spear in Chen Chen's hand was still piercing through Ma Zhen's chest, pinning him to the ground. Chen Chen's brows were tightly knit. Facing the man who had tried to ambush him, he felt a complex mix of emotions. Brother Chen, I'm sorry. Please, just kill me. Ma Zhen, realizing his ambush had failed, sought death. He could no longer face the mentor who had treated him with such sincerity. Ever since he learned the truth, Ma Zhen had been struggling. He knew the strength of the Hua family. If this mission failed because of him, just as Luo Ji said, he, Ma Fei, and even their families would likely face the Hua family's retaliation. Although Ma Zhen detested his brother Ma Fei's actions, things had reached a point where, as a member of his family, he ultimately chose to stand against Chen Chen. Brother Chen, I beg you, don't kill Ma Zhen. We have always looked up to you as a mentor. He didn't know anything, and what he did today was a last resort. Please, for the sake of our past bond, let him go just this once. Li Zihan broke her fusion state and knelt at Chen Chen's feet, pleading. Brother Chen, I am willing to trade my life for his. Take my life to spare Ma Zhen's. Is that possible? No. Chen Chen took one last look at Ma Zhen, then pulled the silver spear from his chest and drove it through his throat. Although he felt a pang of regret, there was no other choice. The person who once idolized him had already drifted too far away. Ma Zhen, Chen Chen, how can you be so heartless? I was willing to trade my life for his. Why wouldn't you agree? Seeing her beloved die before her eyes, Li Zian's eyes turned blood red as she pulled out a dagger, ready to fight Chen Chen to the death. Are you kidding? Why should I agree? Chen Chen retorted, questioning Li Zihan harshly. What reason do you have to make me agree? He was the one who tried to ambush me first. What leverage do you have to make me agree? Are your lives even worth the same? What strength do you have to make me agree? Why should I do whatever you want just because you said so? Chen Chen's soul-piercing interrogation made Li Zihan fully realize her situation. Therefore, she couldn't do anything now. The only thing she could do was choose to die alongside Ma Zhen. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Zihan gripped her dagger tight, and using the footwork Chen Chen had once taught her, lunged at his vitals. Slash. Chen Chen didn't hesitate either. The silver spear in his hand slashed through her throat. He left their two bodies lying in the same pool of blood. The contracted pair he had once sincerely blessed were now destroyed by his own hands. With a heavy heart, Chen Chen walked toward Luo Ji. The distance of less than 10 meters felt incredibly long because Chen Chen had been waiting for a system prompt to confirm if Ma Zhen and Li Zihan truly held murderous intent toward him. Unfortunately, everything went as he had expected. By the time Chen Chen stood before Luo Ji, he still hadn't heard the prompt for draining the lifespans of Ma Zhen and Li Zihan. Chen Chen had actually sensed it long ago. While Ma Zhen attacked him, there was no killing intent in his eyes, and Li Zihan was simply seeking death. Neither of them had truly wanted to kill him. After all, Chen Chen was their idol, their mentor, and their friend. Chen Chen, you're good. We lost. Now, facing the murderous Chen Chen, Luo Ji, having lost his spirit weapon, had completely given up. The guy in front of him was simply too terrifying. Even when faced with a surprise wall-phasing ambush from friends, he had managed to seize the initiative. Luo Ji had originally considered using the magic crystals in his warehouse to bait Chen Chen, planning to kill him when he went to retrieve them. But after seeing Chen Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness, he decided to drop the idea. The success rate was 0. No point in trying. But for someone as talented as you, being targeted by Gu Qingming and Hua Jianli, I imagine your end won't be much better than mine. Luo Ji tossed a keychain from his neck at Chen Chen's feet. These are the magic crystals our squad has saved up over the years. After I'm dead, I doubt anyone will go to the bank warehouse to collect them, and I'd hate for those capitalists to benefit. Consider it a gift. A token of mutual respect between heroes. Before Luo Ji could finish his sentence, the silver spear in Chen Chen's hand pierced through his throat. A person like you, calling yourself a hero? Chen Chen unleashed all his pent-up anger onto Luo Ji, stabbing his body repeatedly with the silver spear until he was reduced to a bloody pulp. The awakened Luo Ji, who harbored killing intent toward you, has been eliminated. Host has gained his base lifespan of 18 years, plus a 100% bonus based on his spirit rank, obtaining an additional 18 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 1309 years. Following Luo Ji's death, the sun was already rising over the desert. Throughout the ruins, only Chen Chen and the sisters remained. Chen, about Ma Zhen and Li Zihan, you don't need to feel guilty. Death was their own choice. You already gave them plenty of chances. Shen Yuyan, sensing Chen Chen's mood, spoke up to comfort him. Chen Chen nodded. Now was not the time for hesitation. Although they had achieved a partial victory, Gu Qingming and Hua Jianli had now revealed their murderous intent. How Chen Chen would respond to that was the most critical issue at hand. It seems Gu Qingming and Hua Jianli couldn't wait any longer. Chen Chen took the spatial rings from the others, clearing the battlefield while saying, "But we don't have the capital to confront them yet. Once we get out, we're leaving the demon capital immediately." Luo Ji's exploration team not only brought Chen Chen hundreds of years of lifespan, but their spatial rings were also packed with magic crystals. Spatial rings are bound to the soul of the awakened. To upgrade the grade of a spatial ring, one must go to a professional institution in Blue Star. Under normal circumstances, only the owner can open the storage space. Of course, there is one other situation where it can be opened. Just like now, the owner is already dead. Chen Chen discovered a total of over 300 magic crystals from everyone's spatial rings, along with some martial arts techniques and materials. What caught Chen Chen's eye was a martial art technique that had previously dropped from the boss replication mirror, which he now found inside Luo Ji's spatial ring. Clone, grade C. By selecting a target, you can summon an exact copy that lasts for 60 seconds with a 300-second cooldown. The clone's spiritual power realm and attributes cannot exceed the user's, and it cannot perform martial arts techniques. Chen Chen thought this martial art was quite good, so he mastered it immediately. As for the magic crystals, Chen Chen did not absorb them. After all, they are preparing to leave Magic City, and since magic crystals can be used for trade, they will come in handy on the road. Release! Next, Chen Chen is going to start using the lifespan he just obtained. After deactivating the fusion state, Chen Chen first gave both Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi a quick kiss to be fair. And while he was at it, he transferred something to the sisters. Lifespan, minus 99 years. Shen Yuyan's remaining lifespan, 100 years. Lifespan minus 96 years. Shen Yuxi's remaining lifespan, 100 years. Host's remaining lifespan, 11-16 years. As the saying goes, if you borrow and return, it's easier to borrow again. Chen Chen first returned the lifespan he had previously borrowed to Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi. After all, the sisters' lifespans were reaching a critical point. If they encountered any magic beasts with special mechanisms in the ruins that could devour life, they might suddenly drop dead. Thinking of this, Chen Chen also gave himself a warning. It seems he needs to keep some spare lifespan as a safety net in the future and shouldn't exhaust it all every time. Woo woo woo, it's been so long since I've had a kiss from Senior Chen Chen. Happy face. Chen Chen's kiss made Shen Yuxi feel very happy. The little one looks forward to this every single day. Chen, blushing and flustered. Meanwhile, Shen Yuyan, who was standing nearby, felt very strange. The usually calm and reserved Shen Yuyan appeared bashful and unable to contain herself. And Chen Chen himself felt exactly the same. He even felt the saliva in his throat turning hot and burning. The moment their eyes met, both of them felt as if they had been struck by an electric current. It was only then that Chen Chen realized what Niu Dali had said earlier. Luo Ji and his team had been tasked with capturing him alive first, and then taking advantage of Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi. They had even prepared in advance and drugged the wine with rosemary elixir. This kind of chronic aphrodisiac is hard to detect and completely impossible to guard against. Both Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan had fallen into the trap. No. Chen Chen shook his head, struggling to let reason overcome desire. Yuxi, come here. Chen Chen called Shen Yuxi to the side and gently covered her soft, fragrant lips. Injecting lifespan into the talent night guy? He would worry about Shen Yuyan's condition later. The top priority right now was to activate Shen Yuxi's super talent. The difficulties they face next will surely far exceed their expectations. Therefore, Chen Chen decided to give all the remaining 1,000 plus years of his lifespan to Shen Yuxi. 10 years in, Shen Yuxi's spirit veins have long been restless, constantly waiting for this opportunity. 30 years in. Even though her talent had long reached D rank, Shen Yuxi's spirit veins continued to grow rapidly. 80 years in, the eternal night descends. Talent awakened. Knight armor D rank upgrades to eternal knight armor C rank. Defense increases from 40% to 50%. When attacked, it inflicts 40 to 50% of her own stats as dark attribute counter damage back to the enemy. And all attributes are doubled at night. New feature. Can change the time within 1 kilometer to night for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Just as Chen Chen expected. It only cost 80 years of lifespan for Shen Yuxi's talent to awaken from D rank to C rank. Investing all lifespan into nurturing her is currently the fastest way to increase his strength. In fact, his own talent and Shen Yuyan's can both be put on the back burner. It is not too late to upgrade them when there is spare lifespan. After Shen Yuxi's talent awakened to C rank, besides the boost in base stats, it unexpectedly added a new function that can alter time. Although the cooldown is a long 24 hours, this means Shen Yuxi can enjoy double attributes for 5 minutes even during the day. This way, Shen Yuxi's peak period is no longer limited to the night, and she can display a brief moment of brilliance during the day. Moreover, 5 minutes is actually quite a lot. When experts clash, the outcome is often decided in an instant, let alone 5 whole minutes. After the awakening, Chen Chen did not stop the life deduction. He really wanted to see how many more surprises Shen Yuxi could give him. 100 years in, the spirit veins that had just awakened began to sprout once again. 150 years in, even before nightfall, Shen Yuxi's spirit veins began to resonate with nature. 200 years in, endless eternal night, talent awakened. 300 years in, Shen Yuxi's spirit veins began to merge into the darkness. 500 years in, locking the endless darkness within her sea of consciousness, Shen Yuxi is the night itself. Talent awakened once again. Eternal Knight Armor C rank to B rank to A rank. Defense increases from 50% to 60% to 70%. When attacked, it inflicts 50 to 60 to 70% of her own stats as dark attribute counter damage. All attributes are doubled at night. Can change the time within 1 to 2 to 3 kilometers to night for 5 to 10 to 20 minutes. Cooldown, 24 to 23 to 22 hours. Talent awakened, stats fully upgraded. Continue. 600 years in, amidst your endless night, Shen Yuxi endures the loneliness alone. 800 years in, loneliness can drive people mad, but Shen Yuxi, possessing a dual personality, is able to amuse herself. 1,000 years in, after spending a long time in the boundless darkness, one can see through the ugliness of human nature at a glance. But even so, those who can find joy in it are the ones who can grow. Without a doubt, Shen Yuxi is such a person. 10,000 years in, the Lord of Chaos is derived, talent awakened once again. Eternal Knight Armor A rank to Chaos Armor S rank. Defense 70 to 80%. When attacked, inflicts 70 to 80% of her own stats as dark damage to chaos damage counterattack. All attributes double at night. New. Can change time within 3 to 5 kilometers to night, lasting 20 minutes to 1 hour. Cooldown 22 to 18 hours. New. Can imprison the souls of creatures killed by her and turn them into her own shadow servants. The spirit realm of shadow servants will not exceed her own, and a maximum of 3 souls can be imprisoned. Host's remaining lifespan 115 years. It only consumed 1,000 years for Shen Yuxi's talent to awaken from D rank to S rank. Chen Chen even felt that if he had given his lifespan to Shen Yuxi earlier, the S rank Chaos Armor could have completely crushed the Logic Squad. There would have been no need to play mind games with those guys. Yuxi. Chen Chen looked straight at Shen Yuxi's face. After awakening to S rank, her entire aura had undergone a qualitative change. Her waterfall-like long black hair was like a starry river of the long night, quiet and elegant. Senior Chen Chen, I feel as if the spiritual power in my body has undergone an earth-shattering change. Shen Yuxi also seemed to sense that the spirit veins in her body had undergone a transformation. I feel like all the dark attribute elements have merged with my spiritual power and turned into something new, murky, eerie, and twisted. Yuxi, that is chaos. Your talent has evolved into the S-rank Chaos Armor, and you are the Lord of Chaos. Chen Chen excitedly pinched Shen Yuxi's little cheeks, with the moisture from the kiss they just shared still lingering on her lips. Crystal clear, making one unable to resist wanting to have another taste. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, Chen Chen's gaze began to grow dreamy. Every inch of Shen Yuxi's skin seemed to be sweating, and her heaving chest also surged with her breathing. He wasn't sure if it was because the desert sun had risen. Chen Chen only felt that everything around him had become incredibly scorching. This feeling is so suffocating, he really wants to get some air. However, the top priority is to leave the Magic City as soon as possible. Since Gu Qingming and Hua Jianli had already made their move, they certainly wouldn't give up. If Chen Chen were to return alive with Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi, they would inevitably face even more vicious retaliation. Lei Ling could indeed temporarily protect Chen Chen from threats within the academy, but what about outside? Moreover, Lei Ling had already been demoted to Vice Dean because of Chen Chen's affairs, and he didn't want to add any more trouble for his friend. It would be better to use their own scheme against them and fake their deaths in the secret realm. Temporarily disappear from the Magic City. Yuyan, Yuxi, let's go! Chen Chen fought through the effects of the drug, preparing to take the 2 girls and leave the ruins. By the way, he wanted to test the newly learned cloning martial technique. Shen Yuyan bit her lip and nodded silently. Her current state was the same as Chen Chen's, also using her remaining consciousness to resist her feverish, surging body. The sky was faintly bright. The first light of dawn was just breaking. The gentle sunlight cast a pale yellow afterglow over the farms on the outskirts of the Magic City. Ma, I think you are worrying too much. It is just a bronze first-tier loser, right? Cannot Luo Ji and the others handle him? Do we really need to wait out here? A middle-aged man guarding outside the cellar complained. Like Ma Fei beside him, he was draped in the robe of the Demon Hunter Association. Although he looked several years older than Ma Fei, he still called him Brother Ma. Lao Xiao, this mission is tied to our promotion, so there cannot be any slip-ups. Ma Fei, with his short black hair, leaned against the golden sacred shield behind him, chewing on a blade of withered grass picked up from the farm, his mind drifting to the image of his old friend, Chen Chen, the man who once fought side by side with him, known by the Academy as the Commoner War God. And the target of our mission is not as simple as it looks. You might not know how strong Chen Chen really is without his oath contract being forcefully broken. At the mere thought of Chen Chen, Ma Fei felt a surge of restless anxiety. When they used to explore ruins together, Chen Chen's mind was always several steps ahead of everyone else. Despite having only an F-tier talent, he managed to become the captain of the exploration squad. Even Ma Fei, with his B-tier talent, could only follow behind him and obey orders. The students who could enter the gold class at the academy back then were either born with incredible talents or came from prestigious backgrounds. Only Chen Chen and Gu Qingming had low-tier talents and no background whatsoever. But the gold class students all admired Chen Chen. After all, his combat maneuvers and situational awareness were far beyond everyone else's. Ma Fei remembered that feeling clearly. Chen Chen's way of thinking was different from everyone else's. Chen Chen's existence made people feel as if he did not belong in this world at all. That is why he stood out from the crowd. The gold class students admired him, but they were also incredibly jealous of him. They all reached their positions due to 1 in a million talents and the immense resources of their families. Only Chen Chen was a freak. So, when Gu Qingming awakened her talent for a second time and completely abandoned Chen Chen, none of his former teammates who used to follow him stood up for him, including Ma Fei. He did not feel it was a pity for Chen Chen at all. Instead, he saw it as the natural outcome. That is how the world works. When someone attempts to break the class system with individual strength, those trapped within that system are constantly waiting for his downfall. The past is the past, and now is now. Even if he is strong, with his spiritual power level, he cannot stir up any major waves. Lao Shao took a drag of his cigarette and looked at the rising sun on the horizon, saying with disdain, "Back when we first left the academy, which one of us wasn't full of ambition, thinking the outcome wasn't decided and that we were all dark horses? And what happened? Only after leaving the academy did we realize the outcome was already set, and we are nothing more than pack animals. I used to look down on these tasks of being a lapdog for big families, but here I am, guarding this godforsaken place. Only by leaning on a big tree can we have a chance at promotion." Ma Fei understood Lao Shao's words perfectly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used his own brother as a pawn to lure Chen Chen into the trap. Yet, even though their plan was seamless and had been going very smoothly, Ma Fei was even certain that the naive Ma Zhen and Li Zihan would definitely get Chen Chen to take the bait. But for some reason, Ma Fei had an ominous feeling deep down. Lao Shao, to be honest, the reason I am so worried is that back at the academy, I always followed Chen Chen's lead, and he was always several levels ahead of us. This time, he is the one falling into my trap, and I am the one leading him. That, for some reason, makes me feel uncomfortable. Ma Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He vaguely remembered that even when they were exploring ruins, he had wanted to lead everyone to a breakthrough and be the captain everyone admired. It was just a pity that no matter how hard he racked his brain, he was never ahead of Chen Chen. Ordinary people think on the first level, Ma Fei could think on the second, but a guy like Chen Chen was always on the 5th level. The gap between them was like several disconnected chasms. You were just suppressed by that guy for too long at the academy. Lao Shao patted Ma Fei's shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry. Even if Luo Ji and the others fail, we have over a dozen silver tier hunters in ambush here, plus you, at the peak of the gold tier, sitting in command. That kid Chen Chen won't be able to escape. If I get the chance, I'll slaughter the kid myself to help you get rid of your mental demon. Ma Fei nodded and smiled faintly. Yeah, let's hope I'm just overthinking it. All these years, he struggled to climb up just to create a smooth path for his younger brother, Ma Zhen. As an older brother, he had suffered enough from having no background. Therefore, after leaving the academy, Ma Fei made it his goal to become his brother's pillar of support. Involving Ma Zhen, this time, was mainly because his youthful innocence was the only way to deceive Chen Chen. Secondly, it was also to train Ma Zhen's mental fortitude, to let his brother experience the cruelty of this world early on. Besides, Ma Fei didn't need to worry about Ma Zhen being in any danger, because based on his understanding of Chen Chen, while the guy acted decisively, he never harmed the innocent. Even if Chen Chen saw through his plan, he wouldn't make things difficult for the oblivious Ma Zhen. Someone is coming out! Just as Ma Fei was waiting in a state of unease, his teammate guarding the ruined portal shouted loudly, "Brother Ma, I told you. The good news is here." Upon hearing this, Lao Shao immediately perked up and walked toward the cellar. In his view, with the vast difference in strength between the two sides, Luo Ji and his team would have handled it neatly. There was no way this mission could fail. Let's hope it is good news. Ma Fei also steeled himself and followed Lao Shao into the cellar. "Captain, it's Ma Zhen. He's the only one who came out of the ruins." Several hunters guarding the portal rubbed their sleepy eyes. They had been guarding all night, so they were indeed quite tired. "I told you, it's good news." Lao Shao patted Ma Fei's shoulder and said with a smile, "Zhen, where are Luo Ji and Chen Chen?" Looking at Ma Zhen, who was as pale as a ghost in the cellar, Ma Fei finally let out a long sigh of relief. Although he looked a bit strange, at least he was alive. And most importantly, Chen Chen was nowhere to be seen. However, the situation was slightly different from what Ma Fei had expected. The ruined portal in the cellar had already vanished, which meant the ruins had been cleared and all surviving awakened ones had left the area. But Ma Fei could not understand why Ma Zhen was the only survivor. Furthermore, Ma Zhen had no spirit weapon on him, which meant Li Zihan hadn't come out either. "Brother, it's over. Everything is finished. They were all killed by the boss in the ruins." Ma Zhen collapsed onto the floor, staring blankly at the lights in the cellar, shouting incoherently, "It's all right. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. You still have your brother here." Ma Fei squatted down, hugged his trembling brother in his arms, and while trying to comfort him, he asked, "What exactly happened? Tell me slowly. Apart from you, did really no one else walk out of the ruins?" "Yeah, only me. Brother Chen, and Luoji and the others, they're all dead," Ma Zhen said tremblingly. His voice sounded very strange. Besides being messy and terrified, there was a sense of hollowness to it. It was as if there was a leak somewhere in his vocal cords. "The dead cannot be brought back to life. We will improve our strength, work hard to get stronger, and then avenge our fallen comrades." While Ma Fei was trying to feed chicken soup for the soul to his brother, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, Lao Shao seemed to have noticed something wrong. He whispered into Ma Fei's ear, "Brother Ma, your brother's voice and his clothes, there's something wrong." "Huh?" Only then did Ma Fei realize and start examining the brother in his arms. Ma Zhen was wearing a trench coat that didn't belong to him, wrapped tightly around his body, and his whole person was emitting a strange, earthy scent. Through the collar of the coat, Ma Fei noticed the scar on his neck. "Ma Zhen, what is going on?" Ma Fei unbuttoned the collar, and the sight that greeted them left everyone around stunned. On Ma Zhen's neck, there was a penetrating wound. His entire throat had been pierced through by a massive, bloody hole, and the blood on it had long since coagulated. Even the most junior demon hunter could tell that it was impossible to survive such a wound. "A healer. Get a healer here now?" "Brother?" Ma Zhen's dead eyes remained fixed on Ma Fei as he tremblingly moved one hand toward his brother's face. His hand was clenched into a tight fist, as if there was something inside he wanted to show his brother. "Ma Zhen, what exactly are you trying to tell me?" Realizing something terrible was happening, Ma Fei quickly pried open Ma Zhen's palm. He could sense that his brother was likely about to die, and this must be his final message. Ma Zhen, what on earth did he want to tell him? Ma Fei gulped nervously as his brother's palm was pried open. Inside, there was... At this very moment, all eyes were fixed on Ma Zhen's hand. As his clenched fist was slowly pried open, inside, it was... actually, an upright middle finger. An upright middle finger. "Chen Chen." Ma Fei's roar echoed through the cellar. In that instant, he finally realized that he had been completely played by Chen Chen. Ma Zhen was nothing more than a clone created by Chen Chen's martial art. Once the 60 seconds were up, the spiritual energy dissipated, and Ma Zhen's body vanished into thin air. And at this moment, Chen Chen had long since used Ma Zhen as a cover to walk through the wall and escape. He had even overheard the conversation between Ma Fei and Lao Shao. As soon as the two entered the cellar, Chen Chen had spread his angelic wings and flown away. Zhen. Staring at his brother's fading shadow in the cellar, Ma Fei felt a dull ache in his heart. Judging by the wounds on the clone, it was effectively confirmed that his brother, Ma Zhen, was dead. Recalling his brother's innocent nature and his own dreams of them both rising to glory, Ma Fei finally broke down. Tears began to seep from his blood-red eyes. "Quick! Tell everyone to hunt down Chen Chen at any cost." As Ma Fei's right-hand man, Lao Shao immediately took action. Having been indifferent to the mission until now, he finally realized the severity of the situation. "Wait! No one move!" Ma Fei, who had been crouching on the ground, suddenly stood up and blocked Lao Shao's order. With a fierce look in his eyes, he growled, "Chen Chen is dead. The mission is complete." The team members were left stunned and bewildered by his words. Lao Shao, however, had a sudden epiphany and seemed to grasp what Ma Fei was thinking. That's right. Just now, Ma Fei's brother said before he passed that both Luoji and Chen Chen died inside the ruins. Our mission is complete. There are no survivors. While Lao Shao spoke with outward calm, he was actually sweating cold with fear inside. Because his previous order had nearly gotten everyone killed. Hua Jianli had issued a death order. If Ma Fei and his men couldn't even take care of a useless bronze grade 1 student, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone get ready for the celebration feast. We've completed a huge mission. Captain Ma is sure to get a promotion. Lao Shao organized the team to head out. Everyone was still a bit suspicious. After all, Ma Fei's own brother had just died, so was a celebration really appropriate? Brother Ma, our condolences. Every mission comes with risks. The ruins are an unknown alien world. No one can say for sure what happens in there. At least we finished the mission. But having guarded the cellar all night, they were exhausted and, after offering a few words of comfort to Ma Fei, they left. After the others had gone, Lao Shao lit a cigarette for Ma Fei, who remained standing where he was. Brother Ma, it's good you reacted quickly just now. Otherwise, none of our heads would be staying on our shoulders. Lao Shao then lit one for himself, his voice trembling with lingering fear. But Chen Chen did manage to escape. What if he goes back to the academy and exposes us? Do you think we should go guard the area around the Magic City Spirit Martial Academy? But operating within the Magic City carries high risks. If the Security Bureau or the Association finds out, we'll be in big trouble. Ma Fei took a silent drag from his cigarette, struggling to calm his emotions. Looking at the dim light in the cellar swarmed with moths, he spoke slowly. We failed. Hua Jianli will definitely hire someone more powerful and ruthless to handle this. Don't worry. With Chen Chen's intelligence, he'd never dream of staying in Magic City. But he just gave you the middle finger, isn't that a declaration of war? If he wanted to leave quietly, why provoke us? If we report his escape to the Hua family, then he... As he spoke, Lao Shao seemed to figure it out for himself. The reason Chen Chen dared to provoke Ma Fei was that he was certain they wouldn't dare to report it. Instead of saying Ma Fei had a stroke of genius and saved their lives with a lie, it was more accurate to say that this was the only path for survival Chen Chen had left him. It wasn't that Ma Fei guessed Chen Chen would leave the city. It was that Chen Chen guessed Ma Fei would definitely keep his secret for him. Chen Chen had outplayed Ma Fei's own strategy. Phew. Thinking of this, the fingers holding Lao Shao's cigarette began to tremble subconsciously. He finally understood why his usually calm and collected captain, Ma Fei, had been so rattled while guarding the cellar. Although Lao Shao had never had any direct contact with Chen Chen, having only seen him in a file, the name Chen Chen brought him an endless sense of oppression. Damn it! Ma Fei clenched his fists tightly. Although he had just used his wits to save his teammates and potentially secure a promotion to the upper echelons of the Hunter Association, he couldn't feel happy at all. From start to finish, Chen Chen had treated him like a circus monkey. Having left the academy for so long, Ma Fei had once thought the high-spirited Chen Chen of the past was gone and that he would never have to live under his shadow again. But today, Ma Fei finally learned a lesson. Your boss Chen will always be your boss Chen. And he, Ma Fei, is destined to stay in that shadow forever. However, even though Ma Fei knew he would never truly beat Chen Chen, he would never give up. Chen Chen, the only mistake you made was killing my brother Ma Zhen. This isn't over between us. Senior Chen Chen, where are we going now? Shen Yuxi asked, sounding somewhat excited, as she looked at Chen Chen flying through the break of dawn. She had grown up in the magic capital and had never left it. She couldn't have been happier when she heard Chen Chen was taking them away, wandering the ends of the earth. Chen Chen said with a smile. Although he said that, Chen Chen had already made his plans back when he was in the ruins. His next target was Jinghai. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Even if Hua Jianli and Gu Qingming had considered the possibility that Chen Chen was still alive, they would never have guessed that he would dare to go to Jinghai. Although Jinghai is separated from the magic capital by a bay, it isn't actually very far. For Chen Chen, who possesses the ability to fly, it is not a difficult journey. After leaving the farm, you only need to fly over 2 mountain ranges to see the sea. But the main reason Chen Chen chose to go to Jinghai was to give Hua Jianli a surprise. You like to bully others by relying on your family's influence, right? Then I will destroy your Hua family first. Of course, with Chen Chen's current strength, he couldn't even deal with Hua Jianli, let alone the Hua family behind him. But sometimes, you don't need to do things like this yourself. Although the Hua family dominates Jinghai and holds a monopoly on many of its industries, Chen Chen had already found out that a new power had recently emerged in Jinghai. One that was causing the Hua family a great deal of trouble. Rumor has it that the new power's surname is Gao, wandering the ends of the earth. Wow! That sounds so cool! Shen Yuxi's expression was full of joy. Shen Yuxi didn't worry about their future at all. In fact, her excitement was at an all-time high. But if Mom asks about me and my sister, what should we say? Say what? We've already faked our deaths. Have you ever seen a dead person send a message to their family saying they're safe? Oh, then our current situation, does it count as eloping? That actually stumped Chen Chen. It doesn't count as eloping. At most, it's just running away. Who brings 2 women when they elope? If this is eloping, then it's undoubtedly the gold standard of elopements. After flying in the sky for about 2 hours, Chen Chen finally discovered a rather secluded cave on a steep cliff. Along the way, only Shen Yuxi had been chatting with him, while Shen Yuyan hadn't reacted at all. Realizing the situation was bad, Chen Chen landed on a rock in front of the cave and carefully observed the surrounding environment. So much time had passed, and the drug in Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan's systems had been fermenting, having long since seeped into their very bones. They needed to get some proper rest. The entrance to the cave was covered in vines, and there were no signs of any biological activity. Turning on the flashlight feature of his smartphone, Chen Chen began to explore inside slowly. The technological development of the blue star is not as advanced as on Earth. However, this is mainly in terms of weaponry. When it comes to life technology, it is actually no worse than Earth's. Because on Blue Star, humans have awakened spiritual power and are the most powerful military force themselves, so technology has basically developed towards making human life more convenient. But because the surface area of Blue Star was originally several times larger than Earth's, combined with the existence of demon seeds, the proportion of human cities is actually less than 1% of the total area of Blue Star. The vast majority is primitive wilderness. There are even areas that humans have not yet explored. These places are very dangerous, because some ruin portals are two-way. Humans can enter another world, kill all the creatures there, and take down the strongest boss, which is the supreme ruler of that civilization. So, is there a possibility that in the eyes of the demon seeds, the blue star is also a ruin to them? Therefore, deep in the wild, you could encounter demon seeds from an unknown civilization at any time. In places like this, human signal base stations do not exist, so a mobile phone can only serve as a lighting tool. It's safe here, let's take a rest. Fortunately, there was nothing inside the cave Chen Chen found, since it was on a cliff after all. Most importantly, the space inside wasn't very large, which was just right for them to rest for a while. It would be best to leave at night. After all, at night, Shen Yuxi's S-rank Chaos Armor can gain double the attributes. 160% defense, 160% backlash damage. This is a terrifying bonus. After confirming it was safe, Chen Chen immediately lifted the fusion state. After all, it's better for Shen Yuyan to get some fresh air in her current state. Because in her spirit martial form, Shen Yuyan can't do anything, which would only make the bad thoughts continue to fester. What kind of crappy cave is this? Not even a manual to be found? Let me look around. Maybe there's the skeleton of a mysterious old man. I might even get a saint's inheritance. Shen Yuxi bustled about in the cave with great interest. Chen Chen took out tools from his space ring and started a campfire in the cave. This shouldn't be. Someone as handsome as Senior Chen Chen is usually the protagonist. How could there be nothing when the protagonist comes to a place like this? Shen Yuxi pouted, looking very angry. She turned the cave, which had less than 10 square meters of space, upside down, but still found absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Shen Yuyan was sitting at the cave entrance getting some air, her face flushed, looking to be in very bad shape. Chen Chen opened his phone and started playing Snake by himself. His current state was no better than Shen Yuyan's, and even the pixelated Snake looked delicate, charming, and seductive. This rosemary pill from Blue Star is much more potent than the inferior aphrodisiacs on Earth. It's a second-grade pill, and eating it can turn a person into a stallion. If it isn't resolved, there's a high chance one could die from blood vessel rupture. At this point, Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan had already reached their limit. Seeing that Shen Yuxi had fallen asleep alone in the cave, Chen Chen finally moved slowly to Shen Yuyan's side. "Don't come near me." Shen Yuyan kept her eyes tightly shut, not even daring to look at Chen Chen. She was like a dam, filled to the brim with floodwater, ready to burst at any moment. "Yuyan, here, take this." Chen Chen took out a second-grade antidote pill from his hand. He had found it previously in the goblin mine. He didn't expect it to come in handy at a time like this. Although the application wasn't a perfect match, the principle of an antidote is purification, so it could play a role in suppressing the efficacy of the rosemary pill. It was fortunate that Chen Chen had used the Cup of Greed to upgrade the antidote to the second grade at the time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been of any use even if eaten. If you had an antidote, why didn't you take it out earlier? Are you deliberately watching me make a fool of myself? Shen Yuyan took the antidote from Chen Chen's hand and shot him a fierce glare. Do you know what I've been through during the time you were flying? These 2 hours were difficult for me too. 2 hours. 2 whole hours. Do you know how I spent those 2 hours? Do you? Shen Yuyan said, almost roaring. During the 2 hours Chen Chen was flying, she had a long dream, and in that dream This fantasy was simply too embarrassing and unbearable for the usually calm and reserved Shen Yuyan. "I'm sorry." Although Chen Chen didn't know exactly what had happened, he still spoke with a touch of guilt. It was true that he was a demon hunter, and could move around freely, doing other things to alleviate the symptoms. As the spirit marshal, Shen Yuyan was having a much harder time than him. But there is only one antidote. I originally thought about taking it myself, because I didn't think I could withstand being alone with you sisters. If I didn't take the antidote, I surely would have made a mistake. Chen Chen paused, then continued. But I looked at you, and suddenly remembered a saying from an expert. A woman's lust is 6 times that of a man. I'm already having such a hard time. With you being 6 times as lustful as me, you must be struggling even more. So, Yuyan, I decided to give you the antidote. Shen Yuyan was stunned. What? There's only one antidote? She thought Chen Chen had already taken the antidote. Yeah, there's only one. You should take it quickly, you need it more than I do. Then what about you? Shen Yuyan was at a loss. The searing heat radiating from Chen Chen made her head spin. No. It's okay, I have a strong will, maybe I can hold on. Chen Chen said incoherently, completely losing his usual calm and confident demeanor. Looking into each other's burning gazes, they finally reached a consensus. Since there is only one antidote pill, whoever takes it will leave the other in suffering. Then let's just not take it at all. 3 hours later, Shen Yuxi rubbed her sleepy eyes and woke up in a daze. She sniffed the air, feeling like there was a very strange scent lingering about. Oof, big sister is so cunning. Seeing Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan hugging tightly at the cave entrance, Shen Yuxi couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Although she said that, she still took a cloak out of her spatial ring and thoughtfully covered their shoulders with it. In a moment when Shen Yuxi wasn't looking, Chen Chen even secretly pinched a buttock. Because the effect of the rosemary pill was so strong, Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan weren't actually sleeping. They had only pretended to be asleep in a panic when they saw Shen Yuxi stirring as if she were about to wake up. Gurgle. Just then, Shen Yuxi's stomach gave an embarrassing growl. Having been away from the ruins for so long without eating, she was indeed quite hungry. Seeing how soundly Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan were sleeping, she didn't have the heart to disturb them, so she pulled a few small fish from her spatial ring, skewered them on sticks, and grilled them over the fire. Inside the spatial ring is a dimension of absolute stillness, so there is no need to worry about the food stored within going bad. Shen Yuxi is quite a foodie, so most of the things in her spatial ring are food. Of course, there are also tools for pulling pranks. For example, chainsaws, machetes, wrenches, butterfly knives, pliers, military shovels, steel cables, candles, and the like. In short, there wasn't a single decent supply item. It was all about personal preference. She even brought salt and chili powder. It was just perfect. It smells so good. Hey. The fish became more and more delicious as it grilled, making the pretending to be asleep Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan feel famished. Like Shen Yuxi, they hadn't eaten for a long time, and having just gone through an indescribable battle, their stamina was depleted, and they were starving. Oh? Yuxi, you're awake? This fish smells great. Let senior brother have a taste. And so, the two of them stopped pretending. Although Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan woke up very abruptly, without any transition. Shen Yuxi didn't notice their clumsy performance at all and happily handed the grilled fish to them. Big sister, senior Chen Chen, hurry and eat. The fish Yuxi grilled is so fragrant. Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan accepted readily, thinking they should fill their stomachs before getting some proper rest. With each other's help, the potency of the rosemary pill had dissipated. The waves in their hearts had long since receded, and were now replaced by a bit of exhaustion. Big sister, what's up with your stockings? They're torn and laddered. Where did that happen? Just as Shen Yuyan stood up to go lie down elsewhere, her little sister spotted the damaged black stockings. Oh, I guess they must have been snagged by a branch in the cave by accident. It's fine, we'll just buy a new pair when we reach our destination. Shen Yuyan babbled an incoherent explanation while fiercely pinching Chen Chen's back, as if to say, look at the trouble you caused. At this moment, one had to admire Chen Chen's endurance. Even though it felt like Shen Yuyan was about to pinch off a piece of his skin, he didn't make a sound. Seeing Chen Chen's pained expression, Shen Yuyan finally let go with satisfaction. But just as Shen Yuyan let go, Chen Chen, who had been gritting his teeth through the pain without a sound, started to whimper. His expression was rather complex. Shen Yuxi, on the other hand, was a bit bewildered as she watched their suspicious behavior. These two guys, something's not right. Did they do something behind my back while I was asleep? Chen Chen rested in the cave until 6 p.m. before preparing to set off. After all, at this hour, it would officially be considered night, and operating under the double attribute bonus of Shen Yuxi's chaos armor would be much safer. The crisis of the rosemary pill had finally been overcome without any major mishaps. Although the process was extremely twisty and complicated, the gains were quite significant. First, thanks to the efforts of Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan, they saved a second-grade detoxification pill for future needs. Second, in the process of helping and exploring together, their synergy had actually increased. Shen Yuyan, Angel's Wings. Synergy increased from 10% to 20%. When an attack hits an enemy, you gain 1 stack of the Ascension Staircase effect, lasting 5 seconds. Each stack grants 1% attack speed, stacking up to 200 times. Ascension Staircase cannot be dispelled. After the synergy improved, the maximum number of stacks for Ascension Staircase was raised to 200. Previously, full stacks only gave 100% attack speed, but now it can reach 200%. This greatly increased Chen Chen's potential. Because they were flying through the sky the whole time, Chen Chen's journey was quite smooth, and he didn't encounter any danger. After 3 days of travel, they were finally about to reach the strait opposite Jinghai City. As long as they crossed the sea area ahead, they could head straight to the Jinghai territory. Why is there a watchtower here? Deep in the jungle by the coast, Chen Chen spotted a watchtower that was clearly built by humans. There were no signs of human activity nearby, yet a watchtower stood there, which he found very strange. Should we go down and check it out? Shen Yuyan suggested. No, let's just bypass it. Our destination is Jinghai, so it is best not to invite unnecessary trouble. Chen Chen ignored the strange watchtower, as it was hard for them to spot him at his current flying altitude. If he approached it rashly, it would only increase the risk of unexpected incidents. At current speeds, it will take at least 10 hours to fly across this sea area. Upon reaching the coast, Chen Chen took out a map. After his precise calculations over the past few days, his physical limit was only enough for 6 hours of continuous flight. In other words, if Chen Chen wanted to cross this sea, he had to find a layover point in the middle to rest. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete the journey. Shen Yuyan traced a line on the map. This route is the ferry line between Jinghai and the Magic City. If we time it right, we can rest on the passenger ship. Yes, let's do that. This was the only way, and Chen Chen agreed. Before heading out to the sea, Chen Chen gathered a lot of wood and vines from the jungle and put them into his spatial ring. In case something went wrong, he could at least build a makeshift raft to serve as a foothold on the sea. However, he hoped this would be unnecessary, as the sea areas of the Blue Star were extremely dangerous. There was no telling how many unknown ruin portals were hidden on the seabed, and marine monsters could appear at any time. Because of this, ferry trips between the Magic City and Jinghai were very rare, with only one passenger ship named the Bronze Age making the round trip. There are platinum-ranked demon hunters from the Security Bureau guarding the Bronze Age. We must be very careful when we land so we don't expose ourselves, Shen Yuyan kindly reminded him. They were faking their deaths, after all, and their destination was Jinghai, where the Hua family held absolute power. If their movements were discovered, it would be troublesome. Don't worry, I'll be careful. After calculating the time, Chen Chen set off at dawn, expecting to encounter the cruising Bronze Age after about 4 hours of flight. According to the plan, Chen Chen would rest on the Bronze Age for 2 hours before flying to the Jinghai territory alone. The early morning sea was shrouded in a thin mist, and sunlight filtered through it, making the water sparkle. In this tranquil sea area, Chen Chen spread his wings like a soaring kunpeng, overlooking the water below. A small boat was faintly visible on the misty sea surface. Strange. Why is there a speedboat at this location? Chen Chen felt puzzled. Because the Blue Star's waters were so dangerous, the only passenger ship in the entire strait was the Bronze Age. This ship was not on the designated route. Although it was moving fast, it was quite small, not like a passenger or merchant ship. Could it be pirates? Shen Yuxi guessed with excitement. The waters of the Blue Star are so perilous that no merchant ships dare to pass, so it's impossible for there to be pirates. Before Chen Chen could speak, Shen Yuyan was the first to resolve her sister's doubt. Then what is it? A ghost ship? What ghost ship would be out in broad daylight? Chen Chen couldn't figure out the situation either, as according to the plan, they were supposed to fly for 4 hours before meeting the Bronze Age. But it had only been 3 hours, with a full hour left. Yet they had encountered this small speedboat, which nobody had anticipated. Judging by the direction the small boat was heading, it wasn't going toward the Magic City harbor, but toward the mountain range they had just come from. This made Shen Yuyan even more puzzled. With such a small boat, once attacked by sea monsters, it would likely end up at the bottom of the ocean. Who would risk so much to bring a boat out to this hellhole? Could it be possible that this speedboat came from the Bronze Age? Chen Chen discovered something new from Shen Yuyan's analysis. That's actually possible. I once read a report about the Bronze Age, that huge passenger ship built jointly by the Magic City and Jinghai. It carries over a dozen emergency lifeboats. What we're seeing now is very likely one of them. That must be it. Combining the intelligence provided by Shen Yuyan, Chen Chen was even more convinced of his guess. Could it be that something happened to the Bronze Age? Shen Yuyan was shocked. because she had looked closely at the information about the Bronze Age, which was a massive steel monster. The Bronze Age had a displacement of over 60,000 tons, was 333 meters long and 80 meters wide. During voyages, there would be at least 3 squads of platinum-ranked demon hunters as guards, and a diamond-ranked hunter as the captain. Shen Yuyan couldn't imagine what kind of danger the Bronze Age could have encountered to warrant such an emergency evacuation procedure. We can't say for sure yet, let's go down and take a look. Chen Chen began to lower his flying altitude. The speedboat was about 10 meters long, but there was no one on deck, which didn't fit an emergency escape situation. To avoid being spotted, Chen Chen flew almost against the sea level, like a torpedo, heading straight toward the speeding boat. Whoa! The intense visual impact made Shen Yuxi yell with excitement. The moment he made contact with the ship's hull, Chen Chen used his phasing ability to pass through the material and successfully infiltrated the ship's interior. This chick looks really good. Are we really not allowed to touch her? Quit your damn dreaming. Do you know who she is? The daughter of Xu Tingshan, the chief commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau. If you touch her here, all of us on this boat will be buried with you. Damn! This chick has such a high-profile background? Stop thinking about the hostage all day long. Can you have some professional standards? The boss is waiting for us to reach the shore. Just as Chen Chen phased in, he witnessed this explosive scene in the cargo hold. The young girl's eyes were covered with a black cloth, a gag in her mouth, and her hands and feet were tied behind her back, tossed into a corner of the hold. Around her was a group of professional thugs wielding spirit weapons, all of whom had a spirit energy rank of silver or higher. I observed just now, there are no pursuers. To be able to plant forces into the Bronze Age, and then quietly kidnap the daughter of the Jinghai Security Bureau chief, the person behind this group is no simple character. Through the conversation he just overheard, Chen Chen had basically figured out the cause and effect of the situation. And based on the direction the speedboat was heading, he had even guessed their destination. It was the watchtower Chen Chen had previously found deep in the jungle. There must be more unknown secrets hidden in that location. Chen, what should we do now? Shen Yuyan whispered to him. They had 2 options. Either pretend they didn't see anything and report it to the Bureau of Safety after reaching Jinghai safely, or take a risk and rescue the girl. That is the daughter of the chief commander of the Jinghai Bureau of Safety. We have to save her. Chen Chen gazed deeply, his mind already formulating a rescue plan. If he wanted to deal with the Hua family in Jinghai later, it would be much easier if he had a foothold in the Bureau of Safety. Number 2, stay here and keep watch. We will head outside to monitor the surrounding waters. If there is any movement, report it immediately. After giving instructions, the bandits left the cargo hold one after another, leaving only a shifty-eyed demon hunter behind to guard. This was the same guy who was just shouting about abusing the hostage. Hearing that the others had left, the girl with her mouth gagged made a noise, as if trying to say something to the bandit. Stop struggling. As long as you behave and listen to us, once our boss gets what he wants, we will let you go. The second in command of the bandits shook his head, feeling a sense of regret. Such a fine hostage right in front of him, and he couldn't touch her. It was such a pity. As the daughter of Xu Tingshan, the chief commander of the Jinghai Bureau of Safety, Su Wenwen had a sleek short haircut and a refined look. Even though she was captured, her expression remained firm and unyielding, without a trace of fear. Mum. Xu Wenwen tried to communicate again, but the bandit ignored her. Seeing this, Xu Wenwen targeted the man's weak spot by slamming her head against the iron plating of the ship. Bang! 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 Each sound was sharper than the last, and before long, blood began to flow from her forehead. Fine. I will take the gag out of your mouth. With no other choice, the bandit removed the cloth gag from Xu Wenwen's mouth and warned her in advance. But we have an agreement. Once your mouth is free, you are not allowed to scream. Xu Wenwen nodded repeatedly, indicating her agreement. Help! Is anyone there? I am here. Save me! Indeed, women are fickle. Xu Wenwen, who had just promised not to scream, started shouting for help the moment the cloth left her mouth. Stop shouting. This cabin has the best soundproofing. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to your rescue. The bandit seemed to have expected this. He took the gag off only because he was bored being alone. He wasn't lying either. The fact that his teammates didn't come to check after Xu Wenwen's screams proved that the soundproofing was indeed excellent. The cabin? Is this the Bronze Age? With her eyes covered, Xu Wenwen assumed she was still on the passenger ship. Since you know who I am, you should understand the consequences of what you are doing. I order you to let me go immediately, or the entire Jinghai Bureau of Safety will not let you off. The Bronze Age. Ha ha ha, if we only had that much capability, we wouldn't dare kidnap you. The bandit deliberately tried to scare Xu Wenwen. Even if I untied all your bindings now, you couldn't go back. To tell you the truth, you have been unconscious for 3 days, and we have long left the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. The Jinghai Bureau of Safety? You had better tell your father to notify the National Bureau of Safety to catch us. Ha 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 ha. We are no longer in Dragon Kingdom waters? How is that possible? Are you enemy spies? Xu Wenwen clearly realized he was bluffing, but she still put on a look of extreme fear. Ha! To tell you the truth, I am a very high-ranking secret agent. As long as you behave, I won't make things difficult for you. Seeing that the little girl was fooled, the bandit became increasingly arrogant. I am a bit scared being alone here. Could you come and sit with me? Xu Wenwen bit her lip and said affectionately, Ha! Of course. The bandit wouldn't turn down such a request from Xu Wenwen. Although she was the daughter of the chief commander, he couldn't do anything inappropriate. But as a professional bandit, it was necessary to soothe the panic of a hostage. Besides, what threat could a blindfolded girl with her hands and feet tied behind her back possibly pose? Brother, if I let you have me, will you protect me? Just as the bandit sat down beside her, she leaned her head against his shoulder. The scent of the girl drifted from her short hair, which was quite refreshing. The bandit was stunned for a moment. He never dreamed Xu Wenwen would be so proactive, which actually caught him off guard. Of course. As long as you are obedient, I certainly won't let anyone hurt you. The bandit excitedly grabbed Xu Wenwen's hand, beaming with joy. But just as he was about to take further action, a cold gleam flashed, followed by a strike like a soaring dragon. Chen Chen used his wall phasing ability to pass through the cargo, launching a sneak attack while the bandit was distracted, his silver spear piercing the man's throat. However, Chen Chen knew very well that as a silver-tier demon hunter, his biological durability exceeded human limits, and such an injury wouldn't be fatal. Shadow Servants. After critically wounding the target, Shen Yuyan immediately summoned the souls imprisoned by her armor of chaos. Shadow Shield Guard, Luoji, Shadow Dual Blade Wielder, New Dali, Shadow Lancer, Zhao Wu. In the desert ruins, Chen Chen had used the armor of chaos to trap their souls, turning them into Shen Yuyan shadow servants. Summoned, Luoji and the others had no clear physical form, appearing like three-dimensional shadows. Although the shadow servants possessed spirit weapons, their cultivation level did not inherit that of their original souls, but rather used the spiritual power of Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan. Therefore, Luoji, Zhao Wu, and New Dali, along with their weapons, were only at the bronze rank 5. The heavily wounded bandit was immediately surrounded by the shadow servants. Shield Slam, Flame Slash, Rapid Pierce. The three servants immediately unleashed their signature skills. The bandit was struck in the face by Luoji's great shield, slashed at the waist by the flame blades, and finally pierced through the heart by Zhao Wu's rapid strikes. He was dead beyond a doubt. Shadow servants were different from clones. They could use skills and were extremely powerful in combat. The only downside was that the guy had died before he could even process what had happened. He hadn't even had time to harbor killing intent toward Chen Chen, so he couldn't absorb the lifespan of this silver-tier demon hunter. I am here to rescue you. Chen Chen immediately untied Xu Wenwen's bindings and prepared to take her away. To keep his identity hidden, Chen Chen wore the E-grade night cloak transformed by Shen Yuyan, his face covered by a mask. Moreover, he had long since punched a hole through the bottom of the speedboat. The other bandits were currently running around like ants on a hot pan, desperately trying to repair the hull with no time to pay attention to this side. I know. Otherwise, who do you think I was cooperating with when I lured him over just now? Xu Wenwen looked at Chen Chen with sharp, clever eyes. She didn't seem surprised by anything that had just happened. It was as if Chen Chen was one of her subordinates stationed there in advance. Chen Chen was stunned for a moment. Recalling Xu Wenwen's actions, she indeed seemed to be cooperating with him beforehand. It was thanks to her luring the target that Chen Chen had succeeded so smoothly. Otherwise, if a silver-tier demon hunter had put up a fight, it would have been a real headache. You knew I was coming? Chen Chen was confused. He had stumbled upon Xu Wenwen by chance, so she couldn't have known he would save her. But if she didn't know, her actions had been far too dangerous. It just didn't add up. Seeing Chen Chen's shock, Xu Wenwen smiled triumphantly and spoke playfully. No way? Is there actually someone who doesn't know the name of the future goddess, Xu Wenwen? How do you survive working under my father? The goddess of the future? Seeing that Chen Chen was completely clueless, Shen Yuyan explained from the side. Xu Wenwen, S-rank spirit weapon, future sight. She has the ability to see a short glimpse into the future. Why didn't you say so earlier? I saw you so determined to go to Jinghai. I assumed you already knew all this intelligence. Seeing Chen Chen looking a bit stunned, Xu Wenwen finally realized that something was wrong. Are you not the undercover agent my dad planted among the enemies? Chen Chen didn't answer. Instead, he started charging up power on the spot, channeling spiritual energy into his silver spear, preparing for the next move. Hurry! That person's spirit weapon will trigger the cabin alarm in 3 seconds. You must stop her! Xu Wenwen once again used her future sight ability to see what was about to happen. Although Chen Chen's sneak attack succeeded, and the bandit demon hunter died before he could even fight back, his spirit weapon was still alive. This meant that Xu Wenwen was not yet rescued and remained in a very dangerous situation. There was a whole squad of silver rank awakeners on the speedboat, and judging by the way Chen Chen had attacked the bandit earlier, his spiritual energy was clearly inferior to theirs. If the alarm in the cabin was triggered now and brought other awakeners to support, things would get troublesome. It's fine, let her trigger it. Facing Xu Wenwen's warning, Chen Chen appeared confident, because he knew very well that the enemy's backup wouldn't be able to make it in time. Immediately after, what Xu Wenwen had foreseen actually happened. The dagger at the bandit's waist transformed into a human form, a middle-aged woman with long hair. Taking advantage of the gap in the Shadow Servant's positioning, she pulled the alarm in the cabin. This scene caught Chen Chen by surprise. Although this was also within Chen Chen's expectations, even without Xu Wenwen's future sight, he knew the bandit's spirit weapon was still alive. That was basic common sense. But there was a fundamental difference between the two. Because what Xu Wenwen saw was the real future, while what Chen Chen predicted was just his own subjective guess. This feeling made Chen Chen feel very strange. Ding-a-ling-ling-ling-ling. In an instant, the piercing alarm rang out, pulling Chen Chen's thoughts back to reality. Oomph. You can't escape now. With that, the woman smiled confidently, unlocked the cabin door with a key, and walked away. Although the woman was also a silver rank spirit weapon, the demon hunter she had contracted with was already dead. Although Xu Wenwen and Chen Chen's spiritual power ranks were not very high, their innate abilities were both very tricky. One was elusive, and could summon shadow warriors, while the other could catch glimpses of the future and warn in advance. Relying solely on her own strength to stop Xu Wenwen and Chen Chen was a very irrational move. So the woman simply opened the cabin door and fled, ensuring her own safety first, waiting for her teammates to arrive and wipe them both out. Anyway, the speedboat was sailing on the endless ocean, and there was no way for Xu Wenwen to fly away. It's over. You've ruined everything. Xu Wenwen looked at the glistening surface of the sea outside the cabin and felt a sense of dread. Why didn't you follow my instructions just now? Great, now that the enemy support is coming, we're done for. Chen Chen ignored the panic Xu Wenwen. Seeing the cabin door open, he gave up on his charging attack, recalled all the shadow servants, and swaggered out of the door. Chen Chen had originally planned to use his charged attack to punch a large hole in the cabin and take Xu Wenwen out with him. But now, there was no need for that. Where is our support? Facing such an urgent situation, Xu Wenwen tried her best to stay calm, observing the surroundings while asking Chen Chen next to her. There is no support. It's just me. Chen Chen said truthfully. What? Just you? Xu Wenwen stared at him in disbelief. At a time like this, stop joking. If it's just you, how do you expect to save me? Chen Chen's strength was obvious. He was roughly at the mid-bronze level. And there was an entire team of silver rank awakeners on this boat. With such a disparity in strength, what could they possibly use to fight back? In Xu Wenwen's eyes, if Chen Chen really came to save her alone, it was undoubtedly a suicide mission. Can't you see the future? Why don't you take another look to see how I handle this? Chen Chen said with a tease. Compared to Xu Wenwen's panic, Chen Chen remained calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Future sight consumes a large amount of spiritual energy and can only see short moments. Why would you waste spiritual energy on something you can just tell me directly? Xu Wenwen was deeply puzzled. Chen Chen was clearly just a bronze-rank demon hunter, and the spirit weapon in his hand didn't look very rare. Where did he get his confidence from? This was assuming the spirit weapon Xu Wenwen saw was a silver spear and not a fire poker. Because the fire poker and tattered cloak were too distinctive as G-rank spirit weapons, Chen Chen had changed the sister spirit weapon manifestations in advance. He set the appearances of Shen Yuyan and Shen Yushi to an F-rank black robe and a silver spear. At the Magic City Spirit Weapon Academy, Chen Chen was quite famous for contracting 2 G-rank spirit weapons at once. After all, he was the first man in the entire history of Blue Planet to contract dual-birth spirit weapons. In a way, Chen Chen's reputation was much louder than the future goddess, Xu Wenwen's. However, his figure was hidden under a black robe and he wore a mask, making it hard for Xu Wenwen to associate him with that identity. Chen Chen had it all figured out. To outsiders, he would say his spirit weapon was an F-rank silver spear, and as for Shen Yushi's F-rank black robe, he would lie and say it was a spiritual treasure with flight capabilities. After all, on Blue Planet, Chen Chen was the only one capable of contracting two spirit weapons at once, and Shen Yuyan and Shen Yushi were G-rank spirit weapons with very high recognizability. This actually made it harder for Chen Chen to be identified after a little disguise. Strange. The alarm has been ringing for so long. Why hasn't the enemy's support arrived yet? Xu Wenwen suddenly found it strange. Such a shrill alarm, no matter where you were on the ship, should have been heard the moment it went off, so why hadn't anyone come? They are quite busy right now. They won't be able to make it for a while. Chen Chen smiled faintly. Xu Wenwen probably guessed it. This was his masterpiece again. The man before her, though his spiritual energy didn't seem strong, gave her an unfathomable feeling. Driven by curiosity, Xu Wenwen activated her future sight once again. She wanted to see exactly how he intended to rescue her under these circumstances. Damn it. Finally finished fixing the hull. Good thing our third brother has the repair attribute, otherwise we would all be done for. In the bottom of the hull, the thugs who had been busy for a long time finally worked together to patch up the damaged floor. The seawater pouring in had already reached their waists, and cargo was floating everywhere, leaving the entire cabin in a chaotic mess. Fortunately, they had a hunter with repair abilities in their team, who managed to plug the leaks for the time being. Myling, you just said a bronze rank awakener ambushed our second brother? Yeah, he took him out before he could even react. But that guy is definitely not strong. Besides, I observed the deck when I ran over, and he has no accomplices. Boss, I checked the monitoring room. There is only one person, and there are no anomalies in any other areas. Hu Tingshan must be losing his mind, sending a bronze rank hunter to rescue his precious daughter. He really underestimates us. The leader of the thugs said with a look of disdain. Number 4, go to the control room and stop the ship. We're going to meet this guy who doesn't know what death is. Under the thugs' control, the ship soon came to a halt. This meant they had dealt with the immediate trouble and were about to start hunting down Xu Wenwen and Chen Chen. You can actually fly. Meanwhile, Xu Wenwen had also seen what was about to happen through her future vision ability. She stared at Chen Chen in disbelief, suddenly realizing a problem. The thug's speedboat was sailing on the open ocean with no other vessels in sight, so where exactly did this guy come from? At first, Xu Wenwen thought Chen Chen had been hiding on the speedboat from the start, but after seeing the following scene through her vision, she discarded that idea. A crazy speculation emerged in her mind. He flew here. Why did even she feel that this thought was insane? Because on Blue Star, there are very few martial arts that allow for true flight, and it requires at least an A-rank technique to hover in the air. Even then, it has time limits and consumes a massive amount of spiritual energy. This was clearly not an ability a bronze rank hunter should possess. It seems you really can see the future. Looking into Xu Wenwen's shocked pupils, Chen Chen could almost imagine everything she had just seen. Xu Wenwen used her future vision a few times in front of Chen Chen, and he more or less understood its logic. Chen Chen had always been curious. If Xu Wenwen had the ability to know the future, how did she get kidnapped? Now he understood. Future vision requires the awakener to actively consume a large amount of spiritual energy to divine the future, and it only shows brief moments. It is not a passive skill that is active anytime, and the glimpses of the future are very short. So, when not actively using it, Xu Wenwen is no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, relying on this ability long-term leads to a decline or even the loss of one's subjective judgment and analytical skills. Chen Chen preferred to use his own brain to calculate things. After all, seeing the future directly would be way too boring. Hold on tight. Since Xu Wenwen had already seen it, Chen Chen didn't bother pretending anymore. He immediately unfurled his angelic wings, grabbed Xu Wenwen, and flew straight into the sky. Of course, both through her vision and in reality, Xu Wenwen saw air currents form on the cloak behind Chen Chen, lifting them into the high altitude. So stable. Even steadier than my dad's levitation technique. After personally experiencing Chen Chen's flying ability, Xu Wenwen felt it was even better than her father's. Keep in mind, her father, Xu Tingshan, is a transcendent rank hunter. Of course, he is definitely faster in terms of sheer speed, as the gap in spiritual power is clear. But in terms of the rhythm of flight, Xu Wenwen felt Chen Chen was superior. How should she put it? It felt as if he truly had a pair of wings growing on his back. Who on earth are you? Xu Wenwen had been thoroughly conquered by Chen Chen's ability. No wonder he was so confident looking down on the enemy despite being only bronze rank. Because on the boundless ocean, being able to dominate the airspace gives one absolute control. Chen Chen could even just fly away now, and the enemy would be completely helpless. I am... Asked about his identity, Chen Chen was clearly caught off guard. Not having a name prepared beforehand was a real blunder. His name is Snake. Fortunately, Shen Yuyan saved the day, giving Chen Chen a temporary codename. Snake. Thief. Thank you for saving me. After witnessing Chen Chen's incredible flying ability, Xu Wenwen's attitude became much more humble. The name Snake added a layer of mystery to Chen Chen's new identity. Xu Wenwen admitted to herself that she had been ignorant earlier. Mr. Snake, why are you here? Xu Wenwen asked out of curiosity. Just passing by. Chen Chen couldn't even be bothered to make up an excuse. But that was the truth. He really was just a passerby. Then Mr. Snake, what should we do now? Are we flying directly back to Jinghai City? My stamina might not be enough to fly back. I plan to take a rest on the Bronze Age ship to replenish my energy, and then I'll drop you off. Really? That would be wonderful. Thinking about being able to return to the Bronze Age ship soon, Xu Wenwen was thrilled. Moreover, Chen Chen spoke very casually, as if saving her were truly a coincidence with no ulterior motives. While it was a coincidence, Chen Chen certainly had his own motives. But now was not the time to reveal them. Chen Chen wanted to play the long game to catch the bigger fish. You hold on to this life buoy and stay here for a while? I have some business to take care of, and I'll be back shortly. Chen Chen first took Xu Wenwen to a safe patch of sea, then pulled a life buoy from his space ring, telling her to stay put. He had discovered the life buoy while he was hiding in the cabin. This thing was way more useful than a piece of wood. After settling Xu Wenwen, Chen Chen used his wall phasing ability to sneak back onto the ship. At this point, the thugs had stopped the boat and were searching everywhere for traces of Chen Chen and Xu Wenwen. This is strange. Where are they? I saw them walk out of the cabin on the monitor just a moment ago. How did they vanish in the blink of an eye? They must have jumped into the sea. Everyone, put on your diving gear and go search the water. Don't be anxious, boss. We are far from Maju and Jinghai and there are no other ships around, so they can't run. The ship's surveillance only covered the cabin interiors, so it didn't record Chen Chen flying away. After searching the ship several times without finding anyone, the thugs assumed they had dived into the sea and jumped in after them. Number 3, stay on the ship and keep looking. Maybe those two are hiding in some corner of the ship. Before going into the sea, the thug leader kept a cautious mind. If they all jumped into the water and Xu Wenwen was actually still on the boat, she could just sail away, and they would be finished. At this moment, Chen Chen had just destroyed the surveillance room and punched an even larger hole in the bottom of the ship that the thugs had worked so hard to repair. Within half an hour, this ship would become a pile of steel garbage at the bottom of the sea. By then, these guys would have absolutely no foothold in the ocean and would be at Chen Chen's mercy. Seeing that the enemies had all jumped into the water, leaving only the repair hunter number 3 and number 2's spiritual weapon miling on the deck, Chen Chen smirked faintly. Got a bit of intelligence, but not much. Miling, let's split up. Since the second one is dead and you don't have a demon hunter, if you find the enemy, don't try to be a hero. Just let me know immediately. The third thug was a shipwright dressed in work overalls, and his spirit weapon was a giant wrench. Judging by his looks and tone, he seemed tougher to deal with than the second one, who only cared about hostages. But for now, the enemy was in the light while Chen Chen was in the dark, so there was no need for a head-on collision. Besides, the two of them splitting up gave Chen Chen even more room to maneuver. Even if there was a full realm gap in their spiritual power, victory was still possible through a surprise attack when they least expected it. The second thug that Chen Chen had finished off earlier was a perfect example. Huh? Who wrecked the surveillance room? Miling, you have to be careful. There's a real possibility that person is still on the ship. I know, third. That guy killed the second one. I'm going to find him, tear him to pieces, and avenge him. The third thug was communicating with Miling via a walkie-talkie. Huh? Why does it feel like the ship is sinking? However, trouble never came alone. No sooner had the third thug discovered the damaged surveillance room than he noticed the sea level rising. He rushed to check the previously damaged area and, sure enough, found that the hull had been compromised again. The rushing seawater had already flooded the entire hull. Miling, the hull that was just repaired seems to be damaged again. Be careful on your own. I'm going down to continue the repairs. The third thug's talent was E-rank repair, so in this situation, he was the only one who could go underwater to check it out. because the spot Chen Chen damaged was the same one already repaired, even though the hole was bigger. The third thug couldn't tell if it was man-made or caused by water pressure. Judging by the damage to the hull and the water levels in the cabin, the whole ship had reached a life-or-death moment. If the repairs failed, they would all be buried at the bottom of the sea. At this very moment, his brothers were still chasing Xu Wenwen underwater. If they were to find their ship sinking while they were down there, who knows what they would think. To prevent such a thing from happening, the third thug unleashed his spiritual power, doing his best to repair the hole in the hull. He was now the hope of the entire team. Phew! Finally made it. 10 minutes later, thanks to his relentless efforts, the big hole in the bottom of the ship was finally successfully patched. The third thug lay exhausted on the deck. The 2 repair sessions had drained all of his spiritual power and physical strength. But fortunately, the ship was saved. Mailing, are you there? How are things on your side? Nothing wrong, right? Feeling relieved, he quickly contacted Mailing via the walkie-talkie. After all, Mailing's demon hunter had been taken out, making her nothing more than a spirit weapon without a contractor. He figured that if he were the enemy, he would definitely go for Mailing first. Third, I'm here. The kid must have jumped into the sea. I searched the ship a few times and didn't find any trace of him. Let's just honestly wait for news from the big boss. By the way, how's the ship repair coming along? If the ship sinks, we're done for. Ha. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Hearing Mailing's voice, the third thug finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the opponent really wasn't on the ship anymore and had gone into the sea. After all, in the vast ocean, that was the only way to escape. If that was the case, they had nothing to worry about. This was the open ocean, not some small river or lake. Xu Wenwen and Chen Chen weren't going anywhere. Ooh. He let out a long breath, then shakily pulled a cigarette from his toolbox, preparing to light it. The situation had been so urgent that his hands were still shaking from exhaustion. But the third thug, who thought he could finally relax, couldn't even light the cigarette he'd put to his lips. He felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his chest, and when he slowly looked down, a glowing spear had pierced through his heart. Cough. Immediately after, the spear was pulled out, and bright red blood poured from his lungs into his throat. Chen Chen seized the opportunity, giving his opponent no chance to fight back, as he thrust his silver spear repeatedly into his chest. In reality, the third thug had no strength left to resist, as his spiritual power and physical stamina were completely drained from repairing the ship. You bastard! Stop right there! He collapsed to his knees, staring at Chen Chen with a ferocious look, because at that moment, Chen Chen had summoned his shadow servants to attack his equally exhausted spirit weapon. The giant wrench, after being repeatedly struck by the shadow servants, gradually transformed into a human figure and fell before the third thug. Damn it. The third thug cursed, but it was too late. He had no chance to counterattack. From the very beginning of this game of wits against Chen Chen, he had already lost completely. Chen Chen's target, from start to finish, wasn't the demon hunterless Mailing, but rather him, the one who could fix the ship. With a single silver spear thrust, it pierced both their throats. The awakened one, Zhang Yi, who harbored murderous intent toward you, has been killed by you. Host has gained his base lifespan of 85 years, with a 130% bonus based on his spiritual realm for an additional 110 years of life. The awakened one, Xiao Yaxin, who harbored murderous intent toward you, has been killed by you. Host has gained her base lifespan of 80 years, with a 120% bonus based on her spiritual realm, for an additional 96 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 486 years. After successfully killing the 2 Silver Realm Awakened ones, Chen Chen gained a significant amount of lifespan. Moreover, from the lifespan data obtained, Chen Chen learned a piece of information. As human awakened ones increase their spiritual realm, their lifespan increases as well. These thugs looked like they were all over 40, yet they still had over 80 years of lifespan left, clearly much longer than people like Luo Ji, whom Chen Chen had killed earlier. No wonder those at the King Realm often live for hundreds of years while maintaining their youthful appearance. Of course, their storage rings were also confiscated by Chen Chen. Then, Chen Chen used his cloning martial technique to create a clone of the third thug, Zhang Yi. Hey, Mailing, hurry over here. I found tracks of Xu Wenwen and that guy. You need to rush over and flank them from the other side. Really? That's great. Tell me your location. I'm coming right now. Alright, they are at... The awakened one, Zhang Mailing, who harbored murderous intent toward you, has been killed by you. Host has gained her base lifespan of 91 years, with a 110% bonus based on her spiritual realm, for an additional 100 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 677 years. Using the clone of the third thug, Zhang Yi, Chen Chen had easily finished off Jiang Meiling as well. His style was all about being a schemer. Whenever he could outsmart someone, he never bothered with a head-on fight. He didn't just want to crush his enemies physically, he wanted to crush their intelligence as well. It was truly adding insult to injury. Whoa, this is some good stuff. Inside the spatial ring of the third in command, Zhang Yi, Chen Chen successfully discovered a batch of explosives. As expected of a professional thug, it seems Zhang Yi was the engineer in charge of maintenance and demolition for the team. After planting the explosives, Chen Chen flew into the air and waited quietly for the other bandits to return to the ship. Damn it. This is hell. They're not in the ocean either. Where the hell did they go? That scared the hell out of me. I just ran into a platinum level iron sea dragon in the deep sea. I almost died right there. We should stop going into the ocean. This is not a place for humans to set foot. If you ask me, that brat and Xu Wenwen must still be on the ship. After all, this is a sea area where monsters pop out at any moment. Maybe the third guy already captured them by now. Talk nonsense, will you? You're acting like a hindsight genius. Just a moment ago, you were the one screaming that they must have jumped into the sea. Not long after, the group of bandits returned to the deck in a wretched state. They were all gasping for air, as if they had just encountered some indescribable creature deep in the water. This was quite normal. On Blue Star, the deep sea is an extremely dangerous territory, just like the unexplored depths of the jungles on land. Number 3. How is it? Did you find them? The leader of the bandits shouted, panting heavily. They had been busy in the ocean for a long time without even seeing a hair of their targets, so they had to place their last hope on number 3, who had stayed behind on the ship. Damn it, I don't know what that brat number 3 is doing now. He even dares to ignore my calls. Hell, when I get back, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Seeing that there was no answer on the ship, the bandit leader cursed. Boss? Just then, one of his subordinates ran over, trembling, looking terrified as if he had seen something even more horrific than a sea monster. What's the matter? The bandit leader said with a sour look. Boss, I don't think you can teach number 3 a lesson anymore. What? As your boss, I can't even teach him a lesson? If it weren't for the fact that he's the only one among us who can repair the ship, I would have thrown him into the sea to feed the fish right now. Boss, what I mean is, number 3, he is dead. The subordinate pointed to the corpse nearby, and beside Zhang Yi, there were also his spirit weapons, and the second-in-command's spirit weapons. In short, everyone who stayed on the ship was dead. Everyone, be careful, we have most likely been surrounded by enemies. The bandit leader glanced at number 3's corpse, and then looked angrily towards the distant horizon. His first reaction was that reinforcements to rescue Xu Wenwen had arrived. After all, how could a bronze-level demon hunter dare to come here all alone? This would be pure suicide. The opponent must have a backup plan. The bandit leader's words immediately sent the entire squad of awakened ones into a panic. They scrambled to find cover, glancing at the ocean from time to time. But the ocean remained calm, without a ripple. Boss, there's no one around here. For dozens of nautical miles around, there isn't even a fly. Boss, could it be that you're being too sensitive? Number 3 must have been ambushed by that brat. This is good news. It means the enemy is definitely still on the ship. Are you freaking stupid? Number 3 is already dead, and you're calling it good news. The ocean was terrifyingly quiet, making the bandits even more panicked. After all, the fear of the unknown often carries the heaviest pressure. Just then, a strange voice broke the bandits' argument. Don't anyone move, you've been surrounded by me. Chen Chen slowly descended from above, the black robe covering his body fluttering in the wind, like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Boss, look, it's that brat who rescued Xu Wenwen. The bandits exclaimed as they looked at Chen Chen hovering above the ship. Damn it, so that brat can fly. No wonder we couldn't find him anywhere. Boss, don't worry. The duration of flight techniques is never long, and they consume a lot of spiritual power. With his strength, he won't be able to hold on for long. His body looks stiff. I bet he's just using some low-grade pseudo-flight skills below A rank. Hey kid, you're the one who killed number 3 and the others, right? You'd better stay up there, because if you come down, we're gonna tear you apart. Seeing that there was no one else around Chen Chen, the bandits seemed to regain their confidence. In their view, the only reason Chen Chen appeared was that he couldn't fly anymore. Are you all here now? Chen Chen asked without any warning. The bandits were confused, not understanding the meaning of his words at all. Since you're all here, I can send you on your way. Ha 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 ha. A newborn calf really isn't afraid of the tiger. Don't think that just because you got lucky and practiced a flight technique, you can just strut around Boom! Tired of hearing them yapping, Chen Chen directly triggered the timer on the explosives. With a magnificent mushroom cloud rising, a massive wave surged across the sea surface. After the explosion, the ship began to burn rapidly, emitting rolling smoke and sinking at an alarming speed. The awakened one XXX, who had malicious intent towards you, has been killed by you. You have obtained his base lifespan of 74 years, and with a 130% bonus based on his spiritual energy realm, you have gained an additional 96 years of lifespan. Your remaining lifespan, 847 years. A long while later, only the shattered wreckage of the ship remained floating on the sea. During this process, Chen Chen only received one notification of life force extraction from an awakened one. This meant that the explosion just now was not enough to wipe out the whole group, and the others must still be struggling to survive. However, one thing is certain, even if they didn't die, they must have been severely injured by being caught in such a massive explosion. And now, soaking in seawater, they won't live much longer. Chen Chen was not in a hurry, he just stood guard over the sea surface. Holding a silver spear in his hand, he would pierce anyone who poked their head out. The awakened one XXX, who had malicious intent towards you, has been killed by you. You have obtained his base lifespan of 66 years, and with a 130% bonus based on his spiritual energy realm, you have gained an additional 85 years of lifespan. The awakened one XXX, who had malicious intent towards you, has been killed by you. You have obtained his base lifespan of 82 years, and with a 150% bonus based on his spiritual energy realm, you have gained an additional 123 years of lifespan. Your remaining lifespan, 1499 years. After finishing off the last bandit, the life force Chen Chen had extracted exceeded 1,000 years. 100% of the base lifespan, plus the additional bonus from their spiritual energy realms. Clearly, the speed of extracting lifespan by killing awakened ones who harbor malicious intent is much faster than killing monsters in ruins. Beyond just their lifespans, Chen Chen also discovered a large amount of magic crystals in these people's space rings. The other items were a mixed bag, so Chen Chen packed all the medicinal pills for supplies into his own storage space. As for the rest, he planned to sell them directly on the black market once he reached Shanghai. Among them were 2 C-rank combo martial arts manuals that Chen Chen felt were perfectly suited for him, so he went ahead and learned them. Lightning Spear, C-rank. Summon a lightning spear to deal 100% lightning damage to the enemy and inflict a paralysis effect. The spear remains for 10 seconds. During this time, you can pick up the lightning spear to increase movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds, and grant your next attack a thunder-piercing sun effect. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Startling Thunder Spear, C-rank. Throw a lightning spear to deal 100% lightning damage to the enemy and inflict a paralysis effect. The spear remains for 10 seconds. During this time, you can pick up the lightning spear to increase movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds, and grant your next attack a thunder-piercing sun effect. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Thunder-piercing sun. Dash forward at extreme speed, dealing 200% lightning damage with an execute effect that deals 5% damage based on the enemy's missing health. Upon hitting an enemy with thunder-piercing sun, the cooldown of all martial arts is reduced by 1 second. Chen Chen's spirit weapon happens to be spear type, and the ability of thunder-piercing sun to reduce the cooldown of all martial arts is an extremely rare attribute. The only downside is that thunder-piercing sun can only be triggered after retrieving the thrown lightning spear. This felt like a small imperfection to Chen Chen. It would be perfect if there were some way to make the lightning spear return automatically. After finishing off all the bandits, Chen Chen immediately returned to the sea area where Xu Wenwen was. "Mr. Snake, you are finally back." The moment she saw Chen Chen's figure, Xu Wenwen immediately called out for help. The explosion of the ship had terrified her. She was worried that Chen Chen had run into danger in the distance. If Chen Chen were dead and the boat had sunk, she would be left floating on the endless sea with nothing to do but wait for death. That was why Xu Wenwen was so emotional upon seeing Chen Chen. "Let's go. Everything has been taken care of. Let's start our return trip." Chen Chen picked Xu Wenwen up from the seawater and threw her onto his back. There was still an hour-long journey ahead, and Chen Chen would feel very tired if he had to carry her in his arms the whole time. But if he held her, it wouldn't be very appropriate, and Shen Yuxi would definitely get jealous. If she couldn't hold it in and jumped out to object, the secret of the twin spirit weapons would be exposed, and Xu Wenwen would immediately guess Chen Chen's true identity. Therefore, Chen Chen had made a pact with Shen Yuxi beforehand. She was absolutely forbidden from making any sound when other people were around. "Mr. Snake, are we heading back to the Bronze Age now?" Xu Wenwen asked suddenly. While she was alone in the sea just now, she had thought about a lot of things. This kidnapping was definitely not as simple as she had imagined. If she were to go back now, safe and sound, it would be very difficult to track down the mastermind behind it. It would be better to play along and use the situation to her advantage. Why? Have you changed your mind? From the tone of Xu Wenwen's voice, Chen Chen roughly guessed some of what she was thinking. Yes, I've decided not to go back. Oh? Tell me your thoughts. Mr. Snake, as smart as you are, you must have guessed it already. As the daughter of the Jinghai Security Bureau chief, the fact that I was brazenly kidnapped from the Bronze Age is bound to cause a huge stir. Xu Wenwen analyzed, saying, the boss behind these bandits must be trying to use me to blackmail my father in exchange for something valuable. Now, the speedboat that kidnapped me has been destroyed, which means that apart from you, no one currently knows whether I am dead or alive. Perhaps the other side will think this was an accident and won't cancel their plan. Anyway, since my status is unknown, they can still pretend they have kidnapped me and continue to threaten my father, playing a game of getting something for nothing. I want to go directly back to the Jinghai Security Bureau and coordinate with my father to draw the snake out of its hole. Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully. He highly approved of Xu Wenwen's plan. This little girl not only has an S-rank talent, but she also stayed calm while in captivity. She is indeed a promising talent. Since you want to do this, I can give you an extra piece of intelligence. Chen Chen slowed down his flight, marked a spot on the map, and handed it to Xu Wenwen, who was lying on his back. This location should be the bandits' stronghold. When I flew over those mountains earlier, I discovered a watchtower there. Combined with the direction the speedboat was heading, they were likely planning to transport you there after kidnapping you. That is true. Xu Wenwen took a look at Chen Chen's marker. This direction was definitely correct. That is great, Mr. Snake. With this clue, we will surely be able to ferret out the mastermind behind this conspiracy. The clue Chen Chen provided was absolutely critical. This gave Xu Wenwen even more confidence in her plan. Unable to express her excitement, she couldn't help but lean forward and kiss Chen Chen's mask. However, the maiden's fragrant kiss did not make Chen Chen happy in the slightest. Oh no. Something is wrong, Chen Chen realized in a panic. At this very moment, he could clearly feel the spiritual power of the chaos armor is now extremely chaotic. Shen Yuxi didn't speak, but Chen Chen seemed to hear a sinister whisper in his ear. Die! The pitch-black robe instantly covered Xu Wenwen's face, tightening continuously against her cheeks. Tighter and tighter. It kept getting tighter. Ah, Mr. Snake, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I just simply wanted to share my joy, Mr. Snake. Even if you hate me, you don't have to kill me for it. Sigh. Xu Wenwen never imagined that an unintentional action of hers would lead to a lethal disaster, and it didn't seem like a joke at all. She could feel a dense killing intent enveloping her cheeks, as if it wanted to swallow her whole. Woo! As the black robe tightened, Xu Wenwen could only let out faint whimpering sounds. The black fabric constricted her face, revealing a terrified and desperate expression, much like the painting The Scream. Postscript. Brothers, the new book is having its debut. Chen is asking here for a 5-star review, as well as free reading prompts and support. If you have any good ideas or suggestions regarding the plot or the characters, you can post them in the reviews at the end. Once I see them, I will reply and consider them for inclusion. It's best to use the book reviews, paragraph reviews, or chapter reviews. If there are too many, I won't be able to keep up. I will prioritize those with long duration highlights or those from fans. Once accepted, I will provide credit and thanks. Secret code 615019044, or just check the volume name. Finally, I wish all my patrons good health and may all your wishes come true. Mr. Snake. Xu Wenwen gradually lost consciousness under the suffocating restraint of Shen Yuxi's black robe. Seeing that the person involved had passed out, Chen Chen immediately ended the fusion state, causing Shen Yuxi to revert to her human form. If he didn't take action now, Xu Wenwen might actually be killed. He wasn't joking. After the black robe vanished, the fallen angel wings on Chen Chen's back disappeared as well, and with only one angel wing left, he naturally couldn't maintain his balance at such a high altitude. With a splash, they all fell into the ocean. Yuxi, were you for real just now? Chen Chen quickly fished Xu Wenwen out and placed her on a lifebuoy. Do you have any idea who she is? I went to such great lengths to save her, and you wanted to finish her off over something so trivial? I don't care who she is. Only Yuxi and sister can do those naughty things with Senior Chen Chen. Nobody else is allowed, not even if the King of Heaven himself showed up. Shen Yuxi's face was dark, her eyes still glaring fiercely at Xu Wenwen, who was beside Chen Chen. "You are really something else. She just kissed my mask. For crying out loud, it was just a mask." Ugh. If she dares to kiss Senior Chen Chen's mask today, she will dare to kiss his face tomorrow, have his children the day after, and by the fourth day, she will use his children's lives to force us to break up. Sob. Shen Yuxi's imagination ran wild. Even though Xu Wenwen had only impulsively kissed Chen Chen's mask, she had already envisioned a whole chain of future events. See, it was just an accident. We just met. Xu Wenwen doesn't have those kinds of thoughts. Besides, I promise you, Senior will never leave you and your sister no matter what happens. Seeing Shen Yuxi in tears, Chen Chen quickly stepped forward to hug her, stroking her forehead with his thick palm while trying to comfort her. Chen Chen suddenly realized his mistake. Shen Yuxi's way of thinking was different from an ordinary person's. Therefore, Chen Chen couldn't use normal standards to measure her train of thought. Perhaps from Chen Chen's perspective, all of Shen Yuxi's ideas were incredibly absurd. After all, how could a person give birth to a child in just 2 days? It completely defies the process of human embryonic development. But in Shen Yuxi's mind, these things could happen at any moment, and she didn't see anything wrong with her worries. So, Chen Chen needed to be more patient with the somewhat yandere Shen Yuxi. Being loved by a yandere is actually quite exciting, but also terrifying. You can't just accept her affection. At the same time, you have to accept her series of abnormal behaviors. Yuyan, I'll leave Xu Wenwen to you. Hurry and give her CPR. Chen Chen could only hold the emotionally unstable Shen Yuxi tightly, trying his best to soothe her. As for Xu Wenwen, Chen Chen ended the fusion state of Shen Yuyan and asked her to help take care of the girl. After all, Xu Wenwen would be very useful to Chen Chen when it came to taking down the Hua family later. Hey. At this moment, Shen Yuxi pressed her little face tightly against Chen Chen's chest, a little devilish smile appearing on her face. Senior Chen Chen loves Yuxi the most after all. After receiving Chen Chen's hug, Shen Yuxi's emotions calmed down quite a bit. But Shen Yuyan, who had just emerged from the fusion state, wasn't having it. "I'm not here to clean up your messes for free. I can give Xu Wenwen CPR, but what's in it for me? You really know how to pick your moment to ask for a reward." Chen Chen rolled his eyes at her and said helplessly, "Whatever you want, just name it. Didn't I lose a bet with Yuxi last time? You have to wash her feet for a month, and I want the same treatment. Deal." Chen Chen didn't hesitate at all. After all, Xu Wenwen was in bad shape, and he had no time to mess around with the sisters. Okay, the deal was struck, and Shen Yuyan began performing CPR on Xu Wenwen. "Hey? Xu Wenwen, are you okay?" "Good grief, you're finally awake. You scared the life out of me just now." When Xu Wenwen opened her eyes again, she saw the anxious-looking Mr. Snake and a stunningly beautiful girl with silver hair. Although the girl wore the same mask as Snake, her glacier-like long hair and exquisite figure made it clear that her beauty and temperament were far superior to her own. Standing in front of Shen Yuyan, Xu Wenwen didn't even dare to call herself a goddess. Presumably, this girl must be the silver spear spiritual weapon in Mr. Snake's possession. Who would have thought she would be so beautiful? Stunning. Simply stunning. "Xu Wenwen, are you alright?" Seeing her staring blankly at Shen Yuyan, Chen Chen quickly reached out and waved his hand in front of her. Did she get water in her brain from falling into the sea just now? "Mr. Snake? Just now? What on earth happened?" Xu Wenwen felt as if her memories were jumbled. Earlier, she felt like something had covered her, as if someone had turned off the lights in the middle of the night and the whole world was shrouded in darkness. That feeling was suffocating. Suffocating indeed. Though it wasn't just a feeling, it was artificial mechanical suffocation. Heh. Chen Chen let out an awkward laugh first, then said with a straight face, "That was just a small accident. You see, the black robe I wear is a magical item capable of flight. During the flight, due to air currents, it accidentally got blown onto your face. And since this robe has strong suction, it ended up covering you until you passed out. So that's what happened." Xu Wenwen seemed to remember something and said with lingering fear, "I thought my offensive behavior had touched Mr. Snake's taboo and that you were going to kill me. How could that be? We're just casual acquaintances. Why would I kill you?" Chen Chen let out a long sigh of relief, seeing that the awkward episode had been glossed over. However, to prevent similar situations in the future, Chen Chen put one arm around Shen Yuyan's slender waist and said with a smile, "By the way, Ms. Christina and I are already married. I'm a fairly traditional man, so I hope, Miss Xu, that you can be a little more reserved." Since Shen Yuyan had given herself a name, he might as well use it. I understand. Sorry. I was just too excited earlier. I will be more careful in the future," Xu Wenwen said with a touch of embarrassment. Since Mr. Snake and Ms. Christina looked so perfect together, she offered her blessings. But the main point was that she had only kissed Snake's mask, and such a heart-stopping event had occurred. Even though Snake insisted it was an accident, a woman's intuition told Xu Wenwen that there was definitely some connection between the two. After a minor hiccup, Chen Chen once again embarked on his journey to Jinghai. Due to the heinous incident involving the abduction of Xu Wenwen on the Bronze Age, the entire ship was surely on high alert now. If he chose to recover his strength on the Bronze Age at this time, he would likely be discovered by the ship's security. Doing so would cause trouble for Xu Wenwen's plan to lure the snake out of its hole. Therefore, Chen Chen changed his strategy and did not rest on the Bronze Age as originally planned. Instead, once his stamina reached its limit, he used a lifebuoy to float on the sea, and after recovering, he flew directly to the docks of Jinghai. Mr. Snake, thank you for saving me and escorting me safely into Jinghai territory. At the moment of parting, to express her gratitude, Xu Wenwen left Chen Chen her contact information and said again, "Are you really sure there is nothing I can do to repay you? No need. Go on. Don't let it delay your grand plan. By the way, keep my identity a secret. It is best if you don't tell anyone." Chen Chen waved his hand and strode away. His job was done, and he did not care about what would happen with Xu Wenwen's subsequent plans. Let the bullets fly for a while. After arriving in Jinghai, Chen Chen first rented an apartment across from the local black market. This place is a melting pot, making it hard for his identity to be exposed, and it is also a good place to gather intelligence. After a hearty meal, the three of them went to a shopping mall to buy daily necessities. "Yuxi, why are you buying that thing?" Seeing Shen Yuxi hugging a large foot basin as soon as she entered the mall, Chen Chen asked, very confused. "To wash your feet. Senior Chen Chen, have you forgotten? My sister lost a bet with me, so you have to wash my feet for a month." "A bet is a bet. You are not allowed to go back on your word." "No, a bet is a bet, but you made that bet with your sister, not me. Why would I go back on it?" "But Yuxi and my sister just want you to feel included, Senior Chen Chen. Please, pretty please." "Girls, buy it." Facing Shen Yuxi's coquettish offensive, Chen Chen surrendered immediately. "It is just a foot wash, nothing big." After buying the daily necessities, Chen Chen had spent over 18,000 yuan. And that was with Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi being very restrained. If it were just Chen Chen, 180 yuan would have been plenty. Luckily, after taking down Luo Ji and the pirates at sea, Chen Chen had over 1,000 magic crystals in his pocket. On Blue Star, one magic crystal is worth 10,000 yuan. He could still afford this level of spending. After all, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi used to be young ladies and campus beauties. Even though neither of them asked for anything, he couldn't let them suffer while traveling with him. As for the remaining magic crystals, Chen Chen planned to buy the ownership rights to a bronze ruin in the black market. Although he had the bonus of the S-rank chaos armor, his own talent level and spiritual energy realm were quite low, and searching for portals in the wild was still too dangerous. Furthermore, portals in the wild were not that easy to find. After the ruins arrived, although portals could randomly appear in any corner of the Blue Star, they often spawned in populated areas. According to big data, 90% of ruin portals are distributed around cities. Portals in the wild are not only rare and hard to find, but also extremely dangerous. Therefore, until his own talent and Shen Yuyan's spirit weapon reached S rank, Chen Chen did not intend to go into the wild. Buying the challenge rights for a ruin inside the city only costs some magic crystals anyway. Besides, as long as he has the life deduction function, he and the sisters have infinite growth potential, so there is no need to rush. Why only rent one room? Back at the apartment, Shen Yuyan asked with some confusion. "It is inconvenient for one man and two women to stay together. We have an eternal contract now, and I am doing this for safety reasons," Chen Chen said. It was truly for safety. Generally speaking, demon hunters and spirit weapons do not stray too far from each other even when sleeping. Otherwise, they would be done for if ambushed by someone. Especially with an eternal contract, they absolutely cannot be separated. Wow, there is only one bed! Does this mean Yuxi and my sister have to sleep with Senior Chen Chen? Upon entering the rented room, Shen Yuxi sprawled out on the soft bed. She actually thought that living with Chen Chen would be a very exciting thing. She even started looking forward to their cohabitation life. What if Yuxi ends up having a little baby with Senior Chen Chen? Oh my! Thinking of this, Shen Yuxi buried her shy face in the pillow. "I am going to take a shower first. Yuxi, keep an eye on him and don't let him peek." Shen Yuyan took out a change of clothes and prepared to enjoy a comfortable hot shower. Her previous clothes had been soaked by seawater, and although they had dried during their high-altitude flight, the salt was making her feel itchy and uncomfortable. Do I look like that kind of person? Chen Chen scoffed at Shen Yuan's behavior. Where was the basic trust between people? You do! Shen Yuan took off her black stockings and threw them directly into Chen Chen's face. Whoever ruins them has to buy a new pair. Having said that, she turned and walked into the bathroom. These black stockings marked the moment Chen Chen and Shen Yuan first reached 20% synergy. Chen Chen felt these stockings were of great commemorative value, so he couldn't bear to throw them away and kept them in his spatial ring. This was no ordinary pair of stockings. It was a great achievement. It is just a pair of stockings. I will buy them. Chen Chen declared that he was an adult now. He would pay for his own toys. I will say it again. Do not peek. Before long, the sound of splashing water could be heard from the bathroom. Chen Chen smiled faintly, finding the sound quite pleasant. Yuan, you still underestimate me. For someone of my level, do you really think I need to peek? I could eat 3 bowls of rice just by listening to the sound. Shen Yuan. The rental room was quite Spartan, and through the bathroom curtain, Chen Chen could clearly see Shen Yuan's curvaceous silhouette. Accompanied by the girl's delicate fragrance and the sound of splashing water, she was scrubbing herself amidst the warm, humid mist. The feeling was like watching a shadow play in a midnight theater. It was pure and primitive art. Shen Yuan's graceful figure sparked countless inspirations in Chen Chen's mind, making his artistic instincts boil with excitement and rise steadily. This scene could only be described in 2 words. Silky smooth. Incredibly silky smooth. Senior Chen Chen, who do you think has a better figure, me or my sister? At that moment, Shen Yuxi suddenly grabbed Chen Chen's arm, her softness tugging at his heartstrings. Different paths, yet with the same exquisite outcome. Chen Chen analyzed it from an artistic perspective. Shen Yuan and Shen Yuxi were like the same body housing entirely different souls. As he finished, Chen Chen suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, because he just realized that Shen Yuxi had been sent by her sister Shen Yuan specifically to supervise him and prevent him from peeking. Yuxi, I am just taking one look. Don't tell Yuan. It's... Okay, senior, go ahead and look to your heart's content. However, Shen Yuxi had no intention of snitching. Instead, she encouraged Chen Chen to admire the beautiful view before him. Don't be afraid, because Yuxi will always be on senior Chen Chen's side. Yuxi, you are truly so understanding. Chen Chen sighed in admiration. Perhaps this was the unique virtue of a Yandere girl. Sometimes, Shen Yuxi was indeed a bit unhinged, but no matter what, her loyalty was always with you. Senior Chen Chen, have you ever heard of telepathy? Shen Yuxi asked in a whisper. She looked away shyly, her face flushing red for no apparent reason. Her shy little face was suddenly glowing with a blush for some reason. Yuxi, do you mean mind reading or a deep spiritual connection? People who have been together for a long time have that to some extent, and it might be even stronger between twins. Chen Chen rubbed his chin, analyzing Shen Yuxi's question while still admiring Shen Yuan's delicate form. He was a man of his word. If he said he would only look for a moment, he would only look for a moment. He kept his promises. So, from this moment on, Chen Chen wouldn't even blink. Senior Chen Chen, the telepathy I am talking about is this... Shen Yuxi bit her lip and continued bashfully. Mind reading, spiritual connection, being in sync, these are just ethereal feelings in the heart, but the telepathy I'm referring to is a real physical sensation. Oh? Chen Chen seemed intrigued. For instance, right now, as you look at my sister, I can feel that I'm being watched too. And since my sister is in the bathroom, she feels the same thing. So, there's no need for me to tell on you. My sister inside already knows. This? Chen Chen was highly skeptical. If the sisters truly shared such a tangible telepathic link, then at this very moment, Chen Chen's actions were being tacitly approved by Shen Yuan. She knew he was watching, so she was intentionally being so silky smooth? That was impossible. How could someone as proud and cold as Shen Yuan have such a fetish? That doesn't make any scientific sense. Ouch. That hurts, senior. What are you doing? Chen Chen kept his eyes fixed on the shower curtain while reaching out to pinch Shen Yuxi's cheek. He wanted to test if the telepathy Shen Yuxi mentioned was real. In the bathroom, although Shen Yuan didn't cry out in pain, her movements paused significantly, and she gently touched her own cheek. Good heavens. He was stunned. Chen Chen exclaimed, totally shocked. The Yandere girl didn't lie to me. It's actually real. You're so mean, senior. How could you doubt Yuxi like that? Where's the basic trust between people? Shen Yuxi pouted. She had shared the little secret between her and her sister with Chen Chen, and she didn't expect him to give her such a look. Yuxi, I'm sorry. I was just measuring a noble person's heart with my own small-mindedness. Chen Chen apologized very sincerely. He was used to being cautious, always questioning things first before seeking proof. But while he could question anyone else, doubting a yandere who was in love with him was truly redundant. Oh, that's better. Yuxi, when did this telepathy between you and Yuan start? Chen Chen asked suddenly. In the last few years, I think. I only discovered it when my sister and I became inseparable. And the closer we are, the stronger the telepathy becomes. Shen Yuxi answered earnestly. And it's become much clearer, especially after forming the eternal contract with Senior Chen Chen. Once the synchronization rate between my sister me and Senior Chen Chen reached 10%, this telepathy leveled up again. I see. Chen Chen nodded silently. In other words, the telepathy between Shen Yuan and Shen Yuxi had existed for a long time, but it only intensified after they met him. Rip! The sound of water stopped abruptly. Shen Yuan pulled open the curtain, wrapped in a bath towel, and wiped her wet silver hair while waiting for them. What are you two whispering about? Shen Yuan was steaming with heat, and she gave them both a fierce sideways glare. Nothing. Chen Chen felt a wave of guilt. But judging by what Shen Yuxi just said, she probably didn't know about the cave. After all, she really was asleep, and the telepathy had manifested into her dreams. Didn't you say that someone of your status wouldn't bother peeking? Seeing Chen Chen break his promise, Shen Yuan caught him in the act, her gaze filled with growing disdain. It was as if she were looking at trash. One glance. I only peeked for one glance. Chen Chen scratched his head and explained with some embarrassment. However, rather than Chen Chen's broken promise, the seemingly elegant and arrogant Shen Yuan was actually worth more scrutiny. She clearly enjoyed Chen Chen's gaze, but insisted on putting on a high and mighty, disgusted act when they met. One glance? Do you think I'd believe that? You only took one look and I caught you? Is it really that much of a coincidence? The more Chen Chen argued, the more arrogant Shen Yuan's expression became. I'm not making excuses this time. I didn't just take a peek and get caught. I mean that from start to finish, I only took one look. Chen Chen smiled seriously and said, one single look, without blinking even once. If you don't believe me, Yuxi was standing right there, she can testify. That's right, I can vouch for Senior Chen Chen. He was indeed standing there staring from the very beginning. And even when he was talking to me, he didn't blink once. Shen Yuxi nodded repeatedly. Thump! Thump! Shen Yuan gave both Chen Chen and Shen Yuxi a flick on the forehead. Yuxi, I left you outside to supervise him, not to be his alibi. There is a space-time wormhole. The plot connects automatically. No, it was Yuxi who made the mistake. Why are you hitting me? Chen Chen expressed his disagreement. You are the root cause, and a total pervert. How dare you even talk? Shen Yuan's brows furrowed in anger, ready to treat Chen Chen to another flick on the forehead. You guys talk first. I am going to take a shower. Seeing that the situation was turning against him, Chen Chen made a dash for the bathroom. Before the warmth left by the young girl had even dissipated, he turned on the faucet. Sister, I am going to take a shower now too. Shen Yuxi, standing to the side, picked up her change of clothes nonchalantly and headed straight for the bathroom, planning to jump into the shower with Chen Chen. Get back here! But at the last moment, Shen Yuxi was yanked back by her sister Shen Yuan. Sister, what are you doing? Yuxi wants to take a shower with Senior Chen Chen. I suggest you don't meddle in other people's business. Oh, that hurts. Shen Yuxi pouted, trying to force her way in, but she was subdued by bloodline suppression and received another flick to the forehead. Even with her little devil persona, she dared not act out in front of her sister Shen Yuan. After everyone finished their hot showers, it was exactly 6 p.m. It was now nighttime by the definition of the Chaos Armor. Let's go. After Chen Chen and the sisters entered their fusion state, they went out to gather intelligence. News about Xu Wenwen was already spreading like wildfire throughout Jinghai. However, people outside did not know exactly what had happened, as much of the information had been locked down by the Security Bureau. Xu Wenwen, on the other hand, kept in secret contact with Chen Chen, saying that her plan was a huge success. Those bandits had no idea Xu Wenwen was already back at the Security Bureau. They still thought they were holding a hostage and were currently negotiating with the Bureau. Regarding this, Mr. Snake only replied with 2 words. Good luck. Chen Chen did not care about these matters. His main mission now was to find a suitable ruin to raise his spiritual power level. Help me find a suitable bronze level ruin. After several referrals, Chen Chen found a man nicknamed Glasses in the black market. This man was a subordinate of Gao Tianchang. Chen Chen wanted to win over the Gao family in Jinghai to deal with the Hua family, so he decided to get acquainted with Glasses first. On Blue Star, ruin portals are mainly distributed within cities and in the surrounding suburbs within 100 kilometers. Because any area beyond the 100-kilometer radius of a densely populated city is classified as the wilderness, portals in the wilderness are extremely rare, impossible to control, and are considered highly dangerous public resources. Within 100 kilometers of a city, once a portal is discovered, witnesses will sell the information to major factions. The most common ones among them are the Security Bureau and the Demon Hunter Association. The Security Bureau is affiliated with the Dragon Kingdom and is a government agency, controlling all portals within the second ring of the city center. Next is the Demon Hunter Association. This organization is an international association not under the jurisdiction of any empire, but it is still a formal institution, and its resource control is mainly distributed among portals from the 3rd to the 5th rings. Finally, there are the big families and some smaller factions within the city. The portal resources in their hands are basically located outside the 5th ring. In order to compete for the takeover rights of these areas, major factions often engage in armed conflict. Whoever is stronger gets to own more portals. In the city of Jinghai, there isn't a complex distribution of powers. There are only 2 types of forces. One is the all-powerful Hua family. The other consists of the remaining factions struggling to survive. The brothers Gao Tianchang and Gao Tianchang are one of them. How many people are in your group? Glasses was a tall, thin man with a mohawk hairstyle. He did not match the image of a refined, bespectacled intellectual Chen Chen had imagined at all. Glasses glanced at Chen Chen, who was wearing a black robe and a mask, and, following standard practice, began to probe for information about the awakened squad. 1. Kid, do you know where this is? Are you messing with me, Glasses? Tired of living, huh? Glasses glared viciously at Chen Chen. He had never seen anyone try to challenge a ruin alone, and this was clearly someone looking for trouble. I provide the money, you provide the resources. It's a win-win for everyone. Why do you care how many people are in my group? Even though this was Glasses' turf, Chen Chen didn't show the slightest sign of backing down. Instead, he applied strong pressure on the guy. After all, his boss, Gao Tianchang, was just a small player suppressed under the feet of the Hua family. People like this only know how to pick on the weak. The tougher you act, the more they will believe you have a powerful background, and they won't dare to act rashly. Alright, as long as you have the money, everything is negotiable. Glasses covered his inner panic with laughter and then gave Chen Chen a QR code. Ding! After scanning the QR code, an app appeared on Chen Chen's phone. Jiangsheng Guild. It has some of the resources our guild controls, from bronze to gold level ruins. The prices are all on there. Take your pick. Chen Chen took a look at the homepage info. Although the selection of ruins was limited, and there weren't many resources, the prices were indeed cheaper than the market rate. After all, these small factions made their living off this. If their prices were higher than the Hua families, no one would be willing to trade with them. I'll take this one. Chen Chen chose the bronze level ruin with the highest difficulty among all the resources. The information showed that 3 exploration squads had already perished in that ruin. Perhaps due to the high difficulty, the price for this portal was much cheaper than other bronze level ruins, requiring only 300 magic crystals. Heh! Seeing Chen Chen walking toward his own death, Glasses laughed out loud. Fine. Place your order now, and once you're ready, I'll send someone to take you there. Glasses didn't refuse the deal because it was basically free money. A single person trying to challenge a ruin where 3 waves of exploration squads had already died was pure suicide. Once the person dies, the ruin goes back on sale. A net profit of 300 magic crystals. This kind of easy money was truly addictive. Right now! It was night. The perfect time for Chen Chen to take the initiative to challenge the ruin. Great. Glasses couldn't help but laugh. Everyone knows that humans are at a disadvantage at night, while monsters are not. Very few people explore ruins at night, and even if they get delayed inside, they usually set up camp at night and wait until daytime to continue. Chen Chen, however, wanted to explore a ruin alone at night. This move made Glasses laugh. In his eyes, this kid was just an inexperienced, hot-headed rookie. Ha. The god of wealth has descended. Please send me a dozen more customers like him. Ding. 300 magic crystals have been credited to the guild account. After settling the payment, Glasses waved his hand to signal his men to start preparations. A moment later, a battered old van pulled up outside the door. "What are you staring at? Get in the car." The driver, a bearded man in a lotus leaf hat reeking of alcohol, urged him impatiently. This is..." Chen Chen paused, then looked at glasses beside him with a puzzled expression. He had paid 300 magic crystals, which was equivalent to 3 million in Blue Star common currency. And he had to ride in this piece of junk that looked like an illegal taxi? Recently, the Hua family has been cracking down on small factions like us, so disguising it as an illegal taxi is safer. Glasses patted Chen Chen on the shoulder with a slightly awkward smile. "This is the signature service of the Qiangshen Guild, guaranteed to satisfy you." "Fine." Chen Chen could only nod helplessly in response. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The van had plenty of space, enough to squeeze in at least 20 people. With just Chen Chen sitting there, it felt a bit empty. "Why are you standing there? Never ridden in a car before? Go find a seat in the back yourself." The driver saw Chen Chen standing by the driver's door and spoke with a grumpy tone. "You go find a seat in the back, I'll drive." Chen Chen replied coolly. "What do you mean? You don't trust my driving skills?" "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I'm a man of principles." "What principles?" "Don't drink and drive, don't drive and drink." Chen Chen handed the driver a cigarette. As a law-abiding citizen, he always kept in mind that there are many roads to take, but safety is the top priority. "Ha! Then you go ahead and drive." The driver took the cigarette from Chen Chen, climbed over from the driver's seat to the passenger seat without hesitation, and said, "I'm not working, but you still have to pay the full fare. Let's get this straight. If there are any accidents or vehicle damage, you have to compensate me for the full cost, plus my emotional distress." "What? I have to pay for this too?" Chen Chen looked over at Glasses, who was standing nearby. You see, our relic portal service is already priced at the industry floor. The travel fees are on you. We only help by calling the ride." An accountant wearing real glasses beside him explained. "Damn it. So this is the so-called signature service of the Qiangshen Guild." Chen Chen couldn't help but curse. It seems if Chen Chen really wants to cooperate with the Qiangshen Guild in the future, he'll have to lead them through a reform. This is literally paying to suffer. I don't feel like a customer at all. Vroom, 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 vroom. Seriously, do you even know how to drive? You can't even get the engine to start. Chen Chen had to try more than 10 times before he finally got the damn van started. The experience was absolutely terrible, especially because the moment he got in, Chen Chen smelled a pungent fishy odor, so he couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what do you do for a living?" Unimpressed expression. The driver gave him a meaningful look and didn't say a word. "Is this guy stupid? I'm an illegal taxi driver, and you're asking me what my job is?" Chen Chen noticed the atmosphere was a bit off, so he quickly added, "I mean, this car has such a strong smell. What were you hauling before?" "Oh, now I get what you mean. I thought you had a screw loose." The driver continued to drink while laughing and said, "Young man, I can tell you're not from around here. Our boss made his fortune selling fish, and I used to haul fish at the market. The guild is getting stronger and has started transforming into the business of relic portals, but I didn't switch. I still sell fish, and occasionally act as a driver when I'm free. So that's how it is." Chen Chen kept driving the Wuling Hongguang Max and kindly reminded him, "After all, you are riding in a car, so drink a little less." But having said that, the handling of this Wuling Hongguang van isn't bad. Clearly, it's been modified. However, driving through the congested roads around the black market is quite a challenge. After 2 hours on the road, Chen Chen finally arrived safely at his destination. Yes, the destination was a cemetery. With your skills, even if you hadn't been drinking, you should have hired a professional driver. A 30-minute trip took you 2 hours. The driver complained, then climbed back into the driver's seat. Chen Chen thought he was about to drive away in style, but vroom, 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 vroom. Unexpectedly, even the owner couldn't get the engine to start. Ignoring the awkwardness of the driver, Chen Chen walked into the desolate cemetery alone. At the entrance, there was a dilapidated wooden shack, and the long, eerie hoot of an owl occasionally echoed from a nearby tree, sending shivers down his spine. Oh, another one with a death wish. The branches cast dappled shadows in the moonlight onto an elderly man with white hair and tattered clothes. The old man's hunched frame and ragged clothes seemed to blend into the background. If he hadn't suddenly spoken, Chen Chen wouldn't have even noticed someone was there. "You must be the gravedigger here, right?" Chen Chen asked politely. According to the Qiangshen Guild app, Upon arriving at the cemetery, he just needed to present the electronic QR code to the gravedigger. The other party would guide the guests. Are you two Snake and Christina? The old man glanced at Chen Chen and the silver spear in his hand. Yes. Then follow me. Following the old man's footsteps, Chen Chen arrived at the depths of the cemetery. The thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground made their footsteps crunch continuously, damp and gloomy. It was no wonder that the old man exuded an aura of death. Staying in a place like this for too long would make anyone feel suffocated. This is the place. The old man pried open a coffin and pointed to a spatial vortex beside a pile of bones. I would like to ask, how was this relic portal discovered? Chen Chen was a bit confused. Who just goes around prying open other people's coffins for no reason? Could it be grave robbers? This is a fake coffin set up by the powerful guild. The bones are just props. After the relic was discovered, they dug a hole here. Oh, Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully. I have to say, this disguise is quite something. Hey Snake, should we choose a different relic to explore? I have a feeling this entrance is a bit strange. Shen Yuyan maintained her usual cautious attitude. The stranger the entrance, the faster the clear. Chen Chen replied with a popular rhyme often circulated among exploration squads. May I take a look at your real face? The hunched old man placed his face near the oil lamp so that the other person could see his eyes clearly. He seemed very interested in the face beneath Chen Chen's mask. I suppose you can, but I would like to ask, why do you want to see my face? Chen Chen shrugged. His face had long been altered by Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi's makeup techniques to assume a completely different appearance, akin to a disguise. As someone so meticulous, how could he rely on only one layer of protection? This mask was merely for maintaining a sense of mystery. Perhaps because this might be the last time we meet, and I want to remember your honorable countenance. Heh, don't worry, old man. We will meet again. You should wait until I come out of the relic to remember my face. Chen Chen smiled faintly. With that, he stepped directly into the relic. As the dazzling white light faded, the world inside the relic began to reveal itself. Chen Chen was slightly stunned. The surroundings were also a gloomy and desolate graveyard. If he didn't look closely, he would have thought the teleportation had failed. Silvery moonlight fell on the barren tombstones, reflecting an eerie glow, like ghostly eyes peering into the world from the darkness. The surroundings were deathly silent, and the howling wind was veiled in a sinister aura. The tombstones were arranged in a scattered manner. Some were covered in moss, while others were newly erected, their inscriptions still clearly visible. They stood silently in the night, making the surrounding trees appear exceptionally grim. Interesting. The entrance was a graveyard, and the inside is also a graveyard. Chen Chen sighed. If the entrance to the relic portal was already hellish enough, then the inside of the relic was truly the underworld itself. Because all the tombstones Chen Chen just saw were not on the ground, but in the sky above. Could this be the hidden netherworld? Even Shen Yunyan couldn't help but exclaim at the chaos within the relic. But one person didn't think so. Wow, this is so cool. Senior Chen Chen, look, above our heads is an endless graveyard. The moonlight reflecting off the tombstones looks like twinkling stars. It's beautiful. The sight before her made Shen Yuxi incredibly excited. For a little devil like her, this was simply paradise. You have some misunderstanding about beauty? Chen Chen couldn't help but ask. How is this beautiful? With a graveyard hanging over my head, I feel like a zombie could fall down at any moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange shrieking sound came from the sky formed by the graveyard. Grrrr! Screech! Grisly zombies wearing iron buckets on their heads burst through the ground and plummeted from the sky. Holy crap, your words really do manifest. Senior Chen Chen, you're so cool. Shen Yuxi watched the zombies falling like raindrops overhead, growing even more excited. Chen, be careful. Although Yuxi's chaos armor has a double attribute bonus at night, these dark attribute creatures are also accustomed to fighting in the dark. Shen Yuyan warned. I know. Chen Chen immediately retreated, distancing himself from the main landing area of the zombies to avoid being surrounded. Thump, 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 thump. The zombies that fell from the sky slammed hard onto the ground, and after a long while, they slowly stood up in a bizarre posture. Iron Bucket Zombie. Rarity, F. Spiritual rank, Bronze, 8th stage. Profile. They have no sense of pain, move slowly, but have super high defense, and their attacks carry zombie poison that can cause continuous poison damage. Their weaknesses are light attribute attacks and true damage. Remaining lifespan, 800 years. This relic is definitely not simple. The start is already Bronze 8th stage demon seeds. Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Just at the entrance of the relic, hundreds of bronze 8th stage demon seeds dropped from the sky. This intensity is simply insane. Chen, be very careful. This relic is not simple. Didn't 3 exploration squads get wiped out before? At this intensity, we should have found the remains of the exploration squads at the entrance. Indeed, no remains have been found. Chen Chen had also carefully observed the ground environment. Even if the bodies of human awakeners were eaten by zombies, some armor and weapons should have remained. They must have just given up resistance and run away after seeing the intensity of the relic. The start is hell difficulty. This isn't something ordinary exploration squads can handle. Even a professional mercenary team like Luoji's would likely suffer casualties in this first wave of monsters. But even if they ran, it would be a dead end. Because in the entire relic, the safest place is the entrance. Other places only contain even stronger monsters. Chen, this relic is too evil. We should use our return stones to go back as soon as possible, Shen Yuyan suggested. In the relic, there is a way to leave even without defeating the boss. One only needs to defeat 20% of the monsters in the relic to activate their carried return stone and return directly to the blue planet. Don't worry, Yuyan. The weaknesses of these guys are light attribute attacks and true damage. This time, it's your home field. Chen Chen smiled faintly. Shen Yuyan's spirit weapon attributes are completely perfect for this relic. Silver Spear, F rank. Attacks add 20% light attribute damage and 20% true damage. What's more, Chen Chen still has 1499 years of lifespan and can continue life evolution. Taking advantage of the zombies just standing up, Chen Chen immediately broke the fusion state with Shen Yuyan. He put one hand around her slender waist and, before she could react, sealed her soft lips, accompanying the sweetness from the young girl's mouth. Life evolution begins. Injecting lifespan into the F-rank spirit weapon, Silver Spear, 100 years. Although the spiritual veins in Shen Yuyan's body continuously absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, there was no improvement at all. As Chen Chen expected, Shen Yuyan's spirit weapon talent was still like a bottomless pit. The first wave, 100 years of life gone, just like that. And the system's evolution prompt was that there was no improvement. This put Chen Chen in a difficult position, but given the current situation, Chen Chen had no choice but to bite the bullet and upgrade Shen Yuyan. After all, Shen Yuxi's talent had already reached S rank. It wasn't that he was afraid Shen Yuyan would say he was biased, it was just that the higher the talent level, the more lifespan required. Even though Shen Yuxi was gifted, Chen Chen couldn't guarantee that 1499 years of lifespan would be enough to awaken her to SS rank again. It was more reliable to upgrade Shen Yuyan, whose attributes were a better fit. 200 years. Shen Yuyan's spiritual veins had a faint, slight movement, as if they were constantly growing. It had started to grow, which was definitely good news for Chen Chen. 500 years. Starlight descends. Shen Yuyan has successfully awakened. The 800 years of hard work to make up for lack of talent. Even though Shen Yuyan's spirit channels absorbed spiritual energy very slowly as time passed, she continued to grow stronger. 1380 years in, breaking through the darkness with light, Shen Yuyan's talent has awakened again. Silver Spear F grade to Cold Moon E grade to Star Radiance D grade. Attacks now add 20% to 30% to 40% light attribute damage and 20% to 30% to 40% true damage. New feature. All attacks have a chance to trigger Holy Judgment. This includes a 1% chance for triple critical damage, 3% for double, 10% for 1, 5 times, and 30% for 1, 2 times. Furthermore, all critical damage is true damage. Host's remaining lifespan, 119 years. Although she only broke through twice, Shen Yuyan burned through 1380 years of lifespan, but the D-grade Star Radiance is truly powerful. It actually possesses different tiers of true critical damage effects. It is simply heaven-defying. This will multiply Chen Chen's damage output by an unknown amount. Fusion. Awakening complete. Chen Chen immediately entered a state of fusion with Shen Yuyan. It was a long spear shining with the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars. Every time it swung, the surrounding air lit up, forming dazzling trails of light. It was as if it were forged from the purest light and shadow in the heavens and earth. Prepare to move. At this moment, Chen Chen was clad in the armor of chaos, holding the sun and moon star radiance, with angel wings unfurled behind him, ready to show what he could do. Brother, run. I will cover you. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing heavy plate armor and carrying a massive cross rushed out. He stood resolutely in front of Chen Chen and shouted, "I can use holy light to hold these demon spawns back temporarily. Hurry and run." "Wait, uncle, who are you?" This sudden scene left Chen Chen stunned on the spot. In this ruin, there are actually still surviving human awakeners? Don't worry about who I am. This ruin is not as simple as it looks. You need to retreat to the safest place first. The burly man in heavy armor gripped his cross tightly, looking very nervous. But isn't this the safest place? Chen Chen frowned. Although the other party meant well, it was really unnecessary. Besides, Chen Chen had always felt that his current position was the safest spot in the entire ruin. Uncle, you must be a holy cleric, right? Chen Chen didn't take the other man's advice, but instead walked calmly to his front. A holy cleric is a frontline support role that requires decent damage-soaking ability and team buff attributes. Ah? I am. Seeing Chen Chen suddenly step out from behind, the heavy armored man hurriedly urged him. Brother, I see your spirit weapon is a spear. You must be the vanguard of your exploration team. But these iron bucket zombies are definitely not something you can handle. Take my advice, get out of here. By the way, I'm not an uncle. My name is Dakan. I'm only 20 years old. I just had a growth spurt. The man opened his helmet's visor, revealing a face that seemed surprisingly youthful and completely out of place with his physique. A hulking man over 2 meters tall with broad shoulders having the face of a young boy was truly absurd. My name is Snake. Since you are playing the cleric role, then just support me. Let's finish these guys off together. Chen Chen stuck his spear into the ground and, facing the dense army of iron bucket zombies, began to do some stretches. Brother Snake, are you kidding me? Dakan was clearly stunned upon hearing Chen Chen's words. He was prepared to help a newcomer run away, not fight these zombies head on. I don't have a habit of joking. Seeing that the other guy hadn't even cast a single support skill on him, Chen Chen knew he hadn't yet convinced him. So, he grabbed his spear and lunged straight into the horde. Thunderbolt Spear. Thunder elements surged toward Chen Chen's arms, dancing in the air and flashing with brilliant light, each flicker accompanied by the roar of thunder. These thunder elements gathered in Chen Chen's palm, gradually forming a long spear crackling with electricity. Chen Chen threw the newly formed lightning spear directly into the horde. Sizzle! The arcs of electricity jumped, making a crackling sound. The tip of the spear, concentrated with the purest lightning power, pierced through the zombies in a straight line, landing 20 meters ahead of Chen Chen. Wherever the lightning spear touched, the hit zombies suffered 100% thunder damage, plus 80% light damage and 40% true damage. Iron bucket zombies are dark attribute creatures, so they take double damage from light attribute attacks. Furthermore, the thunder element caused a brief paralysis effect, and the hit zombies were clearly stunned in place for a second. However, they were level 8 bronze demons, so even with the elemental disadvantage, this strike didn't take away half of their health. But that was well within Chen Chen's expectations. Sprint. The C-grade sprint gave a 100% boost to explosive movement speed. Chen Chen moved like a gale of wind, retrieving the thrown lightning spear in an instant. The moment he touched it, the spear turned into shimmering electrical currents that fused into his entire body. Now, Chen Chen was completely enveloped in golden lightning, even his short black hair turning gold. He looked just like a Super Saiyan. At this point, Chen Chen had stored one layer of the Thunder Piercing the Sun effect. Thunder Piercing the Sun. Dash forward at high speed, dealing 200% thunder damage, and adding an execution effect based on 5% of the enemy's missing health. After hitting an enemy with this skill, all weapon skill cooldowns are reduced by 1 second. The faster the movement speed, the faster the dash. Up to 2 stacks can be stored. However, Chen Chen didn't rush to use it, instead summoning another lightning spear 20 meters away. Lightning Drop Spear. The lightning spear descended from the sky like a golden meteor. The power of thunder crashed down, causing damage while instantly paralyzing all surrounding zombies. The Thunderbolt Spear and Lightning Drop Spear are essentially the same. The difference is that the Thunderbolt Spear is thrown by hand, while the Lightning Drop Spear is summoned nearby. They are a combo skill, and both leave a lightning elemental spear at the location. Once the user touches the lightning spear again, they enter the Thunder Piercing the Sun state. Chen Chen had now picked up one spear and summoned another nearby. With that, he could execute his combo. Thunder Piercing the Sun. In an instant, Chen Chen gripped his weapon and dashed forward like a beam of light, piercing through all the zombies in a straight line. This strike carried 200% thunder damage, 80% light damage, 40% true damage, and an execution effect based on 5% of the zombies' missing health. All the Iron Bucket zombies hit had their buckets knocked off. This meant that their health had dropped below 1/3. And after his dash, Chen Chen landed exactly where the Lightning Drop Spear was. Thunder Piercing the Sun. He dashed again, moving back and forth like lightning. After this series of combos, The zombies in that line received multiple hits. Even these level 8 bronze zombies couldn't take such an attack. They were directly executed. Wherever the lightning went, the ground was left scorched. Congratulations to the host for killing an iron bucket zombie. Gained 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing an iron bucket zombie. Gained 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing an iron bucket zombie. Gained 8 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan: 229 years. With 2 consecutive lightning strikes flowing seamlessly together, he wiped out over a dozen iron bucket zombies in one go. My god, that is epic. Dachshund stared at the pile of fallen iron bucket zombies around Chen Chen, completely frozen in place. He knew the terror of these iron bucket zombies all too well. Their defense was ridiculously high, and their attacks were venomous. Once you got entangled with them, you couldn't kill them, you couldn't outlast them, and your only option was to run for your life. Dachshund's own exploration team had been completely wiped out in exactly that kind of hopeless situation. Except for himself, who possessed the holy light attribute. Everyone else had died. That was why he had been guarding the ruin entrance, waiting for a new team to arrive so he could lead them to safety. Because previous teams were just like him, rushing into a fight they didn't understand, only to get crippled right at the start. Dachshund had been trapped in these ruins for 2 years, eating food from his teammates' spatial rings when hungry, and chewing on tree bark once that ran out. He had gone through adventures with 3 different exploration teams in total. He had finally charged his teleport stone to 18%. He only needed to reach 20% to successfully get out. Today, he was staked out at the entrance just like always. That was when he discovered Chen Chen. He had assumed he just needed one more team to fully charge his stone, but he never expected that Chen Chen would be all alone. Having chewed on tree bark for 3 months, Dachshund initially thought this one-man team was just here to die, so he planned to wait for Chen Chen to fall, and then loot his belongings. But when those horrific iron bucket zombies appeared again, Dachshund remembered his fallen comrades. In the end, he couldn't just stand by and watch Chen Chen die. So, he bravely stepped out. A bronze-rank demon hunter who can wipe out iron bucket zombies with one skill combo? Just who is this guy? Dachshund, who had been prepared to sacrifice his life for a righteous cause, never dreamed he would run into a total powerhouse. Meanwhile, the surrounding iron bucket zombies began to swarm toward Chen Chen. Young Master Sai, watch out! After witnessing Chen Chen's strength, there was a hint of reverence in the way Dachshund addressed him. What are you staring at? Give me a shield! Chen Chen yelled while kidding the iron bucket zombies. You got it, young Master Sai! Holy shield activate! Dachshund raised his cross, and a blast of holy light landed behind Chen Chen, right onto a group of iron bucket zombies. The zombies bathed in the holy light were instantly encased in shields. Divine Shield grants a shield to allies in an area equal to 18% of their maximum health. While the shield persists, damage taken is reduced by 18% for 120 seconds. Cooldown is 120 seconds. Wait, Brother Chen, what are you doing? Are you on the zombie side or something? Seeing this, Chen Chen was left speechless. Who the hell casts shields on the monsters? Young Master Sai. It was a mistake. Your movement was too slick. I just couldn't keep up. Dachshund scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Though it wasn't entirely his fault. Chen Chen's footwork was excessively agile, making it hard to track. Holy Light Enhancement. Aside from shielding, Dachshund had other buff skills. Holy Light Enhancement increases the light attribute damage of the casters and one teammate's spirit weapon by 30% for 20 seconds. Cooldown is 120 seconds. As Dachshund raised his cross again, a brilliant halo of light shimmered around Chen Chen's spear, Starburst. This was the effect of Holy Light Enhancement. Chen Chen's light attribute damage received an additional 30% boost. With this, his attacks were dealing an extra 140% light attribute damage. Since Iron Bucket zombies were dark attribute creatures, they took double damage from light. Hey, young Master Sai, this one is a targeted skill. I definitely won't miss this time. Dachshund gave a simple, honest smile. With the B-rank Holy Light Enhancement, Chen Chen wielded Starburst, piercing the bodies of the zombies with massive light damage. His attacks grew faster and faster. Every strike added a stack of God's Ascent, continuously increasing his attack speed. The trajectory of Starburst was accompanied by the sound of tearing air, a spear strike like a dragon unleashed. Roar. Rawr. However, Dachshund's actions drew the aggro of several monsters, and they began to swarm him. Wearing heavy plate armor, and having just wasted his shield, Dachshund struggled to fend off the zombie pack. Shadow Servants. Seeing this, Chen Chen summoned his Shadow Holy Shield, Shadow Spearman, and Shadow Duelist, forming a triangle to protect Dakin firmly. Holy cow! Young Master Sai, you're a spearman who can also summon? That's insane! Dakyun expressed high praise for Chen Chen's performance. As a frontline tank cleric, this was the first time Dakyun had experienced the feeling of being protected by someone else. Yeah, I know a little bit. Chen Chen smiled faintly. Even though this was the first time meeting Dakyun, his personality was actually quite likable. A bit stupid, maybe. But that's no big deal. Who could say no to a partner who provides stable buffs and knows how to cheer you on? Protected by the Shadow Servants, Dakyun is safe for the moment. Holy Light Reinforcement can provide Chen Chen with a stable buff for 2 minutes. And if Dakyun doesn't do anything stupid, he can provide shields while also increasing damage reduction. Being able to boost light attribute attacks gives Dakyun a unique advantage in these ruins filled with dark attribute demon seeds. If Chen Chen wants to improve his clearance efficiency in the ruins, it is quite necessary to keep Dakyun safe. With Dakyun's assistance, Chen Chen has been given a new idea. That is, Shen Yuxi's Shadow Servants should also imprison a few souls with support talents, preferably those with buffing and healing attributes. Thunderbolt Spear. As he continuously stacked the ladder to divinity, the cooldowns for Thunderbolt Spear and Falling Thunder Spear were ready again. Chen Chen decisively summoned a thunderous spear in his hand and threw it toward the zombie horde. Crack! With a deafening crackle of electricity and thunder, the golden bolt of lightning pierced through the Iron Bucket zombies like a swimming dragon. This strike triggered Chen Chen's Divine Judgment effect, dealing lightning damage while simultaneously forming a Sword of Judgment above the Iron Bucket zombies. The Sword of Judgment fell abruptly, dealing 3 times the true critical damage once more. A single strike was enough to sweep away all the Iron Bucket zombies in front of him. Congratulations to the host for killing an Iron Bucket zombie. You have gained 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing an Iron Bucket zombie. You have gained 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing an Iron Bucket zombie. You have gained 8 years of lifespan. Is this the true critical hit from the Divine Judgment effect? Even Chen Chen himself was shocked by the scene before him. Critical damage is one thing, but true damage as well? Who could possibly withstand that? Although the probability is a bit low at only 1%, whenever luck strikes and it triggers, the damage is absolute world-shattering. And Star Radiance is only a D-grade spirit weapon. There is still plenty of room for improvement. If Shen Yuxi's Chaos Armor is both offensive and defensive, providing high defense while also possessing damage reflection, then Shen Yuyan's Star Radiance is nothing short of ultimate output. My goodness. As expected of young Master Sai, under my Holy Light Reinforcement, you actually instant-killed Bronze Rank 8 Iron Bucket zombies with 1 skill. You are like a demon-subduing god descended from the heavens. Truly a mighty deity on earth. Dakyun's flattery towards Chen Chen came one after another, like a torrential river flowing endlessly. He still thought it was his Holy Light Reinforcement that suddenly made Chen Chen's skill damage so explosive. It's not that his Holy Light Reinforcement was useless, but it wasn't the main factor. The real damage came from the true critical hit of Divine Judgment. Next, Chen Chen repeated his trick, once again using the combo of Thunderbolt Spear and Falling Thunder Spear. 2 consecutive bolts of lightning pierced through the group of Iron Bucket zombies. Once again, he took down a whole wave of zombie demon seeds. Congratulations to the host for killing an Iron Bucket zombie. You have gained 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing an Iron Bucket zombie. You have gained 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing an Iron Bucket zombie. You have gained 8 years of lifespan. By now, more than half of the hundreds of Iron Bucket zombies had been taken out by Chen Chen. After using his martial skills repeatedly, his internal spiritual energy was running low. There were still 70 or 80 zombies left, and dealing with them wouldn't be easy. If it were a typical exploration team, they would face 2 choices. Either fight these demon seeds to the end with their remaining energy, or make a strategic retreat with Dakyun, wait to recover, and then continue hunting these guys. Young Master Sai, why don't we pull back for now? I know a safe place where we can replenish our status. Dakyun seemed to notice Chen Chen's dilemma. The reason he had been able to survive in these ruins for 2 years was because he had found an excellent hiding spot. Otherwise, with such high-intensity Iron Bucket zombie hordes, he wouldn't have lasted this long in the ruins. I'll say it again, right here is the safest place in the entire ruin. As he spoke, a powerful surge of spiritual energy burst forth from Chen Chen's body. Through constant engagement and attacks, the ladder to divinity effect from the angel's wings had reached its maximum stack. When attacking an enemy, you gain 1 stack of ladder to divinity, lasting 5 seconds. Each stack grants plus 1% attack speed, stacking up to 200 times. Ladder to divinity cannot be cleared. After reaching 100 stacks of ladder to divinity, consuming 10 stacks summons 1 sword of the celestial wheel. The sword of the celestial wheel deals 100% true damage and ignores any block. While providing Chen Chen with a massive 200% attack speed boost, it also unlocks Shen Yuan's ultimate skill. It is time to witness what ultimate output truly means. Sword of the Celestial Wheel. Behind Chen Chen, countless swords of the Celestial Wheel converged, each shining with holy light like bright stars in the night sky. 20 blades intertwined to form a pair of enormous steel wings, their shape both firm and elegant. Fire. Chen Chen's gaze was sharp as he pointed a finger at the zombie horde before him. The steel wings unfurled behind him, and each sword of the celestial wheel seemed to possess a life of its own, vibrating with a deep, powerful hum. The swords of the celestial wheel launched in unison in the direction Chen Chen pointed, like 1,000 swords returning to their source, turning into a rain of blades filling the sky. Ignoring all blocks, every sword could pierce through a line of iron bucket zombies, and combined with different levels of critical hits, it was simply world-destroying. Seeing this, Dakin couldn't help but mutter, "If the heavens had not given birth to you, Snake, the ruins would be an endless night of darkness for all eternity." Congratulations to the host for killing the bucket zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing the bucket zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing the bucket zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. The host has 907 years of lifespan remaining. Done. Call it a day. Chen Chen put away his starlight, drank a pill for continuous spiritual power recovery, and began to clear the battlefield. Since the previous battle had completely exhausted Chen Chen's spiritual power, he was no longer able to use the pot of greed. For any medicinal pill, the recovery rate is vastly different between combat and non-combat states. The difference between the two is a full tenfold. In the heat of battle, neither life recovery nor spirit recovery pills have much effect. Therefore, when using pills to resupply, one must stay far away from the demon species and find a safe area. Once interrupted during the recovery process, the pill's effectiveness will be greatly diminished. Chen Chen's logic was simple. Once I kill all the demon species, I'm naturally out of combat. Young Master Sai, you are way too incredible. Are you really an awakener at the bronze rank? Dachen ran over to Chen Chen's side eagerly. It seemed he wanted to latch onto this powerful ally. Chen Chen didn't answer Daken's question, instead focusing on extracting magic crystals from the bodies of the demon species. After the recent battle, Daken's return stone had fully charged its energy. As a support class, one can also charge the return stone by assisting in kills. At this moment, if he wanted, he could return to the blue star at any time using the return stone. This had been Daken's dream. After being trapped in this bizarre ruin for 2 years, he missed his family on the blue star every single moment. But after meeting Chen Chen, Daken suddenly changed his mind. If he could team up with someone like Chen Chen in the future, wouldn't he just take off instantly? The torture he had endured in these ruins for the past 2 years had finally paid off. Besides, having been trapped in these ruins for so long, he really wanted to see what the boss behind all this actually was. Young Master Sai, although my strength and talent aren't particularly strong, I have been kicking around in these ruins for 2 years and know the mechanics here like the back of my hand. If you still need a tour guide, I would be more than happy to serve you, Dachen said with a smile. In his eyes, with Chen Chen's level of power, killing these dark attributed demon species was as easy as chopping vegetables. This wasn't exploration or a challenge at all. It was practically a vacation and a sightseeing trip. So, naturally, didn't the role he needed to play become that of a tour guide? Huh? You've been in this ruin for 2 whole years? Chen Chen looked at Daken in surprise while using the pot of greed to extract magic crystals. A human, actually able to stay in the ruins for so long. It's a long story. Then make it short. I see. After hearing Daken's story, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel some sympathy for this big goof. Alright then, you lead the way. Seeing that Daken wanted to team up, Chen Chen did not refuse. He even took some food out of his spatial ring and shared it with Daken. Eat up, don't worry. With me here, I can definitely guide you through these ruins. Thank you, young Master Sai. Daken deactivated his spiritual weapon fusion state, and the two began devouring the food Chen Chen had brought. Food is also a very precious resource during the exploration of ruins. After all, every awakener's storage space is limited, so supplies must be distributed reasonably. Chen Chen hadn't brought much food, Yet he was generous enough to share it with the Dakin he had just met. Because for Chen Chen, only a long drawn-out war of attrition would require food supplies. He didn't like that style of clearing dungeons. His goal was to completely smash through these ruins before 6 of the... Therefore, Chen Chen had only brought a midnight snack. He had, however, brought plenty of spiritual power pills. After all, clearing the battlefield requires constant use of the pot of greed, which consumes a lot of spiritual power. By the time Dakin finished devouring his food, Chen Chen had successfully finished extracting the magic crystals. With the enhancement of the pot of greed, Chen Chen had obtained a total of 699 magic crystals from the 100+ bucket zombies. Let's just say his luck was off the charts. The S-rank pot of greed is simply too powerful. Congratulations to the host. Your spiritual power rank has broken through to bronze rank 6. Congratulations to the host. Your spiritual power rank has broken through to bronze rank 7. Not only that, but Chen Chen also used the magic crystals to raise the spiritual power ranks of the sisters Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi to bronze rank 7. In addition to magic crystals and some common materials, Chen Chen also got a piece of armor from the bucket zombies. Chainmail armor. Rank: bronze rank 8. Grade: C. Equipment found in the ruins is different from spiritual weapons. It has no percentage attribute bonuses. Moreover, ordinary equipment has no life, and, if damaged, cannot be repaired like spiritual weapons. Its rank and grade are its base attributes. This chainmail armor is equivalent to a C-rank talent spiritual weapon at the bronze rank 8. It looks quite good, but in reality, without special attributes, it is worlds apart compared to a spiritual weapon of the same rank. But not everyone can be like Chen Chen, possessing twin spiritual weapons, capable of achieving the optimal solution where both weapon and armor are spiritual weapons. In general, demon hunters can only choose to wear one spiritual weapon, then choose ordinary equipment as armor. Because 99% of spiritual weapons are armaments, a spiritual weapon that acts as armor like Shen Yuxi's is actually extremely rare. My beloved master, I am happy to serve you. It only costs 10 years of lifespan to refine this armor for you. Would you like to do it? As the mist swirled, the pot of greed, carved with a distorted face, appeared once again. Sure, Chen Chen nodded silently. For some reason, every time Chen Chen saw the smiling face of the pot of greed, he would subconsciously mirror that same smile. Lifespan 10 years. Host's remaining lifespan 897 years. Congratulations to the host. Your chainmail armor has doubled in quantity, x2. Do you want to spend another 100 years of lifespan to refine it again? With a flurry of activity from the pot of greed, the chainmail armor went from 1 piece to 2. Do it again. Lifespan 100 years. Host's remaining lifespan 797 years. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Chen chose to refine it again. Congratulations to the host. Your chainmail armor has doubled in quantity, x2. Do you want to spend another 1,000 years of lifespan to refine it further? After absorbing 100 years of Chen Chen's life, the smile on the pot of greed's face grew even more ferocious as it demanded more. After the previous refinement, Chen Chen had already obtained 4 pieces of chainmail armor. Step back. To be honest, if he hadn't been low on lifespan, Chen Chen would have really liked to try again. After all, a piece of bronze rank 8 C-grade armor is already quite good equipment. At least it could sell for over 100 magic crystals. 4 pieces would be over 400. Chen Chen only spent 300 magic crystals in total to buy the challenge rights for this ruin. He had already made his money back, and that was while Chen Chen was having bad luck. After all, B-grade armor is worth way more than 2 pieces of C-grade armor. Item advancement is always greater than doubling the quantity. Dakin, I see your armor is already falling apart. Come here, I'll give you a piece. Chen Chen directly handed a piece of chainmail armor to Dakin, while storing the others in his spatial ring, ready to sell them after returning. Although Chen Chen had only just met Dakin, seeing as he had rushed out to cover for him without knowing anything about the situation, he felt this person was worth keeping around. Besides, 1 piece of equipment meant absolutely nothing to Chen Chen. Furthermore, Dakin had indeed provided him with quite a few extra attribute bonuses just now. It is absolutely necessary to feed some resources to your support. How could I be so embarrassed to accept this? Although Dakin said that, the moment Chen Chen took out the equipment, he threw away all the junk he had been wearing. Hey. Thank you, young Master Sai. S. After stripping off his tattered armor, it became clear that Dakun's once imposing frame had wasted away until he was nothing but skin and bones. He looked like a massive water buffalo that had been stripped of its flesh, leaving behind only a skeleton wrapped in shriveled skin. Chen Chen hadn't noticed this before, as it had been hidden beneath the heavy plate armor. It was hard to imagine how such a frail body could have survived in such harsh conditions. Although Dakun was suffering from severe malnutrition, the spirit weapon bonded to him was in relatively better shape. Dakshin, let's just go back. In your current physical condition, I'm afraid your life will be in danger if you keep staying in these ruins. Maya urged him from the side. As his spirit weapon, she knew his state better than anyone else. Maya, trust me, I'm fine. We've seen so many teammates perish right in front of us in these ruins. Now that we've finally waited for a real pro to lead us to clear it, I don't want to give up this golden opportunity. Dakshin gripped Maya's hand tightly, his gaze firm as he said, I want to see what's at the end of these ruins for the sake of the partners who died. Besides, Master Sei needs us. Our knowledge of these ruins was accumulated little by little through the sacrifice of countless partners. We can't let it all go to waste. Chen Chen saw this, and initially wanted to dissuade Dakun, but seeing the man's resolute attitude, he decided against it. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own destiny. We just need to do our own part and respect the paths others choose. After a brief rest, under Dakun's guidance, Chen Chen continued to head deeper into the sky graveyard. Master Sai, be careful. This area is the territory of hellhounds. These guys are extremely fast. If the iron barrel zombies from before were the pinnacle of defense, then these hellhounds represent the pinnacle of offense. This is the deadliest section of the entire ruins. At the slightest sign of movement in the sky graveyard, Dakun's expression turned serious as he explained the properties of the monsters to Chen Chen in advance. This was even faster than the system. After all, the system still needs to see the monsters before it can scan their accurate information. Dakun, on the other hand, was providing warnings to Chen Chen from quite a distance away. The stronger the attack, the weaker the defense and health of these creatures. Don't worry, while this might be the deadliest section for regular exploration teams, for me, this is where we can speedrun the fastest, Chen Chen said with a smile. After all, the attributes of any monster are balanced. If attack power is maxed out, then naturally, the defense will be poor. Woof 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 woof. With a series of eerie barks, the graveyard above Chen Chen began to shift. Hellhounds, each with long, slender limbs and jaws filled with fangs, descended from the sky. Hellhound. Rarity. D. Spirit Realm. Bronze Grade 9. Description: a dark and fire dual attribute monster, extremely aggressive and capable of moving very quickly. Once bitten by a hellhound's fangs, it causes continuous bleeding and burn damage. Remaining lifespan, 1,000 years. After seeing the complete attributes of the hellhounds, Chen Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. No wonder all the exploration teams that entered these ruins were wiped out. These hellhounds not only have a higher spirit realm than the Iron Barrel zombies, but are also 2 rarity levels higher. Even if a regular exploration team is fully equipped, they wouldn't be able to handle it without high-level talents. Looks like I have to finish this quickly. After having Dakshin apply buffs, Chen Chen immediately retreated to a safe position to hide. Hellhounds aren't like Iron Barrel zombies, which would lie on the ground for a long time before getting back up. These agile creatures can adjust their posture in midair and land steadily on the ground. Although their limbs are slender, their bodies are very sturdy, giving them both immense speed and powerful aggression. Moreover, the hellhounds are engulfed in raging flames, emitting a searing heat. This means they also possess powerful fire attribute attacks. Lightning Spear, Thunderbolt Spear. Chen Chen kept 2 thunder spears stored around him. As the hellhounds surrounded him, he channeled the energy, firing them off in a continuous sequence of piercing thunder strikes, while dealing massive damage to the hellhounds. This also reduced the cooldown of all skills by 2 seconds. Since the Lightning Spear and Thunderbolt Spear had been readied in advance, by the time he finished his 2 piercing thunder attacks, the cooldowns for those skills were nearly up again. This is what they call skill stacking, using the skills before the monsters even arrive to keep the buffs ready. Lightning Spear, Thunderbolt Spear, Piercing Thunder twice. Chen Chen repeated the trick, executing 2 sets of combo skills in a row. Congratulations to the host for killing a hellhound, gained 10 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing a hellhound, gained 10 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing a hellhound, gained 10 years of lifespan. A third of the surrounding hellhounds were wiped out in an instant. Although hellhounds are much stronger than Iron Barrel zombies, they are nowhere near as durable. After finishing the 2 combos, Chen Chen spread his angel wings and flew high into the sky. No matter how the monsters on the ground howled, he ignored them completely. Even with their agility, the hellhounds could only jump about 20 meters at most, posing no threat to the flying Chen Chen. Once his skill cooldowns were refreshed, Chen Chen dived back into the fray, starlight in hand. In less than 2 minutes, he had hunted down every single hellhound on the ground. Host's remaining lifespan: 2908 years. Just like that, he gained over 1,000 more years of life. Ha ha ha, as expected of Master Sai, even hellhounds are no match for you, let alone the monsters further ahead. Dakin looked at the pile of monster carcasses and his confidence in Chen Chen grew even more. Next was Chen Chen's favorite part, cleaning up the battlefield. The classic routine. 2 minutes of fighting monsters, 30 minutes of extracting magic crystals. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Bronze Grade 8. Through the Hellhound's magic crystals, Chen Chen's realm, along with Shen Yuyan's and Shen Yushi's, had once again improved. Not only that, but he also obtained a C-grade martial art. Hellhound, C-grade. Summons 3 B-grade hellhounds of the same realm as the user, lasting 60 seconds. CD, 300 seconds. Honored Master, we meet again. I can help you refine this martial skill for the cost of just 10 years of your lifespan. Fine, do it. Lifespan reduced by 10 years. Congratulations, Master. Your martial skill has gained an advanced effect. Again, lifespan reduced by 100 years. Congratulations, Master. Your martial skill has gained an advanced effect once again. Keep going. Lifespan reduced by 1,000 years. Master, your martial skill has gained an advanced effect yet again. Ha 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 ha. That feels amazing. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh wildly, having achieved an advanced effect 3 times in a row. If he hadn't run out of lifespan to pay with, he would have loved to spend another 10,000 years to refine it one more time. Hellhound. C rank to B rank to A rank. Upgraded to S rank Cerberus. Summon 1 S rank Cerberus at the same level as the caster, lasting 60 seconds. Each kill by the Cerberus adds 10 seconds to its duration. Cooldown is 300 seconds. Through the constant upgrades from the Pot of Greed, Chen Chen had actually obtained a brand new S-rank martial skill. This was the second S-rank martial skill Chen Chen possessed, following the Pot of Greed. But unlike the previous one, this Cerberus was not a resource-type skill, but a summon-type skill that could directly boost his combat power. Dakin, let's keep moving. Chen Chen walked up to Dakin, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled faintly. In the following exploration, Chen Chen, with his greatly increased strength, swept through everything and arrived directly at the entrance to the final boss. It was a giant tombstone hanging upside down in the sky. Is this the final boss? Dakin stared at the massive tomb above his head in shock, unable to stop himself from asking that deep, soul-searching question. Although he had been in the ruins for 2 years, he had never reached this place before. Rumble! As Chen Chen and Dakin approached, the entire ruin suddenly began to shake. The pebbles under their feet vibrated at high frequency, as if the entire world were trembling. Abyssal ruins activated. As a familiar voice echoed, the surroundings began to flash with a dazzling red light. It was the alarm specific to abyssal ruins. This immense sense of oppression reminded Chen Chen of the past when he and Gu Qingming had triggered an abyssal ruin in the Golden Ruins. Moreover, it was the highest level, the demon god Abyss. Dakin, you should leave first. I'm not joking. Chen Chen told Dakin to use his teleportation stone to get out immediately. After all, triggering an abyssal ruin was no laughing matter. Master Chen, if this is an abyssal ruin, you should get out of here too. Dakin scrambled to pull the teleportation stone from his spatial ring, urging Chen Chen to leave with him as he initiated the transport. Even though he knew Chen Chen was powerful, this was an abyssal ruin, which required a top-tier exploration team working in perfect coordination to clear. Clearing an abyssal ruin alone was simply impossible. The deadly red light flashing within the ruin served as a warning to all awakeners to use their teleportation stones and leave the ruins as soon as possible. If they missed this final chance, they would be buried here forever. I came here specifically for the abyssal ruin. Just wait for me outside. I'll be out soon. Chen Chen gave Dakin a confident smile in response. It was fate that they met in these ruins, and seeing the honest and simple-hearted Dakin disappear from the ruins, Chen Chen finally felt at ease. Phew. Senior Chen Chen, finally there's no one else around. Can Yuxi speak now? As soon as Dakin left the ruins, Shen Yuxi's voice rang out immediately. She seemed to have been holding it in for too long, letting out a long sigh as soon as she started. Yuxi, but you spoke before you even asked me. Chen Chen looked helpless. Shen Yuxi's question was more of a formality. She was really just informing him. Chen, are we really going to take on the abyssal ruin alone? Shen Yuyan looked at the red light flashing all around them and couldn't help but feel worried. This is an abyssal ruin, not a joke. Furthermore, the flashing red light in the ruins was the final warning. Once that chance was missed, there was no way to use the teleportation stone. I actually realized something was off with these ruins early on. I just didn't expect we'd actually run into an abyssal ruin. Chen Chen gave a faint smile, showing no intention of leaving. Back when he was just an F-rank demon hunter, he had already challenged an abyssal ruin. And now, Chen Chen was a completely different person. Not only did he have the D-rank talent Blood Awakening and the D-rank spirit weapon Starlight, but also the S-rank spirit weapon Chaos Armor, as well as the Angel Wings and Fallen Angel Wings unlocked by his twin spirit weapons. He wasn't afraid back then, and he certainly wouldn't be afraid now. Moreover, after the previous battles, Chen Chen's spiritual power had reached the 9th stage of bronze level, and he had absorbed over 3 years of lifespan. Even if it was an abyssal ruin, he was going to challenge it alone. Rumble! As the red light faded, the entire ruin shook even more violently. Everything around him was spinning, and Chen Chen couldn't keep his balance on the ground. Helpless, he had to flap his angel wings and fly into the air, waiting for the final boss to descend. Whoosh! A strange sound suddenly echoed in Chen Chen's mind. It didn't come from the outside. It was a sound coming from deep within his own brain. Chen Chen felt his body experience a sense of weightlessness, and the angel wings on his back grew stiff, as if he had fallen into a vacuum. What's happening? Unable to control his body, Chen Chen could only watch helplessly as he plummeted downward. Everything around him seemed to freeze in that moment. Time felt as if it had stopped. Whoosh! After a long while, the sound in his mind echoed once more. Everything returned to normal. But because of that sudden weightlessness, Chen Chen had crashed hard onto the ground. What about the cemetery in the sky? It's gone! Chen Chen scrambled to get up, but when he looked back up at the sky, he discovered something extremely bizarre. The giant cemetery above him was gone. It wasn't just that cemetery. The sky cemetery that had always been there had completely vanished. The cemetery didn't disappear. The entire space has inverted. Chen, look carefully at what's in front of you. Shen Yuyan voiced the question that was plaguing Chen Chen's mind. Chen Chen suddenly realized that the missing cemetery was right in front of him at this very moment. The sky cemetery hadn't vanished. It was that he was now standing inside the cemetery itself. A complete reversal.
I see. This is actually the normal space. The graveyard and the sky is the true ground. Before this, Chen Chen had always felt as if the ground beneath his feet was a hollow illusion. It was not until the abyssal secret realm was activated that the sky and the ground swapped places, and everything returned to normal. So that is how it is. Shen Yaoyan also had a sudden realization. This explained the anomaly of the ruins and why a graveyard had been hovering over everyone's heads all this time. In other words, the sky is the ground, and the ground is the sky. Welcome to my tomb. Amidst the silence, a strange and eerie voice suddenly rang out, echoing through the empty tomb. As the voice faded, a gust of cold wind whistled past, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a massive figure was seen slowly walking out from the depths of the tomb. He was towering and fierce like a mountain, his body draped in pitch-black chains that dragged on the ground, creating a constant, crisp clanking sound. Gravity Ghost King. Rarity, S. Spirit power level, Silver Peak. Profile, a Ghost King capable of controlling gravity, a dark attribute demon. Possessing both super strong attack power and extremely high defense, it is also incredibly fast and has powerful crowd control effects. It has almost no weaknesses. Remaining lifespan, 200,000 years. I never expected a human awakener at the bronze level to make it all the way to my territory. The Gravity Ghost King walked slowly forward, the surrounding air seeming to distort under his power, forming a bizarre aura. It was an invisible force, pulling everything nearby toward him. The entire tomb was under his control. How many of you are there? Come on out. The Gravity Ghost King said with contempt. In his heart, he never imagined that a single bronze-level awakener could make it to this place. Just one. Is that so? Are they all dead except for the last one? These little brats really do not know when to stop. If there is only one person left, that is incredibly boring. The Gravity Ghost King did not take Chen Chen seriously at all. After a lazy yawn, he even felt like going back to sleep. It seemed disappointed to have woken up to find only one person. It is not that everyone else died, it is that it was just me from the beginning. However, Chen Chen just smiled faintly. Oh. The Gravity Ghost King raised an eyebrow, seemingly interested in this arrogant human awakener. Come then, boy, let me see what you're capable of. The Ghost King spoke again, his voice low and raspy, like a roar from the abyss, making one feel involuntary fear and awe. He was beginning to get serious. Chen Chen frowned slightly, not expecting it to be a Silver Peak S-rank demon boss. Not only was its spirit power a whole rank higher than his, but it was also a high-rarity demon. It seemed like the loot from this one would definitely satisfy him. Come forth, Hellhound. A soul array appeared beneath Chen Chen's feet, and a powerful surge of spirit power burst forth. Accompanying the scent of fire and sulfur, a chilling monster slowly materialized. The Hellhound was massive and robust, standing 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long. Its 3 heads wore iron collars, looking fierce and cruel, especially its sharp fangs, which were truly chilling. Yo, you can actually summon a dark attribute demon. The Gravity Ghost King glanced up at the Hellhound, which was several times his size, his black eyes filled with disdain. Even with such a massive difference in size, the Gravity Ghost King had the upper hand in aura. Red, blue, black, tear the sky apart. Chen Chen had given each of the Hellhounds' heads a name. The one on the left, possessing the flame attribute, was named Red. The one on the right, possessing the frost attribute, was named Blue. The one in the middle, possessing the dark attribute, was named Black. Woof, woof, woof. The 3 hideous heads kept howling, the sound deafening and echoing like thunder across every inch of the hellish ground. The Hellhound seemed to like the names Chen Chen gave it. Upon receiving its master's order, Red and Blue immediately launched their attacks with excitement. Flame Breath. Frost Breath. 2 breaths of different attributes surged toward the Gravity Ghost King, half frost, half flame, like a clash of ice and fire. Rashaman. The Gravity Ghost King crouched down and pressed his black palms to the ground, and powerful dark attribute spirit energy instantly seeped into the earth. With a thunderous rumble, a massive dark iron gate suddenly rose from the ground. It stood like an arrogant giant in front of the Gravity Ghost King. Rashaman, a mysterious gate carved with ghost faces, legendarily capable of separating the realms of the living and the dead. Boom! The cold frost breath and the scorching flame breath, these 2 opposing forces, slammed hard against Rashaman, creating a deafening crash as if they were trying to tear the mysterious gate apart. Every impact made the surrounding air feel as if it were being set ablaze. The temperature soared, only to be instantly cooled by the frost breath, creating strange gusts of air. Red and Blue kept howling, pouring out their spirit power continuously. Their eyes flashed with a crimson light, becoming increasingly ferocious and terrifying, as if they wanted to pour all their strength into this gate to shatter the Ghost King's barrier. Hiss! In the end, although Rashaman shook violently under the Hellhound's attack, it did not break. The Gravity Ghost King blocked the Hellhound's attack without a scratch. Sit down. With a roar from the Gravity Ghost King, a massive amount of malevolent energy erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire graveyard like a violent hurricane. Under the influence of this malevolence, the gravity around the Hellhound was instantly altered, creating an invisible crushing force. This gravity seemed to have endless power, pinning the massive Hellhound to the ground and grinding it into the dirt. Roar! The Hellhound emitted a piercing shriek, but no matter how it struggled, that gravity felt like an immovable mountain, keeping it firmly pinned in place. The Hellhound's eyes flashed with resentment and anger, as Blue, Red, and Black all kept howling, trying to use their own power to break free from the gravity shackles. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not move an inch. At that moment, the entire graveyard fell into a deathly silence. The Hellhound's dignity and dominance were completely stripped away. Although they were both S-rank demons, the Hellhound had only inherited Chen Chen's spirit level, which was a mere bronze rank 9. The Gravity Ghost King, however, was an S-rank demon at the Silver Peak level. The disparity in strength was massive. Despite the Hellhound's best efforts, it could only be suppressed by its opponent. However, even though the Hellhound was temporarily pinned by the Gravity Ghost King, in Chen Chen's eyes, while the king was pinning the Hellhound, he was also pinning himself. Swish! A flash of cold light flickered in the Gravity Ghost King's pitch-black pupils. Chen Chen, wielding his starlight spear, executed the Thunderbolt Piercing Sun move he had been charging. He thrust it back and forth at the Gravity Ghost King. The golden holy light, mixed with the power of thunder, instantly dealt tons of damage to the Gravity Ghost King. "You brat, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me?" The Gravity Ghost King's voice echoed through the empty graveyard like a chilling wind from the abyss, laced with cold mockery. In the Ghost King's eyes, Chen Chen's figure transformed into a streak of golden light as he dashed past. By the time the Gravity Ghost King snapped out of it, Chen Chen had already put some distance between them. Although Chen Chen's attack did not cause much damage, it deeply annoyed the arrogant and prideful Ghost King. Its face twisted with rage. It clenched its wrists, instantly releasing a terrifying gravitational suppression, intent on pinning Chen Chen down just like it had the Cerberus. Dash! However, Chen Chen was already prepared. Air currents formed around his legs, the telltale sign of him activating his dash combat skill. With the aid of this skill, Chen Chen moved with lightning speed, instantly dodging the Ghost King's gravitational suppression. The Ghost King's gravitational suppression was incredibly domineering, but it proved powerless in the face of absolute speed. I thought any awakened who could break into this place would be a 1 in a million powerhouse, but it turns out you are just a coward who only knows how to scurry away. After the Gravity Ghost King was distracted by the Cerberus is faint, it had been dealt a clean blow by Chen Chen, leaving it in an extremely foul mood. Ziohai. But to the Ghost King's surprise, Chen Liang's attack was actually the feint, and the real killer move came from Ziohai, the middle head of the Cerberus. Dark Flame Breath. While the Ghost King was using gravitational suppression to pursue Chen Chen, the Cerberus, which had been suppressed all this time, immediately scrambled to its feet. Suddenly, a torrent of black flames erupted, like the wrath of hell itself, violent and unstoppable. Its appearance instantly shattered the surrounding silence, causing even the air to tremble. These black flames were not something commonly seen. They were the purgatory fires from the deepest pits of hell. The black flames emitted a deep, cold glow that swallowed all light in the vicinity. Ziohai's target was the Rashomon Gate summoned by the Ghost King. The complex patterns carved onto the gate were already teetering on the edge of collapse from the previous attacks of Zio Lan and Zio Hong. Under the renewed onslaught of the black flames, the Rashomon Gate was pierced through in an instant, as if it were made of paper. As the flames spread, the Ghost King's body was set ablaze as well. "Damn it, how dare you trick me?" The Gravity Ghost King was furious. Only then did it realize that the true main attacker was the Cerberus all along, and Chen Liang had simply been coordinating to grab its attention. The Ghost King struggled frantically, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. However, the black flames seemed to have a life of their own, clinging tightly to it and continuously consuming its vitality. Dark Flame Breath deals 500% attack damage to the enemy and ignites them for 10 seconds, dealing 1% of their maximum health as damage per second. This damage per second will not exceed 200% of the user's attack power. Although most of the Dark Flame Breath's damage was blocked by the Ghost King's Rashomon, it still took the percentage-based maximum health damage. This was part of Chen Chen's original plan. Zio Hong, Zio Lan, and even Chen Chen himself were all just feints to draw the Ghost King's attention. Ziohai's Dark Flame Breath was the real trump card. Percentage-based damage on maximum health is simply a god-tier skill for fighting bosses. Even with a 200% attack damage cap, over 10 seconds, that is at least 2,000% damage. Even a boss-level demon seed cannot withstand that. "Hey, you brat, you have successfully angered me. Now, you will pay the price for what you have done." The Gravity Ghost King let out a roar. Reverse gravity. Suddenly, the same scene from the Abyss ruins repeated itself. Chen Chen was instantly thrown into a weightless state as the ground and sky flipped once more. His body plummeted into the endless sky, while the graveyard on the ground returned to his head. As the malicious energy within the Gravity Ghost King erupted, the tombstones suspended in the sky were pulled by some mysterious force and came crashing down. Accelerated by gravity, the tombstones struck the ground like unsheathed blades with thunderous force. Under the impact, the ground shook violently, and cracks spread like spiderwebs. The entire ruin teetered under the impact of this power, as if it could collapse at any moment. Ow! The massive Cerberus had no time to react to this sudden turn of events. Its eyes wide with terror, its 3 mouths opened simultaneously, letting out a roar of panic and despair. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape this fatal blow. Countless tombstones pierced its body like a sieve, burying it completely. Blood sprayed from its wounds, staining the surrounding ground red. The Cerberus' life force was stripped away at that moment. Its body stiffened and finally vanished into a wisp of white smoke. Under the Gravity Ghost King's graveyard burial, the Cerberus was killed instantly. HMPH, villains will always be villains. The Gravity Ghost King looked at the Cerberus killed by the tombstones, a cold glint in its eyes, before turning to look at Chen Chen on the other side. Facing the avalanche of tombstones, Chen Chen dodged and weaved, using his agility to evade. But now the entire sky had become a graveyard, and the falling tombstones were like a sky full of stars, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Go to hell. The Gravity Ghost King opened its mouth, baring its sharp fangs, and roared this line with immense excitement. It locked its eyes on Chen Chen, determined to see this human who had toyed with it buried by the tombstones once and for all. Chen Chen understood perfectly well that if the Ghost King's skill could one-shot an S-rank demon seed like the Cerberus, it would certainly do the same to him. However, Graveyard Burial killed the Cerberus through multiple, dense attacks, rather than a single, massive burst of damage. And that gave Chen Chen a bold idea. After all, Chen Chen is wearing the Chaos Armor at this moment, which provides a 160% defense bonus in the night environment, and every time he is attacked, he reflects 160% chaos damage back onto the enemy. Since the gravestones deal damage in multiple hits, Chen Chen decides to take a few first and wait until his life reaches a critical point before finding a way to escape. Boom, 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 boom. As Chen Chen stops dodging, countless gravestones begin to slam violently into his body, emitting a series of explosive sounds. Ha 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 ha, go to hell you brat. The Gravity Ghost King laughs wildly at the sight, its already hideous face becoming even more twisted. Finally caught you, you scurrying little rat. With every gravestone that strikes Chen Chen's body, he suffers immense dark elemental damage. Fortunately, the Chaos Armor is also a dark elemental spirit weapon. While increasing his defense by 160%, it also absorbs a portion of the elemental damage. This allows Chen Chen to take more than 20 gravestone attacks from the Gravity Ghost King head-on without falling. The Chaos Armor, embodied by Shen Yaoxi, suffers heavy damage, and even as an S-rank spirit weapon, it begins to develop many cracks. Chen Chen can clearly feel that the power of the Chaos Armor is draining away rapidly. Its defensive capability is no longer what it once was, and it can no longer withstand enemy attacks as easily as before. Every time she takes an impact, Shen Yaoxi's body suffers severe trauma, causing her internal organs to churn and her blood to surge. Senior Chen Chen. Shen Yaoxi grits her teeth, struggling to suppress the injuries in her body, her eyes filled with resilience. Chen, run, if this continues, we will all die. Seeing her sister suffer such heavy injuries, Shen Yaoyan feels a complex mix of emotions. Moreover, the lives of the three of them are eternally bound. If Shen Yaoxi is killed by the Gravity Ghost King's skill, everyone's life will vanish as well. I know, but the damage I have taken so far is not enough. At this moment, blood surges in Chen Chen's mouth. Facing the continuous bombardment of gravestones, his injuries are no better than Shen Yaoxi's. However, Chen Chen still chooses not to dodge, continuing to bear the Ghost King's attacks. Yaoxi, do you trust me? Chen Chen suddenly asks. Yes. Shen Yaoxi answers firmly. From beginning to end, the person Yaoxi trusts the most is always Senior Chen Chen. Thank you, Yaoxi. Chen Chen opens his arms, continuing to endure the Gravity Ghost King's gravestone attacks. 30 hits. 40 hits. 50 hits. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Chen Chen constantly suffers damage, the Gravity Ghost King also faces the backlash from the Chaos Armor. Under the double attribute effect of the night, every attack Chen Chen receives deals 160% reflected damage to the Ghost King. Furthermore, the S-rank Chaos Armor does not reflect dark elemental damage, but rather chaos damage, which is even more terrifying than true damage. Because while true damage ignores defense, it can still be blocked by shields, whereas chaos damage is a type of true damage that ignores everything. And every time Chen Chen is attacked, he stacks a layer of abyss corruption, causing the reflected damage to stack continuously. Alia. The Gravity Ghost King howls in pain, scorched by the black flames of the backlash. What is this thing? Where did this damned flame come from? How dare it burn my body? Put it out now, damn it. The black chaos flames cling to the gravity ghost king like dark matter, relentlessly devouring its life. These flames seem to possess a special power, not just extreme heat and destruction, but a curse from the abyss, leaving the gravity ghost king struggling in agony. The arrogance and majesty it once held now appear so fragile and vulnerable within the endless black flames. Its howls grow more and more miserable, each one sounding like a desperate cry from the depths of its soul. The gravity ghost king's body begins to tremble violently, each tremor accompanied by an even more intense explosion of chaos flames. Its body gradually becomes transparent as its life is being drained away by the chaos, bit by bit. Why? Why does a mere human awakener possess such powerful strength? This is impossible. The gravity ghost king wails in pain, bearing the torment of being consumed by chaos power. As for Chen Chen's side, things are no better. After continuously suffering the ghost king's gravestone attacks, his life has reached a critical point. Die, even if I die, I will take you down with me. The gravity ghost king glares angrily at the dying Chen Chen, seeming to realize the source of the chaos flames. So it is a reflection effect, ha 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 ha, you brat, your scheme was quite clever, but you overestimated your vitality. It seems you are the one who will give out first. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the battle has completely turned into a race of life. Chen Chen wants to kill the gravity ghost king with the backlash of the multi-hit attacks, while the gravity ghost king is betting that Chen Chen's life force is inferior to its own, intending to kill him in one blow. You brat, I admit you have some strength. But do you know why you will lose? Because you are as arrogant as I am. Seeing Chen Chen gradually losing ground, the gravity ghost king's previous look of terror vanishes, and it becomes arrogant once again. If you had not come here alone, maybe I really could have fallen into your hands. But now, alone as you are, it is impossible for you to defeat me. Although you are strong and are the first human to make me feel threatened, you still lost. Even if you left me on the brink of death, you are still a loser, just like all the other human awakeners buried in this ruin. Once I absorb your spiritual energy, I will lead the civilization of this ruin to ascend to new heights once more. I am pleased by your arrival, as it brought the opportunity for this ruin to ascend. I will remember you. Although its whole body is still burning with chaos flames, the gravity ghost king has already begun to celebrate its victory. After all, in its view, Chen Chen is now trapped with no way out and is as good as dead. While phasing, Chen Chen seized the opportunity, shifting his body into a spiritual state and sinking directly into the ground. This martial art technique was something Chen Chen had obtained after slaying a desert merman. And at this moment, like a small fish treating the desert as an ocean, he was gliding through the earth. Ha 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 ha, victory belongs to me, you foolish and ignorant human. The gravity ghost king let out an excited roar. Since the area around Chen Chen was already filled with tombstones from its indiscriminate attacks, the gravity ghost king could not see him and had no idea he had slipped away. Oh, the flames have vanished. Ha ha ha, the damned human has finally fallen. Seeing the chaos fire on its body extinguish, the gravity ghost king knew the opponent's backlash effect had ceased. There were only two outcomes. Either Chen Chen had died or he had found a way to escape. However, in the gravity ghost king's eyes, the second possibility did not exist. After all, the sky full of tombstones was a flawless, omnidirectional attack. There was simply no room to dodge. The disappearance of the chaos fire meant Chen Chen had lost his gamble. Want to bet your life against mine? You are not qualified. The gravity ghost king gazed at the spot where Chen Chen had fallen and staggered forward a few steps. To be able to wound me to this extent, you are quite the talent. But you should thank me for throwing such a grand funeral for you. At this moment, the gravity ghost king's body was riddled with holes where the chaos fire had consumed it. If Chen Chen's vitality had been stronger, he might have truly been able to Chinese letter it to death. It was just a pity that the gravity ghost king was an S-class magic beast at the peak of the Silver Realm. With Chen Chen's current physical strength, a trade-off tactic like this would never be enough to kill it. I do like such a grand funeral, but this is not my funeral. Suddenly, a whisper reached the ears of the gravity ghost king. In its pitch-black pupils, Chen Chen's figure appeared like a phantom. It is your funeral. Chen Chen's hoarse voice sounded like a king passing a death sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, the star radiance in Chen Chen's hand pierced through the Gravity Ghost King's heart. You did not die. The Gravity Ghost King stared at Chen Chen in horror. At this moment, it finally felt the fear of death. As Chen Chen slowly pulled out the star radiance, the Gravity Ghost King collapsed, its body turning stiff and pitch black, finally crumbling into dust. Chen Chen slowly withdrew the brilliant star radiance, and the Gravity Ghost King instantly lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. I lost. With a thunderous boom, the Gravity Ghost King's body began to undergo a violent transformation. Its skin rapidly lost its original luster, turning black as ink, while emitting a chilling aura of death. The body that was once invincible now felt as if touched by the Grim Reaper, stiffening like a cold stone. A gentle breeze blew, and the cold stone statue suddenly cracked, gradually turning into wisps of black dust that drifted away in the air. These specks of dust seemed to carry its resentment and unwillingness, yet were helplessly swallowed by fate. When the last wisp of dust vanished, the clamor of the graveyard fell silent. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Gravity Ghost King. You have gained 2,000 years of lifespan. Current remaining lifespan, 5,320 years. Everything is over. Congratulations, you have cleared the hard-level Abyss Ruin. After the Gravity Ghost King died, the teleportation portal back to the Blue Star finally appeared. A golden chest dropped. The difficulty of an Abyss Ruin is only revealed after clearing it. Normal, hard, hell, and demon god levels. This Abyss Ruin being defined as hard level was within Chen Chen's expectations. If it had been hell or demon god level, Chen Chen probably would not have cleared it so easily. Yaxi, are you all right? Chen Chen immediately released the fusion state of the two sisters. Shen Yaxi's condition was very poor. She was severely damaged. Senior Chen Chen, I am fine. Shen Yaxi said with difficulty, lying in Chen Chen's arms. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion and a deep sense of powerlessness. Her tattered JK shirt was stained red with blood, revealing wounded skin and a pink bra strap. Do not speak, take this healing pill first. Chen Chen immediately took off his coat and draped it over Shen Yaxi's fragile body. After feeding Shen Yaxi a pill, Chen Chen took one himself. To ensure the final strike would kill the Gravity Ghost King, Chen Chen had absorbed a massive amount of damage. His own condition was not much better than Yaxi's. But fortunately, the Gravity Ghost King had been thoroughly defeated, and they could finally get some rest. Yaxi. Shen Yaoyan looked at her severely injured sister with a heartache, but she could not do much for her. After all, Chen Chen's strategy had been flawless. The Gravity Ghost King's power was terrifying. If he had not made a decisive strike to kill it instantly, their situation would have been much worse. Shen Yaoyan also trusted Chen Chen completely, because he had said that he only bets on winning hands. In other words, since Chen Chen chose to do this, he already had the certainty of killing the Gravity Ghost King. Congratulations to the host, rapport with Shen Yaxi increased by 10%, current rapport, 20. Abyss Corruption Effect Limit increased to 200 stacks. After the life and death battle with Shen Yaxi, the two were more in sync than ever, and their rapport had increased again. The Abyss Corruption Effect, like the Stairway to God, was upgraded to 200 stacks. This meant that the backlash damage stacked by the Chaos Armor would reach a new level, and the total damage accumulated by the Death Domain could also be greatly increased. It was just a pity that both the Heavenly Wheel Sword and the Death Domain required at least 100 stacks to be released. Otherwise, Chen Chen would not have had to take such risks earlier. He only needed to endure 30 to 40 attacks before releasing the Death Domain to harvest the Gravity Ghost King. But the activation of the Death Domain had limitations. The Gravity Ghost King would never have allowed Chen Chen to accumulate 100 stacks. All in all, Chen Chen had successfully solo cleared the hard-level Abyss Ruin. Next, it was time to see what could be extracted from the boss Is corpse. Such a high difficulty Abyss Ruin certainly would not let Chen Chen down. If it dropped something good, it would be another major boost for Chen Chen. After a brief rest, Chen Chen left Shen Yaxi in Shen Yaoyan's care and stood up slowly. Although the Gravity Ghost King's body had long since turned to dust, Chen Chen could still perform an extraction where it died. Gravity Ghost King, I hope you give me something good. And P.S. Some readers have mentioned that the level hierarchy was not clearly explained, so I will add it here. Rank classification, G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 S. Realm classification, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, transcendent, monarch. And for those asking for the severely damaged state tilde. Arriving at the spot where the gravity ghost king vanished, Chen Chen began using the pot of greed to extract. Congratulations to the host, the pot of greed has triggered the magic crystal doubling effect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-rank martial skill, Gravity Control. Gravity Control A rank can influence gravity within a specific area. Cooldown 5 seconds. From the body of the Gravity Ghost King, Chen Chen extracted 3,000 magic crystals and 1 A-rank martial skill in a single go. Master, I am happy to serve you again. For the cost of only 50 years of your lifespan, I can help you refine this martial skill. Are you willing? Yes. As the pot of greed appeared once more, Chen Chen did not hesitate at all and consumed his lifespan to refine it. Lifespan reduced by 50 years. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a doubling effect. Lifespan reduced by 500 years. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill advancement effect. Current remaining lifespan, 4770 years. It was just a pity he did not have 5,000 years of lifespan to pay. Otherwise, Chen Chen would have really wanted to gamble again. He had obtained 2 S-rank martial skills, so whether it was doubling the quantity to get 4 S-rank skills, or using the advancement effect to get 2 SS-rank skills, it was a guaranteed win. Gravity Control, a rank upgraded to Gravity Suppression S-rank, can influence gravity within a specific area. Added effect, deals 200 additional physical damage. Cooldown 5 seconds. After advancing to an S-rank skill, Gravity Control became Gravity Suppression, now possessing additional damage effects. Even though the damage coefficient is not high, the skill only has a 5-second cooldown and comes with massive crowd control effects. With such a powerful skill, Chen Chen naturally did not waste any time and learned it immediately. Friendly reminder, the martial skills learned by the host have reached a critical point. One must specialize, as human energy is limited. The system suggests that if the host wishes to learn more skills in the future, you will need to forget previously learned ones. Otherwise, in future life simulations, the probability of successfully breaking through in martial arts will decrease. After successfully learning gravity suppression, Chen Chen received this friendly reminder from the system. At that moment, he took a look at his own status panel. Host Chen Chen. Gender male. Age 20. Remaining lifespan 4770. Spiritual realm bronze tier 9. Talent D-rank blood chi awakening. Physical life steal 7.5. Attack speed plus 40%, movement speed plus 40%. Attacks inflict a 10-second bleeding effect on enemies, each stack dealing 5% damage, stacking up to 10 times. Skills. Sprint C rank, wraps legs in wind energy, increasing movement speed by 100 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Void hand C rank, forms a wind vortex in the palm, creating suction. Upon hitting an enemy, deals 150% damage and applies a 30% armor penetration effect for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Charged strike C rank, charge for 1 second to gather spiritual energy into the spiritual weapon, dealing 350% burst damage. Each additional second charge deals 70 extra damage with a maximum charge of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Wall phase C rank, enter a spiritual state for 5 seconds, ignoring collisions with standard objects during the duration. Passing through living targets deals 200 attack damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Lightning Spear C rank, summon a lightning spear that deals 100 lightning damage and paralyses the enemy. The spear lasts for 10 seconds, during which you can pick it up to gain 20% movement speed for 10 seconds and empower your next attack with the Thunder Piercer effect. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Thunderbolt Spear C rank, throw a lightning spear that deals 100 lightning damage and paralyses the enemy. The spear lasts for 10 seconds, during which you can pick it up to gain 20% movement speed for 10 seconds and empower your next attack with the Thunder Piercer effect. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Clone C rank, target an individual to summon an identical clone that lasts for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Pot of Greed S rank, when extracting magic crystals from a demonic corpse, you have a 100 chance to obtain 3 extra crystals and a 30% chance to obtain double crystals. When obtaining items in ruins, the Pot of Greed is summoned, allowing you to consume lifespan to double the quantity or advance the item. Cooldown, 1 second. Hellhound S rank. Summon an S rank 3-headed hellhound of the same level as yourself, lasting for 60 seconds. Each kill by the hellhound adds 10 seconds to its duration. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Gravity suppression S rank can influence gravity within a specific area. Added effect deals 200 additional physical damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. It was when Chen Chen learned his 10th martial skill that the system warned him about the decreasing probability of advancement. In other words, under perfect circumstances, he could only learn 10 martial skills at most. If a new, better martial skill appeared in the future, Chen Chen would have to bear the pain of discarding one of his existing ones. If I learn a new one, I will just forget sprint. Chen Chen was already prepared for this. Although this martial skill had accompanied Chen Chen for the longest time, and at the beginning, he relied on it to kite the demonic beasts. But as Chen Chen grew, this skill clearly could no longer keep up with his pace. For kiting, Chen Chen now possessed the flight ability of angel's wings and no longer relied on high-speed ground movement. Moreover, the spiritual state of wall phase was better for kiting than sprint. Chen Chen's talent, Blood Chi Awakening D rank, already provided high attack speed and movement speed, so sprint was merely an added bonus. On top of that, with the combination of the Thunderbolt and Lightning Spears, Chen Chen could gain additional movement speed bonuses by picking up the Lightning Spears. The sprint skill itself had a long cooldown, so it was destined to be the first one Chen Chen would choose to forget. But since he had only just reached the limit, there was no need to do so for now. Next, Chen Chen opened the golden treasure chests from clearing the ruins. There were 3 in total. Every awakened who participated in killing the boss received a chest. 300 magic crystals. Chen Chen shrugged. His luck was as bad as ever. Magic crystals were the most common ruin reward, and while 300 was a decent amount, this was a difficult level abyss ruin after all. Getting only magic crystals was honestly quite unlucky. Magic scroll, repeat performance. Shen Yaoyan was luckier. She opened a consumable item. Repeat performance, A rank. Consume this item to cast a previously used martial skill again without consuming spiritual energy. This is a great item. Yaoyan, as expected of you, moi. Chen Chen quickly packed the item away and gave Shen Yaoyan a passionate kiss on the cheek. The only downside was that he had not opened this item himself. Otherwise, he could have used the pot of greed to refine it. Oh, straight to kissing, are we? Senior Chen Chen, then how many kisses should I get for my part? At that moment, Shen Yaoxi stood up from the side and said with a smile. Oh. Chen Chen was overjoyed. Just from the tone of Shen Yaoxi's voice, he knew she must have pulled something incredible. Double magic crystal scroll. Shen Yaoxi brandished the scroll she had taken from the treasure chest, looking quite pleased with herself. Although her injuries had healed significantly, and she was no longer in life-threatening danger, she was still extremely weak. Her tattered clothes could not be repaired, so she had to drape Chen Chen's jacket over herself to avoid exposure. After all, the Gravity Ghost King's ultimate technique had landed squarely on her. Even with the help of medicinal pills, she would not be recovering anytime soon. Double Magic Crystal Scroll, A rank, a consumable item. After use, you gain double the effect when extracting magic crystals. Lasts for 1 hour. Yaoxi, I love you to death. Chen Chen was so excited that he cupped Shen Yaoxi's chubby little face and started kissing her wildly, like a woodpecker. Mewa, 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 mewa. Even though it was also an A-rank consumable. At this stage, Chen Chen had a much greater need for the double magic crystal scroll as he continued to raise his spiritual power level. Whoa, Senior Chen Chen, stop. Stop it, Yaoxi cannot breathe anymore. Although Shen Yaoxi was telling him to stop, the expression on her face was becoming increasingly proud. Yaoxi, next, let me continue to upgrade your talent. Chen Chen gave a faint smile and sealed her soft lips with his own. He had gained quite a lot from this trip to the Abyss Ruins. Aside from the 3,000 magic crystals dropped by the boss that could not be absorbed directly, everything else was pretty good. Especially his lifespan, he had now saved up over 4,000 years. He prepared to give it all to Shen Yaoxi at once. After all, among the 3 of them, Shen Yaoxi's talent was undoubtedly the highest. Therefore, using life deduction to strengthen her talent was naturally the most cost-effective choice. If her S-rank Chaos armor was already this broken, imagine what it would be like if it were upgraded to SS rank. As Shen Yaoxi wore an expression of pure enjoyment, the life deduction began. Injecting lifespan into the Chaos Armor talent, S rank. 100 years, an S rank talent cannot be changed in such a short time. Shen Yaoxi's spiritual meridians showed no movement. 500 years, still no movement. 1,000 years, Shen Yaoxi's spiritual meridians remained unchanged. 2,000 years, for Shen Yaoxi, the S rank was like an impassable chasm. 3,000 years, perhaps, this was her limit. Huff. Seeing that Shen Yaoxi's talent showed no signs of improvement after injecting 3,000 years of life, Chen Chen decided to cut his losses and let her go. Senior Chen Chen, what is wrong with Yaoxi? It was so easy to awaken before. Seeing Chen Chen fail to awaken her potential, Shen Yaoxi could not help but feel a bit guilty. She could clearly feel Chen Chen trying hard to nourish her meridians, but it was like a bottomless pit with no response at all. It is okay, Yaoxi, you are already amazing. This is an S-rank talent. It will not be as easy to awaken as before. Chen Chen stroked Shen Yaoxi's cheek, trying to comfort her. Perhaps he had expected too much from her, and that had put too much pressure on the little one. But Senior Chen Chen gave me so much energy, and I still could not awaken it. I am just so useless. Yaoxi, do not say that. Not every effort leads to a result. Maybe the timing is not right, and regardless of whether your talent awakens or not, you will always be the person closest to me. Really? After Chen Chen's guidance, Shen Yaoxi's gloomy mood began to lift. Yaoxi, you are already amazing, all right? Out of the three of us, you are the only one who has awakened an S-rank talent. Chen and I are still only D rank, so if you are useless, then would not we be absolute trash? Seeing this, Shen Yaoyan also began to join Chen Chen in comforting Shen Yaoxi. After all, Shen Yaoxi was a yandere with a dual personality who accumulated negative emotions very quickly. If they did not affirm her and help clear those feelings in time, it might lead to trouble in the future. Sister and Senior Chen Chen are not trash. Thank you, I was just too impatient. Shen Yaoxi finally showed a happy smile, letting go of her recent failure. After the recent expenditure, Chen Chen had only 1,770 years of lifespan left. It seemed the plan to awaken Shen Yaoxi's talent to SS rank would not work, because the system had already made that very clear during the life deduction. This was exactly the same situation as Shen Yaoyan had experienced before. But back then, Shen Yaoyan's talent level was low, so the consumption was not high. Through Chen Chen's relentless efforts, Shen Yaoyan's talent eventually broke through. But the situation was different now. Shen Yaoxi was already an S-rank spiritual warrior, and the life deduction required thousands of years at a time. Chen Chen simply did not have enough lifespan to fill that void. But regardless, Shen Yaoxi was still the most talented among them. After all, she had awakened to S rank in the shortest amount of time. As for Chen Chen and Shen Yaoyan, it was hard to say. Even if they both reached S rank, things might turn out even worse than they were for Shen Yaoxi. Since Plan A would not work, Chen Chen had to settle for second best and perform the life deduction for Shen Yaoyan. Yaoyan, I still have some energy left. Let me try to awaken your talent. Chen Chen called Shen Yaoyan to his side. He was ready to try another approach. Well, okay then. Shen Yaoyan bit her lip, looking rather shy. Because Chen Chen had just awakened her sister Shen Yaoxi's talent, the taste of her was still lingering in his mouth. And now, he was doing it for her right away. Was this not quite right? Sob. Although she was a bit embarrassed, Shen Yaoyan gritted her teeth and agreed. Because she was still the same old Shen Yaoyan. She wanted to improve too much. Shen Yaoyan's scent is completely different from Shen Yaoxi's. The kiss from the Yandere girl is passionate and obsessive, while the kiss from the Tsundere girl is subtle and innocent. It is just like a cup of sweet milk tea, containing both chewy tapioca pearls and crisp coconut jelly. When the two flavors are mixed together, the texture becomes all the more rich and satisfying. Injecting lifespan into the D-rank talent Starburst. 100 years. The spiritual veins within Shen Yaoyan's body are constantly absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, clearing bit by bit. 300 years. Shen Yaoyan's spiritual veins are growing stronger by the day, gradually shedding their original shell. 500 years. A ray of spiritual light rises slowly, and Shen Yaoyan's spiritual veins are just one step away from metamorphosis. 1,000 years. Starlight illuminates the earth, and Shen Yaoyan's talent has successfully awakened. Remaining lifespan, 770 years. Starburst D rank has evolved into Starlight C rank. Light attribute attack bonus increased from 40% to 50%, and true damage increased from 40% to 50%. All attacks now have a chance to trigger a divine judgment effect, with critical hit multipliers upgraded to 4 times, 2.5 times, 2 times, and 1.4 times respectively. Furthermore, all critical hit damage is true damage. Although 1,000 years of lifespan were consumed, Shen Yaoyan did not let Chen Chen down, and her talent awakened successfully once again. Not only were the base stats improved, but the divine judgment effect now adds true critical damage. The maximum damage multiplier can now reach as high as 4 times. That is great. As expected of my sister, she successfully awakened her talent again. Seeing that Shen Yaoyan had reached a new level after leaving, Shen Yaoxi immediately hopped over to her sister's side to celebrate. Compared to the sorrow of her own failure, her sister's successful awakening made her feel even more joyful. All right, it is time for us to leave the ruins. With 700 years of lifespan left, Chen Chen did not plan to use it yet, choosing to save it for now. After all, their current talent levels are already at D rank or higher, so this amount of lifespan would not be of much use for further awakening. It could be used to upgrade some C rank martial arts though. However, as the ruins Chen Chen challenged became more difficult, the ruins themselves could yield higher tier martial arts, so using up lifespan to upgrade lower ones would be a waste. After all, not every martial art is like greed, which can easily evolve to S rank. The martial arts Chen Chen has mastered have reached a critical point. Learning new ones would mean forgetting the existing ones. If he were to upgrade a martial art now only to forget it later, that would be a huge waste. Therefore, Chen Chen decided to use his remaining lifespan wisely, only for awakening the talents of himself and the Shen sisters, and he would not upgrade martial arts anymore unless he had an endless supply of lifespan. Young Master C, you are finally out. It has been so long, I thought something had happened to you too. As soon as Chen Chen emerged from the portal, Dacheng excitedly pulled him into a hug. He and you had been guarding the entrance of the ruins, never having left for a moment. A mere difficult level abyss ruin is something I can handle. Chen Chen gave a faint smile and patted Dacheng on the shoulder. Although the Gravity Ghost King had caused him some trouble, he cleared it safely in the end. So it was a difficult level abyss ruin. No wonder the intensity of the magic creatures throughout the site was so high. Young Master C, tell me, what kind of monster was the boss? After leaving the cemetery, Dacheng enthusiastically kept pestering Chen Chen, asking him to recount the battle with the Gravity Ghost King. Having been trapped in the ruins for 2 years, Dacheng really wanted to know what the final boss of this place actually was. It was a pity the situation was too dangerous at the time, and he had to leave the ruins early. So that is how it was. It is a good thing Ya and I left, otherwise, we would have probably died beneath the ruins of the Gravity Ghost King's tomb. Dacheng listened with blood pumping, as if he were there himself. Dacheng, what are your plans for the future? Having been trapped in the ruins for 2 years, Chen Chen was curious about his current state of mind. I want to go home and visit, then put together an exploration team and continue adventuring with Ya. Even though he was in a gloomy cemetery, Dacheng, having gained a new lease on life, felt no sadness at all and was full of dreams for the future. That is good. Chen Chen nodded silently in approval. Seeing that Dacheng still loved life so much, he felt relieved. An ordinary person might have closed themselves off long ago after going through what Dacheng had. Young Master C, would you join my exploration team? Dacheng asked suddenly, genuinely inviting Chen Chen to join. I am used to working alone, so I am not really used to joining an exploration team. Chen Chen politely declined Dacheng's invitation, as he still had many things to do. The next thing Chen Chen had to face was the largest family power in Jinghai City. It would be far too dangerous for someone like Dacheng to be by his side. I see, all right then. Dacheng's tone sounded a bit disappointed when he saw Chen Chen refuse. However, Dacheng did not mean to blame Chen Chen, as Chen Chen was his savior. If it had not been for Chen Chen's appearance, he did not know how much longer he would have had to stay in those ruins. However, we can still team up to explore ruins in the future. Chen Chen looked at Dacheng with sincerity. Although he would not join the team, he could certainly take Dacheng's entire team on an adventure by himself when he had the time. Really, that would be fantastic. Of course. The two talked happily all the way, and before parting, they even agreed to go have hot pot together. Knock knock. Hey, is anyone there? Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks came from the front of the small wooden cabin at the entrance of the cemetery. Caw. Several crows, startled, let out piercing cries, adding a touch of eeriness to the silent early morning. Who is it? Is someone here to throw their life away so soon? Am I losing my mind? I remember that young man only just arrived, did not he? The gravedigger stumbled to push open the door and grumbled. He thought it was the glasses-wearing guy, bringing another exploration team. However, as the gravedigger opened the rickety wooden door, he was startled by what he saw. It is you. The gravedigger widened his eyes and stared fixedly at the figure outside the door, as if he had seen some kind of evil spirit, and said in utter terror, You are actually still alive. It is nice to have lived another day. Chen Chen gave a faint smile and spoke in an extremely languid tone. Did you not say that you wanted to see my true face? Chen Chen slowly took off his mask, revealing the face that had been made up by Shen Yaoyan. He still remembered the agreement he made with the gravedigger before entering the cemetery, promising that he would show him what was behind the mask once he came out. Did you really clear that ruin? The hunched old man tightly held Chen Chen's hand, his eyes filled with gratitude. The old man's palms were like withered wood, trembling constantly. Of course, old man, our young Master C cleared the hard-level abyss ruin all by himself. I dare say, in the entire blue planet, among the bronze tier, our young Master C is the strongest existence. Dachin bragged from the side. After Chen Chen took off his mask, he also curiously took a look. Chen Chen's already handsome face became even more exquisite under Shen Yaoyan's makeup, making Dachin sigh. The world is just so unfair. Why can someone be this strong and yet still look this handsome? Is that you? At this moment, the gravedigger also recognized Dachin standing by the side. I have seen you before. 2 years ago, you were among the first batch of people to challenge these ruins. You did not die either. Yes, that is me, old man. Your memory is really good. Such a long time ago, and you still remember it so clearly. Dachin clearly did not expect the gravedigger here to still remember him. It is not that my memory is good. It is just that this cemetery has long been abandoned, and no one ever comes here. It was only when a ruin portal suddenly appeared in the cemetery that I started seeing many living people. The reason the gravedigger could remember everyone's face was because he lived in such a dim environment for a long time and cherished every face he saw. Actually, I am curious about one thing. Chen Chen asked suddenly. Go ahead and ask. The gravedigger replied faintly. In his deep eyes, it seemed he had already guessed what Chen Chen wanted to ask. You look like you must be over 100 years old, and I want to know, what exactly are you guarding in this cemetery? This was the real purpose for Chen Chen coming here specifically to visit the old man. Why would an elderly man be keeping watch over an already abandoned cemetery? This location is already in the suburbs of Jinghai City, and the surrounding environment is very complex. How does he, an old man, survive here? All these questions were like a puzzle, bothering Chen Chen. But his intuition told him that things were definitely not that simple. Everything that exists has its value and meaning. Since the old man has stayed in this place, there must be something worth his protection. So Chen Chen was very curious, what exactly is this thing? Hearing Chen Chen's question, the old man, shaped like a withered tree, let out a soft laugh for the first time, as if feeling a sense of relief. He had been guarding here for so many years, and finally, someone had asked this question. Actually, I do not know why I am guarding this place either. The old man said helplessly, then walked into the cabin and pulled out a damaged jade stone from a dusty box in the corner. My name is Gu Yue. My Gu family has been the caretakers of this cemetery for generations. My ancestors have been guarding here for 1,000 years, and no one has ever told us why we must stay here. I was originally doing business outside, but my father called me here on his deathbed and gave me this box without saying anything else before passing away peacefully. At that time, I was only 40 years old. I knew my father's intent, that he wanted me to inherit the mantle of the gravedigger and fulfill the legacy of our ancestors. But I was used to traveling. How could I be willing to spend the rest of my life in a place like this? Just as I thought the Gu family heritage was going to be ruined in my hands, something strange happened. Under the dim oil lamp, the old man's face looked like a scroll weathered by time, his eyes particularly profound. His gaze seemed to pierce through the tunnel of time, reaching back to the distant past. Chen Chen frowned slightly. He knew that the doubts in his heart were about to be unveiled at this moment. Chen, by his side, swallowed silently, preparing himself mentally in advance. The turning point of the story was at this very moment. The old man continued, "I had intended to leave after my father's funeral, but the moment I touched this box, my mind changed instantly. Without any warning, my heart felt as if it had been imprisoned by some strange energy that forcefully changed my thoughts. I only feel calm and comfortable when I stay in this cemetery. Once I leave, all sorts of discomforts occur. Not just mentally, but physically too. Dizziness, chest tightness, nausea, and vomiting. In short, as soon as I leave the cemetery, my body has a violent rejection reaction. At first, I thought about committing suicide, because I did not want to pass this absurd destiny of the Gu family onto my descendants. But every time this thought appeared in my mind, a strange voice told me that I could give this box to anyone I met, if I wanted to. But no matter who I saw, I never had the desire to hand this box over to them. At that point, I understood why my father, even though he was a free-spirited wanderer, was willing to wait here until his death. The reason why our Gu family has had to guard this place for generations is just to wait for the owner of this box." The old man looked at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with hope, a joy akin to rebirth. "Ha ha ha ha, now, I have finally waited for you. The long-cherished wish of our Gu family for thousands of years has finally been completed. My descendants will never have to suffer the same imprisonment as I have. Young man, this box belongs to you now." Hearing the old man's slightly deranged words, Chen quickly pulled Maya back a step, avoiding the old man's gaze. Although he knew that the person the old man chose was Snake, he was truly scared. That step backward was purely a subconscious action. This. After hearing the old man's story, Chen Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. It turned out to be an evil object capable of imprisoning thoughts. He did not want to touch any of this stuff. What if his own mind were changed too? Would he have to stay here and become a gravedigger like the old man? That absolutely must not happen. He still had so many things left to do. That bitch Gu Qingning was still waiting for him to finish her off. "And Chen, were you serious about that backing away just now? Such a small action, but it hurts so much." And curiosity really kills the cat. Curiosity really killed the cat. Now, it was Chen Chen's turn to break into a cold sweat. "Old man, you have actually misunderstood. I am just genuinely curious. I have no intention of taking over this cemetery." Chen Chen was about to refuse, but he was interrupted by the gravekeeper's words. "Young one, this box belongs to you now." The gravekeeper's gaze swept past Chen Chen and finally rested on Shen Yaoxi. Only then did Chen Chen realize that the young one the gravekeeper was referring to was not him at all. From the very beginning, the other party's attention had been entirely on Shen Yaoxi. Chen Chen realized then that something was wrong. Really, is it for me? That is just awesome." Shen Yaoxi looked around in pleasant surprise, like a dark horse who had just won the Best Actress award at the Golden Horse Awards. Without the slightest hesitation, she reached out and took the box from the gravekeeper. By the time Chen Chen prepared to stop her, it was already too late. "Little girl, how are you feeling?" The gravekeeper's hollow eyes remained fixed on Shen Yaoxi. He was very curious as to what kind of person it was that the Gu family had been waiting thousands of years to find for this item. And what kind of story would this little girl have with this shattered piece of jade? Shen Yaoxi slowly picked up the jade from the box. Seeing that the deal was done, Chen Chen did not intervene. According to the gravekeeper, the moment she touched the box, her consciousness had already been altered, so it was too late to do anything now. It was better to see what exactly this jade, inherited for thousands of years, really was. The jade was in the shape of a ring, and along its broken edges, one could see delicate textures, much like an old tree that had weathered many storms, having lost its former vitality and luster. The surface of the jade was covered in the marks of time. Some parts were eroded to a dark brown, while others were as smooth as a mirror from long-term wear. When the broken ancient jade gently touched Shen Yaoxi's palm, it emitted a dim, fluorescent light. The light, shimmering like a mysterious mist, deeply captivated Shen Yaoxi. She seemed to feel that a strange connection was forming between her and the ancient jade. That feeling was like a sleeping seed sown in moist earth, beginning to sprout and take root. Those dark plant roots connected to Shen Yaoxi's bloodline and invaded her body. In an instant, the now completely darkened Shen Yaoxi began to float gently. Her entire body was enveloped by a strange black mist. At this moment, Shen Yaoxi's consciousness was pulled by an invisible force, and she felt as if she had been swept into an endless vortex of darkness. Hello there. Just then, Shen Yaoxi saw a giant demon god statue standing in front of her. Its form was like a towering mountain, with a pair of devilish wings on its back. Its massive horns and demonic face were chilling. But when Shen Yaoxi saw it, she was not the least bit afraid. Instead, she greeted it. Hello. The demon god statue seemed to have heard Shen Yaoxi's voice. It lowered its head slowly, glanced at the little girl at its feet, and asked with great curiosity, Why do you know that I am not just a real statue?" Its voice was like an echo from the abyss, deep and resonant. "Because I can feel your presence." Shen Yaoxi tilted her little head and looked up at the colossal creature before her. Compared to the demon's voice, Shen Yaoxi's slightly affected, cutesy tone sounded far too thin. It gave the impression of a human child meeting a demon king uncle. "Are you not afraid of me?" The demon god statue moved its devilish face close to Shen Yaoxi, intentionally trying to scare her. "Not afraid?" Shen Yaoxi nodded. Not only was she not afraid, she even mischievously touched the horns on the statue's head and said with excitement, "Wow, it is real." The demon god statue let Shen Yaoxi play with its horns, its expression seemingly one of resignation. "I never expected that after 1,000 years, the one to inherit the throne of the Purgatory Demon King would be such a thoughtless little brat." Oh, so you, Mr. Bat Bull Monster, are the previous, what was it, Demon King then?" Shen Yaoxi's adaptability was lightning fast. The moment the statue spoke, she stepped directly into character. There was no hesitation or verification process whatsoever. It was a classic case of one daring to speak and the other daring to believe. She even gave it a nickname based on its appearance. "How old are you?" the demon god statue suddenly asked. It seemed to have accepted the nickname. Shen Yaoxi gave it quite readily. "Just turned 18. After answering, Shen Yaoxi did not forget to ask in return, "What about you, Bat Bull Monster, how old are you?" "Well, as for me..." Shen Yaoxi seemed to have stumped the demon god statue. It counted on its fingers for a long while before replying. "Probably around 2,000 years old." "Oh, I see." Shen Yaoxi nodded casually and gave a perfunctory summary. "That is pretty old." She was just asking randomly, with no logic or purpose behind it at all. "You are only 18, and you have already awakened to the S-rank chaos armor." The demon god statue carefully sized up the delicate human girl in front of it, seemingly finding it hard to believe in her strength. "How did you know? Did Senior Chen Chen tell you?" "Senior Chen Chen? Who is that?" "I naturally know because if you had not awakened to S-rank, you would not be seeing me." You mean, if I had not awakened to the S-rank chaos armor, the old grandpa in the cemetery would not have given me that box?" "Correct." The demon god statue smiled and nodded, praising Shen Yaoxi. "You look a bit ditzy, but you are actually quite smart, worthy of being my successor." Shen Yaoxi's reflexes and intuition at certain times were even sharper than Shen Yaoyan's. For instance, with people like Luo Jai whom Chen Chen encountered earlier, even Shen Yaoyan, who could analyze their personalities, had not discovered the issues with these people. But Shen Yaoxi had seen through it at a glance, and eventually she even won a bet. However, if you asked Shen Yaoxi why she knew Luo Jai and his group had issues, she might not be able to answer. Because she never judged problems using logic, she relied on intuition. Just as when her consciousness first entered the darkness, Shen Yaoxi identified the demon god statue's identity. And when the statue said she was the successor from 1,000 years later, Shen Yaoxi did not hesitate for a moment and just believed it. So, it was you pulling the strings behind the so-called family destiny that the old man was talking about. Shen Yaoxi seemed to have figured out the truth of the matter. "If you wanted to find me, you could have just come to me directly. Why go through all this creepy trouble? The old man and his family are actually quite pitiful." "Ha ha ha ha, pitiful. Everyone who is pitiful has their own hateful side." Thousands of years ago, the Gu family slaughtered 100,000 civilians of the Dark Knight clan. A mere 1,000 years of imprisonment is nothing. If I did not only have a wisp of a soul left, I would have wiped out the entire Gu family right now. A flash of dark red killing intent suddenly flickered in the eyes of the demon god statue. "Do not think that guarding my burial ground for all these years is enough to redeem their sins." "All right then." Shen Yaoxi shrugged indifferently. She was not about to get involved in matters that did not concern her. She could not care less about grudges from thousands of years ago. So what do you want with me now? If there is nothing else, I will be going. Shen Yaoxi let out a yawn. She found this demon king from 1,000 years ago incredibly boring, and just wanted to get back to Senior Chen Chen as soon as possible. Wait. The demon god statue hurriedly called out to Shen Yaoxi. He never expected that his successor from 1,000 years later would be so dismissive. You must have hit a bottleneck recently. Do not you want to awaken your powers once again? Oh. Hearing a topic that actually interested her, Shen Yaoxi turned around immediately. Shen Yaoxi, you shall inherit the power of the eternal night and become the new purgatory demon king. The voice of the demon god statue echoed through the darkness. Following that, Shen Yaoxi felt her body being filled with a powerful force. That power was like a beacon in the dark night, illuminating the path ahead of her. The demon god statue extended its palm, with deep black light flickering in its center. Shen Yaoxi felt her body drawn by that force, as if being tugged by the purgatory demon king. She took a deep breath, bravely extended her palm, and pressed it against the demon king's. In an instant, a massive surge of power flowed from the palm of the demon god statue into Shen Yaoxi's body. As the demon god statue faded away, a strong pulse burst forth from within Shen Yaoxi. She felt as if her very being was being reshaped by this power. She was now the purgatory demon king. As Shen Yaoxi inherited part of the purgatory demon king's power, her consciousness returned to reality. Congratulations to the host, your spirit weapon Shen Yaoxi has been enlightened by the purgatory demon king, and her talent has successfully awakened to S+ rank. Chaos Armor S rank evolved to Pseudo-Imperial Purgatory Demon Armor S+ rank. Base damage reflection increased from 80% to 90%, causing 90% chaos damage back to attackers, with all attributes doubled at night. New ability can change the time to night within a 5 to 8 kilometer radius, lasting for 1 to 2 hours. Cooldown 18 to 16 hours. New ability can imprison the souls of creatures killed by herself, turning them into shadow servants. The spirit realm of the shadow servants will not exceed her own, and a maximum of 3 to 4 souls can be imprisoned. Yaoxi, you have awakened successfully again. Seeing the black mist enveloping Shen Yaoxi dissipate, Chen Chen hurriedly caught her as she floated in midair and pulled her into a princess carry. Hee. Shen Yaoxi wrapped her arms around Chen Chen's neck, just about to get cozy, when an eerie sound echoed in her ears. Shen Yaoxi, although you currently exist in human form, remember, as the Purgatory Demon King, you are forever a demon seed of the Dark Knight clan. This is a fact that can never be changed. Do not get too close to this human, do not develop feelings for humans. Humans are the most despicable and cunning creatures in this world. Yaoxi. Seeing Shen Yaoxi space out for a moment, Chen Chen asked with concern. Shen Yaoxi rarely acted like this. Usually, at times like these, she would only look at him with love in her eyes and would not be distracted by anything. Oh, it is nothing. There was just a mosquito buzzing in my ear, so annoying. All right then. Although Shen Yaoxi's excuse was a bit flimsy, Chen Chen did not press for more. After all, another talent awakening was a good thing. The Pseudo-Imperial Purgatory Demon Armor not only had its base stats improved, but also increased the number of shadow servants she could have. Yaoxi, shall we leave this graveyard now? Chen Chen asked tentatively. Although Shen Yaoxi had awakened her talent again, Chen Chen was still a bit worried, fearing that the ancient jade she had just absorbed might also trap her mind. Sure. Shen Yaoxi readily agreed. Chen Chen could not have imagined that Shen Yaoxi was actually the very entity who cast the curse, the Purgatory Demon King herself. Even when she met the previous Purgatory Demon King, she had not shown any respect, so how could she possibly be trapped by its curse? Let us leave this place then. Seeing that Shen Yaoxi was completely unaffected by the ancient jade, the stone in Chen Chen's heart finally settled. Thank you. As they were about to leave, Chen Chen bowed to the gravedigger to thank him for the ancient jade, which had allowed Shen Yaoxi to get another boost. The old gravedigger did not reply, but when he looked at Shen Yaoxi again, a look of unexplainable terror suddenly appeared in his eyes. Go to hell. The young girl in front of him had not said a word, yet the old gravedigger heard an incredibly eerie voice. After Chen Chen and the others left, he hanged himself from the rafters of his small wooden shack. After leaving the graveyard, Chen Chen and De Chun went to a hot pot restaurant. After fighting for so long in the ruins, it was time to treat themselves to a good meal. However, Shen Yaoyan and Shen Yaoxi could not appear at the same time. The fact that he had twin spirit weapons could not be exposed. But he could not just have one person eat while the other went hungry. So Chen Chen came up with a plan. After all, the sisters looked exactly the same, only with different hair colors. The sisters would use the excuse of going to the restroom to swap places, so each could eat for a while. "Hey, Miss Christina, your hair." Although De Chun had a few too many drinks with Chen Chen, he still noticed the difference between Shen Yaoyan and Shen Yaoxi. Her hair changes color depending on the light. Is not it magical? Chen Chen bluffed, then clinked glasses with De Chun again. But Maya, who was with De Chun, felt something was strange. Even if Christina's hair could change color, why did her taste preferences change too? Based on her observations over this time, Maya discovered something. The silver-haired Christina liked spicy food, while the black-haired Christina preferred sweets. Ding! Just then, Chen Chen suddenly received a message from Su Wenwen. She was reporting the progress of her plan to him. While Chen Chen was inside the ruins, the kidnappers holding Su Wenwen had gradually started to emerge. They were pretending to have Su Wenwen and were demanding that Su Tingshan hand over a high-profile criminal held by the Security Bureau. This person, named Mo Yan, was once the top assassin for Gao Tianqiang. After assassinating an elder of the Hua family, he was arrested personally by the Security Bureau's chief commander, Su Tingshan. Now that these thugs were explicitly asking for an exchange for Mo Yan, it was highly likely that the masterminds were the Gao brothers, who were the rivals of the Hua family in Jinghai. Snake, keep up the good work. Seeing Su Wenwen's message, Chen Chen remained noncommittal. He had originally only intended to save Su Wenwen to find a backer for his actions in Jinghai. He had not expected to accidentally get caught up in the struggle between the Hua family and the Gao brothers. Hiss! Chen Chen picked up a piece of beef tripe with his chopsticks, holding it near his mouth without taking a bite for a long time. Based on the information provided by Su Wenwen, he suddenly discovered a major point of suspicion. If the Gao brothers were truly the masterminds behind this kidnapping, it felt far too obvious. Even if this Mo Yan was genuinely important to the Gao family, they had openly kidnapped the daughter of the Security Bureau's commander-in-chief, just to blackmail the Bureau into releasing one of their key lieutenants. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, it felt like the Gao family would not be able to stay in Jinghai City any longer after such a move. Who would be stupid enough to offend the Municipal Security Bureau just to rescue one of their clan's top fighters? If he were in the shoes of Gao Tianqiang and Gao Tiansheng, he certainly would not have acted so foolishly. There is absolutely no benefit to doing this, and it is highly likely to bring disaster upon themselves. Even if they wanted to save Mo Yan, they would never have acted so brazenly against the Security Bureau. With that kind of energy, they could have easily used their connections behind the scenes to find a way to get him out. Moreover, with the Gao family's current strength in Jinghai, how could they possibly have the precision to pull off such a kidnapping of Su Wenwen from the Bronze Age ship so easily? Everything about this is just too illogical. But analyzing it based on the information provided by Su Wenwen, the Security Bureau has basically confirmed the Gao family's guilt. Looking at all these signs, Chen Chen came to only one conclusion. Someone is framing the Gao brothers, Gao Tianqiang and Gao Tiansheng. With this conclusion in mind, even a fool could figure out who the mastermind is. Exactly, it has to be the leading family in Jinghai, the Hua family. What a brilliant move, killing two birds with one stone. Having figured it all out, Chen Chen could not help but marvel, only then dropping the cold tripe into his mouth. With this stunt, the Hua family can easily wipe out the Gao brothers, who have just started to make a name for themselves in Jinghai. And they can take the opportunity to finish off Mo Yan, who assassinated one of their elders. Once this plan succeeds, no one in Jinghai City will dare to stand up to the Hua family anymore. It seems like even before Chen Chen could form an alliance with the Gao brothers, the Hua family has already begun their move. If Chen Chen does not think of a way, the Gao brothers will be completely uprooted by the Hua family, and it would be very difficult for Chen Chen to use others to fight the Hua family later on. Everyone, do not panic. Keep eating and drinking, we are not here to cause trouble. Just as Chen Chen and Dachin were enjoying their meal, a group of men in black suits suddenly stormed into the hot pot restaurant. The man in the lead was middle-aged, wearing a blue peak lapel suit. The cut was perfect, accentuating his upright posture while exuding a refined taste. A pair of exquisite glasses rested on the bridge of his nose, adding a touch of scholarly elegance. This person was none other than the second in command of the Kaiyingsheng Guild, Gao Tiansheng. Speak of the devil. Chen Chen was still wondering how to save the Gao brothers, and they had come knocking on his door themselves. However, all of this was within Chen Chen's expectations. After all, he had made contact with Glasses Precisely to get on the Gao family's radar, though he did not expect them to target him so quickly. So you are Snake? Gao Tiansheng gave Chen Chen a careful look and asked with a hint of admiration. The Kaiyingsheng Guild exuded an aggressive aura, and seeing this, many customers in the restaurant took off to avoid trouble. The owner of the restaurant was shivering, not daring to make a sound, his heart bleeding in silence. Because none of these guys had paid yet. Seeing so many unidentified people surrounding the table, Dachshund immediately stepped in front of Maya. And you are Gao number 2. Chen Chen, on the other hand, remained calm, eating his hot pot while casually shooting back. His tone carried a hint of disdain. Chen Chen had come to Jinghai to negotiate a partnership with the Gao family, not to join the Kaiyingsheng Guild as some low-level lackey. He had to set the right tone. What is more, the person who showed up was just a mere second in command. Not the leader of the Kaiyingsheng Guild, Gao Tianqiang. Gao Tiansheng pointed at Chen Chen with a chuckle, then pulled up a chair and sat down right next to him. In Jinghai, the Kaiyingsheng Guild was the strongest rising power, second only to the Hua family. For a novice like Chen Chen to dare call Gao Tiansheng, Gao number 2 required a great deal of courage and nerve. When Gao Tiansheng laughed, the restaurant owner held his breath, thinking to himself, who is this fearless rookie? If the Gao family gets upset, this place will be leveled to the ground in minutes. Snake, right? Do you know the Gao family's status in Jinghai? Let me give you an example. I do not have to pay when I eat here, but you have to pay me when you eat here. You understand? Gao Tiansheng said with a cold, forced smile, trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. In Jinghai, whatever the Gao family wants eventually belongs to the Gao family. The reason Gao Tiansheng did not lose his temper was that he was not here to pick a fight with Snake. He had heard that a gifted youth had soloed the ruins at the graveyard, so he wanted to test his strength and see if he was worth recruiting. That ruin, despite only being bronze grade, had already wiped out 3 exploration teams in a row. If someone had managed to solo it, then this person was definitely not simple. Is that so? Chen Chen smiled faintly, took a sip of the broth, and said meaningfully, I would not be so sure about that. Seeing Chen Chen's arrogance, Gao Tiansheng instinctively adjusted his glasses, examining his expression more closely. But no matter how he looked, he could not gauge even a hint of Chen Chen's thoughts. This put an unprecedented pressure on Gao Tiansheng. Who exactly is this guy? He could not figure him out at all. Moreover, Chen Chen was clearly implying something when he said that in Jinghai, what the Gao family wants does not necessarily belong to the Gao family. This was a clear reference to the Hua family, who had always kept them under their thumb. Chen Chen's words not only stunned Gao Tiansheng, but also left his subordinates confused. Gao Tiansheng looked refined, but he was known in the guild as a total madman. They could not understand why, in the face of such a brazen Chen Chen, Gao Tiansheng was now so wary. The underlings did not understand what Gao Tiansheng was afraid of. Dachshund, watching from the side, felt his admiration for Chen Chen grow even more as he saw him eating his hot pot calmly while facing the local tyrant of Jinghai. As expected of my young master Snake. To have such talent at such a young age, and to remain so composed in front of the Gao family, the second largest force in Jinghai, he must have incredibly deep connections. Brother Sheng, just kidding, I think you are right. In Jinghai, whatever you Gao brothers want eventually belongs to you. Chen Chen suddenly patted Gao Tiansheng on the shoulder, his attitude doing a 180-degree turn. However, before the Kaiyingsheng Guild can reach that height, it will need a little bit of help. Help? What kind of help? Whose help? Gao Tiansheng narrowed his eyes and asked, confused. Mine. Chen Chen smiled faintly. Actually, I have been waiting for you guys for a long time. Has your brother Gao Tianqiang been having headaches lately? Take me to see him. I have brought medicine for the headaches. Snake, do you know why my brother has been having headaches lately? Gao Tiansheng brought Chen Chen to the Gao family's private villa and asked tentatively. It was a tranquil sanctuary hidden within the bustling city. The villa sat nestled in a lush green belt, surrounded by towering trees and exquisite flower beds. Headaches? Well, he must have caught a cold. Chen Chen followed closely behind Gao Tiansheng, continuing to keep him in suspense. As soon as he entered the villa, he was struck by the sight before him. A massive oil painting hung in the center of the spacious hall. Its rich and harmonious colors created a sense of peace and warmth. On both sides stood fine antique furniture, every detail revealing the Gao family's refined taste and deep heritage. Passing through the hall, they arrived in a sprawling living room. Inside, comfortable sofas and delicate coffee tables were arranged, and beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay a vibrant garden, with the breeze carrying the scent of flowers. They walked down a long corridor lined with various priceless works of art, each one worth a fortune in Jinghai. At the end of the corridor was a study, where Gao Tianqiang, dressed in loose pajamas, was brewing tea. It seemed he had been waiting for a long time. On the tidy desk sat a copy of The Art of War, an immediate testament to his depth of character. No wonder Gao Tianqiang could achieve so much in Jinghai, despite his faction being less than a tenth the size of the Hua family. He was truly not to be underestimated. Little brother Snake, welcome. Please come in and take a seat. Seeing Chen Chen, Gao Tianqiang immediately greeted him with a warm smile, even though he was still wearing slippers. Unlike the suit-and-tie Gao Tiansheng, Gao Tianqiang appeared completely relaxed, as if he had just rolled out of bed. This gesture was no less impressive than Cao Cao welcoming "See you barefoot back in the day." It is an honor to finally meet the formidable Chairman Gao, who dominates the city of Jinghai. Since the other party had put on such a grand display, Chen Chen naturally had to give this big shot enough respect. He could not be like before, calling him Gao II right to his face. "This must be your partner. You truly are a perfect match." Gao Tianqiang did not forget to compliment Shen Yaoyan, who was by Chen Chen's side. It was their first meeting, but that simple address of sister-in-law instantly bridged the gap between them. Chen Chen could not help but sigh. Big shots certainly know how to talk. "Thank you, Chairman Gao." Shen Yaoyan responded politely, without denying the title of sister-in-law. Chen Chen usually brought Shen Yaoyan out with him, as her emotional state was far more stable than her sister Shen Yaoxi's. "I am sorry, I have been having some headaches lately, and it has been driving me up the wall." Gao Tianqiang smiled first, then got straight to the point. "I heard from Zio Sheng that you have a cure for my headaches. I wonder what kind of miracle medicine it is. My headaches started quite suddenly, and they are not so easy to cure." Although Gao Tianqiang remained smiling and friendly throughout the conversation. People like this are often the most difficult to deal with. Gao Tianqiang's intent was clear. He had given enough face already, but if Chen Chen could not cure his headache, he would not be so polite. That is only natural. Chen Chen took a sip of the Baluachun tea brewed by Gao Tianqiang, then glanced at the henchmen around them. "All of you withdraw." Gao Tianqiang understood Chen Chen's meaning and ordered everyone, except Gao Tiansheng, to leave. Su Wenwen, the daughter of Su Tingshan, the commander-in-chief of the Security Bureau, was kidnapped by your Gao family. And you had the audacity to plan to trade Su Wenwen's life for that of your imprisoned subordinate, Mo Yan. With that, Chen Chen smiled faintly. Your Kaiyingsheng association is truly loyal. There was clearly a trace of mockery in Chen Chen's tone. Such an act would not only get Mo Yan killed, but would also lead to the total destruction of the Gao family. That is not loyalty, that is just plain stupid. He knew perfectly well that the Hua family was behind this, but he feigned ignorance just to test Gao Tianqiang's attitude and stance. "Little brother Snake, although I do not know who you are working for, I think you have misunderstood. The Su Wenwen affair has absolutely nothing to do with our Gao family." Gao Tianqiang flatly denied it. Such information was not something an average person would know. Probably only someone inside the Security Bureau or the one framing the Gao family would be aware of it. Right now, Gao Tianqiang could not yet confirm Chen Chen's agenda. Whether the young man before him was an enemy or a friend remained to be seen. You say it has nothing to do with the Gao family? Who would believe that? If it was not the Gao family, why would the kidnappers demand a trade for your imprisoned man, unless someone is just being helpful? It is a frame-up. The reason I have been having headaches and cannot sleep is precisely because of this. After saying that, Gao Tianqiang refilled Chen Chen's empty cup with hot tea and asked with feigned humility. "Little brother Snake, you mentioned you have a headache cure. What is the price?" This was the big shot who could single-handedly stand against the top family in Jinghai. He cut straight to the chase. He did not ask for Chen Chen's method first, he went straight to the price. Because Gao Tianqiang knew very well that anyone daring enough to come to the Gao residence alone must have been fully prepared. The price we can discuss later. Chen Chen smiled faintly. Boss Gao should first see if my prescription works. I am all ears. Boss Gao is a prominent figure in Jinghai and the only one who dares to challenge the Hua family. For such a big shot to do something so stupid, even if the whole city believed it, I would not. Chen Chen started by stating his position. He believed this matter had nothing to do with the Gao family. I believe that while the Kaiyingsheng Association has some power, it does not possess the capability to deceive all the security bureau's eyes and ears on the Bronze Age vessel and kidnap Su Wenwen without leaving a trace. Actually, it is not difficult to find out who is framing you. After all, in all of Jinghai, there is only one force capable of doing this. Prompted by Chen Chen, the Gao brothers blurted out, "The Hua family." Clearly, they had long suspected this as well. But what was giving Gao Tianqiang a headache now was, this trap was unsolvable. It was obviously a brazen move by the Hua family to use the Security Bureau to completely destroy the Kaiyingsheng Association. Then, according to your opinion, little brother Snake, how should we respond? Knowing how to counter the move was the key. Boss Gao, my advice is, you would better take Brother Sheng and turn yourselves in. Chen Chen and Gao Tianqiang exchanged deep, meaningful glances. What? Are you out of your mind, kid? You want me to go to the Security Bureau with my brother and turn ourselves in? As soon as Gao Tiansheng heard Chen Chen suggesting the Kaiyingsheng Guild surrender, he immediately blew his top, grabbed Chen Chen by the collar, and hauled him up from his chair. Brother, we must not listen to him. This kid is definitely one of the Hua family's people. Faced with Gao Tiansheng's recklessness, Chen Chen did not speak. He simply fixed his gaze on Gao Tianqiang, who was standing to the side. Xiao Sheng, little brother Snake is my honored guest. Do not be rude. Brother, stop it right now. Seeing that Gao Tiansheng would not let go, Gao Tianqiang's eyes grew cold and sharp. With just a slight raise of Gao Tianqiang's eyebrow, Gao Tiansheng politely released his grip on Chen Chen's collar. Little brother Snake is right. Our Kaiyingsheng Guild has reached a precarious point. If the Hua family's scheme succeeds this time, we will be completely driven out of Jinghai. Gao Tianqiang took a sip of the bitter tea at his side, suddenly grasping the meaning behind Chen Chen's words. He stood up, patted his shoulder, and said with clear appreciation, rather than being watched like a hawk by the Security Bureau, it is better to stay right there under their nose to dispel their suspicions. Seeing his older brother actually agree with Chen Chen's proposal, Gao Tiansheng began to reflect. His brother never joked around lightly. If he agreed to this, there must be a profound reason behind it. Boss Gao is indeed a smart man, picking up on it immediately. Chen Chen smiled faintly. He was quite satisfied with this future partner. He only likes to work with two types of people. First, obedient fools. Second, clever people just like himself. Working with the former is easy to control, and things will not deviate from his expectations. But working with the latter is not only about enjoying the thrill of outsmarting an enemy, but also experiencing the pleasure of playing a game of wits against an equal. After all, in the eyes of a smart person, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. A current partner could turn into an enemy who stabs you in the back at any time. Therefore, the first rule for Chen Chen before cooperating with Gao Tianqiang was to ensure the other party received enough benefit. Little brother Snake, if this is all you have to offer, I am afraid it is not enough to cure my headache. Gao Tianqiang said with a profound look. Even if we turn ourselves in to the Security Bureau now, it is hard to reverse the decline of the Kaiyingsheng Guild. If the Hua family still has more cards to play, would not we be completely stripped of our ability to counterattack? Heh, Boss Gao, if that was all I was capable of, there would be no need for me to come here. Chen Chen smiled slightly and immediately hit Gao Tianqiang with a heavy dose of reality. I will give you a top-secret piece of intelligence that even the Hua family does not know. Oh. Su Tingshan's daughter, Su Wenwen, actually escaped successfully after being kidnapped by the Hua family. The big events happening in Jinghai City now are actually staged by the Security Bureau itself. They actually want to catch the mastermind behind it all. Aside from Su Wenwen and Su Tingshan, no one else knows this information Chen Chen just revealed, including Gao Tianqiang and the Hua family's mole within the Security Bureau. Because of the incident with the Bronze Age ship, Su Tingshan realized there was a mole in the Security Bureau, so he had not told anyone after Su Wenwen returned. The Hua family still thinks Su Wenwen is at the bottom of the sea, so they are continuing their plan, intending to dump all the blame on you. Then Chen Chen took out a map, continuing to increase the dose for Gao Tianqiang. This location is the Hua family's hideout. The Security Bureau knows it now and is preparing to wipe them out in one fell swoop. However, this is actually bad news, because the Hua family will certainly make this place look like it belongs to your Gao family. Immediately after, Chen Chen wrote down a list of names on the map. These people are the thugs who kidnapped Su Wenwen. As long as you find out their backgrounds, no matter how much dirt the Hua family tries to throw on you, they will not be able to harm the Kaiyingsheng Guild in the slightest. You could even pull the rug out from under them and completely destroy the Hua family. When the system drained someone's lifespan, it clearly displayed their identity. So, when Chen Chen rescued Su Wenwen, he had already kept an ace up his sleeve and recorded the names of all those people. Furthermore, the Hua family had no way to deny it. Because Su Wenwen is the witness. Do not ask me where this intelligence came from, and do not ask who I am. In any case, I am sincere about cooperating with you. Chen Chen asked with a smile. How about it? Does Boss Gao's head still hurt now? Chen Chen's words left Gao Tiansheng stunned. He never imagined that the young man before him held such vital intelligence. At this moment, Gao Tiansheng began to feel lucky that his older brother had stopped his impulsive actions earlier. Otherwise, he would have come inches away from offending an honored guest of their Gao family. Gao Tianqiang closed his eyes and massaged his temples with an expression of relief. When he opened his eyes again, he felt refreshed and clear-headed. Ha 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 ha, little brother Snake is truly Hua Chu reborn, a miracle worker. Gao Tianqiang firmly grasped Chen Chen's hands and said with deep gratitude, Little brother, name your price for the medical treatment. As long as the Kaiyingsheng Guild can afford it, we will pay it. As long as the benefits are sufficient, the returns will naturally be bountiful. Gao Tianqiang was an insightful man. He knew that the power behind Chen Chen must not be simple if he could obtain such intelligence. So, since the other party gave him what he wanted, it was now his turn to provide a return. Cooperation is essentially just business, after all. Having taken the goods, it was time to pay. No hurry, I am a stickler for details. I prefer to collect the fee only after the illness is cured. Chen Chen politely declined Gao Tianqiang's offer. At this very moment, as long as he did not make an unreasonable request, the Kaiyingsheng Guild would agree to anything. It was not even out of the question for him to become the third in command of the Kaiyingsheng Guild. It was just that none of those things were what Chen Chen wanted. Good, my little brother has big ambitions, ha 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 ha. Gao Tianqiang laughed, then patted Chen Chen on the shoulder and tested the waters with a question. My brother said just now not to ask where the intel came from, nor who you are. I will not ask about any of that, but I do want to know, why are you helping us? Gao Tianqiang was not afraid of Chen Chen making demands. He was afraid of him not making any. Because Gao Tianqiang knew very well that if the other party did not make demands, it did not mean they did not have any. It meant they wanted more. There are no free lunches in the world, and no one helps you without a reason. Boss Gao, which do you think is more important to me, the Gao family or the Hua family? Chen Chen did not answer Gao Tianqiang's question directly, but instead asked a meaningful question in return. The Gao family. Gao Tianqiang answered tentatively. However, he did not remember the Gao family having any connection with this mysterious boy. Chen Chen shook his head. Could it be the Hua family? Gao Tianqiang guessed the other answer, but if that were true, it would mean they were enemies. Not that either. Chen Chen waved his hand again, and then said with great sincerity, Actually, neither the Gao family nor the Hua family is important to me, but the absence of the Hua family is very important to me. After Chen Chen left, only Gao Tianqiang and Gao Tiansheng remained in the study. Brother, can we really trust this guy who has never shown his face in Jinghai before? Although the plan Chen Chen proposed was flawless, Gao Tiansheng still felt some suspicion. After all, this concerns the life and death of the entire Kaiyingsheng Guild. The fact that the Hua family does not exist to him is crucial. In other words, he does not care who he is helping, he just wants to take the Hua family down. After pondering for a while, Gao Tianqiang said, So far, he is trustworthy. After all, our goals are aligned right now. Both of us want to ruin the Hua family. Whether he is friend or foe does not actually matter to us. What matters is how much profit our Kaiyingsheng Guild can reap from this conflict. Gao Tiansheng pushed up his glasses, seemingly having understood his older brother's intent. Xia Sheng, let us go. We are heading to the Jinghai Security Bureau right now. All right. As the gates of the Gao residence slowly closed behind him, Chen Chen's steps felt heavy. He dragged his exhausted body through the bustling streets and finally returned to his somewhat cramped but cozy rented apartment. The busyness and tension of the day washed away like a receding tide, leaving only a lingering sense of exhaustion and weariness in his heart. As soon as he stepped inside, Chen Chen could not wait to throw himself onto his slightly worn but familiar bed to find a moment of peace for his tired body. However, fate did not seem willing to let him escape the shackles of fatigue so easily. Shen Yaoxi, that lively and adorable girl, had already appeared in his apartment without him noticing, carrying a large wooden bucket she had carefully selected earlier. The bucket emitted a faint woody scent, as if it could banish all fatigue and sorrow. Her face was full of excitement and anticipation, as if she were about to begin a grand ceremony. I am so tired, Senior Chen Chen, so let us get started, shall we? Shen Yaoxi's voice was like a gentle spring breeze, carrying a hint of playfulness, yet revealing an unmistakable firmness. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen looked blankly, his mind shrouded in fog, completely unable to grasp what the start she was referring to meant. His only wish right now was to fall asleep immediately and dream. Start doing what? Chen Chen's voice was tinged with confusion and helplessness, his eyes filled with a desperate craving for sleep. Shen Yaoxi's mouth curled into a cunning smile, like a little fox teasing an innocent prey. My sister lost a bet, and you agreed to give me a foot bath for a month. What? Trying to back out? Her words were filled with a mix of teasing and sincerity. Just then, Shen Yaoxi's sister joined the crusade, sitting gracefully on the sofa with a faint smile, as if everything were under her control. And me too. Last time I performed CPR on Su Wenwen, you also agreed to give me a month of foot baths. A real man never breaks his word. The sisters looked like two elegant queens, nestled comfortably on the sofa, starting to boss their servant Chen Chen around. Sunlight filtered through the thin curtains like golden sand, casting a warm glow on everything in the living room and adding a touch of warmth and romance to the otherwise plain apartment. Censored. Is the water temperature all right? Chen Chen even took the trouble to sprinkle pink petals on the water's surface to add some color. Wow, that is so cool. As their legs entered the wooden bucket filled with warm milk, an expression of sheer enjoyment appeared on their faces. Censored. Thanks to Chen Chen's untiring efforts, both Shen Yaoyan and Shen Yaoxi drifted off to sleep. After a long and busy day, Master Chen Chen took a comfortable hot shower and began to catch up on his sleep. Shen Yaoyan and Shen Yaoxi huddled quietly on the sofa, their soft bodies curled up together for warmth, looking exactly like two purring kittens. The scene was so heartwarming that Chen Chen could not bear to disturb them, so he let them sleep on the sofa while he lay down on his bed alone. The room still held the lingering, rich, and sweet fragrance of the young girls, which made Chen Chen feel incredibly relaxed and comfortable, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. This worked far better than any calming aromatherapy. All natural, no additives. Early morning. Pure, soft, and warm sunlight spilled onto Chen Chen's face. It felt like a tiny, infinitely soft hand gently massaging his facial pressure points, waking his consciousness in the most tender way possible. Chen Chen subconsciously sniffed that was the smell of the early morning. Yaoxi, is this really okay? If Chen wakes up later, he will definitely be angry. Why would Senior Chen Chen be angry? I think he would be nothing but happy. The girl's whispering gradually stirred Chen Chen from his sleep. But as his consciousness cleared, the sensation of the warm, human-like sunlight caressing his cheeks did not fade. Instead, it felt even more real. Hi. When Chen Chen opened his sleepy eyes, he was surprised to find something. There was no warm sunlight at all. What he felt was actually Shen Yaoxi's small hand, wrapped in a pure white silk glove, gently kneading his face. Yaoxi, Yaoyan, you are both awake. Chen Chen smiled and greeted the sisters. Hee, big sister, I told you Senior Chen Chen would love it. Shen Yaoxi chuckled. Chen, you must be hungry. I will go and make breakfast. Yeah, I will tidy up a bit too. The house is a total mess. Shen Yaoyan and Chen Chen guiltily changed the subject. HMPH, Senior Chen Chen, if you do not tell me, I am not getting off. Seeing her sister and Chen Chen working in sync to dodge her, Shen Yaoxi clung to Chen Chen's back, refusing to budge and acting like a rascal. As you wish. Chen Chen did not rush. He cleaned the room while checking the latest intel sent by Su Wenwen. Su Wenwen. Mr. Snake, our plan is about to reach its final step. My old man and I have already scouted it out, and the address you gave me is indeed the mastermind's den. Tomorrow is the time set by the Bureau of Public Safety to exchange hostages. But something very strange happened yesterday. The main suspect, the Kaiyingsheng Guild, collectively came to the Bureau to turn themselves in. It was not just Gao Tianqiang and Gao Tiansheng themselves, but every single backbone member and henchman of the entire Kaiyingsheng Guild showed up at the Bureau. My father and I are completely baffled. What on earth is Gao Tianqiang trying to do? Logically speaking, since they kidnapped me to exchange for the high-risk criminal Mo Yan, the mastermind must be the Gao family. But now that they are turning themselves in, right in front of us, what kind of game are they playing? So I want to represent the Jinghai City Bureau of Public Safety and hire you, Mr. Snake, as a consultant for this mission. Please help me out. Heaven is helping me. Seeing the message from Su Wenwen, Chen Chen gave a faint smile. By making Gao Tianqiang turn himself in, he had successfully muddied the waters. If he managed to become the mission consultant for the Bureau at this moment, the Hua family would definitely not be able to escape. The Hua family's scheme to destroy the Kaiyingsheng Guild will surely backfire on them. Everything was already prepared, and now he had the final piece of the puzzle. It seems that fate is on his side as well. Snake, I will agree to be your consultant, but what is in it for me? However, Chen Chen could not agree too easily. Reacting too quickly would inevitably raise suspicions. After all, he had maintained the persona of an outsider regarding this matter and had never expressed bias toward either side. If he suddenly changed his stance, it would definitely seem fishy. And besides, he could use this chance to extract some tangible benefits from Su Wenwen. Su Wenwen, Mr. Snake, you finally replied to my messages. I thought you did not want to talk to me. Go ahead and ask. You can have whatever benefit you want. After all, you know I am Su Tingshan's daughter. As soon as Chen Chen sent his reply, Su Wenwen messaged him back instantly. Her previous messages had been sent hours ago, and Chen Chen only saw them after waking up. Seeing that Chen Chen had not rejected her outright like before, but instead seemed open to negotiation, Su Wenwen was clearly delighted. HMPH, Senior Chen Chen, you said you had nothing going on with that woman, yet you are secretly chatting with Su Wenwen every day. What is the meaning of this? Shen Yaoxi, who was still clinging to Chen Chen's back and refusing to let go, had been watching the two of them chat the entire time. Seeing Su Wenwen's eager attitude, Shen Yaoxi was instantly unhappy. That woman is clearly no good. She thinks she can be so casual just because she is the daughter of the Security Bureau chief. It is disgusting. We have important business tomorrow, Yaoxi. Do not cause trouble for me. Chen Chen cautioned Shen Yaoxi. Recalling what happened last time, he still felt a lingering fear. Just because Su Wenwen kissed his mask in a moment of gratitude, Shen Yaoxi had almost killed her. If Chen Chen had not stopped her in time, the subsequent series of plans would never have happened. Su Wenwen ending up at the bottom of the sea would have become a reality. HMPH, Senior Chen Chen, you are actually taking an outsider's side. Seeing Chen Chen's firm attitude, Shen Yaoxi pouted and climbed off his back. Yaoxi. Chen Chen grabbed her and explained patiently. To me, Su Wenwen is just a valuable tool that I can use. I need her to deal with the Hua family that Gu Qingning is relying on. Do you understand? There was no other way. After all, Shen Yaoxi was a bit of a yandir. Chen Chen had no choice but to be more patient with her. If it were Shen Yaoyan, he would not need to explain anything. She would not even make a scene about this. But she is a woman. I do not like any woman getting too close to Senior Chen Chen. Yaoxi, you can think of her as a chess piece in my hand. If I liked her, would I have taken so long to reply? Plus, whenever I help her, it is always a negotiation. It is just a trade of interests. All right then. Shen Yaoxi frowned. Although she was still a bit unhappy, she was willing to endure it to help Chen Chen deal with the Hua family. That is a good girl, Yaoxi. Seeing how obedient she was, Chen Chen could not help but pinch her chubby cheeks. In fact, Chen Chen knew that Shen Yaoxi was not really that difficult. She just hoped to get more of his attention. After settling things with Shen Yaoxi, Chen Chen replied to Su Wenwen. "Snake, how about this? I have been wanting to raise my spirit power level quickly. If I serve as the tactical advisor for this mission, can you have your dad arrange a few suitable ruins for me to level up in?" Su Wenwen. Of course, that is a perk that comes with being a tactical advisor for the Jinghai Security Bureau. Chen Chen's request was not excessive at all, so Su Wenwen naturally would not refuse. The city's ruin portals were managed by the Security Bureau. Getting them to arrange access was far more convenient than buying access through the Hua or Gao families. Especially since Shen Yaoxi had once found a double magic crystal scroll in a ruin chest. If he combined that with the resources of the Jinghai Security Bureau, Chen Chen's leveling would be smooth sailing, effectively doubling his efficiency. Besides, the Security Bureau's ruins were relatively safer. Snake, okay, it is a deal then. Su Wenwen, how about this? I will give you an address. My dad wants to meet you too. Snake, sure. But about me acting as a tactical advisor, I do not want anyone other than your father to know. I hope you can keep it confidential for me. Su Wenwen, naturally. Yaoyan, stop cooking. Let us go out to eat, someone is treating us. Seeing that the address Su Wenwen provided was for a restaurant, Chen Chen called Shen Yaoyan out from the kitchen. All right, I just checked the fridge and there is not much left, so going out is fine. Shen Yaoyan agreed. In truth, she had only gone into the kitchen to avoid the issue with her sister, Shen Yaoxi. She had not really intended to cook. Going out to eat suited her just fine. Jinghai City, while not quite on par with the Magic City, was still a prosperous metropolis. The restaurant that Su Wenwen and Chen Chen agreed upon was located in the most bustling city center of Jinghai. It was called the Jinghai Pearl. Standing tall against the city skyline, it looked like an arrogant giant. To call it a restaurant would be an understatement. It was more of a skyscraper piercing the clouds. And the private room Su Wenwen had booked was on the very top floor of the Jinghai Pearl. Walking into the building, the first thing that caught the eye was the breathtaking panoramic view of the city outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The glass windows were wiped clean, reflecting brilliant light like mirrors. The ocean in the distance glittered with golden light under the setting sun, contrasting with the city landscape nearby to create a beautiful picture. This was the unique sea view of Jinghai, an aerial restaurant. Sir, madam, please follow me. After Chen Chen showed the electronic invitation from Su Wenwen, a dedicated waiter led them upstairs. The waiter leading them, though average in appearance, wore a crisp dark suit and a smile, looking both solemn and approachable. As soon as they entered the elevator, Chen Chen reached out and shook the waiter's hand. How honored I am, Snake, that the chief of the Jinghai Security Bureau would come to greet me personally. The waiter, whose hand was held by Chen Chen, was slightly stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, my daughter said your brain is even more formidable than her foresight. I did not believe her then, but it seems she is right. Su Tingshan removed his disguise and appeared before Chen Chen as the chief of the Security Bureau. Mr. Snake, welcome. On behalf of the Jinghai Security Bureau, I would like to thank you for choosing to cooperate with us at this critical moment. Dad, I told you, a little trick like that would be seen through by Snake in an instant. As they walked into the private room on the top floor, Su Wenwen saw that Chen Chen had already identified the disguised Su Tingshan, and she began to heap praise upon Chen Chen. After all, Chen Chen was her referral. If he had not recognized Su Tingshan, she would have lost face. Having said that, Su Wenwen gave Chen Chen a wink, which served as an affirmation of his abilities. It was Commander Su who intentionally went easy on me. How could a waiter possibly have such an aura? It was a clear hint, was not it? Chen Chen gave a faint smile and replied with great modesty. Shen Yaoxi, what a wicked woman, actually making eyes at Senior Chen Chen. Upon seeing Su Wenwen, Shen Yaoxi, in her black-robed form, began to stir restlessly. Although she was currently in her spirit warrior form, you can never hide the look in your eyes when you want someone dead. Su Wenwen had intended to walk up and shake hands with Chen Chen to be friendly, but for some reason, the sight of his black robe made her feel a sense of wariness, and she suddenly dismissed the idea. Even though Chen Chen had insisted last time that it was just an accident, a woman's intuition told Su Wenwen otherwise. She could maintain a good relationship with Chen Chen, but she must never cross the line. Otherwise, the consequences would be very dire. Mr. Snake, you are being too modest. To identify my identity after such a brief interaction, your observation skills are truly impressive. Su Tingxian praised Chen Chen while directing the servers to bring out the dishes. My daughter rarely praises anyone. Ever since she escaped death last time, she has done nothing but sing your praises as her savior. Truly, each wave of the Yangtze pushes the one before it. Heroes really do emerge from the youth. You are too kind. Chen Chen took a glance at the dishes on the table. They were top-tier seafood from Jinghai. It is a pity Shen Yaxi could not come out right now. Otherwise, she would probably be devouring everything already. I must pack some for her to take back later. Come, Mr. Snake, first try our Jinghai City specialty, the Australian lobster. Su Tingxian did not rush into official business. Instead, he introduced the local delicacies while secretly observing Chen Chen's actions. Although Su Wenwen spoke highly of Chen Chen, it was clear that Su Tingxian remained highly vigilant toward him. Su Wenwen was bright, but still young, and could easily be deceived by others. The reason Su Tingxian agreed to accept Su Wenwen's recommendation and let Chen Chen serve as an advisor for the Security Bureau was, in part, to keep an eye on things for his daughter. Mr. Snake, now that you have agreed to act as an advisor for this operation, I would like to ask your opinion on the Gao family. After 3 rounds of drinks, Su Tingxian finally spoke, getting straight to the point. Although I have not been in Jinghai long and am not very familiar with the Gao family, I do think that, for the Kaiyingsheng Guild to stand up to the city's leading family with their current power, they must have something up their sleeve. Chen Chen said bluntly. Even though he had only met Gao Tianqiang once, the aura and resolve the man exuded were enough to make Chen Chen feel he was unfathomable. Wenwen has already told you the basics of this incident. Right now, all the evidence points to the Gao family. They even know the situation is unfavorable for them, which is why Gao Tianqiang has moved all his key members into the Security Bureau. What do you think he is really planning? I did hear about it from Wenwen. Gao Tianqiang is indeed a difficult man to figure out. Personally, I think he is doing this to prove his innocence and show that the Kaiyingsheng Guild has nothing to do with this incident. Chen Chen said, pretending to analyze the situation. He was the one who taught Gao Tianqiang to do this, with the primary goal of creating confusion so that both the Security Bureau and the Hua family would not know what was going on. Then, do you believe the Gao family is the mastermind behind this? Su Tingxian took the opportunity to probe Chen Chen's stance. That is hard to say. The fact that all their key personnel have proactively entered the Security Bureau's scope does not necessarily mean the Kaiyingsheng Guild is innocent. Gao Tianqiang could have easily arranged everything beforehand. This could even be seen as a case of trying too hard to hide one's tracks. Chen Chen could certainly not pick a side, maintaining his suspicious attitude toward the Gao family. Mr. Snake, if it is not the Gao family, who else could the kidnapper be? The Hua family. This time, Chen Chen answered decisively, because Su Tingxian's question was essentially an open book test. Aside from the Gao family, the only others capable of pulling this off are the Hua family. If Bai Chen could not even see that, he would not be qualified to be the advisor for this mission. As expected of Mr. Snake, you think exactly the same as I do. Su Tingxian nodded with great approval. He was very satisfied with Chen Chen's answers to both questions. In my view, this kidnapping of Wenwen looks like an overt scheme directed at the Gao family. But the mastermind behind it must be either the Hua family or the Gao family themselves. Chen Chen began to set the stage. Kidnapping Wenwen to blackmail the Security Bureau into releasing a high-level criminal like Mo Yan is a losing game, no matter how you look at it. The Kaiyingsheng Guild would not be foolish enough to throw away their entire empire in Jinghai just for one general. So there are only 2 possibilities left. Either the Hua family is intentionally framing the Gao family, or Gao Tianqiang is playing a clever game of wise man acting foolish, framing himself to pull off a desperate, high-stakes move. Chen Chen's words were an eye-opener for Su Tingxian. He had thought the Hua family was likely the culprit, but he had not grasped the situation with the same depth as Chen Chen. In truth, while Chen Chen appeared to offer 2 possibilities, he was constantly planting psychological suggestions. Namely, that this kidnapping was definitely related to the Hua family. Once Su Tingxian subtly accepted this information, the Hua family would transform from a target of suspicion into a prime suspect. That makes a lot of sense. For tomorrow's operation, you will pose as my assistant and stay by my side at all times. At this moment, Su Tingxian had fully acknowledged Chen Chen's capabilities. Good. Actually, I believe that no matter the outcome, either the Gao family or the Hua family will eventually show their true colors. I am sure Commander Su already has a plan, so I will just stand by and watch your lead. Chen Chen gave a faint smile and then looked at Su Wenwen beside him, saying, Wenwen, if there are any more easy jobs like this in the future, do not forget to call me. If Mr. Snake is willing, you are always welcome to visit our security bureau. Su Wenwen naturally wished for nothing more and welcomed Chen Chen's presence wholeheartedly. The dinner was drawing to a close. Su Tingshan rose and patted Chen Chen on the shoulder. Stay here and rest tonight. We move out tomorrow. This is part of the Security Bureau's confidentiality protocols. I hope Mr. Snake understands. Understood. Chen Chen nodded. After all, tomorrow's mission was crucial, and as an action advisor, he should remain within the Security Bureau's sight throughout. Before leaving, Chen Chen packed up quite a bit of the seafood from the table, in accordance with Shen Yaoxi's preferences. He had been keeping this in mind while talking to Su Tingshan, worried that he might forget it when it was time to leave. Otherwise, when he got back, that little glutton Shen Yaoxi would surely start crying again. Chen Chen, I knew you loved Yaoxi the most. After returning to the hotel arranged by the Security Bureau, the first thing Chen Chen did was to integrate Shen Yaoyan into his spirit weapon state, allowing Shen Yaoxi to come out and eat the seafood he had packed. Hee. As soon as she appeared, the little glutton Shen Yaoxi snapped an Australian lobster apart with her bare hands, pulled out the plump meat, dipped it in sauce, and began to feast happily. Eat slowly, Yaoyan and I have both already eaten. No one is going to take it from you. Seeing Shen Yaoxi's satisfied expression, Chen Chen smiled happily. Late at night, the sea breeze blew gently across the pier, carrying the damp salt and the scent of the distant ocean, weaving through the empty and silent space. Moonlight, like a soft silver veil, spilled onto the smooth stone road, casting the outlines of the pier in shadows. In this hazy light and shadow, every detail on the pier seemed exceptionally quiet and solemn, as if time had frozen in this moment, locking everything into the peaceful deep night. The figures of two elders in black robes appeared particularly mysterious under the moonlight. Their robes fluttered gently in the sea breeze like two silent ghosts. Ancient and mysterious patterns were embroidered on the black fabric, appearing and disappearing in the moonlight, exuding a deep and majestic aura. Third Miss, your plan this time is truly brilliant. If we can completely eradicate the Gao family, our Hua family will truly be able to rule Jinghai with an iron fist. In front of the two old men, a young girl was looking out at the shimmering sea surface in the night. Her red dress burned like fire under the moonlight. Her posture was upright and elegant, as if she were a blooming spider lily, flowering alone in the night. The girl was the third miss of the Hua family, Hua Jianju. HMPH, our Hua family has always been unique in Jinghai. But starting tomorrow, there will be no more of those jumping clowns daring to clamor in front of us. Hua Jianju was extremely confident in her plan. As long as we eliminate the Gao family, my father's prestige in the family will soar. Who will end up as the head of the household between him and Hua Jianli is still up in the air. That is right. Our third miss is the true genius of the new generation in the Hua family, both wise and brave. What is Hua Jianli anyway? Just lucky enough to awaken an S-rank talent, he is not worthy of competing with you at all. The two elders behind Hua Jianju echoed. In recent years, two geniuses suddenly emerged among the younger generation of the Hua family. One is Hua Jianli, a demon hunter with S-rank talent, and the other is the spirit weapon user in front of us, also with S-rank talent, Hua Jianju. However, two tigers cannot share one mountain. While it seemed like a double blessing for the Hua family, in reality, the two geniuses have been locked in a power struggle, both coveting the position of the next head of the family. The current Hua family has completely split into two factions. One faction supports the eldest young master, Hua Jianli. They hold exclusionary views and are determined not to let an outsider demon hunter become the new head of the family, known as the conservative faction. The other faction supports the third miss, Hua Jianju. They believe that as long as she can control the demon hunters, she can inherit the family head position. Moreover, over the years, the third miss has indeed made significant contributions to the family thanks to her sharp mind. They believe that once she inherits the family, she will lead the Hua family to a new height, and they are known as the radical faction. It is precisely because of the constant infighting between the conservatives and the radicals that powerful guilds, led by the Gao family, were able to find room to grow and thrive in Jinghai City. Otherwise, given the strength of the Hua family, other small forces could not have survived, let alone grown strong enough to challenge them. By the way, Old Wu, tomorrow is the day for the hostage exchange. How is the setup at the stronghold in the forest coming along? Rest assured, Third Miss, the place is laid out exactly according to the Gao family's site plan. I have also bribed some of their underlings. Once the security bureau discovers the watchtower, they will surely take down the entire stronghold in one go, leaving the Gao family with no way to defend themselves. The entire plan was orchestrated by the Hua family, clearly intended to make the powerful guild disappear from Jinghai for good. Once this plan succeeds, the support for the radical faction within the Hua family will naturally grow even louder. Excellent. When the time comes, find a way to kill that man named Mo Yan as well. This guy has assassinated several of our Gao family elders. Hua Jianli's father has been trying to eliminate him in the Security Bureau prison, but failed every time. If we succeed, let us see what those old stubborn fools have to say. As expected of the Third Miss, no one would ever see this scheme coming. I advise Hua Jianli to watch his step and quit voluntarily. Otherwise, with the Third Miss's intellect, if she were to use it against him, he would vanish from the Hua family in a heartbeat. Hua Jianju glanced at the two elders behind her, her gaze cold as she said, "Better that way. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not want to point my gun at my own people. Third Miss, once you become the head of the Hua family, you will surely lead us out of Jinghai and secure even greater benefits." That goes without saying. Hua Jianju arched her eyebrows and said with absolute confidence, "What is mere Jinghai? My goal, jeers' goal, is to lead our Hua family to conquer the entire Dragon Nation. The next destination is Magic City. If that kid Hua Jianli is willing to be a general under my command, I will accommodate him and hand over the management of Magic City to him. If he is unwilling, then do not blame Jiwer for being heartless." Hua Jianju possessed grand ambitions. Though she was a woman, her heart reached higher than the sky. Tomorrow would be the most critical step in her plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Although the key person, Su Wenwen, had already been buried at sea, that did not matter. Furthermore, with Su Wenwen dead, Su Tingshan's rage would only be more intense, and the entire Gao family would be buried with her.